Introduction. The redemptive journey of Theon Greyjoy, one of the 10 most tragic characters of the year. When the young Theon glimpsed his destined fate, when he realized he was merely a character in a fictional narrative, when his gaze pierced through the barriers of the two-dimensional realm and beheld the three-dimensional world beyond, he succumbed to madness. I can no longer endure this. Let us all descend into madness together. Lord Eddard, might I inquire if your intellect has fallen alongside your head in King's Landing? Oh, the people of Westeros. Tremble. Your doom approaches. A different Theon, a distinct narrative, an alternative conclusion. Chapter 1, Madman. Madman? Am I truly insane, or am I merely awake? Navigating the dark, winding tunnel beneath the wall of despair, the sky suddenly opened up. Beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, the earth glimmered in a pristine white. A cavalry of approximately 30 riders moved slowly through the snow-laden lands beyond the wall. Ned Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, draped in thick furs, walked alone at the forefront. Behind him, the guards clad in fur-lined armor, brandishing the banner of the dire wolf, trailed closely at a distance of 50 meters. They dared not approach too closely for fear of reproach yet. They also feared straying too far should calamity strike and aid be delayed. This was no longer the north, but the untamed wilderness beyond. Savage wildlings and unknown beasts lurked, ready to sever one's throat at any moment. The Duke occasionally halted, bowing his head to whisper softly before adjusting his course and continuing onward. The entire procession slithered like a great serpent, following the tantalizing lure ahead, inching toward the unknown. As twilight deepened, a youthful, black-clad knight, garbed in the Night's Watch attire, could no longer endure the peculiar atmosphere of the company. He urged his steed forward, galloping to catch up with Eddard. Beside him, a burly knight from Winterfell, wrapped in a heavy fur cloak, raised a hand as if to call him back. He hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. In this era, their system, education, cultural traditions, and societal environment firmly instructed him. To oppose a lord's decision as a subordinate is a grave transgression. Yet, if a neutral member of the Night's Watch were to voice a concern, especially if that voice belonged to his own brother, perhaps Lord Eddard might heed it. Ned, Bran Stark caught up, walking alongside Eddard. Observing the weary visage of the man before him, Bran felt a pang of sorrow. Upon their first meeting, he could scarcely believe this was his brother. Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, one of the 4 great protectors of the realm, ruler of the entire North, a childhood companion and sworn brother of the new King Robert, with a father who served as the hand of the king, and a wife who was the daughter of a duke, blessed with children. Having endured the war of usurpation, the Iron Islands Rebellion, and numerous kingdom-wide conflicts, he had never tasted defeat, his righteousness and valiant deeds resonating throughout the entirety of Westeros. He stood as the highest noble beneath the royal family of Westeros, the uncrowned king of the North, a singular figure beneath whom countless others stood. Yet, in just a few short months, their reunion bore a strikingly different visage. A pale and emaciated countenance, with eyes devoid of life, resembling a languid soul on the brink of death. What had transpired? Banyan pressed his lips together and whispered, "We cannot proceed any further. Ahead lies the forest of shadows, where wild men may appear at any moment." Upon hearing the warning, Ed instinctively tugged on the reins, halting his steed. He lowered his head, seemingly in contemplation, as if seeking answers, his expression distant. Following his gaze, Banyan discerned a small face swathed in thick furs nestled in Ed's arms. Just like Ed, the child was pallid, gaunt, and frail, with a shock of brown hair. To an unfamiliar observer, one might mistakenly assume he was Ed's son. The boy was indeed Theon Greyjoy, Ed's adopted son. However, he was merely a ward and a Southern Iron Man at that. After quelling the rebellion of the Iron Islands, the defeated Lord of the Iron Islands had sent his youngest son as a hostage to Winterfell, where Ed took him in as his own. Banyan regarded the boy with disdain. The denizens of the Iron Islands were nothing but a rabble of thieves, brigands, scoundrels, and drunks. They frequently plundered the coasts of Westeros, occasionally venturing inland to commit murder and arson. No northerner held any affection for these Iron Men. Theon's lashes fluttered as he opened his lifeless eyes, which glimmered with a gray hue. One glance was enough for anyone to ascertain. This child was gravely ill, with little time left to live. The boy struggled to lift his head and gazed into the distance. Banyan furrowed his brow. Perplexed, he faintly perceived a flicker of golden light in the boy's eyes, though he could not be certain. In this frigid expanse, It was not uncommon for those afflicted by snow blindness to see illusions. "There is no one," the boy murmured after a fleeting glance. Then, suddenly adopting a childlike exuberance, he added, "There's some crows, a few rabbits, squirrels in their nests, and birch trees, firs, as well as the fishbone wood and its roots sprawling underground following the magic of the roots. We should head in that direction. We are almost there." His bony fingers, resembling a withered twig, trembled as they pointed to the left front. "Damn the crows, rabbits, and fishbone wood. Ed, this is madness," Banyan exclaimed, voicing the unspoken thoughts of all present. "Can you hear yourself?" Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Banyan shouted at his brother, "You should not be here. This is utterly meaningless. This little Iron Man is nothing but a lunatic. You ought to be at home, by the hearth, with your wife and children. Lady Catelyn is with child. You should be by their side, not on this fool's errand in this forsaken place." With the Great War just concluded, the North required stability. There was no greater comfort for the Northerners than their lord's steadfast presence in Winterfell. Nothing brought more solace and joy than having family close at hand. Banyan mused, Eddard's gaze gradually sharpened, as if he were lost in reminiscence. His eldest son Robb was merely 6 years old. His 3-year-old daughter Sansa was sweet and endearing, and his wife was soon to bring forth their third child. Should I return to Winterfell? To go home? To the reality that ought to be? To return? Before Eddard could utter a word, the child in his arms suddenly murmured, like a whisper from a dream, "Bran Stark?" In an instant, a chill coursed through him, and goosebumps erupted across Bran's skin. He swore that this was not the voice of a mere child. He had never heard such a haunting, multi-layered sound, akin to the grinding of metal. The voice was ethereal and piercing, as if it emanated from the abyss. Instinctively, a traditional northern greeting slipped from his lips, "Watfak." Bran Stark. This time, the tone was assertive, equally terrifying and unhuman in its quality. Descendant of the Builder Brandon, son of Rickard Stark, brother of the head wolf Brandon and the dire wolf Eddard. With each title, Bran's unease and anger surged like waves. "What do you mean? Are you mocking me as a waste of my ancestral legacy? The most ineffectual of House Stark? Huh, little iron." Even Bran himself was unaware of why he felt such rage, but the last title left him momentarily stunned. And of the mother wolf Lyanna, the most intimate kin. Why was Lyanna specifically mentioned? The taboo of House Stark. A foreboding sensation suddenly gripped Bran's heart. Bran Stark. The voice of Theon called his name once more, pulling him back to the present. "Do you know? You once had the opportunity to alter history." "What does that mean?" The ominous feeling intensified. Bran felt somewhat disoriented. "When your brother stormed off to confront the Mad King. When your father anxiously led his men to King's Landing to seek justice. When the war of usurpation was on the brink of eruption. You, Bran Stark, with just a single word could have quelled it all, a word that could alter the course of history. A truth known only to you." "Hey, hey, hey." The boy emitted a low, eerie laugh. Bran's countenance turned ashen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. No, it cannot be. There's no way anyone knows. It is impossible for anyone to know. His greatest nightmare in this life, the regret that had awakened him many a night. The war that altered the very fabric of Westeros, the war of usurpation. Its catalyst stemmed from Prince Rhaegar Targaryen's abduction of Lyanna Stark, the youngest daughter of the Northern Lord. In the end, Lyanna's brother, betrothed, foster father, and countless nobles united to raise the rebel banner, enduring a harrowing struggle with immense casualties, overthrowing the Targaryen royal reign. Yet the reality belies such notions. Only a scant few, perhaps just 2 or 3, discerned the entirety of the war's truth in its final moments. Everything was absurd. Everything was ludicrous. Bran Stark, the youngest and most disregarded of the Starks, was the sole one who followed his sister Lyanna throughout his life. He bore witness to the tournament at Harrenhal, observed the ill-fated spring, and participated in the revelries of the Smiling Night. He also beheld the clandestine affair between his sister Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar. Indeed, from beginning to end, he was the only one privy to that absurd and laughable truth. Seemingly oblivious to Bran's ashen visage, Theon, with an eerie emphasis and a deliberately childish tone, unveiled Bran's deepest dread. "Father, brother, please pause and heed my words. Prince Rhaegar did not abduct Sister Lyanna. They may have simply fallen in love and then eloped." "Ha ha ha." The boy, swathed in furs, erupted into fits of neurotic laughter. No. Bran covered his mouth, shaking his head, his complexion pale as a white walker, the panic and fear in his eyes betraying his turmoil. "Just one word, just this one word." The boy's tone grew increasingly severe, akin to a devil's whisper. Your brother will comprehend. He is not in the right, nor will he brazenly confront the king, declaring his intent to slay his favored son, only to be strangled to death by the furious Mad King with a leather belt. His tongue flailing like a writhing leech, his eyes bulging like those of a goldfish. Bran trembled uncontrollably, unable to meet the gaze of his brother Eddard. He leaned against his horse, gripping the reins, seeking to escape the boy's voice, as helpless and desolate as a leaf in a bitter wind. The young boy showed no intention of relenting. Your father, Duke Ricard, clad in full armor, was hung over the hearth by his son-in-law's father, roasted like a whole lamb, charred on the outside yet tender within, skin ruptured and flesh exposed, filling the air with a savory aroma. As he screamed in agony, he was forced to witness his eldest son being strangled before his very eyes, watching as his men were executed one by one. The Iron Throne was piled high with severed heads, their empty eye sockets gazing at him. Gazing at you. You. Ugh. The mere thought of that scene sent a wave of nausea through Bran, and he doubled over, vomiting uncontrollably over the horse's neck. Enough. A familiar voice sought to intervene and save him. The lives of 3 Starks for Targaryens, hundreds of noblemen fallen in battle, and countless civilians lost to the flames of war, all of it, merely because you failed to utter that one word. Theon's tone grew increasingly admonitory, akin to a celestial bell shattering the Night's Watchman's seemingly resilient yet inherently fragile spirit. Bran Stark, do you believe that becoming a Night's Watchman can atone for your sins? Do you think that fleeing here allows you to forget it all? No. Banyan wept bitterly, flailing his arms and legs, tumbling from his horse, desperately crawling backward to distance himself from it all. Enocha, seen. A pair of warm hands tightened their embrace, halting Scene and rescuing the crumbling Banyan. Ed displayed remarkable fortitude. It was not that he was stronger or more callous than his brother. He had merely endured a moment of profound pain and despair, and nothing more. I'm sorry, father. Scene's tone instantaneously reverted to that of a child, filled with innocence and timidity, as he sobbed softly. I can't control myself. Ed pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Ultimately, he followed the direction indicated by the little boy's finger and continued to ride forward. Banyan realized, without knowing when, that he had distanced himself from that boy and had fled back to the rear of the main force, surrounded by the guards of Winterfell. The knight who had attempted to stop him, Sir Roderick Castle, the training master of Winterfell, reached out and pulled him up. Are you all right? Observing Banyan, who appeared as though his very soul had been utterly drained, Sir Roderick hesitated before inquiring. What did he say? Shaken, Banyan lowered his head, tightly shutting his mouth, unable to suppress the urge to vomit once more. He's mad. Roderick refrained from pressing further, offering comfort instead. He lost consciousness the moment he stepped into Winterfell, remaining in a state of delirium longer than he was awake. And when he did awaken, he mostly spoke nonsense. He sobbed and apologized frantically to the blacksmith Mikken, terrified of the Beastmaster Allen and his dogs, too afraid to face anyone in Winterfell, exclaiming through tears, I did not kill Bran and Rickon. I did not set Winterfell ablaze. Please, my lord, do not flay me. Yes, a madman, Banyan echoed absently. Just a terrifying lunatic. Indeed, he even shamelessly called Lord Ed father, pleading, Father, please do not leave Winterfell. It will turn to ruins. Father, do not go to King's Landing. You will lose your head. Roderick continued. Madman, nonsense. Banyan nodded absent-mindedly, in agreement, yet also persuading himself. He warned to beware of the Red Wedding, beware of the Freys, beware of Cersei, beware of the others, beware of Bolton, beware of King Robert's invitation. In short, the entire world requires our caution. Roderick unleashed a torrent of pent-up resentment that had accumulated over who knows how long, pouring it all out onto Banyan. He claimed a shard of obsidian, long hidden in the storeroom, was a treasure, exclaiming that we were saved. He even asserted that Jon Snow should not be a Night's Watchman, but rather ascend to the Iron Throne, for it is his rightful claim. Crack! Roderick turned in surprise, having heard a sharp sound emanate from Banyan's mouth. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed to be the sound of teeth grinding. Banyan, are you all right? Roderick stared at him, asking once more. Banyan's hands were clenched tightly, unmoving, his entire being frozen in icy dread. He heard the thunderous pounding of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears, a relentless buzzing that rendered him oblivious to the blood trickling down his chin. Jon Snow, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne? At last, he comprehended why Eddard had chosen to distance himself from the guards, striding ahead alone. That boy, Theon, was not insane. Chapter 2. Destiny. In Winterfell, Lord Eddard Stark returned from the fringes with a bastard son, Jon Snow, whose mother's identity remained a mystery, alongside his legitimate children, Robb and Sansa. This was the widely accepted truth in the North. Yet the actual truth was far more significant. Jon Snow was the offspring of Eddard's sister, Lyanna Stark, and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, a legitimate scion of the former royal family, a true claimant to the Iron Throne. The ramifications of this secret, once unveiled, would be dire. King Robert Baratheon would perceive his brother's actions as treachery. The Lannisters, who had obliterated the royal line, would undoubtedly seek to eradicate any threats. The Iron Islands, having recently been vanquished by Eddard, would lend their support out of vengeance, and the lords of the Riverlands, Vale, and Stormlands would suspect Eddard of treachery. Even nobles of the North, like House Dustin, who suffered grievous losses in the war, would rise in revolt. If mishandled, the entire Stark lineage could be extinguished in an instant. Fortunately, this secret was known to only 3 individuals in the realm. Eddard Stark, Benjen Stark, and Howland Redan all had sworn to keep it hidden. But now there was one more, and this individual was beyond control. How'd he learn? From where did he acquire this knowledge? Did others know? How many were aware? Benjen's dread threatened to overwhelm him. That boy was too peculiar. How could he possibly know my secret? How could he be aware of the gruesome fate of my kin? How could he comprehend the means to alter history? How could he? Benjen felt his sanity teetering on the brink. He understood profoundly why his brother appeared so haggard, and why their conversations had to remain concealed from the public eye. With trepidation and concern, he gazed at the distant silhouette of his brother and the boy nestled within his embrace. What were they discussing now? Did you see it? Eddard softly inquired as he traversed a thick grove of birch trees, arriving at a clearing. The question he had posed to Theon numerous times. The clearing was encircled by ancient fishbone trees, and from above, it resembled a circular pupil amidst the forest. The fishbone trees bore ominous, white carved faces. The ancient, pallid visages gazed intently upon the two. According to northern legends, these ancestral carvings possessed the ability to see through all. And oh, Father, I cannot see, the young boy's innocent voice echoed. I am neither the green prophet, who perceives the past, nor the red priest, who glimpses the future. But with a clue, the answers are not insurmountable. Lord Ricard and Lord Brandon have perished, and Miss Lyanna has vanished. At the moment when the Stark family is on the brink of extinction, and its members are dwindling, the young and unacquainted with the pleasures of life, Bran, as one of the last 2 remaining Stark heirs, relinquished his family, his responsibilities, and his future, abandoning all worldly desires to become a Night's Watchman. This choice, aside from the pursuit of honor and spiritual fulfillment, stems solely from a desire for escape driven by remorse. In some future timeline, Bran Stark, now the leader of the Night's Watch, returns to Winterfell, confronting the 15-year-old Jon Snow, who, yearning for a life of renunciation, vows to join the Night's Watch. Bran instinctively rebuffs him, stating, "Jon, you have no idea what it truly means to be a Night's Watchman. You have no comprehension of what you stand to lose. Family, loved ones, progeny all will be sacrificed, Jon. If you truly grasp the significance of these things, you would not wish to become a Night's Watchman." Ah, how could Bran, who longs for family, loved ones, and descendants, willingly choose the path of a Night's Watchman in pursuit of honor? He is merely consumed by regret, seeking atonement and escape. What could haunt him with lifelong remorse, compelling him to evade reality? Perhaps it is the guilt towards his family, his friends, and all those who perished in this war. Poor soul, he believes it all to be his fault. As he concluded, the metallic resonance in Shaun's voice intensified. It was not his fault. At that time, Bran was but a child. If I were of his age, I too would not have dared to speak the truth, Eddard remarked, defending his brother without delving into the boy's cryptic references to past and future. No, Father, you are mistaken. Shaun's metallic tone grew heavier. Even if he spoke the truth, nothing would change. The Mad King would still rage, your father and brothers would still perish. War would still erupt, you would still wed Lady Catelyn, and she would still bear Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. Bran would still become a Night's Watchman, a novice, a ranger, the commander of the Night's Watch, and the Cold Hands. Whether he speaks or remains silent, nothing will alter. Because the boy's chilling voice abruptly ceased, the usually composed Duke Eddard now displayed signs of distress, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic, and his lips quivered ever so slightly, as if he were on the brink of confronting something unfathomably dreadful. There is fate in this world. Shaun's childish voice had vanished entirely, replaced by an eerie tone that began to emerge once more. When this world was born, many lives and events were already scripted, their conclusions predetermined. We are akin to pawns, to marionettes, making what we believe to be wise, noble, just beneficial and correct decisions, only to meet with tragic and pitiful ends, subject to the laughter and tears of others. This is the fate that has long since been inscribed upon us. The voice of Theon rose, resonant like a hymn. His cheeks appeared gaunt, resembling those of a skull, and strands of white began to infiltrate his hair. Destiny has decreed the conclusion. My guardian and mentor, Lord Eddard Stark, you shall surely meet your fate in King's Landing. Your head severed like that of your father and brothers, displayed on a spear upon the city walls, left for the crows to peck at your eyes. Eddard's complexion turned pale, his hands tightening around Theon. Destiny has determined that Theon, who grew up in Winterfell, who pledged fealty to Robb, who fought alongside him as a brother, will upon returning to the Iron Islands, unhesitatingly forget all this and betray you. I shall lead the Ironborn to assault the familiar North, slay my dearest friend, devastate the Winterfell I have known since childhood, kill Bran and Rickon, whom I regard as brothers, only to be betrayed in turn, castrated, treated like a foul dog, and ultimately perish at the hands of the Night King. Such is my fate, a fate both pitiful and absurd. Cough. With a sudden cough, blood began to flow from the boy's mouth and nose. Theon. Eddard was shaken, sensing the impending doom, repeatedly calling his name in an attempt to interrupt him. This is destiny, reveling in the destruction of all that is beautiful. Theon's eyes were shut tight, his teeth clenched. It delights in the triumph of the wicked, masquerading as the true struggle for power. It revels in the beheading of the good, shamelessly proclaiming that such is their rightful end. It relishes in the fracturing of brotherhood, the severing of friendships. It enjoys the fall of heroes and the rise of fools. This is destiny, accursed destiny. Yet, tears streamed down the boy's tightly closed eyes. Yet how can we resist it? As mere pawns, how can we defy the hand that moves us? Tears gradually transformed into crimson. The pale, eerie faces etched into the wood surrounding them seemed to focus all their gaze upon Theon in that fleeting moment. Destiny can drive one to madness, compelling the most unfathomable decisions. It can ensnare one in desire, leading them to betray all they hold dear. It can manipulate one's will. Dear Father Eddard, how can we possibly resist our own will? How can we defy destiny? Father, Theon cried out, blood and tears cascading down together. The faces carved into the wood transformed silently into darkness, slowly oozing thick, sticky sap. Do not speak any further, Theon. Do not speak. Look at me. Do not continue, Eddard implored, holding Theon tightly, cradling his head, gazing into the madness reflected in his eyes. Through numerous exchanges, he has come to comprehend that these seemingly mad yet profoundly insightful prophecies come at a significant cost. Each utterance of prophecy feels akin to a razor slicing flesh, draining the very essence of life from Shaun with every word spoken. I am sorry, Father. I cannot bear this. Their gazes locked. The young boy's eyes brimmed with guilt and remorse, blood beginning to trickle from his lips. I am a coward. I cannot endure this. I am sorry, Father. I apologize. No, this is not your fault, Shaun. Be silent. Do not utter another word. Eddard reached out to cover Shaun's mouth, attempting to quell his fervor, but was suddenly seized by a pair of icy, small hands. In his palm lay the obsidian shard he had found in the storeroom of Winterfell. This may be the last time I call you Father. In his final moments, Shaun abruptly found tranquility, his gaze softening with infinite affection. Please lay me upon this land beneath your feet. Please keep this obsidian safe. Please look at me. If I survive, I shall gain the strength to defy fate. If I perish, at the very least, I shall alter the outcome of my betrayal. What if I am neither dead nor alive? Then let this obsidian free me. Father, convey to every soul in the north that winter is not so fearsome. Fire can vanquish whites, obsidian can slay the others, and Valyrian steel can defeat the Night King. And also, beware of Bolton, beware of Ramsay, beware of Lady Dustin, beware of Barrys, beware of Varys, beware the Queen, beware the Lannisters, beware the others, beware the Night King. Beware, beware. Amidst the countless whispered bewares, the boy's hands fell limply to his sides. No, Shaun, awaken. Shaun, awaken. Someone. A profound sorrow surged within Eddard as he frantically patted the boy's face, shaking him. He called out, desperate to take action. Yet ultimately, he could only clutch the obsidian in his palm and emit a mournful wail. The lament stirred the attendants in the distance. The knights of Winterfell rushed over, hastily separating the two. They assisted the dazed lord from his horse, laying Shaun upon the ground. Roderick bent down, checking for the boy's breath and pulse, before shaking his head and looking at Eddard. "My lord, he is gone." Chapter 3. Save me under the cloak of night. The guards erected a rudimentary encampment using long spears, flagpoles, and slender logs they had hewn. After feeding the horses and hunting a few snow hares from the forest, they simmered a pot of stew, following a modest supper of preserved rations. Sir Roderick assigned the night watch before he sighed deeply, donning his garments as he reclined into the confines of his tent. The arduous journey had thoroughly exhausted them. Yet, more than the physical fatigue, they were tormented by an insistent mental strain. At last, that mad boy was dead. It was all over. They would soon return home. Everything would revert to normalcy. Most of the guards had succumbed to slumber, save for Ed, who sat in silence beside the campfire, gazing at the dark iron pot above the flames, where steam bubbled forth. Since Theon's demise, he had remained in this state of quietude. The boy's corpse lay draped in a thick cloth, bound with twine, a piece of linen covering his face, and a cherished arrowhead of obsidian hung around his neck. Resting silently before him, Ed's brother, Benjen, after soothing several of their companions clamoring to return to the Black Castle, settled beside him. As soon as he sat, he shifted cautiously, striving to distance himself from the boy's lifeless form. Why not return to the wall? The Black Castle had ample empty rooms. This place was fraught with danger. Was there truly a sanctuary in this world? Ed's unfocused gaze remained fixed upon the flames. The Red Priest possessed the ability to glimpse fragments of the future within the fire. Theon had once confided this to him. Regrettably, the foolish priests often misconstrued the significance of those visions, leading to their own undoing and becoming mere pawns of fate. The mightiest among them, the Red Priestess Melisandre, who had lived for 3 centuries, would one day be drawn to Dragonstone by a visage she perceived in the flames, proclaiming Stannis Baratheon as the prophesied savior, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. In the end, the valiant Duke Stannis, with her fervent support, met with repeated failures, culminating in his death and the destruction of his lineage. Ultimately, the bereft Melisandre, gazing upon the Duke's corpse, innocently remarked, "I am truly sorry, perhaps I misjudged." She then turned to embrace Jon Snow, only for him to meet a similar fate. To foresee the future is merely a magical ability. One might even think maliciously that this could be a gift bestowed by fate, a means to manipulate mortals into compliance. Under the weight of destiny, all are but insects. Even if one can foresee what lies ahead, the outcome remains unchanged, as easily extinguished as a feather upon the breeze. Ed murmured to himself, contemplating whether their world was merely a predetermined script, and if each of their fates had already been inscribed. In such a world, where could one find true safety? Even the ageless and omnipotent Melisandre would ultimately face her demise with composure. Theon, aware of the trajectory of fate, succumbed to madness in defiance of his destiny. Ed, the young iron lad, is merely a madman, a lunatic. As Bran listened to Eddard's seemingly erratic ravings, he was filled with indignation. He patiently urged, "He is dead. It is all in the past. You must return to your senses. Go back, return home to Winterfell, spend time with your wife, kiss your children. You are the Duke, the protector of the North. You can act as if nothing has transpired. Nothing has happened. Everything is over." Eddard turned to him, his expression vacant. Theon was a hostage from the Iron Islands, the last and only son of King Theon Greyjoy. The news of his demise would incite the furious Ironborn to retaliate with madness, staining the coasts of the North, perhaps even the entire continent of Westeros, with blood. How could one claim that nothing had transpired? Was Theon's death in vain? That deranged boy fought desperately, hoping that even in death, the continent would be thrown into turmoil, or at the very least, alter some future. If the future remains unchanged, then Theon's death is rendered utterly meaningless. Isn't the fate of a hostage a matter for King's Landing to ponder? The king devises plans, while the hand cleans up the mess. Write to Robert. Or perhaps you should journey to King's Landing to deliver the young iron lad's corpse to them. What else could be done? Bran fully exhibited the dual political acumen of a young lad and a newly appointed Night's Watchman. Their conversation was utterly disconnected, akin to a chicken talking to a duck. Go to King's Landing? Yet Bran's final words caused Eddard to draw a sharp breath. "Father, you must go to King's Landing, and there, like your forebears, you will have your head severed. Beware of Baelish, beware of the Lannisters, beware of the White Walkers." Damn it! A wave of anguish surged through Eddard's chest. Is this how you perish? calling me father, revealing such truths, and then abandoning everything to me, turning away to embrace death? What am I to do? What shall I do? Eddard sat motionless like a wooden statue, at times displaying confusion, at others contorting his face in rage. He felt the brink of madness closing in on him. Ned. Bran gently nudged him, rousing him from his stupor. What troubles you? What are you contemplating? Eddard regained his focus, staring intently at Bran. After a long pause, he softly replied, Nothing. I merely recalled the words Theon spoke when we first met. What did he say? Bran inquired, puzzled. He said, Father, save me. The two exchanged silent glances, the forest enveloped in stillness. Some burdens are destined to be borne alone. To no one is to drive oneself mad. In the deep night of the north, long accustomed to solitude, only the faces carved into the towering timber surrounding the camp silently observed all. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, followed by a distant rumble of thunder. By the gods, is it truly thundering in this frigid weather? The night's watchman lifted his gaze to the distant, tree-like pillars of light, muttering in dissatisfaction, before his eyes widened in sudden shock. A series of flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, reminiscent of a blacksmith wielding a divine hammer, incessantly striking a sacred anvil, emitting blinding radiance. The beams of light illuminated the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a continuous rumble that resonated through the atmosphere. Whether it was an illusion or not, those relentless columns of lightning seemed to approach with increasing proximity. Oh no! By the fire, Ned Stark, who had not succumbed to slumber, rose in alarm, gazing fearfully at the horizon. The thunder echoed with a deafening intensity, shaking the very core of one's being. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly at the fish-leaping wooden circle, igniting the ancient trees in a fierce blaze of eerie green flames. The tethered warhorses reared up wildly, anxiously pawing the ground, neighing, and desperately struggling to flee. Caution! Not far off, the night watchman had just raised the alarm. Behind him, a dark figure lunged, knocking him to the ground. Almost immediately, several shadows joined in, tearing at him, blood spilling profusely amidst his cries of agony. Without hesitation, Eddard drew his long sword and struck. The razor-sharp Valyrian steel leaving a deep gash on one shadow while wounding another, his relentless swordplay forcing the figures to retreat. Following closely, Benjen wielded a sword in one hand and a torch in the other, illuminating the shadows. Wolves. These black beasts, larger than ordinary hounds, prowled around them, their green eyes glinting with malice, fangs dripping with blood. Eddard, gripping his sword with both hands, pointed it at the pack of wolves, standing back-to-back with Benjen, shielding the injured soldiers behind them. The tents were flung open, and the guards, unable to don their armor, rushed out in panic, weapons and shields in hand. How dare a pack of wild dogs intimidate the warriors of Winterfell? Sir Roderick, with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, tore open a tent, and upon recognizing the enemy, spat disdainfully, "Slay them." Even in their most rudimentary attire, the guards charged fearlessly towards the wolf pack, weapons raised. Amidst the flurry of blades, blood spattered, and the anguished howls of the wolves echoed through the night. The warriors of the north were valiant, and the guards of Winterfell were the finest among them. The ambushing wolves were swiftly vanquished, suffering heavy losses in an instant. One soldier seized a crossbow, and, with remarkable aim, struck a pair of green eyes lurking in the darkness. This display of skill drew Roderick's ire. "You fool. Do not shoot arrows at night. It's dark. What if you hit your own man? Are you afraid to face the wild dogs?" In this chaotic darkness, the threat of the wolves paled in comparison to the potential for friendly fire. The crossbowman chuckled and shrugged, ready to lighten the mood with a jest. Just then, a lightning bolt rent the night sky, illuminating the land and revealing a massive shadow not far off. The crossbowman froze, his smile morphing into horror, as he glanced nervously at Sir Roderick's back while frantically loading his crossbow. Seeing the terror reflected in the opponent's gaze, the seasoned Roderick swallowed hard, abruptly turning his head to glance behind him, one hand gripping his shield for protection while the other brandished a sharp arrow. A pair of enormous green eyes, as large as pumpkins, lunged ferociously forward, towering at least 7 feet high, their form surpassing that of the mightiest warhorse. The creature's terrifying maw was adorned with fangs as long as swords. A wave of dread enveloped Roderick, soaking him to the core, as he harbored no doubt that a single bite would cleave him in two. The direwolf. He barely had time to utter a cry before Winterfell's strongest warrior found himself akin to a stray cat caught in the path of an oncoming train, hurled 5 meters away as the monstrous beast clamped down on his shield. A resounding crack echoed through the air. Whether it was the sound of the wooden shield splintering or Roderick's arm shattering, it was unclear. Perhaps it was both. This colossal carnivore, comparable in size to a bison, pierced through the line of unarmored warriors with a single charge, advancing towards them with an unstoppable force. The great wolf landed gracefully beside the fire, its emerald eyes gleaming like royal jewels, exuding an air of superiority. It seemed to regard the most formidable of human warriors as nothing more than a herd of lambs awaiting slaughter. As the group held their breath in tense anticipation, they slowly repositioned themselves into a circular formation. The dire wolf paused mid-air, sniffing the air, its form becoming rigid as a peculiar glint flickered in its green gaze. Subsequently, it lowered its head, seizing the body of a boy wrapped in thick cloth, before turning and leaping into the darkness. Rickon. Eddard dashed toward the direction where the dire wolf had vanished. Eddard, you are mad. Benjen grasped him firmly. That is merely a corpse, enough to satiate its hunger. Do you wish to offer it a second meal? The other warriors regarded Eddard with hesitant glances, while they would laugh heartily at the prospect of battling ordinary wild wolves. This was a dire wolf. This legendary creature of the north had bested even Sir Roderick, the training master of Winterfell, in mere moments. It is vital to note that throughout history, the dire wolf has served as the emblem of House Stark, a revered totem of their ancestors. Even if the body were to nourish the dire wolf, it would be considered an honor among the warriors. To charge into the night, battling dire wolves for the sake of a mere ironborn corpse? It seemed rather illogical. No, something was amiss. Eddard shook his head. He surveyed the battlefield, strewn with the fallen bodies of wild wolves and the countless wounds upon the warriors. Why had the wolf pack attacked them by the fire? Wolves are creatures that fear flames. Why then had the dire wolf appeared? They had been absent for centuries. Why had it only taken Rickon's body? There was plenty of delectable flesh available. Why did it seek only the smallest morsel? With the dire wolf's terrifying size, it could have easily slain and carried off any warrior within the camp. They left behind a dozen wolf carcasses, yet only took the body of Scene. Why is that? A bolt of lightning struck anew, igniting a nearby fish. Amidst the roaring thunder, Ed seemed to hear Scene's frantic voice from when he first arrived in Winterfell. Father, save me. In a state of astonishment, Ed sheathed his sword and commanded, everyone, stay here. With that, he seized the crossbow from a nearby warrior, picked up a torch, and pursued the direction in which the ice wolf had vanished. The soldiers of Winterfell stood in stunned silence. What just transpired? Did we hear incorrectly? Did the Lord command us to remain here? One person to chase the ice wolf. We understood, but why does it seem as though we do not? What does this mean? Follow him. Is that even a question? Sir Roderick, nursing his twisted arm, rose and bellowed in a thunderous rage. The recovered guards, realizing the urgency, shouted to protect their lord and rushed into the dense forest. Banyan, stay here and watch over the camp, Roderick commanded, turning to grab a torch and plunging into the darkness. These were the finest men of the north, brave, loyal, fearless, selfless. The wolf's banner pointed the way to charge forth. Chapter 4. Welcome back. The nocturnal forest was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, illuminated only by the torch within Ed's grasp, casting light upon a mere 2 meters of shadowy surroundings. The grotesque trees loomed like demonic claws reaching out from the abyss. The beast path beneath his feet was fraught with treachery, every step met with pits or sharp stones. He had lost count of how many times he had stumbled. I will not perish. Fate will not claim me here. If I were to die, it would merely be my defiance against destiny. Ed charged recklessly into the ghostly woods. Feeling a madness akin to Scene's first arrival in Winterfell, a thrill Scene turned a reckless delight. In the inky distance, 2 green lights glimmered like ethereal lanterns, guiding his way. A fiery red glow pursued closely behind. Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing the colossal silhouette of a wolf clutching a shroud. He had not lost track. How fortunate. The flames and green lights drew closer. Unbelievable. In truth, even Ed himself had not anticipated being able to chase down an adult ice wolf within the dark forest. Yet, as he beheld the massive creature shaking its head vigorously, trying to dislodge the shroud caught in a tree branch, he felt a surge of clarity. The fearsome ice wolf was thwarted by a mere twig. No wonder this place was dubbed the Ghost Shadow Forest. One could easily encounter phantoms here. Ed gasped for breath, chuckling at his own folly. Then, as lightning flashed once more, his gaze fell upon something that made every hair on his body stand on end. Beneath the thick shroud, a pair of small hands, fingers spread wide, clutched a tree branch with unwavering tenacity. By the old gods, Eddard trembled all over. He hastily raised his crossbow, took aim, but as he beheld the wolf's head in the body bag so close at hand, he lowered the bolt. The risk of misfire was too great. Hey, Eddard brandished his torch, charging towards the great wolf, his voice resounding in an attempt to intimidate the beast. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the truth. Armed with a sword alone, he might not stand a chance against such a formidable creature. The most effective weapons for hunting beasts remained bows, traps, and fire, rather than close combat. The former two offered a means of engagement without harm, while the latter was a source of primal fear for most animals. Yet, the wolf before him was evidently an exception. The wolf, jaws clamped around the body bag, lifted its head at the sound, casting a disdainful glance at the torch-wielding biped, tilting its head slightly and snorting in derision. Humph. Although they could not converse, Eddard distinctly felt the contempt in its gaze, which stoked a flicker of embarrassment within him. Nevertheless, with the Arctic wolf's attention diverted to Eddard, it momentarily ceased its tugging. Suddenly, the small hands within the thick cloth relinquished their grip as a gleaming black dagger pierced through the shroud, carving a wide opening. A diminutive figure emerged from within. Before its feet even touched the ground, the figure launched a surprise attack, driving the dagger into the wolf's eye socket. As blood sprayed forth, a clear, youthful voice rang out, "You debt collector? Die!" With a sudden, grievous blow, the great wolf leaped 10 feet into the air, thrashing wildly in sheer fury. It resembled a dog whose tail had been stepped on, obliterating everything in its path, shrouds, bushes, tree stumps, reducing them to mere remnants. The earlier skirmish now appeared as mere play, a prelude to the beast's true strength. Eddard rushed forward, shielding the boy behind him with one arm while steadying his crossbow with the other, slowly retreating before the great wolf. If only he could seize the chance to escape. Yet, clearly, the old gods were deaf to his prayers. The wolf abruptly halted, as though the scene had been frozen in time, its massive form rigid and motionless. Then, its colossal body settled, and a singular green eye, glinting with an icy light, swept over them. The tranquility in its gaze sent a chill down Eddard's spine, starkly contrasting with the proud, wild eyes he had first encountered. It was eerily human-like. Eddard steadied his crossbow towards the target, managing a wry smile. Presently, he need not fear misfire. However, even if his arrow found its mark, it was highly unlikely to fell such a beast. The wounded Arctic wolf could still easily rend him and the boy behind him to shreds. Their only chance of survival lay in striking its remaining eye. Yet, in the dimness of that somber night, to precisely strike the eye of the colossal beast across from him, Ed took a deep breath, refrained from glancing back, and handed the torch to the boy behind him. With both hands steadying the crossbow, he aimed and spoke in a low voice. "When I shout run, you must flee without looking back. Just keep running." "No, sir. Look at my finger." A familiar voice emerged, accompanied by a well-known finger extending from the side, its tip stained crimson and dripping with wolf's blood. The small finger moved slowly to his right, reminiscent of the way it once guided him. "Aim in the direction I point." "Are you certain?" Ed's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, and he nervously licked his lips. The immense ice wolf advanced toward the light of the torch, its movements embodying a wild beauty. Blood flowed from one tightly shut eye, while the other wolf eye fixated intently on the two of them. It had paid dearly for its earlier arrogance. This time, it would not underestimate its adversaries. It aimed to tear apart the bipedal creature before it, just as it would rend apart hares, goats, bears, and even mammoths. The small hand shot up sharply, a single finger pointing. "Fire!" rang the child's voice. Ed lifted his hand and pulled the trigger. The ice wolf let out a dismissive snort and, in a manner imperceptible to human eyes, sidestepped. As the arrow was released, Ed muttered a curse. Fuck. Not due to the wolf's evasion, but because the direction indicated by that finger was alarmingly towards an empty stretch of forest to the upper right. Even someone utterly unskilled in archery would recognize that this shot would surely miss. The nearest wolf hare was at least 6 meters away. If he were to hit anything, it would indeed be a miracle. In the distance, a piercing scream shattered the night sky. Simultaneously, the lament of a defeated creature echoed tragically. The ice wolf howled in a manner more harrowing than when its eye was stabbed. Its massive form, tail thrashing, dashed about in a frenzy, heedlessly colliding with trees. "Another arrow. Aim at the direction I point." The child cried out, extending a finger once more toward the emptiness behind the giant wolf. "What? I have no more arrows," Ed exclaimed in bewilderment. The enormous wolf, seemingly startled, cast a resentful glance back before it continued its frantic retreat, howling in anguish. Ned Stark, cradling the crossbow, stood frozen in place, still trying to comprehend what had transpired. Suddenly, he recalled the initial scream from afar. That sound was sharp and high-pitched, reminiscent of a child. "Did I hit something?" he queried uncertainly. "A squirrel," came the comforting response from behind. "You didn't kill it, but it must have been terrified, running faster than a rabbit." Those creatures are naturally timid, afraid of humans, and frightened of the light. That creature? She. Ed discerned a hint of realization. Forest children, a group of small squirrels struggling to survive beyond the confines of the forest. Yet he fancied himself the envoy of the ancient gods. I merely borrowed a fragment of magic for resurrection, and yet they dare to pursue debts on behalf of the frost god. Humph. We shall meet again in due time. When that moment arrives, I shall confine them within a cage to settle the score, and perhaps charge an admission fee. 1 golden dragon for each curious visitor wishing to behold the spectacle. The children of the forest? A ticket for 1 golden dragon? Very well. What you say shall be accepted as truth. Although I comprehend not a word, it is precisely this absurd dialogue that brings an unprecedented sense of ease to Ed. That familiar sensation has returned. He turned his gaze toward the boy behind him, a smile gracing his face, one he had not worn in 3 months. It was like sunlight breaking through the clouds for the first time after a long night. Welcome back, Shaun. Still the same brown hair, dark eyes. The same lean and pale visage. The difference now lay in the boy's stature. He stood tall, head held high, his eyes bright and clear, devoid of any hint of madness, clutching an obsidian arrowhead, still dripping with the blood of a dire wolf. Thank you once again for saving me, my Lord Ed. Shaun's lips curled into a smile as he deeply bowed, his demeanor gracious and elegant. Ed exhaled a long sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He extended his arms, enveloping the boy in a heartfelt embrace. You are alive. How wonderful. Shaun returned the embrace with equal fervor, declaring that death is but a journey, and his voyage has yet to reach its conclusion. That is good. Truly splendid. You are alive. It is indeed wonderful. Ed clutched him tightly, repeatedly whispering those words. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Ed intuitively refrained from probing further. The boy had defied fate through death and rebirth, returning to guide him once more. He had resolved to cast aside doubt and confusion, choosing instead to believe. He did not even say, "You have resurrected," but rather, "You have not died." Shaun understood Ed's heartfelt concern. In the North, returning from the dead is considered a taboo. The resurrected are viewed with fear, deemed heretics and harbingers of calamity, often ostracized, betrayed, or even burned alive. However, if one merely awakens from a slumber rather than truly dying, acceptance becomes far more attainable. Yet I, Shaun, did not return merely to seek acceptance. I seek to alter destiny. My Lord Ed, please remain still. Allow me to behold you. Shaun gazed intently at Ed, a golden flame igniting in his eyes, akin to a small sun erupting. It was far from the fleeting shimmer of before. It was far more vivid and resplendent than ever. Within his vision, Ed Stark's human form gradually faded, transforming into a radiant light composed of deep purple lines. Within the brilliance, there were images of him wielding a sword, riding a steed, commanding the battlefield, as well as scenes of him reading and deliberating on matters. Countless fragments coalesced, ultimately forming a passage of text. Your life as flame is robust and bright. You excel in swordsmanship, horsemanship, military command, and legal affairs, making you well suited to serve as a general, swordsman, or judge. Overall evaluation, purple epic. Shaun murmured to himself, experimenting with the newfound abilities that had just come into his possession. Shaun, I find myself quite nostalgic for your peculiar manner of speaking. However, I kindly request that you use words I can comprehend, Ed remarked. Furthermore, the golden glint in your eyes is truly conspicuous. It matters not. I have recently acquired a new ability. I am no longer limited to perceiving mere blurred shadows of souls and the currents of magic. I can now distinctly see the information of every life, bodily data, adept abilities, social standing, and potential. Scene did not conceal his extraordinary gift, allowing him to freely access desired information, and he would never again succumb to madness. Oh, it sounds like a remarkable ability. Although Ed did not fully grasp the concept, he concurred. No, my Lord Ed, this ability is merely akin to a basic spell of detection within the magical framework, Scene continued. However, there are no useless abilities. Only those who do not know how to wield them. Its applications extend far beyond mere information gathering. Firstly, let us retrieve your scattered warriors, lest they vanish forever into this icy, dark night. I hope that for every individual who accompanied you, an equal number shall return with you. The golden shimmer in Scene's eyes grew increasingly vibrant, resembling 2 flickering flames in the night. He gazed into the distance and suddenly began to run. Oh, Shatter! Hurry! A young squire, surely not yet 17, with red hair, whose weapon of choice is a sword. What is his name? Tell him to remain still. There lies a precipice before him. All the squires are proficient with swords, yet the darkness obscured Ed's vision. He could discern nothing and could only anxiously follow in Scene's wake. The young man? Perhaps it is Tormund or Ellen. He is also skilled in social affairs and possesses a knack for commerce. Shatter, why does my extraordinary gift not even display panel information? Scene, torch in hand, forged ahead. Undeterred by the darkness. Social affairs? Commerce? Is it Ellen? Ellen, can you hear me? I am here. Ed called out into the darkness repeatedly. I am here. Stand still. Do not move forward. There is a precipice. In the depths of the dark, a figure was groping about, flailing like a headless fly. The young squire was in a dire state, his thick sweater tattered, his body marred by bloodstains and wounds from thorns, and even his helmet was dinted, with a large, bleeding bruise on his forehead. Ellen had run too hastily, becoming separated from the main group, and his torch had extinguished. Consequently, in this pitch-black forest, he was navigating solely with his head, unaware of the numerous bumps he had sustained. Ellen had always aspired to become a valiant knight. As Ed pursued the ice wolves, his eyes brimmed with tears. If misfortune were to befall his lifelong lord here, he vowed to spend the remainder of his days hunting in the Shadow Forest, until he had eradicated the last wolf or met his own demise in that place. In the midst of his anguish, sorrow, and a tinge of fear and solitude, Ellen suddenly noticed flickering lights approaching from his left, faintly hearing the Duke's call. Ellen was instantly overwhelmed with joy and tears of relief. My Lord Ed, thank the old gods. I have finally found you. I, the loyal Ellen, have successfully retrieved Lord Ed. Although it seems as if it was the Lord who found me, that is of little consequence now. What truly matters is this. It is a blessing to be alive. I am no longer confined to this wretched place. Huh. We are all still alive, even that mad little imp. A boy with eyes that gleamed like two golden torches appeared before him. Watched by Ellen, his mouth agape, he instinctively took a step back, teetering on the brink of the precipice. Chapter 5. The Wolf Tamer Catch Him. As Ellen was about to plummet into the abyss, Scene lunged forward, seizing his fingers. Forgive me, but I am only 10 years old, and my small hands cannot grasp much else. Moreover, my strength is insufficient to hold on to an adult weighing several stones. Indeed, Ellen merely halted his descent momentarily before both he and Scene fell backward together. Scene, rolling to the side, kicked against Ellen's calf, gripping his hand, exerting force together, and they both landed heavily at the edge of the cliff. Ellen, quick-witted, grasped a stone at the cliff's edge, and the two hung perilously, suspended above the void. Hold on. Ed hastened to follow, catching Ellen's arm before they could slide down, slowly pulling both of them back up. Meanwhile, Ellen's sword clattered down the cliff, disappearing into the depths of darkness. With trembling legs, Ellen half lay on the ground, shaken, pointing at Scene, struggling to articulate his thoughts. In the pitch-black forest, he beheld a boy who should have perished, standing before him with a bizarre golden glint in his eyes, truly a scene from a Western horror film. Scene. Without haste to provide answers, Ed, furious, seized the source of the horror, rebuking loudly, do not presume that having faced death once allows you to treat it with such indifference. When Ed saw Scene leap forth, his face turned pale, fearing he would lose this foster son once more. Scene stared blankly at Ed, then suddenly smiled. When you departed for King's Landing, you took with you 50 of the most trusted and capable subordinates from Winterfell. His gaze swept over Ellen and the distant flickering lights. These brave warriors who dared to follow you into the forest on that snowy night, pursuing the ice wolves. Scene's eyes deepened with meaning. Ultimately, nearly all of them were hung upon the walls of King's Landing, those you cherished most. Thus, I believe it is my duty to value and save them as well. Ed fell silent, averting his gaze, murmuring, this is far too perilous, and it should not be a child's burden to bear. I am not a child. Scene boldly met his gaze, and when confronting fate, we cannot afford to shy away from risk. Our ultimate adversary is not a person, a faction, or a nation, but fate itself, which can manipulate the will of all. This is almost a hopeless endeavor. Is the flag rebelling against the chess player? Is the puppet resisting its puppeteer? Can one truly expect to win effortlessly, without taking risks or making sacrifices? That would be rather naive. Excuse me. The young guard Ellen, utterly bewildered by the sudden silence of the two, rose cautiously and interjected, My lord, may I inquire what has transpired? Shurin cast a glance at the bruised young guard. Despite witnessing a bizarre scene in the dead of night, Ellen was initially alarmed but quickly regained his composure, refraining from any outcry and instead asking a pertinent question. In a flash, golden light emitted from Shurin's gaze, sweeping over Ellen's form, while a pale blue ethereal silhouette appeared in his eyes. Ah, a blue card. Exceptional quality. Shurin retracted the golden glow. From his earlier observation, He noted that most guards of Winterfell possessed white or green cards. He had thus inferred the grading of the character evaluation cards: purple epic, blue exceptional, green elite, white ordinary, and gray inferior. As a member of this expedition team, the rarity of blue cards was one of the reasons he risked his life to save Ellen, to return a favor. The goodwill of the capable is always of greater value. My lord, did you see that? His eyes just shone with light. And that little rascal should have been dead. I am certain of it. Ellen could not help but exclaim. He did not die. Ed, still pondering how to explain, merely pinched the bridge of his nose and offered a perfunctory response. If I may be so bold, what do you believe happened? Shurin interjected, leisurely questioning the bewildered guard. How would I know? All I know is that an ice wolf carried away your body. Then Lord Ed pursued it, and eventually, you returned alive with Lord Ed to save me. Ellen recounted, his voice trailing off. It was difficult for him to articulate. This young lad exuded an air of strangeness throughout, yet had just saved his life. Ultimately, he presented the objective sequence of events without embellishment, which was commendable. Most individuals instinctively inject their subjective biases into their narratives. Very well. Let us elaborate on your account. Shurin beamed with a wide smile. It is time to unveil the true technique. The issue of resurrection must be resolved, and without leaving any loose ends. Indeed, I died. Everyone can confirm that I was dead, correct? Shurin remarked casually, his tone almost indifferent. Now, the question arises, in your understanding, who resurrected me? Or, who possesses the power to bring me back to life? Resurrection? How would I know? Ellen replied, utterly perplexed. By the old gods, how could I possibly? Yes, splendid. Precisely. It is the gods. Who else could resurrect a deceased being? Undoubtedly, it is the gods. To be exact, it is the old gods. The old gods resurrected me. Scene applauded loudly, affirming Ellen's response. Huh. Ellen's face was a canvas of confusion. Is this truly my answer? However, to the ordinary folk of this era, the question seemed to have but one answer. Who else but a deity could possess the power of resurrection? It could only be a god. This was a conclusion universally accepted. Ellen pondered briefly, remaining silent. He acquiesced. Question 2. Why do the old gods wish to resurrect me? Scene first acknowledged the answer, continuing to guide the inquiry. The old gods' blessings? You? A mere little iron man? Ellen remarked, half in doubt, half in jest. Soon. He overturned his own notion. No, you worship the loathsome drowning god. The old gods would never bestow their favor upon you. Indeed. Quite correct. Thus, this is not a reward for me, but it could serve as a recompense for others. Scene expressed his agreement, then turned his gaze towards Aide, giving a subtle indication. Isn't there a live old god worshipper present? In the midst of Ellen's dawning realization, Scene brandished a shard of obsidian arrowhead stained with wolf blood. Look, how vibrant. The blood of the unique ice wolf. But why grant a reward? What sort of merit would be sufficient to earn the old god's favor? Ellen, who inherently admired the gallantry of knights, found his eyes gradually sparkling. Lord Aide, did you slay that fearsome ice wolf? No, I did not. It escaped. The honest Aide instinctively retorted, perplexed by Scene's intention behind the obsidian arrowhead. What an honest man, Scene remarked. Indeed, the ice wolf king fled, limping away, howling in despair. With one eye blinded, Scene pointed at the vibrant wolf blood still glistening on the obsidian in Aide's hand. What I say is indeed the truth. Oh, the old gods above. To single-handedly repel the ice wolf king, to receive divine blessings and resurrect one's foster son. Such a tale has never been heard throughout all of Westeros. Ellen exclaimed in awe. Ah, how fortuitous, is it not? Scene smiled. In the next moment, however, his smile froze. Thank you for your generous gift. Do you really think I would say such a thing? In an instant, the guard Ellen's demeanor shifted dramatically. He confronted Scene with fervor. What the hell? You think I'll believe your tall tales just because you speak them? Yes, I may be less educated. Yes, I may be young. But I'm not foolish enough to let a mere child's words convince me of a myth. Although you saved my life, although you dazzled my eyes with miracles, still, you, this mysterious little brat, have no connection to me beyond that act of salvation. Do you truly think a few spoken words would earn my reverence? Scene regarded the disheveled guard before him with a look of astonishment. To hold firm to one's convictions and not be swayed. What resolve? Is Blanca truly so difficult to handle? Quite intriguing indeed. Theon overestimated his influence. As a hostage, he was regarded with disdain, and it was somewhat unreasonable to expect the Northerners to be swayed by a mere tale. It is not that I lack strength, ultimately. It is the fault of being a figure of little consequence. Yet, what if it were not I who spoke these words? This is indeed true. After a prolonged silence, Eddard Stark slowly uttered a statement. Exhaling deeply, "I wounded the dire wolf." Theon was revived by these words. This simple proclamation instantly transformed Ellen's expression. Psychology suggests that the credibility of a speaker's words is often determined by three factors: the speaker's personal reputation and authority, the closeness of the relationship between the speaker and the listener's level of understanding. As the Warden of the North, a powerful lord, and the Duke of Winterfell with an 8,000-year legacy, Eddard's words held the weight of imperial decree in the eyes of the Northerners. Moreover, Eddard's valor, integrity, and knightly honor were well known across the Seven Kingdoms. His personal reputation was impeccable. As Ellen's direct liege lord, they shared a close bond, knowing each other intimately. Despite being a blue card, Ellen's understanding was limited by the educational standards of the era, leaving him overshadowed by the epic purple card that was Eddard. The convergence of these three factors led Ellen to kneel on the spot. "Oh, my lord, is this truly the case?" His rhetorical question affirmed his belief. This was utterly astonishing. His exclamations expressed genuine emotion. "You should be celebrated throughout eternity. Your glorious deeds will be inscribed in the annals of Westeros. You will be forever remembered, like your ancestor, Bran the Builder." The admiration in the eyes of the guards was nearly overflowing. Though anticipated, in one moment Ellen, a steadfast knight, was resolute and skeptical. The next, he was groveling before Eddard, eliciting a roll of Theon's eyes. Oh, how hypocritical and sycophantic. Even if Eddard's words bore deeper meaning, as an honest man, Eddard merely acknowledged the facts that he had repelled the dire wolf, and that Theon was revived by the power of the cold god. He had not yet become brazen enough to accept that dubious divine favor. However, this did not prevent others, Theon and Ellen, from embellishing the narrative. After all, with the beginning and end of the tale established, and the middle shrouded in mystery, was it not a canvas for the public's imagination? Throughout their journey, Ellen sought Theon's counsel on the details of this magnificent myth. When they eventually rejoined the main force, Ellen had become the principal author of this legendary saga. "Hear me, brothers, this is the most glorious event in the North for centuries," Ellen declared, his face aglow with excitement, as if under the influence of some elixir. "Destined to be recorded in history and celebrated for millennia. And we are but witnesses, faced with an impasse." The noble Lord Ed ventured alone into the trials of the old gods. He raised the divine sword, ice, and with a single stroke, repelled the king of the ice wolves, blinding its right eye. As the old gods descended upon the world, golden light illuminated the land, and their voice roared like a tsunami. The deity bestowed commendations upon Lord Ed for his courage, integrity, and kindness. The old gods granted him a wish. Lord Ed expressed his desire for the resurrection of his adopted son, to prevent the North and the Iron Islands from plunging into war once more, a conflict that would claim countless lives across the continent. The old gods, moved to tears, let their sorrow fall upon the lifeless body of the young lad. And the cursed boy, little Thorn, was revived, pledging his loyalty to Lord Ed on the spot. The insufferable little Thorn, with a faint smile, remained silent. "You truly are a blundering fool. I have woven in much personal embellishment, yet you, a mere novice, managed to surpass me in absurdity." However, this version resonated deeply with the folk of the North. To prevent the rekindling of war, to ensure peace for the people, and for the sake of the son he had only met once, the brave, virtuous, noble, and benevolent lord ventured alone into the dark forest to confront the trials of the gods, facing formidable foes, enduring life and death struggles, and ultimately emerging victorious. In the presence of the celestial witness of ice and snow, the Lord offered a sacrifice and received the old god's accolades. It was nothing short of perfection. The stalwart men of the North, who had ventured into the frigid woods to rescue their lord and slay the Wolf King, were filled with exuberance, their spirits and respect reaching unparalleled heights. They yearned to return to Winterfell at once to host a grand feast and declare their triumph to the world. Little Thorn could only continue to smile in silence. "You've exerted yourself a bit too much." This was also one of the reasons he chose to save Ellen first and explain the truth to him. If this narrative were presented by Thorn to the guards of Winterfell or other Northerners, its credibility would be exceedingly low, with few believing it. However, if propagated by the native Ellen, the credibility would significantly increase due to the aforementioned three elements, making it not only more believable, but also subject to embellishment. Most myths and legends in the world emerge in this fashion. Under the influence of rumor, Thorn's resurrection would go unquestioned in light of Ed's accomplishments. Simultaneously, this legendary tale would greatly enhance Ed Stark's own reputation. A win-win situation. As the guards escorted Ed back to the camp, Had it not been dark and the path treacherous, they would have preferred to carry him back triumphantly. They even devised a new title for him, the Wolf Conqueror, Ed. Chapter 6. You're so impressive. Surely, you can catch a blade with your neck? Titles are typically derived from an individual's most notable deeds or public perception. Their significance is indisputable. There are only erroneous names, not mistaken nicknames. A title often determines one's public image and the first impression made on strangers. A commendable title can swiftly garner acceptance and respect, as exemplified by the Dawn's Sword. Arthur. Conversely, a poor title can incite aversion and lead to a complete loss of goodwill, such as in the case of the Mad King, Aerys. History is replete with astute individuals who adeptly manipulated the significance of titles. In one timeline of Westeros, the eldest son of House Tyrell, Willis, observed his younger brother, Garland, who was frail, overweight, and timid by nature. Concerned that Garland might become the subject of ridicule, detrimental to his healthy development, Willis proactively bestowed upon him the title of Gallant Garland, fervently promoting his brother's virtues and proclaiming that he would grow to become a valiant knight. Ultimately, this title accompanied Garland throughout his life. The once plump boy matured into a kind-hearted, wise, and extraordinarily brave general, who, during the Battle of Blackwater, led a decisive charge against Prince Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone. In certain timelines, however, Garland was never born, leaving House Tyrell devoid of capable heirs after the death of the Flower Knight, Loras, resulting in their annihilation in a single battle. The Lords of Winterfell conferred upon Eddard the title of Warden of the North, in response to his legendary deeds, reflecting his bravery, compassion, and divine favor. This title held significant meaning, ensuring that Eddard would not feel embarrassed due to a lack of renown during the traditional roll call at noble gatherings. As the night deepened, 3 massive bonfires blazed brightly, illuminating the camp as if it were day. A pot, still steaming, simmered with an unknown concoction. All were present: Eddard, Theon, Ser Roderick, along with the men-at-arms and the Night's Watch recruits, each bearing a serious demeanor tinged with tension. On this night of pursuing the dire wolves, many, including Eddard and Ser Roderick, had mentally prepared for the possibility of sacrifice. Yet, astonishingly, they all returned unscathed, and even more remarkably, accompanied by a small boy, or rather, a creature resembling a boy, who captured everyone's attention at the center of the 3 bonfires. Theon was gently using a dagger, recently heated over the flames, to carefully incise Ser Roderick's injured arm, meticulously probing the wound. In a short while, a small, bloodied pebble-like object was extracted. "What is this? What have you taken from my body?" Roderick exclaimed in alarm, nearly drawing his sword. Witnessing such an extraction firsthand invariably evokes terror. "Your bone," Theon replied, rinsing the object in his hand, revealing a fragment of white, pearlescent bone. He casually offered it to Ser Roderick. "Would you like to keep it as a memento?" It was said that the Onion Knight of Storms wore the 4 severed phalanges from his lord as a talisman, believed to bring good fortune. With a mix of confusion and trepidation, Roderick hesitantly accepted the fragment, opening his mouth in disbelief. "Why? What?" Theon, perplexed, responded. "Why what? Why must you extract my bones? What is your intention? Why are you rendered speechless by the techniques of Kian?" In his eyes, the act of extracting someone's bones in plain view is nothing short of sorcery. It evokes the memory of a sorcerer who, before the Master of Whispers, Varys, severed his own appendage and incinerated it on the spot, achieving a most gratifying prophecy. This bone is shattered, its edges razor-sharp. Once the wound has healed, if it remains lodged in your arm, it will serve as a rasp, perpetually tormenting your flesh and blood, ensnaring you in eternal agony. Especially in dreary, cold weather, the pain is exacerbated. Kian's response is professional, composed, and objective, utterly devoid of any semblance of witchcraft, leaving Ser Roderick at a loss for words. As he speaks, Kian retrieves a piece of boiled linen from a nearby cauldron, gently cleaning Roderick's wound. Simultaneously, a golden light once again emanates from his eyes, resembling a small sun blooming within, casting its radiant gaze upon Ser Roderick. "Oh, the old gods have come. Once more. By the gods, is this divine favor?" The crowd stirs with excitement, surprise, awe, and fear, all intermingled. In any era, the impact of light and sound effects is monumental. Who could remain indifferent upon witnessing a superhuman with laser-like eyes? If this were on the blue planet, wouldn't one rush forth for an autograph? Please, right upon my face. Indeed, this is the testament of the old god's grace. The fervent Ellen, the first to be rescued, boasts loudly to his companions about his newfound knowledge. But why is divine favor not bestowed upon Lord Eddard? This raises a counterargument. Only those who have ventured into the realm of the gods may receive such blessings. Lord Eddard possesses a different kind of divine grace, reputed to bestow blessings upon his offspring. Can divine favor be passed to children? Divine grace is as vast as the sea. How can one claim it is impossible? Listening to the cacophony of discussions, Eddard rubs his temples, feeling a headache brewing. So much has transpired today, utterly shattering his worldview. He has uttered too many insincere words. More importantly, it is evident that with Kian's presence, bizarre occurrences will only escalate. Kian has been almost unabashedly showcasing his extraordinary abilities. His eyes radiate golden light. He locates individuals in the dark, perceives the human body, and sees the past and future, entirely unconcerned with being regarded as an anomaly. Under the guidance of Ellen, the first rescuer, and with Eddard vouching for him, based on his impeccable reputation throughout the Seven Kingdoms, nearly everyone present acknowledges this as a form of divine grace. Almost everyone. Within Kian's vision, Roderick appears as a figure composed of pale blue light. Adjusting for distance, the illumination intricately reveals the skin, veins, muscles, and bones, with various personal information annotated within the glow. A blue card? Quite impressive. The instructor of Winterfell, in essence, serves as the second-in-command of the army during wartime in the north, possessing a status that is nearly equivalent to that of the noble class. His noble aura is not particularly pronounced, and his abilities are not deemed exceptionally formidable. Nevertheless, his loyalty is beyond question. Throughout various timelines, Ser Roderick has fought valiantly for House Stark until his last breath. Professionally recommended roles include swordsman, infantry commander, and instructor. As Theon tended to his wounds, he gathered information amidst the radiance, murmuring to himself with a smile gracing his lips. What are you laughing at? Why do you smile? Perhaps Theon's grin provoked the instructor. As Ser Roderick, who harbored a certain bias against the boy, abruptly withdrew his hand and demanded loudly. It was unexpected that the esteemed instructor of Winterfell, Ser Roderick, a figure of authority and valor, and the North's foremost swordsman, would exhibit a fear of water. Seasick? Oh, no wonder you are suited for the role of an infantry commander. Do you also get dizzy while riding? Theon unabashedly burst into laughter. Oh, indeed. Ser Roderick never swims with us in the river. I knew it. The grace of the gods does not err, exclaimed Eddard, delightfully surprised. The timely support from the first follower had arrived. I do not swim in the river because the water is too cold, and besides, I can outrun you by 10 miles without a saddle on a horse. Ser Roderick, his face flushed from the peculiar gazes of those around him, attempted to defend himself. As a child, he had nearly drowned and developed a profound fear of water since then. This was a secret he had never revealed. Moreover, I do not know where you eavesdropped on such things, but do not expect me to be grateful for what you have said and done. God knows what you truly are, a blasphemer in the guise of divinity. Ser Roderick muttered, filled with indignation. A heavy silence fell over the gathering. Everyone exchanged anxious glances. Despite the official endorsement from Lord Eddard, there remained a lingering doubt and fear regarding Theon's identity. After all, the resurrection of the dead is an extraordinary phenomenon. Within the tombs of Winterfell, each ancestor of House Stark is interred with a sword to prevent the dead from rising. In the north, this is considered a taboo of the highest order. Although Theon's resurrection had an ostensibly acceptable explanation, the trust placed in it was tenuous at best. He was neither a demon nor a sorcerer. According to legends of the North, only one entity could return from death, the White Walkers. Bran, with a commanding stride, pushed through the crowd to stand before Theon. Locking eyes with him, he coldly uttered a word that sent shivers down spines. Others. A blasphemer masquerading as a god. He is one of the others. Bran's loud declaration incited immediate unrest. According to ancient lore, during an age of relentless winter, the others descended upon the realm. They were as cold as ice and as eerie as fog, resurrecting the dead and leading an army of the fallen that nearly decimated the entirety of Westeros. Ultimately, they were vanquished in the war for Dawn by the collective forces of all living beings and were driven to the farthest reaches of the world. Builder Brandon Stark employed arcane magic to construct the wall, and the Seven Kingdoms united to form the Night's Watch, a perpetual organization of neutrality dedicated to safeguarding against the otherworldly foes known as the White Walkers. Although these terrifying beings have not been seen for 8 millennia, the reappearance of a corpse before him triggered memories for the Night's Watchman, Banyan, of the ever-foreboding mantra instilled in all members. Winter is coming, and the White Walkers roam. White Walker? Me? Kian exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Banyan, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping him. Do not dare deny it. I witnessed your death firsthand. There was no heartbeat, no breath. Banyan unsheathed his sword, advancing step by step, perceiving the boy before him as a dreadful monstrosity. No, you misunderstand death. The absence of breath and heartbeat does not equate to true demise. It is the undead, summoned by the White Walkers through sorcery, that can rise again. Theon furrowed his brow, watching Banyan approach, striving to elucidate the distinction between White Walkers and the undead. Your intentions are sinister. Do not attempt to argue. Perhaps I cannot claim to comprehend the White Walkers better than a White Walker itself, yet I know with certainty that their words are to be distrusted. You are indeed one of them. Banyan's gaze flickered but swiftly regained its resolve, reminiscent of a once ineffectual town sheriff suddenly confronted by a notorious fugitive. Slaying White Walkers is the sacred duty of the Night's Watch, a pinnacle of honor. Cretan, Theon spat, caught in a web of prejudice. When humanity's perception of reality becomes distorted by preconceived notions, no amount of rational explanation can dispel what has been subjectively concluded. A quintessential example lies in Lady Catelyn Stark, who was informed by Peter Baelish that the imp, Tyrion Lannister, sought to assassinate her son, Bran, fueled by her long-standing trust in Baelish, whom she considered a childhood confidant, and her disdain for the Lannisters, whom she deemed deceitful rogues, especially the cunning and untrustworthy little imp. She clung to her biases. Despite Tyrion's compelling defense, "My dear lady, I possess neither motive. I have no quarrel with your family or Bran, nor opportunity. I was miles away when your son was attacked. And the weapon in question was not mine. The dagger was won by King Robert during a tournament and placed in the royal treasury, well known among the nobles of King's Landing. Your sole evidence, Baelish's testimony, is absurd, easily debunked by any acquaintance in King's Landing. And he himself is a notorious liar who boasts of having taken your maidenhead, cuckolding both your husband and his father. He is the true scoundrel, a fact known throughout the realm. I am the innocent and noble little imp, Tyrion." In the face of such reasoned arguments, Lady Catelyn Stark remained unwavering, convinced that this was undoubtedly a Lannister conspiracy. She was resolute in her pursuit to capture and judge Tyrion, ultimately leading to the Lannisters launching a devastating raid on her maternal home in the Riverlands, resulting in countless casualties and the capture of her younger brother, Edmure Tully. Unfortunately, at this moment, Theon found himself in a similarly dire predicament. In the eyes of the Seven Kingdoms, the Ironborn were regarded as a shameless, dishonorable, and morally bankrupt band of thieves, rogues, and pirates. When Banyan first laid eyes on Theon, he was predisposed to believe that no Ironborn could be virtuous, and he was nearly paralyzed with fear. After witnessing Theon's miraculous resurrection, and considering the Night's Watch's stance, Banyan became increasingly convinced of his own judgment and his perception. Aside from divine grace, there existed another force capable of resurrecting the dead, White Walkers. What divine grace? What blessings? These are mere fabrications. I refuse to believe you. The old gods do not favor Ironborn. This is a deceit to fool the world. You must harbor a dreadful conspiracy to annihilate the Night's Watch, to obliterate Winterfell, even to destroy Westeros. You cannot deceive me. You are a White Walker. You shall bring death and destruction. Before anyone could react, Banyan suddenly drew his weapon and slashed at Theon's neck, the cold blade piercing the skin. Pain. Cold. Theon's mind went blank. He could not fathom how he had arrived at this moment. Only moments ago, there had been laughter and camaraderie. With Edmure's testimony, the display of divine grace, and the supportive presence of the acolyte Tomard, the crowd had gradually come to accept Theon's resurrection. Suddenly, was he to exit the stage and meet his demise? How fitting. This is truly a tale of thrones. Fortunately, Banyan Stark was not a man of true malice. The blade ultimately halted against Theon's neck, the edge drawing blood, further draining the boy's already pallid complexion. Observing the panic on the youth's face, Banyan seethed. "Speak. You heretic, White Walker, Ironborn. What conspiracy do you harbor? Speak." Theon remained silent, his body rigid, attempting to appear small and harmless. He could see the blood vessels in Banyan's eyes bulging, his breathing rapid, and his pupils constricted, signs of a body flooded with adrenaline. A person in such a state is often described as being in the zone, emotionally volatile, with reason on the verge of collapse, rendering them incapable of absorbing any rational discourse. Whether in debate, argument, or even the slightest movement, any misstep could escalate the situation. Theon believed that if he uttered a single wrong word, or made even the most trivial inappropriate gesture, Banyan would not hesitate to sever the boy's head, proclaiming, "I shall not coexist with White Walkers. Long live the Night's Watch." This assertion was nearly unassailable throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The right of the Night's Watch to slay White Walkers was universally acknowledged. Yet, Banyan would feel entirely justified in his actions. The bias one faces is a formidable challenge to overcome in a short span. If Theon were to confront Banyan alone, he would find himself utterly doomed. At barely 10 years of age, the frail boy possessed no power to resist. Just as the eloquent Zhang Yi could stir the winds of the kingdom with his silver tongue, he, confronted by a band of ordinary ruffians, could do nothing but cower and endure brutal blows that nearly robbed him of breath. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, for he was not alone. A large, knobby hand suddenly seized the arm of the sword-wielding Ban Yang, effortlessly twisting and disarming him. Ed, wielding the sword, pushed Ban Yang away, his face a mask of cold determination as he advanced to inspect Shuren's wounds. The preceding events had transpired so swiftly that he had scarcely comprehended them, and Shuren had nearly fallen victim to his foolish brother's blade. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to provide an explanation. Anger surged within Ed, but he could only stifle it and offer solace to Shuren. Eileen, recovering from her shock, hastened to grasp Ban Yang's arm, restraining him from Shuren's vicinity. The simplest remedy to dispel the shackles of prejudice lies in the objective intervention of a formidable third party. In terms of public duty, Stark was the guardian of the North and its most powerful lord. On a personal level, Ed was Ban Yang's elder brother. Whether through the weight of status or the bond of blood, Ed Stark could effortlessly subdue Ban Yang Stark. Faced with his brother's biased favoritism, Ban Yang seethed with indignation. In his eyes, this little abomination must have ensnared his brother with some dreadful sorcery. Ed, awaken. Do not be beguiled by him. He has returned from the dead. He is an evil wight. It's nothing, much like when I accidentally nick myself while shaving. There is no cause for alarm. After his examination, Ed discovered that Shuren bore only minor cuts, which alleviated his worries. However, upon hearing Ban Yang's words, Ed could not suppress a low, thunderous rebuke. He is but a child, Ban Yang. You nearly took the life of a child. A child indeed, Ban Yang retorted in exasperation. Have you ever encountered a child such as this? He has risen from the grave, heralding the winter, and wields dark magic. He is a wight. Ban Yang fumed, resembling a boar mortally wounded by an arrow. Ban Yang, look at his stature. He barely reaches your chest. Even if he is a wight, he is merely a 9-year-old one, easily vanquished by any individual. Ed turned, gripping Ban Yang's shoulders, his teeth clenched as he bore into his brother's eyes. Within them, he discerned panic, fear, and a flicker of guilty evasion. He must be eradicated. Ban Yang broke free of Ed's grasp, frantically shouting at all present. Ed, remember our family's words. Winter is coming. This creature will bring terrible calamity to the north. Castles will crumble to ruins. Farmers will wither to bones. And the Stark family shall face its doom. Ed Stark, you must consider your family. The entire north. Think of your children. You have 3, no 4. Disregarding Ed's attempts to restrain him, Ban Yang unleashed a torrent of frenzied, curse-laden proclamations. The terrifying curse from a Stark sent the guards exchanging uneasy glances, their resolve beginning to waver. In this era where dragons and sorcerers soar, and deities dance with demons, Theon seeks to redeem his identity through the rhetoric of divine favor. While Banyan's curse cannot simply be overlooked. For the Stark family? For the 4 children? Eddard contemplated Banyan's words. Robb, Sansa, the yet-to-be-born Arya, and Jon. Banyan trembled not from fear of the others, but from the secrets known to Theon. In Banyan's eyes, Theon, hailing from the treacherous Iron Islands, was utterly untrustworthy. Should he reveal Jon's true lineage, the Stark family would undoubtedly face ruin, with the most likely outcome being the covert disposal of Lyanna's child, Jon Snow. Banyan wished to shield his family from peril and could not bear the thought of the guilt-laden Jon Snow being thrust into a position of sacrifice. The simplest solution would be to execute Theon under the guise of heresy. By branding Theon a heretic, not only could his silence be ensured, but even if he had divulged Jon's secret, no one would believe him. Heresy, after all, is a fabrication, a permanent resolution. Eddard fell into silence, cursing himself for being at a loss for words in explaining this to Banyan. Theon, too, was enveloped in silence. The unexpected occurrence had indeed startled him. The cold blade grazing his skin felt as if a stranger were tightening their grip around his throat. That sense of helplessness was terrifying. He vowed never again to find himself in such a powerless position, gently touching the shallow scar on his neck. As fear receded, it was replaced by a surge of anger swelling within him. His golden gaze swept over Banyan. Deep green? Huh, is that all? Such eagerness to end his life? Is it the Night's Watch's duty? Or the survival of House Stark? Or perhaps, a more dreadful reason? Regardless, this matter would not be dismissed easily. Theon was determined to protect Eddard and House Stark, for he owed them that much. But he owed nothing to you, Banyan Stark of the Night's Watch. With icy resolve, Theon pushed aside the guards before him and stepped forward into the crowd, raising his voice. My lord Banyan, you claim I am an other? Pray tell, do you know the definition of an other? Or simply put, what do you understand about the others? Banyan was momentarily taken aback by his sudden outburst. Responding without thought, it is well known that the long night approaches, and the others rise from the dead, bringing blizzards, death, and destruction. Excuse me. I did not summon a bard to recite ballads. Theon interrupted, provoking a ripple of laughter among the onlookers. You are a member of the Night's Watch, an expert. Could you kindly provide even a brief summary of the characteristics of the others? No? Then let me rephrase. Do you know how to combat the others? Theon pressed on. Banyan was left utterly speechless. How to combat them? Though the Night's Watch incessantly proclaims the need to remain vigilant against the harshness of winter and the threat of the others, such declarations merely serve as a hollow mantra, underscoring that the Night's Watch is not idly resting on its laurels. It is essential to recognize that the others have not manifested for 8 millennia. Even the most seasoned members of the Night's Watch are utterly at a loss regarding how to confront them. Observing the expression on Bran's face, everyone comprehended the answer. Theon could not suppress a derisive laugh. You know nothing of the others. You are ignorant of how to combat them. You are utterly uninformed. The classic refrain from the series echoed in his mind. You know nothing. And yet, you, with your feeble intellect, presume that a mere child, whom you encounter for the first time, must surely be one of the others. On what grounds do you base such a judgment? Like a Dornishman, raised amidst the warmth of a tropical desert, boasting shamelessly about the North's icy realm being a veritable paradise, inviting everyone to don a cloth robe and partake in fruit at the wall. Do you not find that utterly laughable? New recruit of the Night's Watch. Theon scoffed coldly. The crowd then beheld Bran's countenance, now vibrant as the most resplendent crimson silk of bravos. Laughable? How dare you insult the Night's Watch? For 8,000 years, we have steadfastly guarded the wall against the others, day in and day out. Countless ancestors have perished here, protecting all of Westeros, safeguarding humanity. What do you know, little brat? Bran quickly regained his composure and began to retaliate. I shall not speak of how many others have been vanquished, nor of our expertise in facing them. I will only mention that the Night's Watch has endured for 8,000 years, deserving of respect for our toil and sacrifice. How dare you, an outsider, belittle us? Oh, you possess a modicum of wit. Theon muttered to himself. Then, let you confront a deeper despair. You know nothing. Chapter 8. Unveiling the others. Theon approached the fire, grasped a torch, and extended 3 fingers toward the crowd. The others are a race of beings distinct from humanity. Mark this, they are not the dead. Their societal structure is not composed entirely of others. It can be categorized into 3 tiers. At the lowest rung lies the whites. They resemble soldiers in an army. Numerous in number, yet devoid of cognitive ability, entirely obedient to commands. Whites are easily distinguishable. They are transformed from corpses, their movements stiff, incapable of speech. And all whites possess blue eyes, akin to the coldest ice. Theon vividly depicted a terrifying creature, gesturing toward his own dark eyes. The most chilling aspect of the whites is their insensitivity to pain, their absence of fear, and the fact that they cannot be slain by blade or sword. Sever a hand, and it will continue to claw at your ankle. Behead them, and the head will still attempt to bite at your throat. Divide the body in twain, and each half will simultaneously launch an assault against you. The crowd began to stir. This was the first time anyone had offered such an explicit and detailed account of these dreadful beings. Yet, the vulnerabilities of the corpses are glaringly evident. With the right knowledge, even a child could effortlessly vanquish them. After hurling a heavy bomb, Sean skillfully eased their tension. He glanced at the torch held in his right hand, and when all attention was drawn to him, he abruptly extended his left hand, forcefully gripping the flames upon the torch. The corpses, driven by ice magic, harbor an intense fear of fire. A mere spark can ignite their bodies, transforming them into blazing torches, reduced to ashes. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Sean's left hand remained unscathed. He gradually opened his palm, revealing a large blister formed by the searing heat, and exhaled deeply, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. It appears I am not one of the corpses. Your self-harm is hardly superior to theirs. Panic surged within Banyan, realizing that this young boy was no ordinary adversary. His ambitions were proving elusive. That is merely your opinion. I have never heard such nonsense. Silence. Sean abruptly commanded. Please maintain silence when others speak. Has becoming a Night's Watchman stripped you of even the basic dignity of nobility? Banyan Stark? Sean fixed his gaze upon Banyan, golden light slowly emanating from his eyes, as if conveying a divine decree, what I have just stated, and what I am about to articulate. I implore you, everyone present, to heed each word carefully. Remember, in the future, this may save your life or that of your companions. Sean's voice resonated with undeniable authority, leaving the young Night's Watchmen momentarily stunned. The second tier, the core strength of the others, is what we refer to as the White Walkers. These are emaciated, pallid humanoid beings with icy blue eyes. The moment you lay eyes upon one, you will know beyond doubt that they are not human. Cold, terrifying, powerful. They resemble officers in an army or nobles within a kingdom. Though few in number, they are all elite. Without the proper methods, one-on-one, they could easily dispatch any knight on the continent. Any knight. Not even Dawn's sword stands a chance. 3 more fingers. The White Walkers possess at least 3 magical abilities. First, they can render themselves transparent, blending seamlessly into their surroundings. Typically, in the icy wilderness, we cannot see the White Walkers with our eyes. Second, their ice magic is exceptionally pure, capable of unleashing extreme cold in their attacks, shattering steel into fragments of ice. Therefore, swords, armor, or any iron objects in the hands of a White Walker will shatter like glass. Furthermore, they are impervious to flames, incapable of being burned. Third, and most crucially, the White Walkers can transform the deceased into corpses. For every body, they gain a subordinate. Thus, each White Walker is equivalent to an entire army. In other words, a single White Walker can readily become a legion. Sean depicted a creature of despairing horror. Even Ned Stark heard, for the first time, a clear and comprehensive account of the nature of his ultimate foes. In a moment of profound uncertainty, the battle-hardened Duke of the North found himself at a loss. Unable to devise a strategy against such a terrifying adversary. An army of one, cloaked in invisibility, unmatched in one-on-one combat. What could mere mortals possibly wield against such a formidable entity? Yet, the White Walkers were not without their vulnerabilities. The conversation shifted once more. Unbeknownst to everyone, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of those present at the utterance of this statement by Scene. Thankfully, there was a solution. The guards remained oblivious to the fact that their emotions had been subtly manipulated by Scene. The corporeal forms of the White Walkers were entirely composed of ice magic. While they could withstand ordinary flames, they were defenseless against magical fire. As Scene spoke, he extended his hand towards Ed, signaling him. Ed understood and promptly handed over a piece of obsidian he had on him. Scene, with his burned left hand steady, grasped the obsidian as if the painful blisters were non-existent, revealing the sharp, black crystal to the assembly. Obsidian, also known as dragon crystal, was referred to by the ancient Valyrian Empire as frostfire or eternal flame, primarily sourced from volcanic sites and dragon lairs. It contained the essence of fire magic and was highly coveted by both sorcerers and dragons. Moreover, it was the very substance the White Walkers feared most. Should the obsidian be plunged into the body of a White Walker, the clash of ice and fire magic would cause the creature to dissolve like melting ice, transforming into an innocuous puddle of water. With a decisive motion, Scene thrust the obsidian into his own palm, blood gushing forth in a vivid crimson stream. Beautiful blood. Red. Scene smiled as he gazed at the sanguine liquid pooling in his hand, opening his fingers wide towards Banyang. Regrettably, I am not a White Walker. Banyang's expression twisted further in distress. This imp was no ordinary foe. Before Banyang could respond, Scene's demeanor suddenly turned grave, his voice heavy with portent. In the end, it would be the ultimate king among the upper echelon of the White Walkers, an entity that could emerge from 1,000 White Walkers, the most powerful supernal being beneath the gods, in some respects, more formidable than the dragons of House Targaryen. A palpable tension gripped the assembly once more. Unless it revealed itself, it could not be seen. Only the most powerful of shapeshifters, the Green Seer, could perceive it, as any sorcerer's senses would be thwarted. Its frigid powers could span hundreds of meters, capable of bringing down dragons from the skies. It alone could awaken the dead of an entire kingdom. Its body was as unyielding as stone, shattering any steel sword or obsidian weapon that dared to strike it, enveloped in an aura of extreme cold. Neither flame nor dragon fire could incinerate it, and most crucially, the White Walkers could not reproduce through conventional means. Only the White Walker King had the ability to conjure ordinary White Walkers in vast numbers using magic. Thus, the birth of a White Walker King heralded an explosive proliferation of their kind. Oh, ancient gods above! Ed could not suppress a groan. The guards exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves, their fear now unmistakably evident in their eyes. This is a legendary creature that, viewed from the panel's statistics, seems almost impossible for humanity to defeat. It has transcended their comprehension entirely. Had the Night King possessed even a modicum of military acumen, annihilating a cadre of medieval nobles and their serf soldiers would have been as effortless as child's play. In truth, the Night King has been toying with them. His singular tactic has been unfaltering: identify the target, eliminate, and then lead the charge. Remarkably, he nearly succeeded in exterminating all named characters in the realm of ice and fire. As long as the heart of the Night King's legion remains hidden, safely lurking while summoning countless minions, it is not merely fighting that could be averted. Even dragging it out would lead to the extinction of humankind. After all, the undead require neither sustenance nor agriculture, rendering them entirely devoid of logistical needs. A mere 500,000 strong human army, if they were to do nothing but guard the border, would suffer catastrophic losses within 3 years. Do you think that is the end of the matter? Now, a new generation of the Night King has emerged. His name is the Night King. A smirk crept across Shaun's lips. He took satisfaction in witnessing Banyang's resolute visage drain of all color upon hearing that name. Yes, he had heard of this name throughout his life. Surprised? Astonished? Did you think that the Stark family, guardians of the North, had only Jon Snow as their thunderbolt? Did you presume that I possess merely this small piece of leverage regarding Jon's lineage? What entitles you to believe that my grasp of this tidbit is the reason for the unwavering trust bestowed upon me by your illustrious brother, Eddard Stark? Banyang Stark. Naivety comes with a price. Chapter 9. The Night King and Matters of the North. All utter nonsense. This is the most malicious slander. It cannot be true. You are but a child under 10. You cannot possibly know. Thanks to this little imp's undoubtedly unreliable prejudices, Banyang quickly regained his composure. He refused to believe that his ultimate adversary was so formidable, so invincible, so familiar. Whether you believe it or not changes nothing. Shaun cast him a sidelong glance, asserting that the Night King was ever present and would not waver. In 10 years, you will witness it firsthand. At that time, do not forget to pay your respects. Shaun remarked cryptically. No, you speak nonsense. With an ashen countenance, Banyang broke free from his guards and lunged once more at the venomous little wretch. When words fail, most resort to force to prove their opponent's lies. Yet he was immediately restrained by the equally grim-faced Eddard. Banyang. Stop. Calm down. Eddard Stark. How can you expect me to remain calm? This little imp is slandering a commander of the Night's Watch. We have stood guard at the wall for 8,000 years. 8,000 years, amidst biting winds and relentless snow. We have endured for 8,000 years. How could a commander of the Night's Watch become the Night King? How dare he defame us? Banyang roared at Eddard. The name of the Night King is hauntingly familiar. In the childhood tales recounted by their wet nurse to Bran and Eddard, he was depicted as an immensely powerful commander of the Night's Watch, one who even aspired to rule. Ultimately, it took the unification of the North and the Wildlings, two bitter enemies, to defeat and expel him. Yet, regardless of his rebellion, he remains a commander of the Night's Watch, embodying their faith and honor. Now, you tell me he is the king of the others? Imagine if the followers of the Red God were to discover that the ultimate truth of their faith is that he is the progenitor of the Lord of Light. The very foundation of their belief would crumble. How could one continue to trust in such a farce? If what Theon claims is true, it would deliver a devastating blow to all members of the Night's Watch. And is he merely a commander of the Night's Watch? What was the Night King's surname again? Bran Stark. Remember to kneel and pay your respects when you meet the Night King for the first time in the dark 10 years hence. Theon wore a malicious grin. Although there are no explicit records, Bran has gleaned from the tales passed down through Winterfell that the heretical commander of the Night's Watch, the Night King, bore the surname Stark. Kill him. Eddard, kill him. He must die? Bran struggled desperately in Eddard's embrace, his voice hoarse and frantic. Is it a jest? The greatest enemy is the ancestor of our own leader? So, the Starks are also masters of their own theatrics? Have the Stark family lead the Northmen to battle against their own forebear? Such explosive revelations would undoubtedly undermine the Stark family's legitimacy in the North, inciting many lesser noble houses, like House Bolton, to stir restlessly. Bran, enough. Eddard's stern reprimand made Bran halt abruptly. He turned to face Eddard. Recalling their initial meeting at the wall, an absurd thought surged through Bran's mind. Do you know? You know everything, don't you? Eddard lowered his gaze, offering no response. I have no desire to speak. I am weary. The truth remains the truth, unaltered by anyone's words or actions, Theon scoffed. Just as in 10 years hence, when the long night descends, the fallen commander of the Night's Watch will unleash his army of wights to breach the wall, exterminating every descendant of the Night's Watch. This is the anchor of destiny. You cannot change it. Kill me? Kill everyone present? No. Even if you were to slay every historian, you would change nothing. Just like that erroneous war 6 years ago. Poor Bran, you are powerless to effect any change. The final words of Theon shattered the spirit of the Night's Watch. The feeling of helplessness, unable to effect change, coupled with the betrayal of deceit from loved ones, rendered Banyang to perceive the world as an illusion. Banyang, in a state of despair, struggled and wailed in Ed's embrace, akin to a child bereft of parental care. Sean, I have spoken. Enough. Cease your torment. Ed held his brother tightly, fully aware of this sense of powerlessness, a sentiment he had harbored since the revelation of the truth, an understanding of being toyed with by fate. Oh, I apologize. I have wounded some tender hearts. Sean shrugged, extending his hands in a gesture devoid of sincerity. Your aggression towards me stems from your fear. You dare to confront me because you do not yet fear me sufficiently. Is there any uncertainty regarding my words? Sean surveyed the assembly of guards, whose eyes collectively averted, seeking self-preservation. Even Roderick, who had often held disdain for him, gingerly touched his freshly bandaged arm, avoiding Sean's gaze. Doubts? Goodness. The last person to question is currently weeping in his brother's arms. Moreover, the enormity of the information, White Walkers, the Night King, and Destiny, had left the guards utterly unprepared to process it all. What? No questions? Sean feigned surprise with exaggerated expression. Excellent. No issues. This signifies the establishment of preliminary trust. Then, with a skeptical demeanor, Sean mused, I just stated, winter is coming in 10 years. And the Night King will lead the army of the dead to annihilate all of Westeros. And you have no questions whatsoever? Walder Frye? The crowd erupted in chaos. Walder, winter has come? The apocalypse is upon us. Oh no, 10 years. The dead are approaching? Not merely the dead, but the Night King, a creature invulnerable to swords and impervious to flames. Oh, the old gods above. Is this the reason the old gods have granted the dead resurrection? To alert us through this young Iron Sean? The apocalyptic narrative perpetually holds market value. The fear of the unknown regarding the end times swiftly silenced all other concerns. The guards began to engage in spirited discussions, entirely disregarding Banyang's plight and his worries. Is this true? Are you certain? Do you dare to swear? By the new gods, the old gods, your drowned god, and all deities upon this continent. Are you speaking the truth? Roderick finally quelled the tumult, vociferously questioning Sean. He did not challenge his lord, Ed, but directly confronted Sean. However, to Sean, this was a favorable development, signifying that his words were beginning to garner significance. Sean raised his palm, declaring, I am Sean Greyjoy, son of Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. I swear by the new gods, the old gods, the drowned god, and all deities upon this continent that what I just articulated is indeed the truth. I have seen in the realm of the gods the future. In 10 years, the long night will descend, heralded by the arrival of the White Walkers alongside winter. In the north, the ultimate mission is about to commence. The entire camp is enveloped in silence. The guards exchange wide-eyed glances, their lips sealed. A sense of unease and tension begins to permeate the air. Perhaps, in moments of intoxication or grievance, the men might carelessly utter blasphemous words against the gods, but in this solemn and formal setting, none dare to jest with the oaths of the deities. For indeed, the gods exist in this world. This is a verity. Amidst the silence, Eddard slowly begins to speak. The certified professional has arrived. He had intended to conceal certain truths regarding the impending winter, the fate that awaits, and various secrets. However, it is evident that Theon has a different agenda. Out of trust in Theon and a sense of guilt towards the guards who have fought alongside him only to face collective doom, he timely offers his support. Oh gods! This is indeed true. Lord Eddard has acknowledged it. The gods' warning. Oh, winter is coming. What shall we do? Blast. We are woefully unprepared. We lack food, weapons, and fuel. And obsidian. Only obsidian can slay the White Walkers. We have not a single shard in our stores. What shall we do about the Night King? Obsidian cannot kill the Night King. Oh, confound it. Swords, flames, and obsidian are all ineffective. How on earth shall we confront this cursed entity? Shall we seek out a sorcerer? Theon quietly observes this elite assembly from Winterfell. After an initial flurry of panic, they swiftly regain their composure, initiating various war simulations, showcasing their formidable military acumen. Northerners are born warriors. Theon glances at Eddard, tilting his head in inquiry. Eddard ponders briefly and nods. Theon raises his hands and claps. The guards fall silent. At this moment, none dare to regard this young lad as merely a common hostage. Once all eyes are upon him, Theon clears his throat. 8,000 years ago, a long night similarly cast its shadow over the land. To combat the White Walkers, a hero, whose name we all know, Azor Ahai, stepped forth. Under the guidance of the gods, he toiled relentlessly for 100 days and nights, forging a divine sword, Lightbringer. The Savior slew the first generation of the White Walkers with this sacred blade, ending the long night and saving humanity. Oh, I see now. You mean that if we can find that sword, we can slay the Night King and put an end to the long night? Sir Roderick exclaimed in delight. I understand. However, that sword has been lost for 8,000 years. It is likely buried in a place unreachable by humankind, Theon swiftly replied, satisfied to see Sir Roderick's expression of confusion. You know nothing. What place could be beyond human reach? Northerners fear nothing. Even if it lies at the bottom of the sea or buried deep underground, we shall unearth it. Roderick retorted defiantly. Valyria's ruins. Theon remarked with a nonchalant glance in his direction. The old lord's face lost all color. Valyria, the cursed realm of the gods, where mortals had vanished. It echoed the last remnants of a great empire, shrouded in the wrath of vengeful spirits and lethal miasma. No one had ever emerged alive from that desolate place. Even the mightiest dragon of House Targaryen, the Black Dread, Vhagar, had perished there. Mortals? Fearless? Huh. Would you care to try leaping into a volcano? No, we cannot surrender. We must make the attempt. If we fail, we shall send more. Surely, someone will return alive. We will find that sword. Count me in. Is there truly a fearless soul among us? Sayin looked in astonishment at the speaker. A familiar face. Aelin, blue card. Regardless, this unwavering resolve is commendable. Even Roderick, usually stubborn, had softened his stance. Sayin, stop jesting, Ed urged with some displeasure. Sayin smiled slightly, gestured with his hand, and continued his tale. During the ancient Valyrian dynasty, the descendants of Azor Ahai, the Lightbringer, fell into the hands of the imperial royal family. The dragon lords summoned all the sorcerers, employing Valyrian blood magic, sacrificing countless slaves, and ultimately, Sayin maliciously paused, heightening everyone's anticipation. They unraveled the secret of forging the divine sword. The Valyrian Empire mass-produced a metal identical to that of the Lightbringer. This metal was resilient, lightweight, resplendent, and would never rust, dull, or break. The great dragon empire proudly named this metal dragonsteel. Sayin approached Ed, clasped his hands, and with a swift motion drew forth his ancestral sword, Ice. The Stark family heirloom. After the fall of the Valyrian Empire, dragonsteel weapons scattered across the world. To honor that lost empire, we have come to call this metal Valyrian steel. Sayin raised Ice high. The flames of the bonfire danced upon the gleaming blade, the light reflecting in the eyes of everyone present. So brilliant, so enchanting. Guided by destiny, the weapon capable of slaying the Night King had long been delivered to House Stark. All gazes were entranced by the radiance of the ice sword. Indeed, though our enemy may be formidable, we have the guidance of the gods. We have valiant leaders, and we possess weapons to vanquish our foes. By this sword we pledge. The gods bear witness. We shall slay the Night King. We shall end this winter. The North shall claim ultimate victory. Long live Winterfell. Long live House Stark. Long live. In a final crescendo, everyone raised their weapons and shouted in unison, a mere 30 souls, yet they echoed with the might of 1,000 armies. Chapter 10, The Endless Gold Mine. After calming the excitable guards, the hour had grown late into the night. The night watch and defense personnel were meticulously arranged once more, with most retiring for rest. By the fire, 5 individuals remained. Ed, Theon, Roderick, Banyan, and Ellen. Sleep? After such a tumultuous day filled with gossip, who could possibly slumber? They rose again to revel. The guards, who were meant to rest in their tents in preparation for their shifts, were still animatedly whispering amongst themselves. Many eyes sparkled with curiosity as they stole glances at the 5 gathered by the fire. The decision-maker, the wolf-bearer Ed, the cunning strategist Theon, the middle management figure Sir Roderick, and the well-connected Banyan. Ellen's performance had temporarily garnered him a place in Theon and Ed's reserve of management. Exceptional individuals invariably shine forth. What truly irked Theon was that Banyan had also been left behind. This was a meeting in Winterfell. Why were you still here? Night's Watch recruit? Theon retorted to Banyan without courtesy. He had not forgotten the scars Banyan had left upon his neck and tender spirit. I am a Stark. Banyan glared fiercely at Theon. I am more deserving than any man of the Night's Watch to partake in the meeting of Winterfell. The Night's Watch is detached from the mundane. Once you don the black cloak, you ought to sever ties with all your previous life and relationships. The topics of our discussion are secular and unworthy of the noble and honorable Night's Watch. Theon shot back defiantly. Damn it, you speak of the long night, of the White Walkers, and yet you claim it has nothing to do with the Night's Watch? Banyan nearly choked with indignation. Without White Walkers, without the Night King, Without the long night, do you not disbelieve in these things? Do you not consider my words to be mere fabrications? Why then attend this meeting? Theon feigned curiosity in his inquiry. Indeed, I do not believe. Banyan fixed a piercing gaze upon Theon, articulating each word deliberately. You possess no evidence. You are merely speaking to intimidate. You cannot substantiate your claims. Prejudice is difficult to shatter. Even if Brother Ed were willing to testify, even if the guards of Winterfell believed Theon's assertions, Banyan remained obstinate. Perhaps this was his final stand. In fact, I possess evidence, Theon smirked enigmatically, causing Banyan to feel an unsettling premonition. In the library tower of Winterfell, within the archives of the Night's Watch Castle, and in the Grand Library of the Citadel, our ancestors have meticulously documented the characteristics of the White Walkers and methods of counteracting them. You may investigate. If you are illiterate, seek out the learned individuals, like the scholars of the Citadel, or the eldest member of the Night's Watch, the one named Maester Aemon. They can provide knowledge of the White Walkers and the existence of the Night King. And you, Banyan Stark, remain utterly ignorant of this. Theon's smile brimmed with malice once more. Have you read too little, Banyan? Damn it. A flurry of chaos erupted by the fire. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with Banyan storming off in a fury. Before departing, Theon maliciously reminded new recruits of the Night's Watch, should you encounter Maester Aemon in the future, do inquire about his surname. You shall be met with a surprise. From a distance, Benjen retorted. 3 lotus blossoms flowed upon the azure pool. Around the fire, for remained. Hesitant to speak, fearful of rebuke. Benjen, a Stark, yet also a member of the Night's Watch, possessed a dual allegiance, potentially leaning more towards the Watch. The matters ahead were not suited for his ears. Noticing the atmosphere grow tense, Theon felt compelled to clarify. My intentions are rooted in the greater good, calculated and legitimate. Certainly not born of pettiness, grudges, or jealousy. Do you comprehend? The trio from Winterfell exchanged glances, silently agreeing not to mention Theon's own dual loyalties as a Stark and a Greyjoy. Indeed, we too consider the greater good, not from fear of rebuke, they affirmed. Winter is coming. The enemy approaches. Whether facing the others, the wildlings beyond the wall, or foes within the kingdom, we must prepare for war. Is that understood? Theon inquired. Wait. We are to confront the entire world of humanity's enemy. The others, everyone shall perish. Ellen cautiously presented his opinion. A pertinent question. Theon praised before posing a query that made him pale. As a man of the north, you would travel to the warm south. Informing those contented worshippers of the Seven, the old gods have revealed to us that winter is nigh, and we are all in peril. Pray, tighten your belts. Supply the north with grain, provide war materials, and perhaps dispatch tens of thousands of soldiers to man the wall. How would you respond if you were a southern noble? The expressions of the 3 shifted. They were no fools. They believed in the prophecy of winter's arrival for 3 reasons. Theon's display of divine favor, Eddard's endorsement under the Stark name, and the North's unique geography and culture, where its people harbored an immediate dread of winter and the others. As direct victims, upon hearing of the Wolf's arrival, the Northerners must prepare, regardless of the truth of the threat. However, these 3 factors held no sway over the Southern nobility. What relevance does the old god's warning have to us worshippers of the Seven? The Stark name may carry weight in the North, but to the Southerners, you are merely the chief of a remote, backward ethnic group. As for the others, were there not Northerners to stand in their way? To demand assistance without substantiating the threat would be seen as folly. They would likely ridicule and scorn, deeming such notions insane. After a moment of reflection, Ellen bitterly concluded, until the others stand before them, the Southerners shall not believe. Roderick shook his head in agreement. No. Even when the White Walkers stand before them, some individuals may exclaim in exuberance, how splendid. Once the White Walkers have vanquished the Northmen, we shall then eliminate the White Walkers, simultaneously disposing of 2 adversaries. Believe me, there are certainly those who would entertain such thoughts. Theon cast a glance at Eddard, offering a suggestive reminder, such as the Lannisters. The folly of mankind can far surpass the bounds of human imagination. One must never harbor any hope or sympathy for the enemy. The North must prepare for every eventuality, bracing for the worst. When necessary, we must seal off the neck, simultaneously confronting foes from both the North and the South. Theon continued to gaze at Eddard. This pronouncement astonished the 3 men, yet the true significance of his words was comprehended solely by Eddard. In the face of the White Walkers, it is conceivable that the Southerners may serve as allies. When confronted by fate, all may become adversaries. From the outset, Theon had leveraged the fight against the White Walkers to galvanize the North, yet he did not neglect to remind Eddard of the true enemy they faced. To combat both the White Walkers and the Southerners simultaneously? Are you mad? How many soldiers would that require? How much weaponry? How much sustenance? Do you realize? Roderick exclaimed in shock. The White Walkers already represent an apocalyptic calamity. You wish to wage war on two fronts? You truly understand nothing. This is impossible, Roderick asserted emphatically. Subsequently, he observed a satisfied smile creeping across Theon's lips as he slowly began. Everything is possible. We require 100,000 trained soldiers. We need ships laden with fine weaponry. We need provisions sufficient to fill every granary in the north. Theon began to enumerate, indicating he was not merely speaking idly. In conclusion, he conveyed a singular gesture, lightly rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. We need money. A great deal of money. Roderick and Tomard exchanged glances with Eddard, their expectant gazes rendering him momentarily uncomfortable. We have just emerged from a battle. Even if we were to scour every corner of Winterfell's storerooms, we might not find 5,000 golden dragons. Eddard replied in a hushed tone. In truth, Eddard was being modest. He had at least concocted an excuse about their current impoverishment due to the enormous costs of war. In reality, the other nobles of the north fought for the king, not at the expense of Winterfell, but rather with their own provisions. His recent battle had not been particularly costly. However, even before the Iron Islands conflict, Winterfell was notoriously destitute, steadfastly clinging to the title of the poorest among the Seven Kingdoms. I know, Theon nodded, unflinchingly acknowledging that the poverty of the Northmen was as renowned as their valor throughout all of Westeros. Unceremoniously, he pierced the hearts of the three men with his words. Theon rose to his feet, inhaling deeply the frigid air, gazing skyward with outstretched arms. In the realm of the gods, I have glimpsed countless methods of generating wealth: glass, soap, sugar production, steel refining, navigation, steam engines, and so much more. Given sufficient time, I could transform Winterfell into the epicenter of global wealth. I could drain every coin from the Bravo's treasury, compelling the cohoric magnates to kneel and beseech me to spare them from ruin. However, the caveat lies in the availability of time, and alas, we are out of it. Scene's voice lowered. A common misconception among time travelers is the belief that the mere invention of a groundbreaking product, such as soap, would yield immeasurable riches the very next day. People across the continent would flock to my doorstep, eager to bestow their wealth upon me, and I would swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of success. In reality, humanity is often resistant to embracing the novel. Any new innovation, upon its inception, faces immediate scrutiny from all strata of society, from the common folk to the nobility, from religious institutions to academic circles. Questions abound. What is this formula? What materials are used? How can I trust you? Is this greasy substance derived from human skin? Will it rot my hands? Prolonged use might even strip my soul. A plethora of bizarre rationales ensues. One requires a substantial customer base, rigorous testing, and a proven track record of safety and efficacy, often necessitating free samples, donations to bishops, and bribes to judges to garner acceptance for an entirely unprecedented product. This process of acceptance frequently unfolds over years. Take, for instance, the steam engine. Emblematic of the Industrial Revolution, from the invention of the first model to its widespread market acceptance, 50 years elapsed. By the time your product is finally embraced, you will confront a myriad of challenges: market expansion, promotion, sales, logistics, debt collection, and after-sales service, compounded by the incessant slander, discrimination, imitation, and cutthroat competition from both peers and cross-industry rivals. The multitude of obstacles is enough to turn one's hair gray overnight. Even something as seemingly simple as basic soap, comprising merely 3 or 4 primary ingredients and 4 or 5 processes, is too straightforward to safeguard its production methods. Unless one wields power to eliminate all competitors and monopolize the market, the moment large-scale production is initiated, one will discover a scarcity of raw materials and skilled artisans. Having bypassed the necessary industrial milestones, thus lacking a supporting secondary industry chain, manufacturing soap requires, at the very least, fats, wood ash, and limestone. If these raw materials cannot be sourced on a large scale, soap production and application will inevitably falter. By the time the secondary industry chain is sufficiently established, production aligns with demand, and sales channels stabilize, one may find that a decade has elapsed. The army of the White Walkers could well be at your doorstep by then. Will there still be a market for your product? Scene succinctly elucidated the underlying principles, regardless of whether they comprehended his explanation, ultimately concluding, we have but 10 years. Thus, what we urgently require is something readily available in the north, an item that can be instantly exchanged for currency, something that can continuously generate gold, such as a gold mine. An inexhaustible gold mine. Chapter 11. The timeless magic of a millennium. This is impossible. Although Roderick was left in a haze of confusion, he grasped the final statement. A gold mine. In the sparsely populated north, no substantial gold mine had ever been discovered, let alone one that was inexhaustible. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Scene shook his finger again. What the naked eye can see is abundant in the north. It is merely that no one has ever uncovered it. Ed and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, failing to understand. Ahem. Scene, do continue. I am certain you have more to share. Ed gestured for him to proceed. You have just received a piece of information. The long night will arrive in 10 years. Am I correct? Scene teased once more. So any astute individual should immediately surmise that the entire next decade will be a long summer. The trio by the fire momentarily froze. Soon, the three clever minds eagerly nodded in unison. Yes, indeed. A long summer. Absolutely. 10 years of prolonged summer. Oh, we can seize this opportunity to expand our crops and stockpile provisions. 10 years of summer. What a vast amount of food that would require. Scene smirked, feigning ignorance of the trio's embarrassment. Yes, the long summer signifies abundance. But what does it mean for the noble lords? For the hundreds of thousands residing in the city of King's Landing? For the bishops who must don heavy robes each day? Summer. The eternal sun. What is their most palpable experience of it? The clever ones exchanged glances, contemplating in silence. Summer? The sun, heat. Ed queried uncertainly. Ice. Scene affirmed loudly. Heat. Just think about it. The noble lords ensconced in their stifling castles, the throngs of tens of thousands crowded in King's Landing, the bishops praying daily in their thick vestments. Not to mention Dorne, that infernal place. Under the long summer sun, the heat could cook an egg on one's scalp. They desperately require something to cool them down, something to prevent them from sweltering in the heat, allowing them to sleep comfortably on sultry summer nights. This very thing is abundant throughout the north. The three exchanged glances. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Elend's mind, and his gaze drifted to the treetops, where icicles gently chimed in the cold wind, producing a melodious sound. Ice. Using ice to cool off in summer is not a novel idea. Many nobles would carve large blocks of ice during winter, storing them in cellars to be used in the sweltering summer months. Ice. Scene clenched his fist with determination. Ice can transform a stifling banquet hall into a refreshing haven. Ice can ensure a peaceful slumber on scorching summer nights. And adding ice to drinks can provide an unparalleled coolness, crystalline and invigorating. It could even save a feverish patient. Moreover, in ordinary seasons, nobles could stockpile ice in winter for summer use. However, with the impending decade of long summer, no noble could amass enough ice for 10 years. Only the North possesses this capability. We shall monopolize the entire ice market of Westeros. In this prolonged summer, the nobles yearned for a respite from the sweltering nights that robbed them of sleep, and thus sought to procure ice from the north at considerable expense. Despite the frigid landscape of the far north, the words of Shaun ignited a fervor within the hearts of the three men. Yet, the question arose, how could we transport the ice southward, given that Winterfell lacks even a single vessel? Elend expressed his concern. What an astute inquiry. Shaun responded, pleased with the young squire's contemplation. The glaciers and snow-capped mountains of the north have endured for millennia, while the icebergs of the northern sea have drifted for centuries, standing resolute like mighty peaks. Why is this? The melting of ice requires specific conditions, temperature, and sustained heat absorption. If we keep the ice blocks together and insulate them with some heat-resistant materials to hinder external heat transfer, the melting process will occur at an exceedingly slow rate, sufficiently so to transport the majority of the ice to King's Landing. Though they may not fully grasp the technical jargon, the three had witnessed the grandeur of the glaciers and icebergs and instinctively sensed that Shaun's proposition was indeed feasible. Next, regarding the production of ice, we could substitute the labor of farmers for military service, as the annual tribute from the north yields negligible returns. As for transportation, we could enlist merchant ships in need of ballast stones, persuading them to use our substantial ice blocks in place of traditional ballast while they transport their own goods. I trust that, for the sake of House Stark, no one would refuse such an arrangement. Upon arrival in King's Landing, we could present a portion of the ice to His Majesty the King, requesting a grand feast. Let us call it the summer's winter banquet. Imagine, in the Red Keep's hall adorned with ice, nobles sipping chilled wine and indulging in ice cream. Do not question the ice cream yet. I shall enlighten you later, before drifting into a refreshing slumber upon their icy pillows. Even the king would approve. Huzzah! Nobles, would you partake? We could establish a central ice depot, continuing southward to sell our ice to Dorne, Bravos, Pintos, and the lands of the sisterhood. Trust me, those desert-dwelling folk, draped in their headscarves and sipping hot water, would gladly exchange their weight in gold for our ice. Shaun expounded on the entire process, from production and transportation to marketing and logistics. Not only Roderick and Alan, but even Ned Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and Guardian of the North, felt a surge of enthusiasm. Shaun's vision of selling ice was not mere fantasy. It was a comprehensive and wholly viable business strategy. In an era devoid of air conditioning and refrigeration, a humble man, armed with rudimentary tools, extracted ice from northern lakes and sold it worldwide, amassing a fortune of millions and earning the title of Ice King. If a mere merchant could achieve such success, Ned Stark, with his considerable resources and influence, could swiftly replicate this model and monopolize the market. Coconut shavings. This is feasible, entirely feasible, Ellen exclaimed, rising in excitement. If we can truly transport the ice to King's Landing, Winterfell will enjoy a continuous stream of income. As long as summer persists, the North can sell ice. This is a gold mine, an inexhaustible gold mine. Eddard rose to his feet, pacing back and forth for a moment, lost in thought, before abruptly turning to face Theon. The income over 10 years, how much can it amount to? Ice, my lord. Theon gestured toward Eddard. Indeed, the Duke's mind remains clear and unclouded. The actual revenue will depend on specific circumstances. Assuming we price 1 stone of ice at 1 silver stag. Given the current productivity of the North and the transport capacity of the river, it's unlikely we could exceed 6,000 golden dragons annually at peak. Over 10 years. That amounts to a maximum of 50,000 golden dragons. While 50,000 golden dragons is indeed a substantial sum, it is far from enough to transform the North. Furthermore, this amount would only be received after 10 years. Our initial annual income would be even less. Eddard nodded, accustomed as he was to contemplating matters from a broader perspective. Being one of the foremost nobles in the Seven Kingdoms, he quickly discerned that this market had its limitations. However, he approached the issue from a different angle. The buyers of ice would inevitably be nobles or wealthy bishops, and the number of such individuals is finite, thus limiting the potential for bulk purchases. As for exporting, that would entail a far more complicated process. Surely, one does not think that Westeros is devoid of trade barriers and customs protections? Do you believe exportation is a simple endeavor? Eddard remarked. As one of the highest-ranking nobles in Westeros, nearly becoming the hand of the king, I have witnessed the world. Even Roderick and Alan fell silent, a peculiar sense of dejection washing over them. Then, with a series of sharp snaps of his fingers, Theon sought to invigorate them. I must employ an ancient, mysterious, time-bending magic that transcends millennia. We need to receive the profits from ice sales 10, 20, or even 30 years ahead, all in the present. This year, we must acquire 500,000 golden dragons to commence our grand design. 500,000 golden dragons this year. Eddard was left dumbfounded. Pardon me, I, Eddard Stark, have not encountered such grandeur. Are you mad? Roderick nearly exclaimed, but quickly sealed his lips. Chapter 12. Master, I wish to learn magic. Speak your mind completely. Theon urged Roderick with a playful tilt of his head. Roderick, feeling the weight of their gazes, found Eddard and Alan watching him with keen anticipation. Blast it. The knight licked his lips, stubbornly retorting, time magic? To retrieve future wealth in the present? That is impossible. Theon chuckled, thoroughly pleased. This magic is quite simple, Sir Roderick. If you were a generous and affluent noble, though I know you are not, I speak hypothetically, and I happen to possess a business that can yield 10,000 golden dragons annually, it is a certainty, without a doubt, that this venture will be profitable. Thus, in 20 years, I would assuredly have an income of 200,000 golden dragons. Wouldn't you agree? However, I find myself in urgent need of funds, thus I wish to exchange the future earnings of this business, amounting to 200,000 gold dragons over the next 20 years, for an immediate loan of 100,000 gold dragons. What do you think? The innocent smile of Theon illuminated the conversation. Ah, I see. Indeed. While it is impossible to access income prematurely, one can certainly mortgage future earnings to secure a loan. Although some losses may be incurred, this significantly reduces the time required to access funds, a crucial factor in Winterfell, where time is of the essence. Ellen suddenly comprehended. If it were me, and I was certain that the business would yield stable profits, I would also agree. Eddard pondered for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. Even though 20 years is a lengthy period, who would refuse a business that guarantees earning 100,000 gold dragons? A fool indeed. A surefire profit. Who wouldn't he desire that? The nobility, as the upper class, inherently possess high status and a stable income. They need not take risks to ensure generational wealth. Unlike merchants who pursue high returns with high risks, nobles favor ventures that are low risk and low loss, although they do not shy away from decent profits. Contrary to the common understanding of a spirit of adventure, what nobles fear most is the peril of significant losses. Such losses symbolize a decline in status and could jeopardize the fortunes of their descendants, leaving them with no pride to meet their ancestors in the afterlife. A prime example of this is the Peak family of the Riverlands, who recklessly wagered their entire fortune in pursuit of overnight wealth, only to descend from the ranks of the great noble families to mere obscurity, mocked by the entire Westerosi aristocracy. Ultimately, all this talk of magic is merely a matter of borrowing money. Roderick, with a severed hand yet still defiant, muttered to himself. Soon, he felt Theon's gaze upon him, intensely scrutinizing him, causing him discomfort. Borrow money? Really? Theon's expression of confusion and disdain suggested he regarded Roderick not as an equal, but rather as an insignificant creature. Pray tell, how might one borrow 10 gold dragons from a stranger? How could one persuade a creditor, sword drawn, to lend an additional 100 gold dragons? How does one incite the entire continent to brandish their coin purses, clamoring to lend money? How could one borrow 100,000 gold dragons, yet repay only 10,000, leaving the lender grateful? These profound queries echoed in the soul, one after another. Borrowing money is an intricate art, entwined with social dynamics, economics, time, psychology, and mathematics. From ancient times to the present and into the future, those who master the art of borrowing are invariably the wealthiest individuals, the darlings of their eras. Theon paused, observing the disdain etched upon Roderick's face. To most, borrowing money is deemed a disreputable act. It entails a humble supplication for charity, followed by the anxiety of feeling inferior, particularly when confronted by a creditor. Ah, the ignorant souls. Realizing this, Theon shook his head in amusement, rising to his feet and playfully bowing to Roderick. Dear Sir Roderick, I am Sir Shaun, your neighbor. I find myself in dire financial straits, while your wealth is substantial, amounting to 100 gold dragons. In light of our neighborly relations, I humbly request a loan of 50 gold dragons today to support my family, with a promise to return 100 gold dragons, principal and interest, in 1 month's time. Should I fail to repay, my land shall be yours. What say you? Sir Kiso appeared somewhat bewildered, yet, under the scrutinizing gazes of Eddard and Tomard, he merely nodded. It would be imprudent to refuse such a seemingly generous offer, after all. Shaun smiled, declaring that he would procure all available grain at an exorbitant price of 1 silver stag per stone, including some of your own reserves, which he promptly stored in his granary. However, just a few days later, Shaun's smile vanished abruptly as the long night arrived and winter descended. How shall you respond to this? This is outrageous. How could winter arrive so fortuitously? No, we cannot be caught unprepared, Roderick protested loudly. Shaun chuckled softly and continued. With winter's arrival, the price of grain exceeds that of gold. You will receive not a single grain, and soon your family shall face starvation. You have come to me, demanding the early return of 100 gold dragons or their equivalent in grain. In consideration of our neighborly ties and your past assistance, I am willing to provide you with grain valued at 100 gold dragons, specifically 10 stones of grain. Yes, 10 gold dragons per stone. By the gods, this is preposterous. Roderick erupted, standing in anger. 10 gold dragons per stone? This is pure robbery. If you disagree, tomorrow's grain price will be 20 gold dragons per stone, and the day after, 30 gold dragons per stone, Shaun continued. Since it has been assumed that I have acquired all circulating grain, it is evident that I dictate the price of grain. I believe I can skip to the conclusion. Ultimately, your 100 gold dragons shall find their way into my possession, leaving you with nothing but the need to beg for my charity. Shaun's words held a chilling undertone. Everything had changed. I merely borrowed money once. This is due to winter, not the act of borrowing, Roderick thought to argue, but suddenly halted. No, this wretched boy can indeed foresee winter. Not just winter, but any impending disaster. Storms, floods, earthquakes, or war. The narrative could easily be repeated. Eddard contemplated more deeply than Roderick. He discerned that winter symbolizes a moment of opportunity. Any calamity could invoke Shaun's method. For instance, borrowing money to stockpile grain at low prices before a war, only to sell it at the peak of demand during conflict. Natural disasters and winter are uncontrollable. Yet war, Eddard's fervent sense of justice would never permit his subordinates to engage in such actions. She gazed at Ellen with a sense of profound satisfaction. In the golden light of his scrutiny, he noted the profession column on Ellen's blue character card, Merchant, which shone resplendently. The golden hand had indeed produced a genuine article. With such commercial acumen, Ellen, the Guard, was certainly worthy of support. The golden dragons of Westeros would soon face an unprecedented winter. Sheehan uttered a statement laden with significance. Before that winter descends, while the golden dragons still hold value, we must seize the opportunity to extract every possible coin from the pockets of the Southerners, whether through collateral, favors, or even begging. No, what you meant to say was to deceive, right? The golden dragons confronting winter? Will the money be frozen? Roderick, the least astute in economic matters present, completely failed to grasp the implications. When the golden dragons encounter winter, they will cease to be valuable. Eddard exhaled deeply, patiently elucidating, then suddenly inquired, because of war? He was aware of fragments of the future, having gleaned various insights during Sheehan's moments of madness, including the impending clash between lions and wolves. No, Sheehan shook his head, his expression gradually turning grave. As I mentioned, every individual adept in the art of borrowing is a darling of the era, a billionaire. And now, the favored one of Westeros has emerged. In the not-so-distant future, he shall become the master of coin on the Iron Throne. Eddard's pupils dilated in shock. Peter Baelish, the childhood friend of his wife, Catelyn, who had also conspired against Eddard during Sheehan's delirious ramblings. Sheehan nodded solemnly. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, had risen from a destitute noble with nothing but a pile of stones and sheep dung, who had lost his beloved and been grievously injured by a rival, to become the master of coin of the realm, the Duke of Harrenhal, the acting Lord of the Eyrie, the Guardian of the Vale, and the clandestine mastermind behind the four great trading houses. His ascent was as astonishing and surreal as that of a protagonist in a tale of triumph. Throughout the annals of Westeros, Littlefinger's rapid rise in status and wealth could only be compared to the ancestors of House Tyrell, who became guardians of the Reach through expedient kneeling. The Tyrells thrived on luck, devoid of skill. Peter, however, relied not on fortune but on sheer cunning. He was a top-tier player who ascended to the peak of the Vale without cheat codes or financial investment. Peter would devise a most formidable coin magic, capable of rubbing two coins between his fingers to conjure a third. Sheehan mimicked the motion of rubbing his fingers together. What a fact! The trio was once again taken aback. They exchanged glances, swallowing the incredulous notion that it was impossible. This left Sheehan with a hint of disappointment. Just a touch. My lord, what is this coin magic? Ellen inquired with humble curiosity. Teacher, I wish to learn magic too. The other two chimed in, their ears pricked with interest. With this enchantment, the North would never have to worry about money again. The answer is far simpler than one might imagine. Theon did not keep them in suspense. He reclaimed 2 gold dragons, melted them into liquid gold, and then added a weight of lead equivalent to 1 gold dragon. Finally, he recast the mixture of lead and gold into gold dragons, 3 in total. Oh no, how could this be? Aelin's reaction was the most intense. He realized that this magic was beyond his grasp. The sole authority to mint coins in Westeros lay in the hands of the Iron King. No, this is not magic. It is deception. Eddard's response was even more fervent. Once the shock wore off, he understood that this coin magic was entirely feasible, as the sole minting authority resided with the Iron Throne, and the master of coin could execute this trickery. Yet, his feelings leaned more towards dread. Aelin's entrepreneurial acumen quickly led him to the horrifying realization. From 2 to 3 was merely the beginning. The coin magic could be infinitely replicated. By reclaiming those gold dragons that contained only 2/3 gold and mixing in more lead, one could produce more dragons with even lower gold content, continuing the cycle of reclamation and dilution. As he contemplated the terrifying implications of the coin magic, Eddard's sweat poured down like a waterfall. This was sheer deception. The gold dragons would steadily lose their value, while the prices of grain and other goods would skyrocket. He was unaware that in another realm, there existed a great empire that had shamelessly reduced the silver content in its minted coins to less than 1%. A 10-gram silver coin contained less than 0.1 gram of silver, yet it still dared to be called a silver coin. The consequence of this was a term that struck fear into the hearts of all: inflation. Throughout all timelines, during the latter years of Robert's reign, inflation in Westeros reached astonishing levels. At a tournament held to celebrate Eddard's ascension to the throne, the champion's reward amounted to a staggering 40,000 gold dragons. 40,000 gold dragons. That was equivalent to a decade's worth of taxes from Winterfell. And this was merely for one event's victor. Merchants would struggle to sell their goods. Farmers would lose the will to cultivate. And while the noble houses' stockpiles of gold dragons remained unchanged, their worth dwindled to nothing, leaving only the Iron Throne to gorge itself. It was akin to a ghastly vampire, siphoning the lifeblood of the entire kingdom to enrich itself. However, this would eventually be discovered. and the king would be torn apart by an enraged populace. Eddard continued to worry for his dear friend Robert. It could not be discovered. Or rather, it must not be discovered. Theon shook his head. To prove that the king was adulterating the gold dragons, one would have to melt them as evidence, but destroying the nation's currency was a capital offense. The trio by the fire nearly suffered a heart attack upon hearing this. Was there no reason left in the world? If one did not melt the gold dragons, there was no evidence to claim the king was committing fraud, yet if one melted the gold dragons for evidence, they would face execution for destroying currency. Moreover, the evidence from a condemned criminal would undoubtedly be dismissed, rendering their death futile. A perfect closed loop. As long as the king remains obstinate and shameless, Baelish can continue to manipulate this coin magic indefinitely. The extent of this manipulation entirely hinges on the king's limits. Alas, as Ed is aware, his dear friend, King Robert, possesses a rather low threshold. Chapter 13. For my sake, please become a master knowing that inflation is imminent. There are indeed numerous methods to evade its grasp. The simplest approach is to convert depreciating currency into more stable assets, such as gold or land. Naturally, this world is not devoid of intelligent individuals. They not only manage to evade inflation, but also seize the opportunity to reap substantial profits. For instance, when 100 gold dragons equate to 1 pound of gold, one could borrow a significant sum in gold dragons, let us say 1,000,000 gold dragons, in exchange for 10,000 pounds of gold. Then, when inflation escalates tenfold, with 1,000 gold dragons equating to 1 pound of gold, one can retrieve 1,000 pounds of gold to repay the debt of 1,000,000 gold dragons, thereby obtaining 9,000 pounds of gold at no cost, equivalent to 9 million gold dragons in current terms. This is a familiar practice of short selling in the Blue Star. In this context, Shurin employed a strategy of leveraging his anticipated ice selling business valued at 50,000, utilizing block collateral to secure a loan of 500,000. This approach essentially applied leverage. In truth, for Ed, engaging in such overt borrowing contradicted his moral principles. However, Shurin's brilliance lay in the fact that his plan was underpinned by tangible enterprises, thus distinguishing it from a mere Ponzi scheme. Shurin also assured that upon securing the funds, he would immediately initiate other slower-yielding projects to guarantee the continuous development of the economy and the virtuous cycle of debt and assets. Thus, this merely represented a strategic investment using others' resources to accelerate personal growth. Ultimately, Ed was persuaded to endorse this plan and, upon Shurin's recommendation, appointed Ellen as the project leader. In the early morning, Ed lifted the thick fur cloak covering him and stepped out of the tent. The sky remained overcast. Whether it was an illusion or not, Ed felt the sky appeared slightly brighter than the day before. Breathing in the fresh morning air, the tension and fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days seemed to dissipate considerably. "My lord, have you been awakened as well?" Sir Roderick, with his arm in a sling, turned to greet him. It was at that moment Ed noticed a gathering of guards in the center of the tent, shouting excitedly. Youth truly possesses boundless energy. Having slept for merely 2 hours, my eyes can barely stay open, yet these fellows are as vigorous as hounds upon sighting their prey, Roderick remarked, gesturing toward the crowd. There, a guard, sword in hand, took a deep breath, raised his weapon high above his head, and executed a swift downward slash. With a soft thud, a clear mark was left on the makeshift target before him. Impressive, quite skilled, Ed murmured in admiration. The guards of Winterfell demonstrated a commendable foundation in swordsmanship. Then, he observed a young boy beside the guard, wielding a short sword. He too inhaled deeply, raised his hands high, and delivered a decisive strike. At the lower part of the humble target before him, a distinct sword mark was etched with remarkable precision. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Eddard's eyes. Had Shurin practiced swordsmanship before? Although Shurin's earlier strike lacked power due to his tender age, the execution of his movement, the force behind it, and his posture were strikingly proficient, indicating he was no novice. Mastery of any sword technique, even the simplest of slashes, demands years of dedicated practice to achieve fluidity and strength. It is evident even to an untrained observer that there exists a stark contrast between the swings of a novice and those of a seasoned swordsman. A beginner's strikes often appear feeble and erratic, while a true swordsman exudes power, precision, and an undeniable sense of impact. Baroness' son, of course, had trained in martial arts, but the Iron Islands were known more for their axemen. Furthermore, Shurin's initial grip on the sword resembled that of someone wielding a broom. Roderick smirked. As the instructor of Winterfell for 2 decades, he could instantly discern that the lad was utterly unfamiliar with the sword. My lord, please demonstrate a thrust for him, Roderick suggested, raising his injured left hand to signal Eddard. A thrust? Are you certain? Eddard was taken aback. Among the foundational movements of swordsmanship, the thrust is the most challenging. While a talented warrior may master slashing within a month or two, achieving a proficient thrust can take many years of diligent practice for even the most skilled swordsman. Observing Roderick's serious expression, Eddard nodded in acquiescence. My lord Eddard. Shurin had just sheathed his sword and greeted Eddard with a bow. That was a splendid strike. How is your hand? Eddard complimented him before inquiring about his injury. Shurin flexed his left hand, which had suffered burns and punctures the previous day, yet after a night's rest, it was now merely a faint ache. This miraculous recovery elicited gasps of astonishment. Eddard inspected the wound closely, somewhat surprised, but chose not to comment further. Instead, he brandished his own sword with a smile and asked, "Shall we increase the difficulty?" With a proud grin, Shurin replied, "Please do." Eddard stepped forward to a distance of 5 paces from the target, loosened his wrist, drew his longsword, and assumed a poised stance. With a powerful stride, the Duke advanced boldly, thrusting both hands forward. In the blink of an eye, his great sword plunged deeply into the center of the target. A glide, a shift, and the sword was retracted, swift and smooth, a true enjoyment of fluidity. The guards erupted in cheers for their lord's impressive strike. A masterful lord always garners the applause of his subordinates. In the next moment, a small figure mirrored this fierce advance, producing a soft sound as a shallow sword hole appeared on the target before Shurin. The guards fell silent for a moment, clearly astonished. They were well aware of the significance of this strike. It became apparent that something peculiar was afoot. In a swift moment, Ellen regained her composure and initiated applause for the young boy, exclaiming enthusiastically to the surrounding guards, "What an exceptional thrust, particularly at such a tender age. He resembles a warrior blessed by the old gods." "Theon, have you truly never practiced swordplay before?" Ed gazed incredulously at the boy. Theon shrugged. "Well, I suppose I've dabbled a bit. With an axe. Then you must be a prodigy. Without a doubt, you shall become a remarkable swordsman, akin to those illustrious knights of yore, the tall Duncan, the Sword of Dawn." Ed's sincere smile faltered momentarily as he uttered the latter name, a shadow crossing his visage. "Humph, a prodigy? Rather than learning. It seems you are merely imitating poorly." Roderick's stern voice interjected. When Lord Ed thrusts, his right foot inadvertently slips on the ground due to an old injury. Why does your right foot also slip in precisely the same manner, Theon? Do not tell me your foot was broken for thievery. Young man, you are relying on divine power to mimic another's movements, are you not? Theon was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed harnessed the power of the eye of the gods by observing Ed's muscular movements and force application through his penetrating vision. He had flawlessly replicated techniques that would typically require years of training for an ordinary person to master. Unbeknownst to him, his ruse was easily discerned by the seasoned warrior. Yet, Ed wished to defend him, noting that Theon's eyes had not glowed just moments ago. Humans are capable of progress. I cannot perpetually bear a pair of torch-like eyes. Theon chuckled. He had practiced tirelessly the previous night, finally managing to activate the eye of the gods without revealing its golden radiance. Your rate of advancement is truly astonishing. Observe how you startled even Roderick to the point of his beard nearly taking flight. Ed felt a swell of pride for Theon, while simultaneously attempting to ease the tension. The glowing eyes could be perceived as a divine gift, yet they could also mark one as an outlier. Lord Ed, the rules of combat dictate that it is a matter of life and death, Roderick admonished sharply. The old instructor held steadfast to his principles. Often, a single flaw determined whether one emerged victorious or became a lifeless corpse. If you become overly reliant on such abilities, you will forever remain a second-rate swordsman. For stolen swordsmanship can never surpass the original. As a seasoned warrior, one who had trained numerous northern fighters, including the Stark family, Roderick swiftly identified Theon's shortcomings. The movements of others may not necessarily suit you. Learning is not mere imitation. It requires constant reflection, correction, practice, and repetition, a process akin to blacksmithing, where one must fold and forge repeatedly to truly craft a fine sword. Any who seek shortcuts will ultimately pay a bloody price. Theon felt a stirring within him. The power of the golden touch had indeed led him to a sense of arrogance. However, this era is not a game. Each battle is a genuine contest of life and death, necessitating greater caution and meticulousness. With this thought in mind, the blushing Theon solemnly bowed to his mentor, Sir Roderick, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Sir Roderick. I shall engrave your words upon my heart and adhere to them." Roderick was momentarily taken aback by Theon's response. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he had anticipated a retort given Theon's earlier flustered demeanor, almost bracing himself for a confrontation. Instead, He was met with a sincere admission of fault, leaving him with a sense of aimless frustration akin to a punch that misses its target. Yet, there was a glimmer of satisfaction, prompting him to clear his throat. Ahem, it is good that you understand. Practice diligently and do not become complacent. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me or seek guidance from others. Your talent is quite commendable. I shall certainly strive to learn the art of swordsmanship from you and apply it for righteous purposes. Scene nodded earnestly. In this world, I would never wield the skills you impart to sever your head, esteemed Sir Roderick. Then, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, Scene continued, I wonder, Sir Roderick, have you ever contemplated compiling your lifetime of swordsmanship insights into a book? Throughout the annals of time, I have encountered the philosophies of several masters regarding swordplay, such as enhancing the fundamental exchange between offense and defense, even employing offensive maneuvers against attacks, synchronizing offense and defense through strong strikes for parrying and weaker strikes for counterattacks. Offense and defense? Strong and weak swords? Please, elaborate further, speak slowly, and elucidate. A true expert can discern the presence or absence of knowledge at a mere glance. As an experienced swordsman, Roderick immediately recognized the profound swordsmanship concepts embedded within Scene's fragmented thoughts. Very well. I advise you to systematically reorganize your swordsmanship. Scene elaborated, from grip, stance, technique, strikes, to sheathing the sword, defining frameworks, establishing training methods, and combat strategies. This not only enhances your own swordplay, but we could also present this system as a swordsmanship training guide for the Northern Army. Imagine your swordsmanship becoming the guiding light for all Northern warriors. Your family's techniques might even evolve into a legacy that endures through the ages, establishing you as the master swordsman, Roderick the Great. Roderick clutched his chest, attempting to calm his wildly beating heart. The last time he felt such exhilarating excitement was on the night of his wedding to his beloved wife. Master Roderick? A legacy for the North? What swordsman could possibly refuse such an honor? He grasped the depth of understanding that had dawned upon him. Why, Ellen, designated as the leader of the lone initiative after their nocturnal discourse, held Scene in such high esteem, almost reverence. Scene's words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, compelling one to believe, to become entranced, and unable to extricate themselves from its allure. While Roderick remained in a state of astonishment, Scene turned to Ed, who appeared bewildered, and winked with a mischievous grin. Indeed, imitation cannot surpass the original. However, I can certainly facilitate an upgrade of the original. As long as my imitation of a mediocre swordsman evolves into that of a master, does it not follow that my mimicry embodies the prowess of a master? Human beings are capable of progress. Indeed, I can. You, too, are not exempt from the potential for advancement. Rather than exerting my efforts in solitary practice, it would be far more efficient for you to strive for improvement, allowing me to emulate your achievements. This is the essence of collective advancement. Master Roderick, I shall entrust the matter of swordsmanship to you henceforth. Sayin cast his gaze over the assembly of distinguished individuals from Winterfell, professional recommended cavalrymen, archers, hunters, navigators, and even chefs. Henceforth, I shall rely on your expertise to enhance my skills. Eddard shook his head in amusement. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, he recognized from Sayin's expression that the lad was concocting something dubious. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he surveyed the surroundings. Where is Banyan? Has he not yet risen? No, my lord. A guard responded loudly. Lord Banyan has been up since early morning, riding back to the Night's Watch castle. Chapter 14. The development of external aids. This location is not far from the wall, and Banyan could return to the Night's Watch encampment within half a day on horseback. During his journey, he encountered no peril. Retracing his steps, it should be equally safe. After dispatching 2 guards to pursue him along the route, and simultaneously informing the Night's Watch that he would remain beyond the wall for a period before heading towards Eastwatch to make his way back to the north, Eddard felt no excessive concern for his brother. He had numerous tasks to attend to. As per the plan, Ellen, as the appointed leader, would take Eddard's handwritten seal and authorization to King's Landing, leveraging the profits from ice sales as collateral to procure substantial loans from the nobility. However, any plan must be adaptable to the realities on the ground. After imparting the essence of the art of borrowing, Ellen seemed to have activated a switch in his mind, transforming his entire thought process. Upon witnessing his breath crystallizing in the night air and the frozen river nearby, Ellen suddenly realized, compared to the north, which still experiences the 4 seasons, beyond the wall lies a true realm of ice and snow. The frost here remains unyielding for millennia. If the snow and ice reserves from beyond the wall were incorporated into our extraction plans, the production of ice in the north would expand exponentially. and given its proximity to the coast, shipping would be considerably more convenient. Thus, the potential for our enterprise could be significantly magnified. Oh no. It would be more accurate to say the anticipated profits and prospects of ice sales would be even broader. Of course, this would also enable us to borrow more funds. Eddard and Say-In both concurred, yet they recognized the necessity of conducting an on-site investigation. They genuinely aspired to establish ice sales as a long-term venture rather than merely a tool for profit. Having organized their camp and replenished their supplies, the group prepared to set forth. Eddard plans to first observe the ice reserves and extraction difficulties in the waters near the tributaries of the Milk River. Then he will journey along the river to Hardhome to assess the viability of water transport. Finally, he will traverse the Eastwatch Gate guarded by the Night's Watch to return to the north. Considering Theon's upbringing as a denizen of the Iron Islands, accustomed to the sea, Eddard initially intended for them to ride together. However, he noticed the young boy gazing intently at his steed, seemingly entranced. After a moment's contemplation, Eddard gestured for everyone to remain silent and watch without uttering a word. By the old gods, how foolish of me, Theon mused to himself, gazing at the tall brown horse before him. Surely, as living beings, horses too can be evaluated. The divine insight activated. Eddard's mount transformed into a green orb of light, its physical data beginning to unravel. Class recommendation: Warhorse overall evaluation. Green ha! Theon exclaimed, jumping up joyfully and dashing around the camp, inspecting each horse in the troop. Class recommendation: Warhorse overall evaluation. White class recommendation: Pack horse overall evaluation. Inferior class recommendation: Plow horse. The quality of war horses in Winterfell is rather low. Although the north boasts vast subarctic grasslands, the long nights hinder the large-scale breeding of horses. When winter arrives, sustaining even the people becomes a challenge, let alone caring for horses. The cost of maintaining a fine war horse far exceeds that of feeding a single human. Theon scoured the entire camp, discovering that most horses were of inferior quality, suitable for labor, yet barely adequate for sustenance in dire times. While there were indeed war horses, they were predominantly of white, common, or even gray, inferior quality. Only 2 green, elite, war horses were present, and astonishingly, not a single blue, extraordinary, one. I want to ride that one, Theon exclaimed loudly, pointing at a white elite quality war horse. The White Horse Prince, what a romantic notion for many a young lad. With the aid of divine insight, equestrian skills posed no difficulty for Theon. Before Theon could even touch the horse, the tall white steed suddenly reared back, letting out a fierce neigh, its hooves stamping wildly. The mounted knight quickly tightened his legs, grasping the reins firmly, and called out soothingly, "Steady, Betty, it's all right. Whoa, whoa." Even so, had Theon not been quick to evade, the agitated horse might have kicked the boy away. After a struggle, the horse finally calmed down, and the knight, displeased, barked at Theon, "You wish to practice your swordplay, so I lent you my blade. Now you seek my horse too, boy? This isn't a mere object. Beware. It might just take your head off." Eddard and Roderick hastily dismounted and approached to check if Theon was injured. "I'm fine. I'm all right." Theon quickly raised his hands and spun around to indicate he was unhurt. One must exercise caution around horses, especially spirited ones. "I've witnessed many suffer injuries or worse due to horses," Roderick cautioned. "Indeed, perhaps you could swiftly master the art of swordsmanship, horsemanship, or even the melodic strains of music. However, horses are different. They possess emotions and discern who is worthy of being ridden, much like women do." The White Knight laughed heartily, stroking the neck of his beloved steed. "Young lad, taming a horse is not a trick you can accomplish in the blink of an eye. It took me a full month and a half to train Betty. Thank you for your guidance." The humble Scene interjected, "Oh, I am yet to know your name?" "Harris Morland, the premier horseman and finest horse trainer of Winterfell," the White Knight proudly replied. A glance revealed a pale blue character card. "May I call you Harris? A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Scene extended his hand amicably. Harris hesitated for a moment, then nonchalantly raised an eyebrow, gracefully dismounted, and exchanged a handshake with Scene. "Pleasure is mine. I can teach you the art of riding. However, taming a horse is an intricate endeavor. It requires considerable devotion. You must dine with him, share his rest, and even groom his hindquarters." At the last statement, Harris could not suppress a hearty laugh, which elicited a chorus of chuckles from the surrounding guards. Although Morris spoke coarsely, his words held truth. Who among these guards had not groomed a horse? "Harris, how about a wager? I bet I can tame your horse this morning and ride it smoothly around the track." Scene began to display his innocent smile. "Are you mad?" Morris instinctively retorted. "That's impossible." Upon hearing this familiar proclamation, Ed, Roderick and Ellen turned their gazes in unison. Someone was bound to be unfortunate. Anything is possible. If I succeed, your horse becomes mine. If I fail, I owe you 2 fine steeds. What do you say? Sean boldly laid down the wager. At no time would I stake my horse. She is akin to my wife. Morris replied resolutely. Moreover, should you fail, you owe me nothing, for you may lose your very life. Do you think you are the first to be kicked to death by Betty? Scene. Morris's horse had once dispatched a horse thief, an adult man, with a single kick. Ed voiced his concern. The strength of an adult horse is formidable, and Harris's steed is the finest war horse in Winterfell. Scene gestured reassuringly, contemplating the immense value of a good horse. Forcibly seizing it felt excessive. Yet to forego an opportunity seemed a missed chance. Wagering a wife as a bet was indeed excessive. How about this? I rather fancy your spare sword from this morning. If I tame her, that sword shall be mine. What do you think? Harris, exasperated, sneered and retrieved the sword from his satchel, tossing it over. If you can tame her within a month, the sword is yours, provided you still have your life. Scene accepted the sword, passed it to Ed, and with a smile, extended his hand once more toward the White Knight. Hey! Seeing the young boy so recklessly unaware of the danger, Maurice was about to speak, but was halted by Ed. He noticed the golden light in Shaun's eyes had begun to shimmer once more. Had it not been said that powers could manifest without the need for illumination? Or was this instance truly different? Shaun fixed his gaze upon the white horse's eyes, the golden radiance intensifying until it overflowed, forming a luminous bridge that connected the gazes of both boy and steed. Gradually, the horse's eyes too became tinged with gold. The once vigilant and restless white horse suddenly froze as if struck by an invisible pause button, allowing Shaun's hand to caress its flank without a hint of resistance. The horse was too tall. The 10-year-old boy clumsily stepped onto the stirrup, attempting twice before finally mounting its back. Then, to Harris's utter astonishment, he rode around slowly. No. How could this be? Betty, what has happened to you? This should not be. Harris wore a countenance akin to that of a man whose wife had been stolen, teetering on the brink of despair. Maurice swiftly lifted Shaun down, turning to inspect his prized horse. In his mind, he envisioned the horse might kick, trample, flee, or even bite the boy, but it should never have been so docile as to allow itself to be ridden. This was not normal. The entire world had gone awry. You seized my horse, which I regard as my beloved. Thank you for your sword, Shaun exclaimed, holding aloft his spoils with a loud expression of gratitude. Then turned to Ed, stating, Indeed, this horse is ill-suited for me. It is too tall, and its back too wide. I ought to seek a smaller steed. Shaun, Ed suddenly called out to him, a hint of confusion on his face. That thing I feel it is somewhat familiar. It seems we encountered it not long ago. Ed recalled the striking ice wolf from the previous night, its peculiar reaction of sudden rigidity, followed by transformation. Shaun flashed a thumbs up, his face alight with a broad smile. Within the realm of the cold goddess power, aside from the whites of the undead, another well-known magical vocation was that of the shapeshifter from the children of the forest. Revived by the power of the old gods, I too have inherited this ability. Shaun extended his hand, the golden light in his eyes flickering slightly, and effortlessly mounted a smaller speckled horse. He casually remarked, by the way, the bloodline of House Stark has long harbored the latent shape-shifting ability of its ancestors. House Stark's bloodline. Ancestors. Brandon? Ed was taken aback. This had never been mentioned before. In truth, it was only after Shaun discovered his shape-shifting ability that he recalled this lineage. It was not the power of the builder Brandon, but rather that of the daughters of the Wolf Spirit King. Among the many kings of the northern ancestors, besides the Red King, the King of the Barrow, and the King of the Marsh, the most renowned was indeed the Wolf Spirit King, who commanded packs of wolves. In order to better rule the north, the ancestors of House Stark, after vanquishing the Wolf King, wed his daughter, thereby acquiring the bloodline of the shapeshifters. The dilemma, Theon lamented with a furrowed brow, is that my abilities are innate, not acquired through study or training. I cannot impart to you the means to become a shapeshifter. It is indeed a vexing situation. When wielded correctly, the extraordinary powers of a shapeshifter can serve as an immense advantage, with a myriad of applications and a promising future. To his knowledge, at least Jon, Arya, and Bran from the next generation of House Stark are bound to possess the potential of shapeshifters, along with the children of House Karstark, and possibly even Adu. As a gathering place for the descendants, many among the Northmen undoubtedly harbor the gift of shapeshifting, yet remain unaware of how to unlock it. It felt akin to having 1,000,000 golden dragons before me, yet encased in an impenetrable glass, leaving me merely to gaze without the ability to grasp them. Throughout the expedition to explore the ice, Theon's mood was thus affected. That night, at the Night's Watch's stronghold, Castle Black, Benjen sat in the library perusing books. Opposite him sat an elderly man, bald and lined with wrinkles. The old man's sight was nearly gone, yet his gnarled fingers deftly turned the familiar pages. Stroking the well-thumbed volumes of the Night's Watch's library, the elder's voice rang out with unwavering strength. Obsidian, also known as dragon glass, was gifted annually by the children of the forest to the Night's Watch with 100 obsidian daggers during the Age of Heroes. This is one of the few known weaknesses of the White Walkers. Those cut by an obsidian blade perish instantly. Damn it, the little iron lad spoke the truth. Benjen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Based on the information he had gathered, the resurrected Wraith had not uttered a single falsehood. This held true for both the White Walkers and the Night King. Maester Aemon, if this material is so crucial, why have I never encountered it? Nor even heard mention of the Night's Watch possessing a stockpile of obsidian weapons? Benjen asked, perplexed. Why has such an important matter never been raised? Oh, the children of House Stark. Old Maester Aemon chuckled softly. The White Walkers have not been seen for over 8,000 years. They may well never return. This is but a legend. No, just because they did not appear before does not mean they won't now. That is a fallacy, Benjen exclaimed, covering his face in a state of utter confusion. Perhaps the White Walkers will manifest the moment we step beyond the wall to patrol. My child, you are weary. Perhaps it is time for you to rest. You have consumed too much knowledge at once. In my youth, I too would become lost in thought after reading excessively. Upon reading tales of Aegon the Conqueror, I would dream of riding dragons. Maester Aemon kindly reassured him, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his tone. No, I cannot rest. I must speak with Commander Mormont. There are matters that I believe he ought to know. Benjen remained silent for a long while before finally resolving his determination. Regardless of whether the White Walkers are approaching, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch ought to possess the right to be informed. Just before leaving, Benjen suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought, and inquired. Scholar Aemon, may I audaciously ask, what is your surname? A peculiar sensation washed over Benjen. It seemed that the amiable scholar Aemon's demeanor shifted drastically upon hearing the question. I have no surname. The Night's Watch is indifferent to identity. I am both a scholar and a member of the Night's Watch. A surname is no longer of any consequence, Aemon replied evasively. I wonder, could it be that you share the name Stark? Despite feeling it inappropriate, Benjen cautiously posed the query. This question lingered in his mind, unanswered, causing him unease. Could you possibly be a distant ancestor of mine? Oh, no. Scholar Aemon shook his head with a chuckle, his voice imbued with nostalgia and melancholy. My surname, a name long forgotten, is the same as that of the conqueror Aegon, Targaryen. The response was even more disheartening than Stark. Chapter 15. A breakfast to be had days later. At Eastwatch, riding a horse and holding a torch, they traversed the tunnel. It was an extraordinary experience, akin to crawling through the intestines of some colossal beast. The path ahead was shrouded in chaos, seemingly endless, with ice, boulders, and darkness pressing in from all sides, heavy, oppressive, suffocating. Only the torch in hand, the weapon at the waist, the steed beneath, and the companions by one side prevented one from succumbing to despair in such a narrow, dark, perplexing, and bewildering environment. After nearly 10 days of exploration beyond the wall, Eddard and his party returned from the easternmost point of the wall, Eastwatch, back to the north. This is dreadful. In the tunnel, Ellen, leading the group, expressed his frustration. His initial proposal as the head of Northern Commerce had not gone as planned. Following an on-site investigation, they confirmed the astonishing ice reserves available beyond the wall. However, the area was perpetually snowbound, making even pack horses struggle to navigate. Rivers remained frozen or laden with ice flows year-round, rendering transportation exceedingly challenging. Consequently, they concluded that the cost of sending people from the north to harvest and transport ice was prohibitively high, thus significantly diminishing the feasibility of ice harvesting in this region. Moreover, wildlings were scattered throughout the area. Were those creatures sprouting from the ground? Did their minds consist solely of ice and stone? A mere handful dared to attack the Duke's Guard of Winterfell? The young Ellen found it hard to believe. During their exploration, they were ambushed by a small group of wildlings near a difficult position. Although, under the watchful eye of the seer, this band was easily vanquished. The fervent charge of those clad in rags wielding stone weapons against the knights had left the guards momentarily astonished. They referred to themselves as free folk. Thus, they are free to assault anyone, Roderick quipped dryly. Fear not, Ellen. Regardless, none of this will affect our plans. Even we denizens of the north must personally venture forth to grasp the perils beyond our borders. How could those from the south ever comprehend? We merely need to inform them that the North abounds with inexhaustible ice blocks, thereby bolstering their confidence to part with their gold. Thus, this journey would indeed bear fruit. As Scene consoled his newly appointed Minister of Finance, he playfully teased a glossy black crow perched upon his shoulder, a rare find during his explorations beyond the wall, where high-quality creatures are a rarity. As you rightly assert, the paramount objective is the inaugural shipment of ice blocks, which will ignite a fervor in the South for purchases. Coupled with the continuous influx of news regarding the substantial profits derived from ice, crafting a vision of prosperity and hope that assures our creditors remain steadfast, lest they come knocking the following day to reclaim their dues. Ellen took heart. He was beginning to grasp the intricacies of this borrowing sorcery. Indeed, confidence is of utmost importance. The faith in the North is vital. With confidence, with initial capital, and with the expertise I bring, we will unveil an array of dazzling products, secure additional loans, and subsequently invest in the development of new technologies, leading to further borrowing. This cycle of expansion and fortification will yield unprecedented triumphs. Such a method, such a mindset. Ellen, this is the true, inexhaustible gold mine. Scene's words resonated with clarity, instilling unwavering confidence not only in the South, but also within the North itself. With financial resources, we shall procure superior steeds. Scene gazed at Morris Harlan. With funds, we can forge better armor and more refined weaponry, casting a glance at Sir Roderick. With money, we can construct sturdier fortifications, stockpiling vast reserves of grain, ensuring that the people of the North can endure every long night. Scene finally turned to Eddard, the elderly man, who should not have to venture into the frigid darkness for sustenance, risking his life. Nor should a new mother be compelled to sell her battered body for her hungry infant, nor a father sacrifice his flesh for his starving family. All of this, all of it, shall cease to occur. Believe in yourselves. Trust in me, Scene solemnly vowed. As they traversed the dark tunnel, the flickering torchlight illuminated the faces of the citizens of Winterfell. Anxiety and confusion gradually transformed into anticipation, ultimately solidifying into unwavering faith, spurred on by Scene's rousing words. From this moment forth, none shall stand in the way of the North. No one. As light burst forth, the crowd emerged from the tunnel. South of the wall, the temperature rose sharply, and sunlight filtered through the clouds, warming their skin. Such warmth. Suddenly, a clang resounded. The heavy iron gate crashed down behind them, sealing off their path. Before them stood 200 fully armed black-clad Night's Watch soldiers, forming a darkened phalanx. Lord Eddard Stark, our esteemed commander Kogel wishes to speak with you privately. A night watchman, his face covered in pockmarks, with a round chin and a pointed forehead resembling an onion, approached with a gruff demeanor. An unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere. As many guards, even Roderick, involuntarily turned their gazes towards Kian. Did you not just declare that no one could stand in the way of whom? By the gods! Where did you, this onion-headed rascal covered in seaweed, come from? You had better bear the name Siwas, or I shall splatter your onion juice all over your face. Kian retorted with a countenance of utter disdain. My words were impassioned and stirring, a performance in itself. Is this how you wish to play? To strike back, is it? You must be that wretched specter who has died and risen again. What was your name again? Never mind, it matters not. I am poised to thrust a searing spear into your very being. The onion-headed night watchman was evidently of a fiery temperament. Before the people of Winterfell could comprehend the unfolding events, the watchman charged forward, seizing Kian by the collar of his cloak and yanking him down from his mount. In a swift motion, Kian twisted his waist, flinging the cloak towards the night watchman, and unsheathed his sword, driving it through the fabric. The cloak was severed and fell away, revealing a cold blade poised against the side of the watchman's neck. A sharp sting surged forth as crimson blood began to seep. Death loomed ominously close, and the watchman could feel the stranger's hand resting against his throat, the sensation all too familiar, only the subject had changed. In a daze, he heard the crisp, calm, and ruthless voice of a boy. Now, if you dare, repeat your words. Whoosh. Nice. Aelin playfully whistled, commending Kian for his elegant strike. Then gestured to himself. I taught him. A direct attack on a seasoned warrior is easily dodged. To put it simply, if one can obscure the opponent's line of sight, landing a hit becomes significantly easier. Techniques such as tossing a cloak or throwing sand serve a similar purpose and are a form of combat skill, particularly suited for the weaker to triumph over the stronger. When executed well, such tactics can yield a lethal effect. Sir Roderick shot a disapproving glance at Aelin. As a traditional swordsman of grand stature, he hoped Kian would aspire to be a noble knight rather than indulge in such petty tricks. The onion-headed watchman, Commander Carter Peake of the Night's Watch at Eastwatch was known for his coarse speech and volatile temper, claiming to have fought since birth and experienced countless battles. Yet here he was, bested by a mere 10-year-old child in front of onlookers. The pain in his neck paled in comparison to the burning scrutiny of those around him. Carter's face flushed crimson, his pockmarked skin seemingly ready to burst. "You little wretch. You ambushed me. Tell me, what foul creature are you called?" Upon reaching the depths of the seventh circle of hell, I, Catelyn Stark, shall not spare you. Ah, how spirited you are. Theon could not help but glance again. A green card recommending the profession of sailor pirate? Catelyn Stark, of the Stark lineage? A denizen of the Iron Islands? A bastard, perhaps? What was it he just said about dying and coming back to life? News travels swiftly indeed. Undoubtedly, amidst the restless crowd of Night's Watch, Bran stepped forth, his eyes wide with disbelief. This cannot be. Just days ago, you could barely wield a sword. Although there was an element of surprise in the attack, Theon's decisive and seasoned swordplay belied that of a mere child who had just begun to learn the art of combat. "Theon, you are indeed a conundrum." Bran approached steadily, his demeanor unflinching. "Regardless, release Commander Catelyn. He harbors no ill intent. Stand there and do not move, you new recruit of the Night's Watch." Theon, without hesitation, applied a bit of pressure, drawing blood from Catelyn's neck. Blood immediately trickled down the blade, stunning the other members of the Night's Watch. "You surrounded the Duke of Winterfell with 200 men, severing our escape route, and sought to kill me, did you not? And then, Bran Stark, you dare tell me that the Night's Watch bears no malice?" Theon mocked, his gaze fixed on Bran. "Huh, do you think I have risen before dawn these past few days to practice my swordplay for no reason? It is precisely to avoid being easily subdued by your lot through sheer brute force. Now, with a hostage in hand, the initiative lies with me." Bran momentarily faltered. Upon hearing Theon's words, the guards of Winterfell finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The clanging of swords being drawn echoed incessantly. Thanks to the long-standing amicable relations between House Stark and the Night's Watch, the people of Winterfell had always believed they were safe from danger. Even when surrounded by 200 men, they did not immediately react in defense. Perhaps this is a misunderstanding. The Night's Watch might have simply been in the midst of a gathering, rehearsal, military training, or a welcoming ceremony, just unfortunate enough to cross paths with us. Such naive thoughts echoed in their minds. "You are incredibly naive. You have yet to grasp the crux of the matter." Theon scoffed at the complacency of the people of Winterfell, casting a sidelong glance at Eddard. It was this very lack of vigilance, this easy dismissal of caution towards supposed friends, that allowed the seasoned warriors of Winterfell to lower their weapons and walk unguarded into the encirclement, only to be taken down in one fell swoop. They ought to be trained rigorously. At no time should one place oneself in a position of utter vulnerability. They had been encircled with the intent to take their leader for negotiations, and yet they stood there foolishly, applauding and boasting about my impressive swordplay. Where is your mind? Where is your vigilance? In the north, besieging the Duke of Stark, it is nothing short of rebellion. Rebels must perish. This is a matter beyond doubt. Exterminate his entire family. Chapter 16. Purple Stop. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Eddard observed as a venerable Night's Watchman, his hair a stark white and his visage commanding, hastened down from the nearby Commander's tower, his steps somewhat unsteady. As he advanced, he called out loudly, punctuated by persistent coughing. Upon reaching the forefront of the gathered assembly, he attempted to straighten himself to speak, only to bend over again in a fit of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. He had run too hastily. Eddard felt a pang of sympathy. "Commander Coger, how fares your health?" "Oh, how well could it be? In the snow, in the wind. Even in sleep, I feel as though I might cough my heart out. If one day my cough is absent from the Black Castle, those rascals will surely rejoice. They would finally enjoy a peaceful night's rest." Coger thumped his chest, straightened his back, inhaling deeply before succumbing once more to coughing. An elderly man, partially bald with a white beard, draped a thick cloak over him, his eyes brimming with concern. "If one day your cough is silenced, that night the Black Castle shall suffer sleeplessness, for it would mean the Night's Watch has lost yet another commander." "Thank you, Gior." Coger tightened his cloak, finally managing to quell his cough. Gior Mormont, the first ranger and the commander's first lieutenant, was recognized by Eddard, who then turned his gaze to the trio of figures hastening towards them. Commander Dennis Mallister of Shadow Tower, First Steward Bowen Marsh, and Chief Smith Odhel Yarwick. In the distance, at the entrance of a wooden structure, an elderly man with a face etched by time gazed towards them, Maester Eamon of the Night's Watch. All the high-ranking members of the Night's Watch and the elite from the 3 strongholds were present. Eddard's heart sank gradually. "My Lord Eddard, we apologize for our rudeness. We harbor no ill intent. We merely wish to discuss certain matters concerning the others, the Night King, and that boy who has returned from death. Coger cast a final glance at Theon, who was retreating with a group of 200 men, holding a hostage. You bring 200 men to speak with me? Eddard chuckled softly, though his tone lost its warmth. If you wish to converse, then come with me to Winterfell. This is precisely the situation I feared. Coger lamented, his head throbbing. Following the receipt of a significant report from Bran Stark, the upper echelons of the Night's Watch regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. Their awareness of the threat posed by the others was far greater than that of Winterfell, especially since the informant was none other than Bran Stark, Eddard's own brother. If the matter were not of grave importance, how could Bran dare to report on his own kin, his lord, the Duke of Winterfell? After an exhaustive night of research and deliberation, they had confirmed some information regarding the others and the Night King. However, the most pressing concern remained the boy who had returned from the grave, Theon. According to Bran's description, he was an enigmatic, utterly unnatural being capable of wielding sorcery to manipulate hearts and compel obedience. While searching for information about the Night King, the Night's Watch unexpectedly uncovered another terrifying revelation. The former Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the Night King, was once a valiant and fearless warrior. It was only after encountering a woman of unnaturally beautiful and corpse-like pallor that he seemingly fell under her spell, ultimately descending into the depths of tyranny and cruelty. The notions of the corpse, the eerie, and the manipulation of the mind came to Banyan's mind, evoking thoughts of the resurrected Theon and the stark contrast between his brother Ed upon their first meeting. After sharing his chilling speculation with the Night's Watch, and adhering to a cautious belief in the arcane, the Night's Watch convened elite warriors from 3 strongholds at Eastwatch. They devised a plan to exert overwhelming force to control the inhabitants of Winterfell once Ed and his companions arrived, intending to apprehend and interrogate Theon in hopes of saving those in Winterfell who had been led astray. The plan was splendid, yet the reality was harsh. Theon, upon sensing something amiss, swiftly took a commander hostage. The Knights of Winterfell, in turn, readied themselves for battle. Thus, the situation became a stalemate unless Commander Cat were to be sacrificed for a forceful confrontation. However, should they choose to engage in combat, the outcome was uncertain, and such an action would signify a complete rupture between the Night's Watch, Winterfell, and the entire noble circle. The Night's Watch was bound by the ironclad rule of non-interference in the internal affairs of the 7 kingdoms. My Lord Ed, the Night's Watch bears no malice. We merely seek to clarify certain matters. I assure you, we have no intention of harming you or any Stark, Banyan implored. It was Jaeger Mormont who ultimately broke the deadlock. As a former trusted subordinate of Ed, the old bear held a significance among the people of Winterfell that transcended that of an ordinary member of the Night's Watch. Have your men step back. I will release Cat, Ed replied coldly, then issued orders to his guards. Harris, take a few men back to Winterfell to report, and send a raven to White Harbor, stating that I am a guest at the Night's Watch castle. No, Ed, we truly mean you no harm. I swear, by the name of House Stark. By the names of my father and mother, I swear, Banyan insisted, rushing forward to grasp Ed's horse. Harris exchanged a glance with Ed, and without hesitation, selected several men, charging towards the castle gates. He understood the gravity of the situation. They had to breach the castle's confines to send a raven, for otherwise, any archer atop the watchtower could easily eliminate all the ravens they carried. The obstructing members of the Night's Watch were still in disarray, pondering whether to intervene when Jaeger, stepping over the now violently coughing Commander Kogal, issued the command, let them pass. He then turned to Ed. The Night's Watch will always remain close allies to House Stark. We shall not bring you harm. Kogal, coughing and gesturing with his hand, signaled for their release. Initially, they had no intention of harming Eddard. Allowing a few individuals to depart would be more reassuring for the people of Winterfell. As he observed Harris and his companions fade into the southern horizon, Eddard exchanged a significant glance with Theon. After a moment's contemplation, Theon gradually sheathed his sword and contemptuously kicked the hostage back towards the Night's Watch. Son of a whore. Carter stumbled, rising to vociferously curse, eager to retaliate. His indignation was palpable. Yet, he was abruptly halted by a bear-like embrace from Jane, leaving Carter to vent his frustration with a barrage of invective. Who the hell are you? Just tell me, and I swear I will not let you off lightly. Theon, with a sardonic smirk, gestured dismissively. My name is Theon Greyjoy. You must have heard of the House of Greyjoy, right? The surname of the most illustrious family in the Iron Islands. The mention of the Greyjoy name, the ruling house for 3 centuries, left Carter momentarily speechless. In the preceding days, they had been scheming to capture this impudent boy, And yet, the ever-absent-minded Banyan had referred to Theon as that thing without even realizing the boy's surname. The realization that a mere Stark was berating a Greyjoy filled Carter with an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. It felt akin to a black ruffian in the beautiful land chastising the ruler of the White House, and upon realization, the ruffian would feel a mix of fear and excitement, thinking, in my heyday, I was truly formidable. Theon, however, was indifferent to Carter's musings. He surveyed the scene, contemplating the implications of being entirely surrounded, which would render them helpless and at the mercy of their captors. Yet, with Harris having disseminated the news, the dynamics had shifted. Should the Night's Watch dare to act recklessly, the vast northern army would descend upon them, reducing the Night's Watch to mere remnants of history. Gray, 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 white, gray. Gray, what a pitiful display of the Night's Watch. Theon scoffed at the sight. Roderick, you stay outside with your men. Theon, Alan, come with me. Let us see what our Night's Watch acquaintances wish to discuss. Eddard, steadfast in his resolve, agreed to meet at the command tower upon the repeated assurances from Kogal and Jane. Theon, distracted, acknowledged with a nonchalant nod while continuing to scan the assembly. Hundreds of individuals, mostly draped in gray, with only a handful in white and green, and a solitary commander, clad in blue, who appeared on the verge of collapse. Something felt amiss. Reflecting on Banyan's solitary green rating, he pondered whether the issue lay with the Night's Watch or the criteria of the God SI assessment. Recalling the wildlings he had encountered days earlier, most were gray. With only a rare few in white, he began to suspect he had misinterpreted the evaluation system. Out of the corner of his eye, a flash of purple caught his attention, signaling the onset of Chapter 17. I am truly vexed by all of you Night's Watch blunderers. Without a doubt, a fierce argument erupted. My Lord Eddard, I have encountered many peculiarities, yet I have never witnessed a mere child of 10 nearly topple a commander of the Night's Watch. Does this not reflect your own inexperience? Each year, countless warriors fall victim to the carelessness of children and women. Eddard, are you entirely siding with him? Have you forgotten the Stark family's words? Have you forgotten that the Night's Watch are allies of Winterfell? I am far more aware of the circumstances surrounding him than you are. Allies. Allies do not encircle me with swords drawn. By the way, what has become of the 2 soldiers I sent to find you? What have you done with them? They are well, residing comfortably at Castle Black. I have ensured their safety. Fact, you have imprisoned them. They are not criminals. Release them immediately. My Lord Eddard, the Night's Watch will not harm the people of Winterfell. However, do you not find it peculiar? You have known this boy for only a few months, yet you trust him implicitly. You chastise your own brother, with whom you have shared decades, and abandon the millennium-old alliance between Winterfell and the Night's Watch for this resurrected creature of dubious nature. Look at what he is doing. The wretched thing is conversing with a bird. While Eddard engaged in a verbal duel with the Night's Watch, Theon remained indifferent, uttering not a word. To him, remaining here to discuss was nothing more than a waste of time and breath. The Night's Watch, driven by their biases, sought to persuade Eddard to surrender Theon, this resurrected, enigmatic, and highly suspicious threat, into their custody for rigorous interrogation. It bore resemblance to the medieval Inquisition. Anything that seemed incomprehensible or strange was apprehended and subjected to brutal torture. They would surely extract a confession. Look, he is guilty. He would not endure the torture. See, he has survived? Impossible. We shall continue our methods. Burn him, drown him, behead him. Yes, that too is a form of interrogation, until he is utterly destroyed. If he were to die under such punishment, it would indeed confirm his guilt. Ultimately, the Night's Watch believed that once Theon fell into their grasp, they would inevitably obtain a satisfactory confession, regardless of how it was procured. Eddard, as a nobleman, was well aware of this grim reality. The Faith of the Seven even had dedicated heretical Inquisition institutions staffed with specialists, equipped with peculiar and blood-stained instruments of torture capable of haunting one's dreams for a lifetime. Eddard could never entrust Theon to the Night's Watch. Yet equally, he could not rely solely on words to persuade these steadfast men, who had guarded the wall for millennia, to set aside their prejudices and release a suspected white. You cannot convince me, and I cannot convince you. In light of the vast disparity in their objectives, the only resolution lay in the realm of violence. The original plan of the Night's Watch was as follows. I would first exert control over you, apprehend Shaun for interrogation, and upon obtaining results, I would inform you. Behold, how astute and righteous I am. It is thanks to my efforts that you are spared, otherwise you would have met your demise. Unfortunately, this endeavor has failed. Thus, we have returned to the genuine discourse. Undoubtedly, no fruitful outcome shall arise from this exchange. Words are as fleeting as the wind, utterly impotent. In contrast to this meaningless dispute, Shaun, accompanied by a raven, exhibits a marked interest in another avian enthusiast, Sir Jaehaerys. Have you truly resolved not to part with this bird? I am prepared to offer 1 golden dragon. I swear it in the name of Winterfell. I assure you, payment will be rendered. Shaun earnestly implored Jaehaerys for the raucous raven perched upon Old Bear's shoulder, incessantly cursing, FCK, FCK, FCK you bastard. 1 golden dragon could procure 100 pet birds. For this foul-mouthed creature? FCK, FCK, bastard, bastard. What a delightful sound, such an astute bird. Rest assured, I shall care for him diligently. The glimmer in Shaun's eyes seemed to sparkle with fervor. Oh no, not this, Jaehaerys thought, as he realized with clarity that Shaun's eyes were indeed radiating brilliance. The once perplexed Jaehaerys now comprehended. This imp was genuinely shining with excitement. Alarmed, he instinctively shielded his precious bird and took a step back, knocking over a chair. The crash startled those embroiled in the argument. The Night's Watch took an immediate step back, instinctively distancing themselves from Shaun. Their apprehension was palpable. Among the peculiar phenomena that Banyan had previously mentioned was indeed the radiant eyes. Shaun, you must be aware that this intensifies my headache more than our earlier heated debate. Was it not agreed that the divine sight should not be carelessly wielded? Did you not claim to have mastered the special effects? No, you are mistaken, Lord Mormont. Even if you are unwilling to sell, you cannot unjustly malign my character. Shaun boldly rose, casually dismissing the accusations. No, I did not. He vehemently denied. Do not obfuscate. I have witnessed your eyes glow like torches, Banyan interjected. Oh, that must surely be a figment of your imagination, Lord Banyan. You fell from your horse beyond the wall. We all witnessed it. Perhaps you suffered a blow to the head, which has left your senses and memories somewhat muddled, Shaun replied with a smile. A chuckle escaped Ellen, who, regrettably, could not contain his amusement. Then, he noticed the collective gaze upon him. I raised my hand. Indeed, Lord Banyan did fall from his horse, and I was present. It was Sir Roderick who assisted him. He seemed quite unwell at the time. I swear my words are true. The Night Trader's self-discipline. Every word I uttered is veritable, devoid of falsehood. Indeed, it is all true. Banyan's fall was real. His discomfort was also genuine. However, Ellen did not claim that Banyan was delirious or suffering from memory loss, nor did he refute the allegations made by Scene. The implications of his testimony and how it would be perceived by those present were another matter entirely. On the part of the Night's Watch, there was, in fact, no substantial evidence. The most significant proof rested solely on Banyan's word, but therein lay the issue. It was merely Banyan's account. Should his testimony be proven false, the entire narrative would unravel. Noticing that those around him, including the commanders of the Night's Watch, were scrutinizing him with peculiar glances, Banyan felt a surge of anger, nearly erupting. Damn it. Yes, I fell from my horse, but that was precisely because of you. He stammered, unable to continue. It dawned on him that he had no rebuttal. He could never divulge Jon's matters. Yes, I apologize. I was merely jesting, causing you to be startled and unseated. However, you should not hold it against me, labeling me as a white and seeking my demise, Scene said, his voice tinged with grievance. Ellen lowered his head, maintaining his composure, which prevented him from laughing again. Eddard pressed his lips tightly together, gazing at the ceiling with an impassive expression, contemplating whether laughter would earn him Banyan's eternal disdain. The members of the Night's Watch exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere shifting into something more ominous. Damn it, Banyan erupted, spewing forth a torrent of profanities like a raging river. You little scoundrel, do you deny your own words? What of the Whites? What of the Night King? What of the impending doom you foretold? My Lord Banyan, we have encountered no Whites, nor have we seen any Night King, Scene replied slowly, his gaze earnest. We merely discovered some strange and terrifying phenomena beyond the wall and speculated that they might be Whites, which could pose a threat to the north. We are contemplating our response and suggesting preparations. I swear, my Lord Banyan, we have truly never laid eyes on Whites. Just a few days ago, I certainly did not see any Whites beyond the wall. You were merely startled. There is no need for concern or fear. The Night's Watch castle and the north remain quite safe. Damn it, is that what I'm afraid of? Banyan seethed, trembling with rage, at a loss for words. This impudent boy was utterly shameless. He turned to his brother, the honorable and esteemed Lord of Winterfell. While pursuing a dire wolf, I encountered something peculiar. It was strange. Beyond my comprehension, I do not know what it was. However, it may not necessarily be a white. At the very least, I have indeed not seen any Whites with my own eyes, Eddard hazily supported. After all, it was somewhat difficult for an honest man to thrust a dagger into the heart of his own brother. However, during these recent days of exploration, The inhabitants of Winterfell have reached a consensus to refrain from disseminating the foreboding tidings of Winter's approach, confining discussions to the upper echelons in secrecy, should rumors arise. The official stance from Winterfell remains a vague denial. We have not detected any White Walkers. Oh, you inquire about Winterfell's military preparations? We are merely undertaking routine measures to brace for Winter's arrival, remaining perpetually prepared. It may not even be necessary. This decision stems from multifaceted considerations. Some guards opine that sharing the information would bolster Winterfell's credibility, urging all of humanity to prepare collectively. Yet, this notion was ultimately dismissed, irrespective of belief. Should the populace come to accept the impending apocalypse, it would likely incite panic among the Northerners, prompting mass exodus. Furthermore, nations might seize the opportunity to hoard provisions and inflate prices, leading to a cascade of disastrous consequences that would severely impact the North. It is far more prudent for Winterfell to engage in discreet preparations. Thus, the scene unfolded where Banyan was collectively abandoned by the people of Winterfell, even suspected of madness. This allows Winterfell to persist in its noble mission, while the Night's Watch remains dutifully stationed at the wall. Ultimately, it serves the interests of all, does it not? Consequently, only Banyan, wounded in spirit, remains in this world. The higher-ups of the Night's Watch found themselves at a loss. There was truly no evidence. Did they not see that Banyan was on the brink of madness? Direct confrontation was unthinkable. The ire of Winterfell was too formidable for the Night's Watch to bear. Oh, what a remarkable child he is. Commander Kogel, at some point, ceased his coughing and rose slowly to his feet. All eyes were upon him. I do not know how you managed to persuade Lord Eddard and this noble guard to risk their reputations to shield you. Frankly, I am uncertain whether your eloquent words hold any truth. The elder, across the table, fixed a piercing gaze upon Scene. Yet Banyan is a member of the Night's Watch. My soldier, whom I personally led to pledge his oath. Regardless, I shall always believe his words. As if cast aside by the entire world, Banyan felt a wave of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Eddard and Ellen, however, wore solemn expressions, sensing an ominous premonition. Child, perhaps you have forgotten. When you departed the wall, it was through the gates of my black castle. We have met before. Commander Kogel fixed his stare upon Scene, asserting with conviction. I am certain. At that time, you were swathed in thick blankets, frail, ailing, struggling to breathe, exuding an aura of death, much like this old man who coughs incessantly, on the brink of being summoned by the divine. Yet look at you now. Merely a few days have passed, and I, this old man, have drawn closer to death. And you? Healthy, robust, articulate, nearly dispatching a commander of the Night's Watch with a single sword strike. Can you enlighten me about the transformation you have undergone? The situation took a dramatic turn. Although Koger was inquiring, his steadfast gaze evidently reflected his own conclusions. It is futile to attempt to persuade prejudice with mere words. They are as ephemeral as the wind. He is dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was no breath, no heartbeat, wrapped in a body bag, carried away by a dire wolf. I swear, Banyan exclaimed loudly, pointing at Theon, his eyes still filled with terror. Yet, that very night, he returned to the camp unscathed. He has risen from the dead. The dead returned to life. An army of whites, the most terrifying legends of the North. The Night's Watch huddled together in vigilance. While Eddard and Allen placed their hands on their sword hilts, a tense atmosphere permeating the air. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the tower, causing the Night's Watchmen and the guards of Winterfell, who were equally tense outside, to glance over in surprise. Theon could not contain his laughter, gasping for breath. The dead returned to life. The dead returned to life. You bunch of foolish Night's Watchmen, why are you so obsessed with those words? Theon abruptly halted his laughter and said forcefully. A golden light slowly emanated from the boy's eyes, inciting a wave of panic among the higher-ups of the Night's Watch, who collectively took a step back. Yes, I have returned from the dead. And then what? Am I no longer human? Theon was genuinely exasperated with such meaningless bias and disputes. Instead of squabbling, why not sharpen a blade and prepare for battle? Is the trick of returning from the dead so astonishing? Theon boasted. The cold god can rise from the dead. The red god can rise from the dead. Even a dismissed scholar can perform a resurrection. Ignorant peasants. Is it truly so surprising? Are you curious? Come on, Night's Watch. You who revel in the notion of resurrection. Today, I shall enlighten you. Let Lord Theon regale you with the truth of this so-called resurrection. Chapter 18. The second epic. The Night's Watch was collectively rendered speechless by the magnitude of such horrifying declarations. The boy before them, with eyes aglow, was undeniably a monster. A heretic. Right here, right now. I shall kill someone and then resurrect him. Let you witness the spectacle, and then this matter shall conclude. Do not trouble Lord Eddard with such trivialities. Do you understand? Theon withdrew the light from his eyes, surveying those before him. Commander Cogar, Chief Ranger Jeor Mormont. Commander of the Shadow Tower, Dennis Marys. Commander of Eastwatch, Maester Aemon Targaryen. First Steward Bowen Marsh. Chief Artisan Othel Yarwick, and the new recruit Banyon Stark. His gaze swept over the assembly. Some recoiled in fear, others averted their eyes, some showed keen interest, while others remained utterly resolute. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? To slay a man and then resurrect him? With such reckless utterances, the Night's Watch could swiftly apprehend you and execute you by fire, Cogar bellowed with palpable authority. The denizens of Winterfell are not subject to the Night's Watch's judgment. Eddard met Cogar's gaze unyieldingly, invoking the name of King Robert I, the protector of House Stark in the north. Let it be as he decrees. And from this moment forth, let us never speak of resurrection again. The members of the Night's Watch gazed at Eddard in astonishment. Now genuinely persuaded by Banyon's words, the Duke of Winterfell was likely ensnared by dark sorcery, for he would not so blindly trust a mere 10-year-old boy otherwise. Eddard, Banyon cried, tears streaming down his face, his youthful fervor for his loved ones engulfing him in despair. Do you truly know what you are saying? Have you grasped the implications? He wishes to kill someone on the spot. Who do you intend to slay? Me? Banyon's voice crescendoed in desperation. I am willing. The guard Ellen stepped forward without hesitation, offering himself as sacrifice. Kill me, and then bring me back. It will all come to an end. Lord Eddard intends to return to Winterfell, and we have much yet to accomplish. Ellen resolutely extended his sword to Scene. Cogar remained silent for an extended moment, scrutinizing Eddard. Then Scene, and finally Ellen. Were they truly bewitched, or was there something else at play? The commander sensed an unsettling dissonance, as though they were prepared for this. No, this cannot be. I cannot ascertain whether you are merely performing a charade. Cogar finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. Very well. I shall step outside and find a member of the Night's Watch, your man, your soldier. Surely, that suffices? Scene firmly pushed open the door. Absolutely not. I will not permit you to harm an innocent member of the Night's Watch for such absurdity. Cogar instinctively protested. What if he consents? Without a backward glance, Scene exited, finding the very air within the room suffocating with foolishness. Eddard and Ellen followed him out. The members of the Night's Watch streamed out, including the venerable Maester Aemon, who tremulously trailed behind. As they emerged, they beheld the Eastwatch Castle, a quintessential stone and timber fortress, encircled by tall wooden palisades, with command towers, residential quarters, stables, warehouses, and docks scattered around its perimeter. At its center lay a vast open space, utilized as a training ground and gathering area for the Night's Watch to bask in the sun during their leisure. At that moment, the open space was populated by two groups, 30 vigilant guards from Winterfell, poised for battle, and 200 awkward members of the Night's Watch, unsure of their purpose. Scene approached Sir Roderick, exchanged a few words, and then strode purposefully towards the Night's Watch, blindfolded as he walked. Thus, you surely do not believe I intentionally selected a Night's Watchman with whom I had previously conspired? Though, apart from Benjen Stark, I am unfamiliar with any of the individuals present. Scene remarked disdainfully. Having come this far, the senior members of the Night's Watch exchanged glances, left with no choice but to allow events to unfold. Scene extended his arms, staggering and groping his way toward the Night's Watch, nearly stumbling, which evoked a wave of laughter. Ultimately, Scene found himself at the forefront of the Night's Watch's left flank, seizing hold of an individual. You, he declared, gripping the man's arm tightly. The sinewy muscle was robust yet agile, indicative of a skilled swordsman. Sir Night's Watchman, I require your assistance. Oh. The unfamiliar Night's Watchman responded with a flippant tone. Little boy, are you in need of milk? But alas, I do not possess any. Laughter erupted among the Night's Watchmen. Assist me in a task. You take a risk once, and I shall help you fulfill your deepest desire. Scene, still blindfolded, had his gaze firmly fixed upon the man before him beneath the dark cloth. Overall assessment, epic purple. Recommended professions, swordsman, cavalry, hunter, general, scout, spy, bard. This was the second individual he had encountered since his arrival, deemed epic aside from Eddard Stark. Scum, do you know what my desire entails? If I wish to engage with your mother right now, could you fulfill that? The man's response was coarse and filled with venom. Unperturbed, Scene removed his blindfold, a smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer, whispering into the man's ear, I will grant you freedom. The man's pupils dilated suddenly, his previously languid demeanor transforming into that of a predatory hawk. He resembled a fearsome beast, poised to strike at any moment. After a prolonged silence, the man regained his composure and inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" "I shall slay you on the spot, and then I will resurrect you." Theon's tone suggested he was discussing an inconsequential matter. "What?" The man gasped in disbelief. It was likely the first time he had heard of someone offering such a service. "Kill me, and then revive me? This is utterly unfathomable." "Very well. A cowardly fool. Then remain here and rot. I shall seek others." Theon scoffed, preparing to take his leave. "Wait, I have not declined yet." The man, sensing Theon's intent to depart, suddenly grasped his arm with urgency. The purple flames of his soul surged violently. He felt an overwhelming absurdity, yet was ensnared by a certain fatal allure, rendering him momentarily indecisive. Despite his usual promptness in action, who would dare to assist in such a task? Yet, this man was evidently no ordinary individual. After a brief moment, he asked, "How can you assure me of your words?" "That figure behind me is the protector of the North, the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark." Theon nodded subtly in the direction of Ed, who reciprocated with a slight nod. He then gestured towards another area where the high-ranking members of the Night's Watch were gathered. The commander, the officers, and the administrators were all present. The man was undoubtedly familiar with his superiors. In such a public setting, surrounded by prominent figures, it was clear that this was neither a jest nor a farce. All eyes were upon them, open and aboveboard. This was your singular opportunity. If missed, it would never return. A resurrection of sorts. I trust you comprehend the implications within. Theon's words were laced with temptation. "I am not solely dependent on you. I promised them that I would choose someone at random, blindfolded. Fate, however, has led me to select you." Theon intensified his fervor. "My time is invaluable. It is not to be squandered on you or anyone else. Should you choose to abandon this, please release your grip. If you consent, then tell me your name." Theon felt no sign of relinquishment in the clasp around his arm. Rather, it tightened further. After a prolonged silence, the man exhaled deeply, finally resolved. "Mansred. My name is Mansred." "Indeed, it is you. Mansred, the progeny born of the union between the Night's Watch and the Wildlings. Following his mother's demise, he was raised by the Night's Watch, becoming the most exceptional ranger of the Shadow Tower, until he abruptly defected from the Night's Watch, reclaiming his identity among the Wildlings. A decade later, he emerged as the universally acknowledged king beyond the Wall, leading an army to counterattack the desolate Wall. From humble beginnings, rising from obscurity, and despite his origins as a wildling adversary, he became the supreme ruler among all free folk beyond the Wall. In the annals of Night's Watch history, aside from the likes of the Night King, few could rival Mansred's legacy. Even the current commander, Koger, is but a pale comparison. To draw an inapt analogy, imagine a lowly northern sentinel defecting to the south, navigating the underbelly of society, and a decade later, residing in the grandest of halls, crowned as the southern leader. Is this fantasy, or is it epic? Chapter 19, Resurrection. Eastwatch, positioned at the furthest eastern edge of the Wall, is a land embraced by the sea. The tumultuous waves ceaselessly crash against the ancient, rugged cliffs, as if delineating the boundary between heaven and earth. The sky here is perpetually awash with unpredictable hues. The dawn paints the sea's surface in fiery brilliance, while the setting sun bathes the horizon in glorious gold. The wooden docks of the harbor, weathered by time and the elements, appear mottled and antiquated, yet they steadfastly support the countless footsteps that have traversed them over the millennia. Witnessing the ancient history of Eastwatch, on one side of the dock, beneath the towering wooden walls, lies a shallow beach. Theon, Ed, Ellen, and Mansred stood together in the waist-deep, frigid waters. Cold as ice, yet their blood surged with fervor. "Mans, if you are being coerced, refuse. No one can compel you, I assure you." The speaker is Commander Dennis Mallister of the Shadow Tower, an elderly man who has served as a commander for over 20 years. He has witnessed the growth of Mance Rayder from an abandoned child into the most distinguished ranger among the Night's Watch. He even believes that Mance may one day ascend to the position of Chief Ranger, embodying the pride of the Shadow Tower. Mance glanced back, meeting the old commander's slate-gray eyes, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. This man is good, humble, courteous, loyal, and chivalrous. Yet, Commander Dennis, what I desire is beyond your power to grant. I swear for the last time as a member of the Night's Watch, I am here of my own volition. No one has coerced me. Mance resolutely waded deeper into the waters. Despite his earnest efforts, the old commander fell silent at last. "This is enough." Theon grabbed him. Ed and Ellen, one on each side, suddenly tightened their grips on Mance's arms and wrists. The Duke of Winterfell and the chief financial officer exerted their strength together, forcefully submerging Mance into the sea. Startled, Mance instinctively lifted his head, yearning for air. However, Scene firmly grasped Mance's hair, forcefully pushing his head back beneath the water. Mance thrashed violently, bubbles erupting from his mouth as seawater surged into his nostrils. While Scene relentlessly held Mance's head underwater, he chanted a sacred hymn aloud. Mance Raider, brave warrior, you fear nothing. Life originates from the ocean and shall return to it. Open your mouth and drink deeply of the blessings of the divine. Let the seawater fill your lungs, and allow your spirit to drift into the deep. No, this is too cruel. Stop. Dennis, witnessing the brutal torment of his most capable subordinate, could not suppress his urge to intervene. Stand back. No one is permitted to approach until the ritual is complete. Sir Roderick waved his hand, and the guards of Winterfell drew their swords in unison, forming a barrier. No, no, this ritual. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from among the Night's Watch. I know this. I've heard of this. The legends of the Iron Islands. This ritual is indeed real. Catelyn muttered in a daze. The supreme sacred ritual of drowning, intended solely for the selection of warriors and drowned priests, is a miracle beyond the grasp of someone like him, a mere baseborn. The tone and words of Catelyn sent a chill through the commanders of the Night's Watch surrounding him. They sensed that something was amiss. Yet, it was too late to intervene now. The speed of drowning is alarmingly swift. After inhaling a few mouthfuls of water, Mance Rayder ceased to expel bubbles. His limbs no longer struggled, and his head drooped limply. His robust body swayed with the waves, devoid of life. Catelyn continued to murmur to himself. The dead do not perish. The dead do not perish. They shall rise again. Not far away, Scene bellowed the final words of his prayer. The three men dragged Mance's lifeless body ashore and laid it flat. The once ferocious and defiant Ranger elite now lay still on the ground, cold, pale, devoid of any semblance of life. Shall we check? To see if he is truly dead? Scene remarked, wiping the seawater from his hands after having just drowned a living man. No. Mance, wake up. Upon seeing his subordinate motionless before him, Commander Dennis lunged towards Mance. He listened for his heartbeat, assessed his breathing, and shook him vigorously. In desperation, Dennis looked around. No, Commander-in-Chief. This cannot be real, right? Mance, is he truly gone? He is not yet 30. The Night's Watch commanders took turns approaching to examine Mance's body. There was no heartbeat, no breath. His face was as pale as that of a corpse. Is he really dead? Yes, he is. Dennis's eyes were filled with terror, his fury seeking a target as he glared at the instigator. You murderer. Enough. Step aside, do not waste my time. I have already stated that my time is precious. After reviving him, there is much to accomplish. Scene fearlessly pushed aside the Night's Watch commander and approached Mance's body. Rest assured, if he is indeed dead, I shall take my own life here and accompany him to the grave. Scene coldly assured as he produced a black square cloth embroidered with peculiar patterns, covering Mance's face. Then, he clasped his hands together and forcefully struck Mance's chest. In the sight of the divine eye, it was the location of the heart. He exerted all his strength, pressing down repeatedly on Mance's chest with skilled, precise, and powerful technique. After dozens of compressions, Scene leaned down, pinched Mance's nose through the cloth, pried open his mouth, and forcefully blew air inside. Repeating this process, he continued to chant, in the name of the divine, I bestow upon you the power of rebirth from the sea. I grant you the blessing of seawater, and you shall be immensely strong. I grant you the blessing of stone, and you shall stand unyielding. I grant you the blessing of steel, and you shall be reborn through the forge. As time ticked away, in the heavy and oppressive atmosphere, Scene's final strike landed heavily on Mance's chest. In the astonished expressions of the Night's Watch, Mance Rayder suddenly bent forward and sat up, coughing violently, expelling seawater and cursing, damn. You didn't tell me death was this uncomfortable. Revive, Mance Rayder. The deceased shall not die. They shall rise again. From this moment forth, you shall fear nothing. You shall be free. Scene proclaimed loudly, standing tall, casting his gaze over the Night's Watch. Wherever his fierce gaze fell, it was akin to a dark forest. No one dared to meet his eyes. No one dared to question him. Resurrected, accomplished on the spot. Before the eyes of all the Night's Watch, such a miracle unfolds. Such formidable power, undeniable, irreverent. Commanders such as Coger and Dennis stood speechless, rendered mute by the spectacle. Banyan remained rooted in place, as if his very soul had evaporated. Is the resurrection of the dead truly so simple? So trivial? I know. I understand this. The departed do not perish. They shall rise again. Suddenly, Carter, the commander of East Sea Watch, fell to his knees, his face ashen. This is the baptism of the drowned god. This is the resurrection ceremony bestowed upon the bravest by the drowned priest of the Iron Islands. Carter's terrified exclamation undeniably endorsed the miraculous revival of Shurin. The most powerful drowned priest, wet-haired Theon Greyjoy, is my uncle. Shurin cast a fleeting glance at Carter, whose pallor deepened. He, the lowly bastard of the Iron Islands, stood before Shurin, the noblest prince of the Iron Islands, potentially the heir to the drowned priest's legacy. I had insulted him and even contemplated striking him. The long-standing, oppressive fear of class, coupled with the unfathomable, fearsome methods, rendered Carter incapable of uttering a single curse towards Shurin ever again. It is all over. Ed hastily wiped the cold moisture from his body, wringing out the cloth before handing it to Shurin, who donned the heavy cloak offered by a guard. He addressed the Night's Watch with a languid remark. Unbeknownst to him, Shurin was murmuring softly beside him, his voice so low it seemed a chilling whisper amidst the cold wind. Is it over? Or perhaps, has it only just begun? Shurin did not hasten to dry himself. Instead, he offered the dry cloth to Mance, who lay half reclined on the ground, still not fully conscious. How does it feel to be reborn? Witnessing the miracle of resurrection. The Night's Watch, including Commander Dennis, hesitated to approach Mance. Mance, soaked to the bone, with seawater dripping from his hair, appeared dazed. Upon seeing the proffered cloth, he swatted it away, asserting, I owe you nothing. He was a man of clear debts and obligations. I will help you. You will help me. We stand even. With that, Mance rose, casually wiping the seawater from his face and sweeping back his wet hair, revealing his resolute countenance. He gazed skyward, drawing in deep breaths. Inhale, exhale, seemingly savoring something profound. The overcast, familiar sky felt different. The stale, rancid air was transformed. His superior, Dennis, cautiously approached, inquiring softly, Mance, are you all right? Never better. Mance paused his deep breathing, his tone serene and ethereal. Dennis was taken aback, sensing that Mance had undergone a transformation. Mance bowed his head, beginning to murmur, his voice rising from a whisper to a crescendo. The long night approaches. From this day forth, I shall watch, until death claims me. The oath of the Night's Watch. Dennis was momentarily taken aback. This oath was as familiar to all Night's Watch members as the back of their hands, recited daily. Unconsciously, Dennis joined in the recitation. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory. I shall serve faithfully, live and die at my post. As the words echoed, more and more Night's Watch members began to chant the familiar vow with fervor. Countless long nights had been inspired by this impassioned declaration, allowing them to forget their pain and solitude. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the wall. I am the fire that warms against the cold, the light that breaks at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch. Tonight and every night. The stirring vow dispelled the chill of the wind, alleviated the shock and fear brought by the supernatural, and fortified the resolve of the Night's Watchman. Then, suddenly, bullshit. A load of utter nonsense. The Night's Watch is nothing but a heap of rubbish. Mance raised his head abruptly and shouted. Chapter 20, and all those loopholes, how I relish them. No lands, no crown. Do you even deserve it? You are nothing but thieves, robbers, bandits, bastards without knowledge of your fathers, second sons with no inheritance, captured nobles lacking the funds for ransom. You have nowhere to go. Only the dungeon and the gallows await you. You possess nothing. You can only hide in this desolate place, nursing your delusions of honor. Mance's voice dripped with scorn. No wife, no children? Then where do you think I came from? My father, a so-called honorable man of the Night's Watch, forced a wildling woman to bear me. Should I feel proud? Should I applaud his beastly act? You assault commoners, you prey on new recruits, and you've left a trail of ruined lives in your wake. Half the orphans you gift land to are your own illegitimate offspring. Mance suddenly laughed, tears streaming down his face. You withstand the cold? You guard the kingdom? You were banished here, imprisoned to defend against an enemy that has not appeared in 8,000 years. You Haven T captured a single White Walker, defending against wildlings? Huh. There are more wildlings that have slipped past the wall than you've ever seen, Oates. The number of civilians murdered and women abducted far exceeds your experiences. You merely walk the same fixed path at fixed times along the wall, occasionally relieving yourselves from above, as if that suffices to claim you've done your duty. Mance, be quiet. You're out of your mind, Dennis exclaimed, stepping forward in alarm. Mance pushed aside the Night's Watch commander who sought to restrain him, concluding with a resolute declaration. The Night's Watch has no honor whatsoever. You have changed entirely since your resurrection. This is an exceptionally vile ritual. It has altered your very mind. Dennis cried out loudly, pointing at Sean with fury, exclaiming, It's you, all because of you. Sean merely stuck out his tongue. pulled at his eyelids, and made a grimace. I merely opened a magical box, and it revealed another layer of shame. Observing the Night's Watchmen, each wore expressions of terror mingled with embarrassment, confirming the truth in Mance's words. The Night's Watchmen had always deluded themselves with the notion that they were fulfilling a grand mission, that they were the last guardians of the realm. I have never changed. Dennis was interrupted coldly by Mance, who asserted, "Commander, why deceive yourself? Each year, deserters from the Night's Watch meet their demise, many at your own hands. Have you forgotten? Do you not recall the tale of the 79 guards? If this truly is such an honorable duty, if this place is truly so splendid, why are there so many deserters? Why do so many choose to forsake their vows to escape this place? The Night's Watch is merely a collection of unfortunate souls cast aside by the Seven Kingdoms, congregating in a place devoid of hope, clinging to a hollow mission for warmth. Thus, this is aptly named the Wall of Despair. Mance, will you also betray your vow?" Dennis gazed at him in disbelief. "Do you not understand why I agreed to partake in this ceremony?" Mance's words left Dennis momentarily stunned and sent chills down the spines of the upper echelon of the Night's Watch. The long night approaches, and from this moment forth, I shall stand vigil until death, until death. Mance silently recited an oath, repeatedly uttering until death until he proclaimed, "I have just died once." It was as if a cold wind swept through, chilling the Night's Watchmen to their very bones. "I am dead. I am reborn. My oath is lifted. I am free. I am free." Mance raised his hands high, shouting to every member of the Night's Watch, "I am free. I am free. I wish to leave this cursed place. I desire the liberty to pursue whatever I wish. I wish to find my beloved, to marry her, to have a dozen children. I am free." The Night's Watchmen were at a loss, engulfed in shock, anxiety, and an inexplicable longing. A myriad of emotions intertwined as whispers and murmurs erupted among them. The oath of the Night's Watch contains a loophole, until death. If one has died once, does the oath not end there? Perhaps its creators never anticipated that someone could die and return to life. In all timelines, one of the three main protagonists, Jon Snow, upon joining the Night's Watch, must first die to extricate himself from this wretched organization. Only then can he re-emerge into the light, ascending to the status of a great noble. Otherwise, he would be deemed a traitor by all the Seven Kingdoms, treated as such by the Night's Watch. Jon succeeded. Why can't Sean? I do not possess the Red God's resurrection magic. Yet I am familiar with the magic of the Drowned God, who cannot perform artificial respiration and chest compressions. With the aid of the divine eye that can see through flesh, the possibility of failure simply does not exist. If Sheen so desired, he could even resurrect the entire Night's Watch. No, you cannot do that. Mance, the Night's Watch raised you. They provided you with sustenance, warmth, and taught you how to fight. It is because of the Night's Watch that you have survived to this day. You cannot betray them. Dennis attempted to sway Mance with sentiments of gratitude. "Oh, that sounds rather reminiscent of the mantras of slave traders in Slave Bay," Sheen remarked with a wicked glee. "Oh, wretched slave, I purchased you in your youth, provided for you, and taught you skills. You must obey me for life. Bow to my designated ones, regardless of their humanity. Slay my chosen foes, irrespective of your ties to them. Utter no defiance, for your disobedience shall be met with death." Ed, frowning, unexpectedly struck Sheen's head, interrupting his tirade. He sensed that the situation was veering off course. The original plan was merely to use the Drowning God ritual to silence any potential dissenters against Sheen, but now, the unfolding events had clearly spiraled beyond control. He observed the fervent gazes of the Night's Watch soldiers, their eagerness palpable. Some among them, possessing foresight, realized with horror that this ancient organization, which had endured for a millennium, was on the brink of disintegration. If Mance could legitimately sever ties with the Night's Watch, then so too could they. It was merely a ritual. Mance looked at Dennis, then at the commander-in-chief, Corgel, and suddenly began to disrobe. He unfastened his tunic, removed his trousers, and stripped off his undergarments, shoes, and socks, piece by piece, until he stood completely naked in the biting wind, utterly bare, yet with an unprecedented resolve. "I return everything to you. All that I possess, including the entirety of Shadow Tower, belongs to you. For the past 20 years, I have fought for you, undertaken countless tasks, and slain innumerable foes. Let this suffice as recompense for the care I received. I desire nothing. I return everything. I only seek freedom." "Freedom," Mance shouted. And those two words seemed to possess an enchantment, as several murmurs of agreement arose among the Night's Watch, causing the commanders' faces to darken. With his body exposed and bare feet, Mance strode purposefully towards the gate. He yearned to leave this place, to pursue his own destiny and forge the epic of Mance Raider. "Wait," Sheen called out. picking up the sword he had won from Morris and tossing it to Mance. He caught it with a puzzled glance toward Sheen. Even the most virtuous man must have a weapon at the outset. Sheen chuckled, adding, "Remember to return it to me when you visit Winterfell." Mance contemplated briefly, accepted the sword, and approached the closed iron gate. Raising the weapon towards the guard, "Open the gate. Do not make me repeat myself." The sword appeared to be untouched by blood. The guard gazed at him in trepidation, then glanced towards the commanders. Fearful of opening the door and hesitant to refuse, he retreated 2 steps, trembling. "No, you cannot leave. There are no examples of the Night's Watch breaking away. Never." Commander Kogel, gritting his teeth, stepped forward to obstruct him. His resolute words, once spoken, were followed by a fit of violent coughing. "This breach cannot be allowed, otherwise everything will be lost. The Night's Watch will be utterly destroyed. He would become the most disgraceful commander in the history of the Night's Watch." Mance gazed upon the former supreme leader, once so dignified and unattainable, a figure of aspiration and authority for all members of the Night's Watch. Yet now, Mance coldly shook his head. "Foolish. I had considered sparing you." He strode back to Sean, suddenly revealing a wicked smile. "You help me. I help you. You have aided me, so I believe you would not mind helping me to the very end, would you?" Mance abruptly seized the boy's hand, raising it high, and shouted to the Night's Watch, "Brothers of the Night's Watch, who among you longs to experience rebirth? Who wishes to seek freedom under these divine hands? Who dares to speak? Tell me loudly." The open space fell silent for but a moment before erupting into a frenzy. I want to. To hell with the Night's Watch." Those demanding to withdraw, those attempting to stop him, shouting and shoving. Some even began to resort to violence. Mance's single utterance turned the entire Night's Watch into chaos, and no amount of admonishment from the commanders could quell the uproar. Commander Kogel, wheezing violently, could no longer contain himself and suddenly spat a mouthful of blood before fainting. Chapter 21. Benefits. A dark, despairing air permeated the command tower overlooking the Eastern Sea. This is not how it should be. The Night's Watch is not meant to be like this. The 996th commander of the Night's Watch lay on his bed, pallid, his eyes devoid of spirit, bloodstains lingering at the corners of his mouth. The physical ailments he suffered were insignificant compared to the mental anguish he experienced. Just moments ago, a near riot had erupted within the Night's Watch. Incited by Mance Rayder's inflammatory rhetoric and his personal charisma, the outsider condemned to a lifetime of military service for stealing a farmer's egg. The cook whose finger was severed for taking a bite of the Lord's ham, and subsequently sent to the wall. The bard who donned the black cloak after a scandal with a noble lady. A myriad of individuals, guilty, innocent, or merely seeking excitement, joined the uproar. Countless members of the Night's Watch roaring in unison, "Divine hand, please aid me. I too desire freedom. To hell with the Night's Watch." Had it not been for the compassionate Ed, who ordered the cavalry of Winterfell to support the upper echelons of the Night's Watch in forcefully suppressing the chaos, the Night's Watch might have met its demise right then and there. Kogel, infuriated, had fainted from blood loss. Upon awakening, he could only lie in bed, breath weak, murmuring self-comforts and prayers. "Oh, gods, it is not as it seems." The once unchallenged king of the border, who dared to confront the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, can no longer engage in governance. "My Lord Eddard, you were born in the north and raised here. You are well versed in the intricacies of the Night's Watch. While some among us may indeed be inept, it does not warrant a complete dismissal of the Night's Watch. They possess a noble mission and a significant purpose." Jeor Mormont, in addition to being the first ranger, serves as the second in command to the Lord Commander, naturally assuming responsibility in the interim. Having once held the title of a minor lord, he possesses some managerial experience, and he swiftly realizes that matters have spiraled out of control. The Night's Watch's primary source of manpower is comprised of criminals, individuals who are often lawless and impulsive. In simpler terms, they are a group of potential societal threats prone to instigation. Throughout history, the Night's Watch has witnessed countless rebellions, recruits slaying veterans, soldiers murdering their instructors, rangers betraying their oaths, and even the current Lord Commander Jeor, who is destined to become the 997th Lord Commander, perished at the hands of his own men in rebellion. It is worth mentioning that his successor, the 998th Lord Commander Jon Snow, also met his demise due to a betrayal by members of the Night's Watch. One could argue that it is not the inherent contrariness of Mance Rayder, but rather the innate rebelliousness of most members of the Night's Watch. Those who have committed crimes are often more prone to reoffend. This is evident. Presently, the soldiers of the Night's Watch are on the brink of insurrection, yet they endure, not solely due to the lingering influence of their commanders or the so-called honorable mission, but largely because of Winterfell and Ned Stark. The 30 fully armed cavalrymen of Winterfell represent the most immediate threat, though 200 members of the Night's Watch could potentially vanquish them in open conflict. Winterfell can summon thousands from the north at any moment, easily quelling any uprising from the Night's Watch. Even those fleeing the wall would find it impossible to escape the vast expanse of the north, only to be apprehended by patrols and sentenced to death. More critically, the only legitimate means of departure rests in the hands of the resurrected priest of the drowned god, Theon, who is a man of Winterfell. For various reasons, the soldiers of the Night's Watch can endure, but not indefinitely. Once the lid of a boiling pressure cooker is removed, it is not easily forced back down. With matters reaching this juncture, a resolution must be sought. It cannot simply be ignored. Gior even contemplated executing Theon on the spot, and then taking his own life as penance to Eddard. However, the Ironborn priest, being from the Iron Islands, firmly rejected this notion. There are many drowned god priests on the islands, all of whom can perform such rituals. Killing Theon Greyjoy would be futile. The situation would only worsen. Can one slay all the drowned god priests on the Iron Islands? With no viable options left, Gior ultimately finds himself seeking the assistance of his former liege, Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell. I understand now. Eddard exhibited a certain aloofness, his expression devoid of any warmth, offering no affirmative responses. The Stark family has historically maintained a commendable rapport with the Night's Watch. Almost every generation has seen a member of the family don the black, and they have consistently endeavored to provide support. However, the recent actions of the Night's Watch have deeply displeased him. The detainment of soldiers from Winterfell, the encirclement of his personal guard, the attempt to place the Duke under house arrest, and the unilateral decision to capture and interrogate his noble ward have all crossed Eddard's threshold of tolerance. Furthermore, was today's incident not a consequence of the Night's Watch's own folly? Had they not clandestinely summoned all their elite to Eastwatch, matters would not have escalated to such proportions. If the resurrection of Theon had merely been a spectacle for a select few, this vulnerability would not have circulated so widely. Had it not been for the inherently rebellious nature of the resurrected Mance, who audaciously severed ties and was subsequently rebuffed, a multitude would not have been incited. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Eddard suddenly sensed something amiss. Could such a series of coincidences truly occur within a single day? Unconsciously, he shifted his gaze to the small boy beside him, who was resting with his eyes closed. Theon, what is your perspective? Why have we not yet returned? We have squandered far too much time. Theon, without opening his eyes, retorted. Surely the Night's Watch would not dare to stage another absurd siege against the Duke of Winterfell over matters of resurrection or some ludicrous notion concerning White Walkers. It is unlikely they wish to impede our departure once more. The Night's Watch has been rendered thus because of you, and you merely wish to walk away? Jane gazed at Theon in astonishment. What have I done? Theon replied, still with his eyes closed, in a tone devoid of agitation. You sought to attack me, and I was compelled to draw my sword in self-defense. You wished to interrogate me, and I employed a ritual to affirm my innocence. I do not recall having wronged any of you, nor have I committed any crimes. Even in the face of your slander and aggression, I have not harbored thoughts of hatred or revenge. With such magnanimity, why am I still unable to leave? The members of the Night's Watch found themselves at a loss for words, their hearts heavy with unspoken truths. This time, even Benjen Stark dared not levy baseless accusations against Theon. He was genuinely intimidated. Benjen had never experienced such fear of another before. Never. The first instance was when he witnessed his brother's despondency, merely attributing the blame to Theon, only to be so startled that he fell from his horse. The second was when he suspected his brother was being swayed by the resurrected boy, only to face collective resistance from the people of Winterfell and retreat in disgrace to the Black Castle. The third was when he rallied the entire organization of the Night's Watch, meticulously preparing to expose the so-called Little Demon, only to find the entire Night's Watch on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Benjen found himself uncertain. Was Theon truly human? Was this world even real? Perhaps all of this was merely a dream. Cough, it cannot be like this. The Night's Watch must not be destroyed. The desperate cough of Commander Coger finally roused Banyong from his stupor. It cannot continue like this. Ned, brother, this is all my fault. Everything stemmed from my selfish desires and delusions, but please believe me, the Night's Watch truly harbors no intent to harm you or Winterfell. Banyong knelt before Eddard, grasping his hand, tears of remorse streaming down his face. With heartfelt pleas, he invoked the millennia-old friendship between House Stark and the Night's Watch. Please help us. Dispatch troops to guard against the rebellious soldiers. They could revolt at any moment. Should the Night's Watch descend into chaos, the wall would lose its defense, and the north would be plunged into crisis, bringing no benefit to Winterfell. Eddard, gazing at his weeping brother, felt his heart soften. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Banyan, do not speak any further. The moment you open your mouth, foolishness permeates the entire room, came the cold, indifferent voice of Theon. The abrupt, frigid onslaught shattered the bond of brotherhood, leaving all present in stunned silence. How naive one must be to believe that the annihilation of the Night's Watch would bear no ill effects for Winterfell. Theon rose, eyes wide open, stepping closer to Banyan with deliberate slowness. This time, though his eyes lacked their usual brilliance, Banyan still quailed in fear, retreating in trepidation. What do you say? Annihilation? The Night's Watch? Banyan, caught in terror and confusion, was echoed by Eddard's own doubts. Then, a voice that seemed to whisper like a demon echoed in the ears of all present. If the Night's Watch ceases to exist, then naturally, all lands, both new and old, within a radius of 7,000 square miles south of the Wall, should rightfully revert to Winterfell, should they not? 7,000 square miles. Equivalent to a province known for its spicy cuisine. Would you like it? Chapter 22. Do you ever consider the consequences of your actions? A thunderclap struck the minds of all high-ranking members of the Night's Watch. A cold, terrifying, and brutal truth was unveiled. The Night's Watch produces nothing. Their sustenance primarily derives from the farmers of the lands granted to them. The grants consist of two parts: Brandon's gift, given by the ancestral builder of the Wall, Brandon Stark, encompassing all lands within 25 leagues south of the Wall, and the new gift, bestowed by Queen Alicent Targaryen, who persuaded House Stark to grant an additional 25 leagues further south. Thus, the lands possessed by the Night's Watch ultimately originate from House Stark. If the Night's Watch were to vanish, the most lawful claim to these lands would naturally revert to Winterfell. It is both reasonable and just. In an instant, the fear among the high-ranking members of the Night's Watch reached its zenith. The Night's Watch and House Stark originally held no conflicting interests. The apprehension of Theon was merely a matter of duty or ideological contention, a discord that could be reconciled. However, when it comes to conflicts of interest, particularly those of immense magnitude, history has unequivocally demonstrated that such disputes are utterly irreconcilable and will inevitably culminate in conflict. Moreover, if House Stark were to contemplate reclaiming the gifted lands, the present moment could scarcely be more opportune. The internal strife within the Night's Watch is poised to erupt at any moment. Mismanagement could lead to their own demise. Externally, they have just offended their most formidable noble ally, House Stark, which possesses the capacity to sway the political decisions of both the king and the prime minister. All Eddard need do is remain passive, allowing the Night's Watch to descend into chaos, and at an appropriate juncture, seek an edict from King Robert to extinguish the rebellion, thereby legally disbanding the Night's Watch and reclaiming all bestowed lands. Do you truly believe the insurrection of the Night's Watch soldiers constitutes the gravest threat? How naive. The reality is that, provided Eddard shows no mercy, the Night's Watch will cease to exist. Do you think it is merely a matter of offending one individual? Just inciting the displeasure of Winterfell? A trivial disturbance among the lower ranks? One can simply apologize for a misstep and expect forgiveness? Do you surmise the Night's Watch is truly above worldly concerns? The words of Theon struck all members of the Night's Watch like a sharp slap, awakening them from their delusions of glory and shattering their false pride. Reflecting deeply upon the path that has led them here, could it be that from the very beginning, those like Gior and Bowen, who were astute in the ways of nobility, suddenly felt a chill of dread, a terrifying realization that compelled them to halt their thoughts? Yet, what if the Night's Watch were to vanish? The Wall would remain unguarded, with wildlings and White Walkers poised to descend, as Bowen murmured. It felt akin to grasping at a final straw. Reclaiming the lands would yield vast stretches of unclaimed territory available for bestowal. There are castles ready at hand, and even some subjects to govern. Should Winterfell issue a land grant decree, akin to the Manderleys from centuries past, countless dispossessed nobles, powerless younger sons, and even mercenaries and merchants from Essos would flock to the north, pledging their fealty to House Stark. Certainly, their loyalty may not be faultless, but it would assuredly not be inferior to yours. Theon coldly remarked. Night's Watch, you are not irreplaceable. Do not overestimate your own significance. Westeros would continue to turn without you. I possess land, assets, and even some subjects to elevate as nobles. Why should I fear a lack of followers? The room fell into a profound silence. Even the dying elder ceased his coughing. Suddenly, a strikingly plumaged raven flew through the window, flapping its wings before perching steadily on Theon's shoulder. The boy lowered his eyelids and coldly uttered, "You have one night to devise your statements and conditions. Then, kneel and sincerely implore Lord Eddard for his forgiveness." I implore you not to ally with the nobility to petition the Iron Throne for the dissolution of the Night's Watch. That chaotic, filthy, and superfluous organization. With that, Theon pushed open the door and stepped outside. Just as he exited, as if suddenly recollecting something, he leaned back in, leaving behind a chilling smile. Of course, you have another option. Eliminate all who are aware. Remember, if you intend to act, ensure that none are spared, whether they be the folk of Winterfell or the Night's Watch soldiers. At the gates of Eastwatch, the sentinel lay unconscious on the ground, clutching his stomach. Mance Rayder forcefully twisted the lock, raising the heavy gate. He cared not for the current plight of the Night's Watch. The existence of the Watch or the fate of its commander mattered little. The objectives of the astute must always remain clear. Whether participating in a ritual, publicly parading in the nude, or inciting a riot among the Night's Watch, these are merely means to an end. Ultimately, freedom is Mance's true aspiration. The very word that resonated with him, spoken by Theon, was freedom. My freedom. In this tumultuous era, the disarrayed Night's Watch no longer commanded his attention. Mance could now stride boldly from Eastwatch, racing into the wilderness, proclaiming freedom and seeking his beloved. His heart burned with fervor. I thought you would kill that disobedient gatekeeper. An abrupt voice startled him, sending a chill down his spine. Mance swiftly turned, sword in hand, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he exhaled in relief. I am no longer a member of the Night's Watch, but I shall not slay a former comrade at whim. My lord, the Hand of God. He took satisfaction in the grandeur of his title. The Hand of God. How noble, imposing, and suffused with sanctity and mystery. Now, almost all members of the Night's Watch, as well as the folk of Winterfell, openly referred to Theon as the Hand of God. Oh, you seem rather affable. Theon ambled out leisurely. Flanked by Ellen and 3 other guards, a raven perched quietly upon his shoulder. Had he not secretly dispatched his companion, the raven, to keep watch, Mance would have slipped away unnoticed. This fellow was the finest scout on the continent. Alas, most of the time, when faced with opposing sides, one can only choose to traverse one path. Those who seek to appease both sides often find themselves most unwelcome. Theon added meaningfully. Across all timelines, Mance Rayder ultimately chose violent rebellion against the Night's Watch, his hands stained with the blood of former comrades, resolutely aligning himself with the free folk, becoming the sworn enemy of the Night's Watch. Yet now, the situation was different. At least in the eyes of the law. Mance had legitimately renounced his oath and departed the Night's Watch with integrity. So, why do you choose to assist me? Mance raised his sword, brushing off his garments, which were a gift from Theon to Mance via the guards of Winterfell. Although the tone of the conversation at that time was less than congenial. Theon, release my hand. You vile pervert. Who on earth clothed this naked man? I certainly do not wish to be embroiled in rumors of homosexuality before reaching adulthood. Mance undoubtedly bears a debt of gratitude, for running naked and unarmed in the snowy lands beyond the wall could spell death before the first night concludes. However, he finds himself perplexed by Kian's demeanor. At times, he feels that everything is proceeding too smoothly. Yet, as one of the beneficiaries, he cannot openly question Kian. Is your conspicuous generosity a result of some ulterior motive? Mance's emotional intelligence has not sunk to the depths of the Night's Watch hierarchy. Perhaps it is due to my own disdain for the Night's Watch, or perhaps it is my yearning for a certain kind of freedom. Kian's gaze is heavy with contemplation, lost in thought. Moreover, my adoptive father, Duke Eddard, ventured beyond the wall seeking something extraordinary. Regrettably, we found nothing but a black obsidian dagger stained with the blood of a white. Kian has become accustomed to weaving truths and fabrications, suggesting, since you are heading beyond the wall to seek your freedom, you might fortuitously encounter what we are searching for. You could assist us in retrieving it. Winterfell will offer a handsome reward, or perhaps you could gather pertinent information. This sounded far more reasonable than the previous rationale. When one seeks assistance, it is only natural to offer something in return. Mance pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well, but I cannot guarantee that I will find it. What exactly are you looking for? We have yet to discover anything ourselves, so I hold no expectations for you. Kian appeared indifferent, as if merely making casual conversation. Do your best, and do not forget. If you have friends in the north, you could enlist their help. We will offer a reward as well. I am quite reassured. The king beyond the wall. With your legendary experience, you are bound to uncover something. Eddard handed Mance a satchel and a piece of parchment. Mance examined the satchel, finding it filled with hard jerky and equally tough black bread, sufficient sustenance for 3 or 4 days. Without hesitation, Mance expressed his gratitude and opened the parchment. It was densely filled with an array of entries, each marked with a bounty price. After a brief glance, Mance's expression turned to one of astonishment. Are you serious? This list reads like a compendium of mythical creatures: wights, ghouls, children of the forest, three-eyed ravens, giants, dire wolves, colossal mountain lions, polar bears, and mammoths, all alive. The bounties are staggering. Chapter 23. The East Sea Accord. After bidding farewell to the unusually complex and peculiar Mance raider, Theon, Eddard, and 3 guards from Winterfell began their return journey. Theon now held a long flute of border style, handcrafted by Mance himself, ruggedly carved and inscribed with his name. This fellow, aside from his roles within the Night's Watch and as a scout, is also a remarkably talented bard. He possesses a breadth of knowledge across various domains, making him a rare polymath. When Mance departed from the Wall, he took nothing with him. Perhaps it was meant to be kept as a memento. Ultimately, I took only this small instrument that had accompanied me for many years. Now, it shall serve as a token gifted to Mance. He pledged that those who wield the flute shall undoubtedly receive his protection. Splendid. Thus, we have driven the first nail into the territory of the wild men. Through him, we can glean more about the realities beyond the Great Wall and acquire what we desire. Ellen has now grown accustomed to contemplating connections of interest. Continuing his train of thought, he pondered, is there anything beyond this? Mance did not dismiss Ellen's words, but pressed on with his inquiries. Oh, I have an idea. We could ask Mance to arrange for the wild men to excavate ice blocks for us. Ellen exclaimed with a sudden spark of inspiration. Must we always fixate on ice blocks? That is merely one venture. Ellen, you must elevate your understanding and broaden your perspective, Mance replied, bemused. Selling ice blocks is indeed a viable project, yet we cannot remain ensnared by it. A stable supply chain is paramount. Through Mance, we can establish a trade relationship with the wild men, controlling grain and iron tools to procure gems, precious metals, furs, and animals from beyond the Wall. Though it may not be substantial, it is, after all, a monopolistic trade. Should Mance ascend to the role of a tribal leader, our gains would multiply, even allowing us to leverage resource control to weaken other wild tribes. Through Mance, we could also export culture, enlightening the wild men on the significance of systems and order, thereby preparing for their domestication and territorial expansion. Mance articulated these thoughts with eloquence, far exceeding Ellen's comprehension. It was a realm he had never even dared to envision. As the saying goes, a single conversation with a wise individual is worth a decade of study. Indeed, in this era of knowledge monopolization, where one must pay dearly to learn and even sacrifice oneself, Mance's discourse indicated that he truly regarded Ellen as a cherished son. What if the one named Mance were to perish at the hands of beasts or wild men before he even left the Shadow Forest? One of the attendants interjected suddenly. A pertinent question, Mance affirmed, then tossed the query to Ellen. You answer? Ellen pondered for a moment and replied, thus far, our actual investment amounts to merely a sword, the one won from Harris, a set of tattered clothing, and a bag of provisions, pilfered from the Night's Watch kitchen. Even if Mance were to fail, we would suffer no loss. Yet, should he succeed, the rewards would be immense. A modest investment with vast returns. If there are any Night's Watch members wishing to abandon their post for the wild, I would gladly provide them each with a full set of gear. After a moment's reflection, he added, moreover, I believe the likelihood of Mance's success is considerable. Ellen. Mance suddenly called his name, breaking into a smile. Congratulations. I can entrust you to King's Landing with confidence. Ellen felt his eyes welling with tears. He had never imagined that he could feel such exhilaration from a single affirmation from a 10-year-old child. Using material resources or currency as a measure of income-output ratio is the simplest and most objective approach. However, society is an intersection of human relationships. My contributions encompass not only respect for Mance, but also acts of kindness, the esteemed reputation of Winterfell, and the ways he has leveraged my name, among other factors. Reputation. Human connections, emotions, and sentiments are equally significant considerations, not merely financial assets. Individuals who view matters solely through a monetary lens are unlikely to achieve greatness. Sean continued to impart lessons to his son that ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. Ellen, read extensively, engage in meaningful dialogue, and reflect and revise your thoughts. These practices will elevate your perspective and understanding, which are currently your weaknesses. For instance, you believe Mance has a considerable chance of success. I, however, assert that as long as he does not meet an untimely end, he will undoubtedly accomplish great things. Sean's conclusion was resolute. Mance is willing to risk his life for the sake of a possibility, to utilize the people of Winterfell for his ambitions, and to incite a rebellion among the Night's Watch for his escape. Is this something an ordinary person would dare to do? You have not listened carefully to his words. He once stated that he intends to venture beyond the Wall in search of his beloved. What does this signify? It indicates he possesses connections among the wildlings. Otherwise, would he venture out naked merely to create ice sculptures? A man of exceptional skill, clear intellect, bold ambition, and prudent foresight is destined for success. Ellen gasped in realization. He had only vaguely sensed Mance's exceptional nature, but this analysis illuminated the formidable aspects of Mance's character. If you doubt my assertions, we could wager, Sean provocatively suggested. No. I would not dare to gamble against the hand of God. Ellen hastily declined, jesting while also offering a touch of flattery. After all he had witnessed, who would dare question Sean's judgment? Even a figure like Mance Rayder could only flounder within Sean's grasp, illustrating that Sean was far more formidable. Sean smiled faintly. That is not entirely accurate. I merely have certain advantages. Meanwhile, among the Night's Watch, various commanders, leaders, and scholars were desperately employing logic, tradition, personal connections, threats, and legalities, essentially all manner of approaches to persuade Eddard. Sean paid little heed, leaving everything to Eddard to manage. As he had stated, he detested meaningless disputes. Given the current circumstances, the Night's Watch could no longer turn the tide through conventional means. If Eddard were to mishandle negotiations under such conditions, he might as well remain home to raise a family. The only concern was that the Night's Watch might exploit their numerical superiority to launch a sudden, forceful uprising. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, Sean nonetheless emphasized this point at the end, effectively quelling their ambitions. Surprise attacks and ambushes are only successful when the target is unaware. Once caution is exercised, the chances of success diminish significantly. On the evening of the third day, the possibility vanished entirely when John Amber, leading a contingent of 100 soldiers from Hearthstone, arrived under the cover of night. Meanwhile, the northern nobles near the wall continued to send reinforcements, their loyal guards arriving in a steady stream. By the fifth night, the total number of northern soldiers at Eastwatch had surpassed 300, the situation now firmly under control. Under the orders of their commanders, the Night's Watch soldiers surrendered their weapons and were segregated into separate quarters, anxiously awaiting the final decision from the commander's tower. Steel proved far more persuasive than words. Surrounded by northern soldiers, the upper echelons of the Night's Watch, along with Ned Stark, resumed their negotiations. This time, the Night's Watch adopted a more humble stance. Yet, despite the ailing Commander Kogel's obstinate insistence, no resolution was reached. Eddard found himself exasperated, engaged in drawn-out discussions with these straw men, whose minds were filled with stones and ice, his temper flaring to the point that blisters formed on his lips. Ultimately, they parted ways with their 996th commander, Kogel, an elderly man whose health had long been in decline, still yearning to accomplish a significant deed before his demise, such as being the first to capture a white, hoping for a title that would echo through history. However, the old man stubbornly refused to agree to Eddard's proposals for reforming the Night's Watch until his last breath, earning him the moniker of Obstinate Kogel. Eddard, a man of principles, was unwilling to pressure a dying elder, which compelled him to remain at Eastwatch for nearly a month. It was not until Commander Kogel closed his eyes for the final time, filled with guilt and regret, that his deputy, Jamermet, was unanimously chosen to succeed him as the 997th commander of the Night's Watch. He then represented the Night's Watch in signing the humiliating Eastwatch land lease agreement with Ned Stark of Winterfell. The agreement stipulated that the Night's Watch, represented by Commander Jamermet, would lease a portion of its territory to House Stark for a period of 20 years, with Winterfell paying an annual rent of 200 gold dragons as compensation for the leased land. During the lease term, Winterfell would have the authority to develop and manage the land as it saw fit. The leased territory included newly gifted lands, uninhabited areas, 3 abandoned castles including Long Night's Watch, and the rights to garrison the corresponding sealed tunnels. Furthermore, Winterfell was granted free passage across the waters of Eastwatch. The agreement mandated that Winterfell must pay the stipulated rent of 200 gold dragons at the beginning of each year and ensure that the development and management of the leased land adhered to legal and environmental standards. The Night's Watch shall ensure that Winterfell and its designated agents possess the rights to utilize and benefit from the leased land throughout the duration of the tenancy. Section 4. Termination and renewal of the agreement. This agreement shall take effect immediately upon signing. Prior to the expiration of the lease, both parties must renegotiate whether to extend or terminate the tenancy. Should both parties agree to extend the lease, a new rental agreement shall be executed. If they decide to terminate the lease, the tenant must return the leased land to the landlord. Section 5. Dispute resolution. The interpretation and application of this agreement shall adhere to the fundamental laws of the Westeros Code. Any disputes arising from this agreement shall first be resolved through amicable negotiation. If negotiations fail, either party shall have the right to bring the matter before the Iron Throne. Chapter 24. The hopes of the Night's Watch. Reforming the Night's Watch has long been a desire of every Eddard Stark across the timelines. The ancient and honorable brotherhood, once numbering in the tens of thousands, has dwindled to a mere few hundred, teetering on the brink of extinction. As a direct descendant of Brandon Stark, one of the founders of the Night's Watch, Eddard is deeply pained by this decline. There are myriad reasons for the Night's Watch's deterioration. In Eddard's view, one significant factor is the current nature of the Night's Watch. It is led by a cadre of idle noble failures overseeing a group of hopeless, aimless criminals. The governance and work ethic of such leadership is disheartening. Coupled with sporadic attacks from wildlings, the number of vassals has consistently diminished over time. Vast expanses of land, manors, and watchtowers have fallen into disrepair. With a shrinking populace and decreasing revenue, maintaining a larger contingent becomes untenable, resulting in further reductions in the Night's Watch and the closure of watchtowers. This, in turn, invites more wildling incursions, leading to an even greater decline in vassals and financial resources, perpetuating a vicious cycle of layoffs and despair. Eddard once envisioned the Night's Watch entrusting unclaimed lands to the management of northern nobles, subsequently relocating mountain dwellers to share in the profits. However, this proposal was met with stern refusal from the Night's Watch. Despite our impoverishment and decline, despite our impending demise, we are steeped in history and honor. We shall never relinquish that which belongs to the collective Night's Watch to any outsider. Regardless of how the world may change, we, the Night's Watch, remain unyielding throughout the ages. In every timeline, Eddard's attempts at reforming the Night's Watch have met with failure. Little did he expect that suddenly, change might become a reality. The Night's Watch appeared dazed, and even Eddard found it hard to believe. He vividly recalls the resolute unity of the Night's Watch, standing tall and defiantly resisting any noble influence, including that of the king, in matters of land grants. Yet now they have submitted. The Night's Watch is equally helpless. Faced with a paragon of virtue and moral integrity like Eddard, they could certainly exhibit firmness, even aggression. However, in the face of the enigmatic figure known as the Hand of God, Shaun, whose reputation has garnered substantial recognition, one must ponder the implications of such a ruthless, manipulative, and cunningly elusive character. Would you dare to challenge him? He is truly capable of delivering lethal consequences. The commander of the Black Castle, the former supreme leader, the obstinate Kogel, has been driven to despair. Commander Carter of East Sea Watch, with wounds on his neck yet to heal, has converted into a fervent devotee of the drowned god. Commander Dennis of Shadow Tower has been collectively blamed for raising the traitor Mance Rayder, accused of lax discipline and losing his honor in the twilight of his career. Even the most promising new recruit of the Night's Watch, Ned Stark, has retreated into obscurity. Teetering on the brink of despair, only the newly appointed Supreme Commander, Jeor Mormont, steadfastly clings to his principles. You shall not take my raven. Even if I were to release it, gift it to another, or even smother it, I shall never yield it to you. The upper echelons have dealt with their affairs. Now, it falls to the remaining soldiers of the Night's Watch, who have been effectively coerced into servitude. In theory, rebellion is a capital offense. However, the Night's Watch soldiers are akin to a powder keg, unable to indiscriminately discipline any who might incite dissent. The primary reason for this leniency lies in the example of Mance Rayder, who exploited an oath loophole to escape beyond the wall. If Mance can do it, why cannot we? Consequently, Ed and various ranks within the Night's Watch have engaged in extensive discussions. Classifying distinctions among the members, the Night's Watch can be divided into two primary categories based on voluntary participation. The first category comprises willing recruits, including younger sons of noble families, disillusioned knights, and aging aristocrats seeking retirement. These individuals are generally reluctant to sever their ties. Perhaps a few may occasionally regret their decision and yearn for the opulent comforts of noble life. However, even if they were to legally depart from the Night's Watch, they would bear the stigma of a traitor, their honor tarnished. Those with any sense of pride would not dare return, nor would their families desire their return. Would you risk the family's reputation after boasting of your commitment? Take Ned Stark. For instance, even after Ed's repeated inquiries about leaving the Night's Watch to return to House Stark, he clearly articulated the impending calamities that Winterfell would face, emphasizing the dire need for trustworthy allies. For various reasons, Ned steadfastly refused the baptism of the drowned god, choosing not to abandon the Night's Watch. This category remains resolute against any desertion from the ranks. I shall not leave, neither shall you. The second category encompasses those who have involuntarily joined, including nobles who have faced defeat, lost their honor, or committed grave sins, commoners guilty of various peculiar offenses, outsiders, mountaineers, and even abandoned children. This group constitutes the vast majority of the Night's Watch. Most would seize any opportunity to shed their black garb without hesitation. A few, however, such as the irredeemably guilty Alicia Thorne, who has chosen the wrong side, would find themselves facing retribution even if they were to return to their families. In the span of a month, Eddard, after extensively listening to the pleas of nearly 100 Night's Watch soldiers, found the lifelong commitment to the Night's Watch to be fundamentally inhumane. Some had been sworn in at the tender age of 4 after merely consuming a bowl of porridge. I was only 4 years old. Does that mean I forsake marriage and progeny? Have I sold my entire life for a single meal? Others, having poached rabbits from their lord's woods, faced the grim choice between losing a hand or donning the black. Now, as a member of the Night's Watch, one knelt before Eddard, beseeching, "My lord, please take my hand. I long to leave, to return home, to see my wife and children." There were those accused of murder, with irrefutable evidence against them, who swore an oath to the Night's Watch to save their own lives, only for the deceased to return home after a few months, claiming to have merely been lost in the woods. But I have sworn an oath. The myriad of such cases illustrated that the true challenge lay in appeasing these individuals. The higher echelons of the Night's Watch, in their disgraceful dealings over land, ultimately felt the sting of embarrassment before signing, fearing loss of face and the disapproval of their ancestors, undermining morale. Yet once the agreement was inked, life would proceed as usual. Commanders would remain commanders, and leaders would still lead, with added rental income likely making life even more comfortable. Thus, after numerous discussions and disputes with the upper echelons of the Night's Watch, the soldiers, Theon, the guards of Winterfell, other nobles, and even the commoners from the lands granted Ned Stark, 10 years before the onset of winter, made what appeared a mad and utterly impractical decision: the provisional leave of absence for the Night's Watch. Given the grave responsibility of defending the wall, where soldiers had sworn lifelong service, and out of compassion from the gods and House Stark of Winterfell, provisions were established to allow temporary leave for urgent personal matters. The stipulations were as follows: 1. Legitimacy and recognition of the resurrection ceremony, unless recognized in the presence of both the Duke of Winterfell and the commander of the Night's Watch. Any resurrection ceremony shall be deemed illegal and unacknowledged. 2. Conditions for temporary leave application. A Night's Watch soldier must present a reasonable and justifiable cause when applying for a temporary leave of absence. Applications must be submitted to the Night's Watch leadership for collective voting, evaluated based on the applicant's original transgressions, merits, and daily conduct to determine the approval of the initial request. 3. Approval process. Should the Night's Watch leadership approve the application, it will be forwarded to Winterfell for a secondary review. Winterfell will comprehensively consider the applicant's familial background, criminal record, and objective assessments from others. If Winterfell grants approval, it will be escalated to King's Landing, seeking the King's final judgment. Only upon the King's consent may Winterfell and the Night's Watch arrange the resurrection ceremony. If the applicant can survive the ceremony, which poses a certain risk of death, they may obtain a provisional leave of absence and return home. Provisional leavers remain under the supervision of the Night's Watch and the laws of the realm. Should they commit another crime, they cannot use the pretext of donning the black cloak again as a means of absolution. In the event of an emergency at the wall, all temporarily absent members of the Night's Watch must return unconditionally and immediately. This regulation shall take effect from the date of its announcement. Any inquiries or requests for amendments to this regulation must be submitted to the commander of the Night's Watch and the Lord of Winterfell for consideration. This announcement mandates that all members of the Night's Watch and related personnel adhere strictly to these rules to ensure the safety and order of the wall. This provisional measure reflects all of Ned Stark's knowledge of law, culture, and history. It was only with the assistance of Theon that such a comprehensive and unprecedentedly humane system was proposed. However, it faced vehement opposition from the upper echelons of the Night's Watch, the nobles present, and Theon, who united in their criticism. The Night's Watch and other nobles believed their authority was being unduly constrained, compromising their honor. They argued that there has never been such a legal precedent in Westeros' long history. Theon pointed out the naivete of the proposal by illustrating its direct costs, the expenses of travel and labor. If a member of the Night's Watch were from Dorne, for instance, one would need to send multiple individuals across the continent to an unfamiliar location to gather information about a long-forgotten criminal. Even if they were fortunate enough to prove the crime was forgivable, they would still need to traverse the entire continent back to Winterfell, report to King's Landing, and then return to the Night's Watch to facilitate the release, all while periodically sending someone to monitor the individual circumstances. The cost of this member's leave would be equivalent to hiring an infantry unit for an entire year, as Theon candidly expressed. In response, Eddard sighed forlornly in solitude. I merely wished to offer hope to those who eternally watch over the night. As for the meeting at Winterfell with the Night's Watch leadership, it included Eddard and Theon from Winterfell, and Commander Jeor, Commanders Dennis and Cotter from Shadow Tower and Eastwatch, respectively, along with Maester Aemon, Chief Officer Bowen, Chief Craftsman Odhel, and Chief Ranger Bannon from the Night's Watch. Bannon, who had inadvertently brought Theon into the fold and indirectly caused upheaval within the Night's Watch, had been promoted, advancing from a newly appointed ranger to the Chief Ranger, thereby becoming one of the most influential figures within the Night's Watch. The official narrative surrounding the promotion states, due to Bannion's unwavering faith and commitment to the Night's Watch, even under the condition of leaving, his spirit of shared existence with the Night's Watch has deeply moved all ranks within the organization. Thus, a collective agreement was reached regarding the true reason, which everyone understands. This is the brother of a wealthy benefactor. Simply by virtue of the Stark surname, Bannion's starting point within the Night's Watch is already the terminus for most ordinary members. Through the elevation of Jeor to the rank of commander, Bannion ascended to the position of First Ranger. While Theon confirmed a significant truth, the comprehensive assessment from the eyes of the gods does not solely consider individual capability, it also encompasses factors such as identity and status, where personal potential emerges as a crucial evaluative standard. The deep green-rated Jeor Mormont, upon his promotion, transitioned to a blue rating. Likewise, Bannion Stark, originally rated deep green, also ascended to blue, yet his blue rating is evidently less profound than Jeor's. The elevation in status has not rendered Bannion superior to Jeor. This elucidates the generally low evaluations of the Night's Watch. Once one joins the ranks, they sever ties with worldly affairs, shedding all external identities and status, leaving only personal capability and one's standing within the Night's Watch. Regardless of prior transgressions or power, within these walls, one is reduced to the status of a commoner. Otherwise, figures like Maester Aemon, of royal lineage, would normally command the respect due to nobility. How could he possibly receive only a green rating? Thus, for Theon to ascertain the personal capability parameters of an observer, he must eliminate the corresponding identity bonuses from the comprehensive evaluation for a fair comparison. For instance, Bannion's assessment, when positioned far below Jeor, is nearly equivalent to Jeor's. This suggests that Bannion's individual capability likely surpasses Jeor's. Theon acknowledges this disgraceful practice of incorporating one's background into the assessment of personal ability. After all, the art of birthright could indeed be deemed the most formidable personal capability. According to protocol, the Council of Seven requires a majority consensus, and without the commander wielding a veto, the proposal can pass. Theon, drawing his sword halfway, exclaimed, "Damn it! Lord Eddard has voiced his opinion. Who is in favor? Who opposes?" Among the council, Commander Carter of Eastwatch promptly expressed his support. A schemer, thought the new Commander Jeor. First Ranger Bannion, hesitant to meet the commander's gaze, lowered his head and raised his hand. As expected, he is indeed a Stark, sighed Jeor inwardly. That made 2 votes. At this moment, having witnessed the tragedies of the world, the kind-hearted Maester Aemon also sighed. Perhaps it was time for change. Jeor, Maester Aemon, you? The thought of Aemon, who typically remained aloof from worldly matters, supporting the resolution genuinely surprised Old Bear. However, it ends here. Commander Dennis harbors a deep-seated disdain for the little Iron Man. Both the chief artisan and the chief officer are obstinate followers of his. Once again, a frail hand trembled as it rose. Dennis, you. Zhao could scarcely believe his eyes. The pivotal 4th vote was indeed cast by Dennis. Zhao, perhaps we were gravely mistaken. In recent days, numerous young men from the Shadow Tower have come to plead with me, kneeling, weeping, and even threatening to take their own lives before me. Perhaps we should not extinguish this flicker of hope. It could cost us all dearly. Dennis's eyes were vacant, his spirit on the verge of collapse. The newly appointed commander sat dejectedly. Should he have persisted? Should he wield his veto power? At that moment, a cold voice broke the silence. Continue. The resolution is not yet concluded. Are there any in favor? Please raise your hands. As he spoke, Scene's gaze swept over the remaining 2. What do you intend to do? Zhao retorted with indignation. The chief officer Bowen and the chief artisan Osair exchanged furtive glances before turning away, silently raising their hands as well. What I desire is, of course, victory, and to achieve even more. Chapter 25. The father of House Amber, the announcement of the Night Watch's temporary departure method signifies a monumental advancement in human rights, jurisprudence, democracy, and freedom across the continent of Westeros. This is evident from the near-overturning cheers of the Night Watch soldiers at Eastwatch. Although the procedures are cumbersome and the conditions stringent, for the lower-ranking soldiers, who had once resigned themselves to a lifetime of despair, it is akin to discovering a beacon of light in the endless night, providing a direction for their efforts. The morale and attitudes of the Night Watch soldiers have markedly improved, evident in their heightened efficiency and discipline. The upper echelons of the Night Watch have reluctantly accepted this change. This is said to be a departure. In reality, it is merely a form of parole. It neither absolves them of their crimes nor removes the oversight. In the event of war, they must return to serve. The initial review rests with the Night Watch's leadership. Should they deem an applicant unfit, they will be barred from further applications. Most significantly, aside from the initial review, all other review costs, including oversight personnel and travel expenses, are to be borne by Winterfell, which is notoriously impoverished. The Night Watch leadership fears that after reviewing the first application, Winterfell may be compelled to terminate this method out of fear of bankruptcy. As for the Night Watch, their sole contribution is the establishment of a Departure Review Council, which convenes regularly to assess applications for departure. The council currently comprises the same 7 members: Commander Jiao, Shadow Tower Commander Dennis, Eastwatch Commander Carter, Bachelor Eamon, Chief Officer Bowen, Chief Artisan Osair, and Chief Ranger Banyan. It seems that the changes are minimal. Through the passage of these 2 resolutions, a wave of loyalty surged from the highest echelons to the common folk, and the Stark family's reputation and authority within the Night's Watch reached unprecedented heights, overshadowing even the newly appointed Lord Commander Jorah Mormont. The Night's Watch had nearly devolved into a vassal force of House Stark. In gratitude for the assistance rendered by House Amber, Eddard Stark resolved to journey to Last Hearth with the people of Winterfell and several small noble knights to partake in a brief sojourn and host a grand feast. I am immensely grateful to you. Thus, I shall indulge in a lavish banquet at your home. This is indeed a reflection of the northern tradition. Throughout the journey, Theon released his ravens, allowing them to roam freely, while he himself rode with closed eyes, relishing the experience of merging with the birds and surveying the land from above. The divine eye could also be utilized through the possessed animals. Akin to a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, he explored every facet of the terrain in search of hidden treasures. At times, Theon would unexpectedly stray from the group, accurately gathering peculiar plants from the fields and forests. He would precisely extract a distinctive specimen from the sprawling wheat fields. On other occasions, he would lead his guards into the mountains to capture a specific creature. It had to be that one, and it must be alive. In an exaggerated display, as they neared the castle, Theon led a throng of guards over hills and valleys to capture a wild boar. The Duke of Winterfell regarded this escapade with the indulgence of a doting father, allowing his son to indulge in his whims without objection. The requests of Theon were never denied. The members of House Amber found this utterly incredulous, often mocking Theon both overtly and subtly. Ultimately, Morris and Ellen, accompanied by a substantial contingent of Winterfell's elite guards, traversed several mountain peaks, enduring great hardship, and successfully captured the enormous wild boar. By the time they returned to Last Hearth, night had fallen, and the banquet was already well underway. Upon witnessing Theon and the guards enter the banquet hall, the members of House Amber erupted in laughter. Having rolled about in the mountains, they appeared disheveled, some carrying the unmistakable scent of swine. "Ha ha ha, lad. I hear you went up the mountain to retrieve your wet nurse," boomed Lord John Amber, raising a wine goblet nearly the size of a barrel in mockery of Theon. The laughter from House Amber resonated throughout the hall. The reaction from the people of Winterfell was peculiar. They momentarily halted in unison before continuing with the feast, their expressions betraying an air of anticipation. Who dares confront Theon? A bold soul has emerged. In the face of Lord John Amber's jest, Theon calmly lifted a small cup of ale and took a sip, feeling parched after a day of pursuit. In this era, boiling water was not customary, and drinking raw water was deemed unsanitary. Thus, light ale served as the typical refreshment. "You are slightly mistaken. I captured a wild boar, just as you are," Theon quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Lord John with a smile. Big John is a fierce little giant, standing nearly 7 feet tall, his muscular frame resembling a drum. Sayen's pun, likening him to a boar, was clearly laced with mockery. The guards of Winterfell could not contain their laughter, which quickly spread to the members of House Umber. These rugged men, long accustomed to the perils of the most treacherous borders, cared little whether it was Sayen or John. Any amusing jest warranted a hearty laugh. They embodied a carefree spirit, reveling in merriment. Big John, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the jest and burst into hearty laughter, as if being compared to a pig was a source of delight. Once their laughter subsided, Big John raised his tankard, proclaiming a toast to your wild boar. Cheers. Say-in, the Count, lifted his cup in response. The tankards clashed heavily, spilling wine upon the floor. In a swift motion, Big John seized Say-in's hand. In the blink of an eye, the mirth vanished from his fierce countenance as he filled Say-in's cup from the wine jug, then filled his own, raising it once more. In the north, the custom dictated, once cups clink, one must drink it all. One gulp. Should you fail to do so, I shall tear your throat and pour it down. Big John's face contorted with a menacing grin, his tone threatening. The sudden intensity of the moment silenced the surrounding crowd. Eddard furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but Say-in gestured for him to remain silent. Count Umber, merely consuming this cup is rather dull. Why not at a wager? Say-in proposed, eyeing the imposing figure of Big John, whose deep blue aura signified his noble stature. The darker the blue, the more powerful the noble. And Big John was certainly a formidable figure among the counts. Throughout every timeline, he had boldly provoked the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark. Even after losing 2 fingers to the direwolf Grey Wind, he merely chuckled and became a steadfast warrior for House Stark. He was a simpleton, loyal and straightforward, yet fiercely independent and disdainful of weakness. Say-in understood that whether he hesitated to drink, was compelled to do so, or relied on Eddard's authority to appease Big John would only earn him disdain. To gain his respect, one had to confront him directly and triumph. What sort of wager? Big John inquired, suddenly intrigued. 1 cup each, drink continuously. The first to fall loses. Should you lose, you must call me father in our future encounters. If I lose, I shall refer to you as grandfather. See, you stand to gain. Say-in's rules were straightforward, igniting excitement throughout the banquet hall. A father-son match. Oh, Big John, will you allow a 10-year-old to ride upon your shoulders and relieve himself? The crowd began to jeer. Just imagine, if this little lad calls you grandfather. You would be the father of Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Laughter erupted as eager onlookers cleared a long table, placing 2 rows of large goblets on either side. Young John, the son of Big John, returned from the wine cellar with 2 large barrels of exquisite wine. Who doesn't enjoy a spectacle? This moment transformed the hearth of the last fireplace town into a scene more vibrant than a festival. Eddard shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene. Cheers, roared Big John, unyielding as ever. He immediately raised his grand cup filled with crimson wine to his lips, downing it in a single gulp. Before he could set it down, he swiftly seized another glass and poured its contents into his mouth. Say-in, on the other hand, grew quieter, sipping slowly from his own glass, taking measured sips. When Big John finished his 4th cup, Say-in had just set down his first. Ha ha ha, the 11th cup. Boy, if you wish to surpass me in drinking, you shall need to grow another mouth, Big John boasted, relishing his victory with a crude jest. Say-in continued to drink steadily, a smile never leaving his face. At your age, your capacity for liquor is already commendable. Rest assured, should you lose, I shall never humiliate you. In the north, if anyone dares to bully you, simply proclaim that you are the grandson of Big John Umber, he declared, his eyes slightly glazed but still brimming with pride after downing 37 cups. Say-in began to sway slightly after his 20th cup, yet he maintained his initial pace. Sipping away, Big John slammed the 56th empty cup onto the wooden table, exclaiming, Well done, lad. I admire your spirit. Reaching this point, you are destined to become a great warrior. I do like you, just a tad too thin. He then staggered to the other side, puzzled. How long have we been drinking? 10 years. How have you grown so much? You've become stronger, and you've even grown a beard. Father, I am your son, young John. Say-in had stepped away to relieve himself. Fear not. I have someone watching over him. Should he secretly vomit in the restroom, he shall be deemed the loser. Young John Umber laughed, finding amusement in witnessing his formidable father in such a drunken state. What father? Fool. You ought to call me grandfather. Yes, grandfather. We had an agreement. If you lose, you shall call me grandfather. Lord Eddard Stark is your adoptive father. Thus, I am the adoptive father of Lord Eddard. Quickly, call me grandfather. Big John, in his drunken revelry, urged him on. Drink. That lad has already caught up to you. If you don't drink soon, you shall lose. In a similarly inebriated state, young John held his father down and poured wine into his mouth. With a thunderous crash, the giant fell like a thick wall, the wine erupting from his belly like a whale spouting, reaching a height of a foot. Hilarity erupted among the Umber family. When Say-in returned, Everyone was congratulating him with boisterous, tipsy faces, celebrating the addition of another son. One son is not enough. Who else wishes to drink with me? Who else desires to be my son in the Umber family? Come. Say-in raised his cup once more, initiating a father-son bonding session. I'll go. Me. One after another. The Umber family members rushed forward. Step aside. I shall go first. Young John Amber, with an unrivaled strength, toppled his uncles and cousins, boldly declaring, Here I come. I shall be your father, and the grandfather of my own father. Come, drink. After a considerable time, boom, yet another little giant collapsed. Onward, shouted Theon as he raised his cup once more. Do not be complacent, lad. Big John's drinking prowess is merely mediocre in the Hall of Hearth. Let me show you what it truly means to be a master of the vine. The aged yet still robust Yarsk Morse, his face aglow, approached to clink glasses with him, downing his drink heartily. Soon, another wail of spilled wine joined the floor. Truly a master of the cup. The stream of wine you spewed is thrice the height of Big John. Theon bellowed in delight. He raised his cup again. Who else? As dawn broke, the sun ascended slowly. In the last hearth castle, the banquet hall lay desolate, strewn with debris. Occasionally, a snort echoed from a corner. Theon sat at the head of the long table, his gaze still dazed, his body swaying slightly as he sipped from his cup. He occasionally tilted the glass, watching the ruby liquid create small waves, vibrant as blood, bitter as life itself. Is this body still human? He pondered. After a night of drinking, aside from frequent trips to the restroom, he felt no inebriation, merely an act. Suddenly, a resounding voice like a bell rang from outside, laced with laughter. By the old gods. Old man Theon, are you still drinking? No wonder Big John calls you father. Bring forth the wine. Old man Theon, let us drink once more. Thus, Old man Theon became the exclusive title of Theon Greyjoy within House Amber. The blue hue signified the power of nobility, while a deep blue represented a figure of capability among the numerous earls. Throughout every timeline, he had actively provoked the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark. Even after losing 2 fingers to the direwolf Grey Wind, he merely laughed it off, thereafter pledging unwavering loyalty to the Starks. He was a simpleton, straightforward in thought, loyal to his friends, yet rebellious and disdainful of weakness. Whether he retreated from drinking, was compelled to imbibe, or leveraged Eddard's influence, it would always earn him Big John's scorn. Only by confronting him directly and besting him could one earn his respect. What wager shall we set? Big John inquired, intrigued. 1 cup each, we drink continuously. Whoever falls first loses. Loser must call me father henceforth. Should I lose, I shall call you grandfather. Theon's rules were clear and straightforward, lighting up the faces of all present in the banquet hall. A father-son duel. Oh, Big John, shall you allow a 10-year-old to ride upon your shoulders and urinate? Some began to jeer. Just think, if this little lad calls you grandfather, you would be the father of Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Laughter erupted as the curious onlookers cleared a long table. On either side, large goblets were arranged in 2 neat rows. Young John, the son of Great John, had ventured into the wine cellar to bring back 2 enormous barrels of wine. Who doesn't relish a lively spectacle? With this, the last hearth of the castle was transformed into a scene more festive than a celebration. Eddard shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene. Cheers. Great John was far from timid. Without hesitation, he seized his large goblet of deep red wine and gulped it down in one swift motion. Before he even set it down, he grasped another cup and poured its contents into his mouth. Meanwhile, Say-in had quieted considerably, taking his time to sip from his own goblet, savoring each mouthful. When Great John drained his 4th cup, Say-in had only just finished his first. The 11th cup. Young man, if you wish to best me in drinking, you'll need another mouth. Great John boasted, relishing his lead with a crude jest. Say-in, still steadily sipping his 4th cup, wore a perpetual smile, undeterred. At your age, your capacity for drink is commendable. Fear not, should you lose. I promise I shall not humiliate you. In the north, if anyone dares to bully you, simply declare that you are the grandson of Great John Umber. Having downed 37 cups, Great John's eyes were slightly glazed, yet he remained exceedingly proud. As Say-in consumed his 20th cup, his body began to sway ever so slightly. Yet he maintained his steady pace. Great John slammed the 56th empty goblet onto the wooden table. Not bad, lad. I like you. To drink this much. You are destined to become a great warrior. I truly admire you, though you could stand to gain a bit of weight. He then stumbled over to the other side, gazing curiously at the person before him. Pray tell, how long have we been drinking? 10 years. You've grown so much. You've become stronger. And even sprouted a beard? Father, I am your son, young John. Say-in had stepped away to relieve himself. Fear not. I have someone watching him. If he secretly vomits in the restroom, he loses. Young John Umber laughed heartily, having rarely seen his formidable father in such a drunken state. What father? You scoundrel. You ought to call me grandfather. Yes, grandfather. We agreed. If you lose, you shall call me grandfather. Lord Eddard Stark is your adoptive father. Thus, I am the adoptive father of Lord Eddard. Call me grandfather. Great John, in a tipsy revelry, urged. Drink up. That lad has nearly caught up with you. If you don't drink, you'll lose. Equally inebriated, young John pressed his father down, pouring wine into his mouth. With a thunderous crash, the giant fell like a thick wall, the wine within him spewing forth like a whale's spout. Laughter filled the hall as the Umber clan erupted in mirth. When Say-In returned, the entire assembly was grinning drunkenly, congratulating him on gaining a new son. One son is hardly enough. Who else wishes to drink with me? Who else wants to be my son in the Umber family? Come on. Say-In raised his goblet once more, igniting the father-son revelry. I will. Me. Members of House Amber surged forward, exclaiming, step aside. Allow me to take the lead. Young John Amber, wielding an unparalleled strength, toppled his uncles and relatives, seizing the moment. Come on, lad. I shall be your father, and the grandfather of my father. The air filled with exuberant shouts as yet another little giant fell. Onward. Shurin raised his goblet once more. Lad, do not be complacent. Big John's drinking prowess is merely mediocre in Hearthstone. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a master of the cup. The aged yet robust Morse, his face aglow, approached to clink glasses and indulge in hearty gulps. Soon, another whale of wine sprayed forth upon the ground. What a true connoisseur. Shurin laughed heartily. Your stream of wine is thrice the height of Big John's. He raised his cup again. Who else wishes to join? As dawn broke, the sun ascended. The once bustling banquet hall of Hearthstone lay in disarray, a testament to the night's revelry. In a corner, the occasional sound of snoring punctuated the silence. Shurin sat at the head of the long table, his gaze still dazed, gently swaying as he sipped from his cup. Occasionally, he swirled the wine, watching the crimson liquid ripple within, vivid as blood, bitter as life itself. Am I still human? After a night of drinking, save for frequent trips to the restroom, he felt no intoxication. It was all an act. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from outside, mingled with laughter. By the old gods. Is that you, old Shurin? Still imbibing? No wonder Big John calls you father. Someone, fetch more wine. Old Shurin, let us drink again. Thus, Old Shurin became the exclusive moniker bestowed upon Theon Greyjoy by House Amber. The blue color symbolized the noble elite, while a deeper shade of blue indicated that Big John was indeed a formidable figure among the numerous earls. Throughout every timeline, he had actively provoked the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark. Even after losing 2 fingers to the direwolf Grey Wind, he merely chuckled and pledged his unwavering loyalty to the Stark cause. He was a simple soul, straightforward and loyal, yet fiercely proud and disdainful of weakness. Whether retreating from drinking or being coerced into it, or leveraging Eddard's influence to settle matters, he would always earn Big John's contempt. You had to confront him directly, and if you could best him, only then would he regard you with respect. What are the stakes? Big John inquired with newfound interest. 1 cup per person. We shall drink until one of us falls. The loser must call the winner father. Should I lose, I shall call you grandfather. Look, you stand to gain. Shurin's rules were clear and straightforward, capturing the attention of all in the banquet hall. A father-son duel. Cheers erupted. Oh, Big John. Are you ready to be urinated upon by a 10-year-old child? Some began to jeer, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Consider this. If this little rascal calls you grandfather, then you must be the father of Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. The merrymakers have already set up a long table, adorned on both sides with grand goblets of wine. Young John, son of Big John, has even fetched 2 large barrels of wine from the cellar. Who doesn't he enjoy a spectacle? With this, Theon has transformed the last hearth into a celebration more vibrant than any festival. Eddard shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene. Cheers. Big John certainly would not back down. He raised his goblet filled with rich red wine and downed it in one gulp. Before he could set it down, he grasped another goblet and poured its contents into his mouth. Theon, on the other hand, became noticeably quieter as he sipped from his own goblet, taking his time. By the time Big John finished his 4th goblet, Theon had only just set down his first. The 11th cup. Boy, if you wish to outdrink me, you'll need another mouth. Big John boasted, reveling in his lead as he shared a crude jest. Theon continued to sip slowly, maintaining a smile throughout. At your age, your capacity for liquor is quite commendable. Fear not. When you lose, I shall not humiliate you. In the north, should anyone dare to bully you, boldly declare that you are the grandson of Big John Amber. After downing 37 goblets, Big John's eyes began to glaze over, yet he remained exceedingly proud. Theon, having consumed his 20th cup, started to sway slightly, but persisted at his initial pace, sipping steadily. Big John slammed the 56th empty goblet onto the wooden table with a resounding thud. Not bad, lad. I like you. To drink this much means you are destined to become a great warrior. I truly admire you, though you are a tad too slender. He then stumbled to the other side, looking perplexed at the person before him. Pray tell, how long have we been drinking? Has it been a decade? Why have you grown so much? Gained strength and even a beard? Father, I am your son, young John. Theon has gone to relieve himself. Fear not. I have someone watching him. If he secretly spews in the restroom, it counts as his loss. Young John Amber grinned widely, rarely witnessing his formidable father in such a drunken state. What father? Nonsense. You should address me as grandfather. Indeed, grandfather. We agreed, upon your loss, you would call me grandfather. Eddard Stark is your foster father. Thus, I am the foster father of Lord Eddard. Quickly, call me grandfather. Count Big John succumbed to a drunken frenzy. Drink up. That lad has already caught up with you. If you don't drink soon, you shall lose. The equally inebriated young John held his father down, pouring wine into his mouth. With a thunderous crash, the giant toppled like a thick wall, the wine within him erupting like a whale's spout to a height of a foot. Laughter erupted from the Amber clan. When Theon returned, the entire assembly was celebrating with drunken faces, congratulating him on acquiring another son. One son is hardly sufficient. Who else wishes to drink with me? Who else wishes to join my house, the Greyjoys? Come forth. With a raised goblet, Theon initiated the father-son contest. Me. I volunteer. One by one, the Greyjoys surged forward. Step aside. I shall go first. Young John Greyjoy, with unmatched strength, toppled his uncles and cousins, seizing the opportunity. I'll take the lead. I want to be your father and my father's grandfather. Come, drink. After a considerable time, another small giant fell. Onward. Theon raised his cup once more. Do not grow arrogant, lad. Big John's drinking prowess is merely mediocre in the Hall of Hearthstone. Let me show you what a true master of the cup is. The aging yet still robust Moors, his face aglow, approached to clink glasses and drank heartily. Soon, yet another whale of a man lay sprawled on the floor, a testament to his drinking prowess. You've expelled a stream of wine, thrice the height of Big John. Theon exclaimed with hearty laughter. Who else? As dawn broke, the sun rose steadily. The grand banquet hall of the last Hearthstone lay in disarray. In a corner, sporadic snoring could be heard. Theon sat at the head of the long table, his gaze unfocused, his body swaying slightly as he sipped his wine slowly. Occasionally, he would tilt the glass, watching the ruby liquid form small waves, vibrant as blood, bitter as life. Is this body still human? After a night of revelry, aside from frequent trips to the restroom, he felt no inebriation. It was all an act. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out from outside, mingled with laughter. Old gods above. Theon Greyjoy, are you still drinking? Truly. You are the one whom Big John calls father. Bring forth more wine, man. Let us drink again. From that day forth, Old Father Theon became the exclusive title bestowed upon Theon Greyjoy by House Greyjoy. The blue color represented the powerful nobility, while a deeper blue denoted a significant figure among the earls. Throughout every timeline, he had provocatively challenged the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark. Even after losing 2 fingers to the dire wolf, Grey Wind, he merely laughed it off and became unwaveringly loyal to House Stark. He was a simpleton, straightforward and loyal, yet headstrong, detesting weakness. Whether he retreated from drinking, was forced to partake, or used Eddard Stark's influence to smooth things over, Big John would always look down upon him. One had to confront him directly and best him to earn his respect. What are you adding? Big John suddenly perked up with interest. Each person gets a cup, and we drink continuously. Whoever falls first loses. If you lose, you shall call me father from now on. If I lose, I will call you grandfather. See, you even gained something. The simplicity of Theon's rules caught the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. A father-son contest. Oh, come on, Big John. Would you allow a 10-year-old child to ride on your shoulders and relieve himself? Some individuals have already begun to jeer. Imagine, this little rascal calls you grandfather, thus making you the father of Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Ha ha ha. The onlookers have set up a long table, adorned with 2 rows of large goblets on either side. Young John, the son of Big John, has even fetched 2 large barrels of wine from the cellar. Who doesn't he love a spectacle? This time, Theon has turned the last hearth into an uproar more jubilant than a festival. Ed shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene. Cheers. Big John certainly wouldn't tea back down. He raised his large goblet filled with crimson wine in his right hand and downed it in one go. Before he even set it down, he quickly grasped another goblet with his left hand, pouring it into his mouth. Theon became considerably quieter, slowly sipping from his own goblet, taking it one sip at a time. When Big John finished his fourth goblet, Theon had merely set down his first. Ha ha ha. The 11th goblet. Boy, if you wish to outdrink me, you'll need to grow another mouth. Big John boasted, delighting in his own ribald humor. Theon continued to sip from his fourth goblet, unwavering, a smile perpetually gracing his face. At your age, your capacity for drink is already remarkable. Fear not. When you lose, I shall never humiliate you. In the north, should anyone dare to bully you, simply declare that you are the grandson of me, Big John Umber. Ha. Having downed 37 goblets, Big John's eyes were somewhat glazed, yet he remained immensely proud. Theon, having consumed his 20th goblet, began to sway slightly, yet he maintained his pace, sipping steadily. Big John slammed the 56th empty goblet down on the wooden table with a thud. Not bad, lad. I like you. To drink this much, you are destined to become a great warrior. I truly admire you, though you are a bit too slender. Then, he stumbled to the other side, perplexed, gazing at the individual before him. Pray tell, how long have we been drinking? A decade? How have you grown so much? Gained strength, and even sprouted a beard? Father, I am your son, young John. Theon has stepped away to relieve himself. Rest assured, I have someone watching him. If he secretly vomits in the restroom, he loses. Young John Umber grinned widely, rarely having seen his formidable father in such a drunken state. What father? Nonsense. You ought to call me grandfather. Yes, grandfather. We agreed. If you lose, you call me grandfather. Lord Eddard Stark is your foster father. Thus, I am the foster father of Lord Eddard. Quickly, call me grandfather. Count Big John Umber was now thoroughly intoxicated. Drink up. That lad has nearly caught up to you. If you don't drink, you shall lose. Equally inebriated, young John restrained his father, pouring wine into his mouth. With a thunderous crash, the giant fell like a thick wall, the wine within him erupting like a whale spouting. Reaching a height of a foot. Ha ha ha. The members of House Umber erupted in laughter. When Theon returned, the hall was filled with faces flushed from drink, all congratulating him on the arrival of a new son. One son is hardly sufficient. Who else wishes to drink with me? Who else desires to become a son of House Greyjoy? Come forth. Theon raised his cup once more, igniting the father-son revelry. I will. Me. The members of House Greyjoy rushed forward, each vying for their turn. Step aside. I shall go first. Young John Greyjoy, with unmatched strength, toppled his uncles and cousins. Seizing the moment. Youngster, I shall be your father, and I shall be the grandfather of my own father. Come, drink. After a considerable time, another small giant fell. Onward. Theon raised his cup again. Young lad, do not be arrogant. Old John's drinking prowess is but mediocre in the Hall of Hearth. Let me show you what it means to be a true master of wine. The aged yet still robust Moors, his face aglow, approached to clink glasses with him, gulping down his drink. Soon, another whale of whiskey lay sprawled on the ground. Truly a master of libations. The spray of your wine is thrice the height of Old John's. Theon laughed heartily in praise. Then, lifting his cup once more, he called out, Who else? As dawn broke, the last remnants of the feast lingered in the empty banquet hall of hearth, strewn with debris. In a corner, a soft snore occasionally broke the silence. Theon sat at the head of the long table, his gaze still dreamy, his body swaying slightly, sipping his drink in small amounts. Occasionally, he swirled the cup, watching the crimson liquid form gentle waves, vibrant as blood, bitter as life. Is this body still human? After a night of drinking, apart from frequent trips to the restroom, I feel no intoxication. It has all been an act. Suddenly, a booming voice rang from outside, carrying hints of merriment. Old gods above. Theon Greyjoy, are you still drinking? No wonder you are called father by old John. Bring forth the wine. Old Theon, let us drink again. Thus, Old Theon became the exclusive title bestowed upon Theon Greyjoy by House Greyjoy. The color blue signifies the power of nobility, while deep blue represents a character of capability among the many earls. Throughout all timelines, he has actively provoked the young wolf lord, Robb Stark. Even after losing 2 fingers to the dire wolf Grey Wind, he merely laughed it off, thereafter pledging unwavering loyalty to House Stark. He is a simpleton, straightforward in thought, loyal to his comrades, but fiercely independent, detesting weakness. Whether he shrinks from drinking, or is compelled to consume, or relies on Eddard to smooth over matters, he would earn Old John's contempt. Only by confronting him directly and besting him can one earn his respect. What shall we wager? Old John's interest was piqued instantly. 1 cup each, let us drink continuously. Whoever falls first loses. If you lose, you shall call me father henceforth. If I lose, I shall call you grandfather. Look, you stand to gain. The rules set by Theon were refreshingly simple, captivating everyone in the banquet hall. Father and son duel. Oh, Large John. Shall you allow a mere 10-year-old to perch upon your shoulders and relieve himself? The crowd began to jeer. Just imagine, this little rascal calls you grandfather, which makes you the father of Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Ha ha. Enthusiasts swiftly arranged a long table, flanking it with rows of grand goblets. Young John, the son of Big John, even retrieved 2 large casks of wine from the cellar. Who wouldn't relish the spectacle? The atmosphere in the last hearth was more jubilant than a festive occasion, thanks to Theon. Ned Stark shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene. Cheers. Big John was certainly not one to back down. He raised his large goblet filled with vivid red wine and gulped it down in one go. Before he even set it down, he grasped another goblet with his left hand, pouring the wine into his mouth. Theon grew quieter, sipping slowly from his own goblet, relishing each mouthful. When Big John finished his 4th goblet, Theon had barely placed his first down. Ha ha, the 11th goblet. Boy, if you wish to outdrink me, you'll need to grow another mouth. Big John boasted, reveling in his lead as he shared ribald jokes. Theon, still sipping steadily from his 4th goblet, maintained a smile, never wavering in his pace. At your age, your ability to hold your liquor is quite impressive. Worry not. Should you lose, I shall not humiliate you. In the north, if anyone dares to bully you, just declare loudly that you are the grandson of me, Big John Umber. Big John, having consumed 37 goblets, appeared slightly dazed yet exceedingly proud. Theon, having downed his 20th goblet, began to sway slightly, but continued with his steady sipping. Big John slammed the 56th empty goblet onto the wooden table, exclaiming, "Not bad, lad. I like you. Reaching this point, you are destined to become a great warrior. I admire you. Just a tad too lean, though." He then staggered over to the other side, perplexed as he gazed at the figure before him. "How long have we been drinking?" 10 years. "How have you grown so much? You're stronger and have even sprouted a beard." "Father, I am your son, young John." Theon had stepped away to relieve himself. "Fear not. I have someone watching him, and if he secretly vomits in the restroom, he loses." Young John Umber questioned as Theon beamed with laughter. He rarely witnessed his formidable father in such a drunken state. "What father? Scoundrel. You ought to call me grandfather." "It's grandfather." We agreed. "If you lose, you must call me grandfather. Lord Eddard Stark is your adoptive father. Thus, I am the adoptive father of Lord Eddard. Quickly, call me grandfather." Big John, in a drunken frenzy, urged, "Drink up. That lad has nearly caught up to you. If you don't drink more, you'll lose." Similarly intoxicated, young John pressed down on his father, pouring wine into his mouth. With a thunderous crash, the colossal giant toppled like an impenetrable wall, spewing forth liquor from its belly in a geyser that reached a foot in height. Laughter erupted from the members of House Amber, a jovial cacophony that filled the air. When Sean returned, the hall was alive with inebriated faces congratulating him on the addition of a strapping son. One son was hardly sufficient. Who else wished to partake in a drink with me? Who else sought to be a part of House Amber? Come forth. Sean raised his cup once more, initiating the father-son revelry. "I'm in." "Me." The members of House Amber surged forward. "Step aside. I'll go first." Young John Amber, with unmatched strength, pushed aside his uncles and cousins, claiming his place. "Boy, I shall be your father, and I will be the grandfather of my father." He beckoned, "Drink." After a considerable time, another little giant fell with a resounding thud. "Onward." Sean raised his cup again. "Do not be arrogant, lad. Big John's drinking prowess in Hearthstone is but third-rate. Allow me to show you what true mastery in the art of drinking entails." The aged, yet still robust Moors, his face aglow, approached to clink glasses and drink deeply. Soon, another whale of liquor sprayed forth onto the ground. What a true connoisseur of spirits. "The stream you expelled is thrice the height of Big John's," Sean proclaimed, laughing heartily. He raised his cup once more. "Who else?" As dawn broke, the sun ascended slowly. In the great hall of the last hearth, the remnants of the feast lay scattered across the floor. Occasionally, a soft snore could be heard from a corner. Sean sat at the long table near the entrance, his gaze still hazy, swaying slightly as he sipped his wine in delicate increments. He occasionally swirled the glass, watching the ruby liquid create small waves within, vivid as blood, bitter like life itself. Is this body still truly human? After a night of drinking, aside from frequent trips to the restroom, I feel no intoxication. It's all a facade. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from outside, laced with laughter. "By the old gods. Sean, are you still drinking? No wonder Big John calls you father. Someone, bring out the wine. Sean, let us drink again." From that moment on, Sean, Old Father became the exclusive title bestowed upon him by House Amber. Blue symbolized the aristocracy, while the deep blue represented a figure of considerable capability among the numerous earls. Throughout all timelines, he had actively provoked the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark. Even after losing 2 fingers to the direwolf Grey Wind, he merely chuckled and subsequently pledged unwavering loyalty to the Starks. He was a simpleton, straightforward in thought and loyal to his friends, yet fiercely independent and disdainful of weakness. Whether retreating from drink or being compelled to consume it, or even relying on Eddard's influence to navigate situations, would earn him disdain from Big John. Only by confronting him directly and besting him could one garner his respect. "What's the wager?" Big John inquired with newfound interest. "Each person holds a cup and continues to drink. The first to succumb shall be the loser. If you lose, you must address me as father. If I lose, I shall call you grandfather. Look, you stand to gain." The rules laid out by Theon were straightforward, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. A father-son contest, indeed. "Oh, come on, Great John. Are you truly willing to allow a 10-year-old to ride upon your shoulders and urinate?" Some onlookers have already begun to jeer. "Just imagine, this little lad calling you grandfather, which would make you the father of Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands." Ha ha. Eager participants quickly arranged a long table, placing 2 rows of large goblets on either side. Young John, Great John's son, even fetched 2 large barrels of wine from the cellar. Who wouldn't want to witness such a spectacle? This moment transformed the last remnants of Winterfell into a scene more vibrant than a festival. Eddard Stark shook his head in resignation, refraining from intervening. "All right, drink." Great John would not back down. He immediately raised his large goblet filled with rich red wine and gulped it down in one go. Before he even set it down, he seized another goblet and poured it into his mouth. Theon grew noticeably quieter, taking his time to sip from his own goblet, savoring each mouthful. When Great John finished his 4th cup, Theon had only just set down his first. "Ha ha ha, the 11th cup. Young one, if you wish to outdrink me, you'll need to grow another mouth," boasted the leading Great John, sharing a crude jest. Meanwhile, Theon continued to sip steadily from his 4th cup, never ceasing. His face adorned with a persistent smile. "At your age, your capacity for drink is quite impressive. Fear not, should you lose, I shall not humiliate you. In the north, if anyone dares to bully you, just declare loudly that you are the grandson of Great John Umber." With 37 cups down, Great John's eyes began to glaze over. Yet he remained quite pleased with himself. As Theon reached his 20th cup, he began to sway slightly, but maintained his initial pace, sipping steadily. Great John slammed the 56th empty goblet onto the wooden table. "Not bad, lad. I like you. To drink this much, you are destined to become a great warrior. I truly admire you, though you are rather thin." He then staggered to the other side, looking puzzled at the person before him. "Pray tell, how long have we been drinking? Has it been 10 years? You've grown so much. Stronger, and with a beard?" "Father, I am your son, young John." Theon had excused himself to relieve himself. "Do not worry. I have someone watching him. If he secretly vomits in the restroom, he loses." Young John Umber beamed broadly, rarely witnessing his formidable father in such a drunken state. "What father? You scoundrel. You ought to call me grandfather." "Yes, grandfather. We agreed, if you lose. You must call me grandfather. Lord Eddard Stark is your adoptive father, making me the adoptive father of Lord Eddard. Quickly, call me grandfather. Call me grandfather." Great John, now in a drunken frenzy, declared, "Drink up. That lad has already caught up to you. If you do not drink soon, you shall lose." In a state of inebriation, young Jon Snow restrained his father and poured liquor into his mouth. With a thunderous crash, the colossal giant toppled like an impenetrable wall, spewing forth the contents of his belly in a geyser-like eruption. Laughter erupted from the members of House Amber, filling the air with raucous mirth. When Theon returned, he was greeted by a chorus of drunken congratulations, celebrating the addition of another son to the family. But one son was hardly sufficient. Who else wished to share a drink? Who else desired to join the ranks of House Amber? Come forth. Theon raised his cup once more, rallying the father-son brigade. "I'm here. I am," shouted the eager members of House Amber, rushing forward. "Step aside. I shall go first." Young John, with unmatched strength, pushed aside his uncles and cousins, asserting his presence. "I'm coming. I want to be your father. I aspire to be the grandfather of my father. Come, drink." After a considerable time, another small giant fell. Onward. Theon lifted his cup again. "Young man, do not be arrogant. Big John's drinking prowess is but mediocre in the Hearth City. Allow me to demonstrate the true mastery of the vine." The elder yet robust Morse, his face aglow, approached to clink glasses and gulp down his drink. Soon, Another fountain of wine erupted upon the floor. A true master of the drink. Theon exclaimed with laughter. The column of wine you expelled is thrice the height of Big John. He raised his cup yet again. Who else wishes to partake? As dawn broke, the sun slowly ascended. In the aftermath within the hearth castle, the once vibrant banquet hall lay in disarray. Occasionally, a snore would echo from a corner. Theon sat at the head of the long table, his gaze still hazy, his body swaying slightly, sipping his drink in measured sips. He would occasionally swirl the wine in his glass, watching the crimson liquid ripple, vivid as blood, bitter as life itself. Is this body still human? After a night of revelry, aside from frequent trips to the restroom, he felt no intoxication. It was all an act. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from outside, laced with merriment. By the old gods, Theon Greyjoy, are you still drinking? No wonder Big John calls you father. Someone, bring forth more wine. Theon Greyjoy, let us drink once more. From that day forth, Theon Greyjoy was bestowed the exclusive title of Old Father by House Amber. The blue hue signified the nobles of power, while a deeper blue represented those of considerable stature among the earls, and Big John was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Throughout every timeline, he had actively provoked the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark. Even after losing 2 fingers to the direwolf Grey Wind, he merely chuckled, thereafter pledging unwavering loyalty to the Starks. He was a simpleton, straightforward in thought, valuing loyalty, yet rebellious, despising weakness. Theon's reluctance to drink, whether by choice or compulsion, or even through the influence of Eddard Stark, would only earn Big John's disdain. One could only confront him directly and best him to earn his respect. What addition? Big John immediately became intrigued. 1 cup per person, and drink continuously. Whoever falters first is the loser. If you lose, you'll call me father in our future encounters. If I lose, I'll refer to you as grandfather. Look, you've already gained something. The rules set forth by Theon were straightforward and captivating, drawing the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. A father-son contest, indeed. Oh, mighty John, shall you allow a 10-year-old to ride upon your shoulders and relieve himself? Some onlookers have already begun to cheer. Just imagine, this little rascal calls you grandfather, which makes you the progenitor of Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Ha! Enthusiasts have cleared a long table, placing 2 rows of large goblets on either side. Young John, the son of the great John, has even fetched 2 large barrels of wine from the cellar. Who wouldn't enjoy such a spectacle? The atmosphere in the hall has transformed into one of festive exuberance, surpassing even a celebration. Eddard Stark shook his head in exasperation, choosing not to intervene. All right, drink. The great John would not back down. He swiftly raised his large goblet, filled with crimson wine, and gulped it down in one go. Before he even set it down, he grasped another goblet with his left hand and poured it into his mouth. Theon grew quieter, taking measured sips from his own goblet. When John finished his 4th cup, Theon had only just set down his first. Ha ha ha, the 11th cup. Boy, if you wish to best me in drinking, you'll need to grow another mouth. John, far ahead, boasted with a crude jest. While Theon continued to sip away steadily, maintaining a smile throughout, he was already quite impressive at his age with such drinking capacity. Fear not. Should you lose, I shall not humiliate you. In the north, should anyone dare to bully you, declare loudly that you are the grandson of me, John Amber. Ha ha. After downing 37 cups, John's eyes grew somewhat glassy, yet he remained exceedingly proud. Theon, having consumed his 20th cup, began to sway slightly. Yet he persisted at his initial pace, taking sip after sip. John slammed the 56th empty goblet onto the wooden table. Well done, lad. I like you. To drink to this extent, you shall undoubtedly become a great warrior in the future. I truly admire you, although you are a tad too thin. He then staggered to the opposite side, bewildered, and asked, How long have we been drinking? A decade? How have you grown so much? You've become stronger and even grown a beard? Father, I am your son, young John. Theon had stepped away to relieve himself. Fear not. I have someone watching him. If he secretly vomits in the restroom, he is deemed the loser. Young John Amber grinned widely, rarely witnessing his formidable father in such a drunken state. What father? You scoundrel. You ought to call me grandfather. Yes, grandfather. We agreed upon it. You lose, you call me grandfather. The Earl John Greyjoy had succumbed to drunken revelry. Drink up. That lad has already caught up to you. If you do not drink, you will lose. In a state of inebriation, young Jon Snow restrained his father, pouring wine into his mouth. With a thunderous crash, the colossal giant toppled like a formidable wall, the liquor spilling forth from his belly like a whale spouting water. Reaching a height of a foot, laughter erupted from the members of House Amber. When Theon returned, the hall was filled with inebriated faces congratulating him on the addition of a new son. One son was not enough. Who else wished to drink with me? Who else aspired to be my son, a member of House Amber? Come forth. Theon raised his goblet once more, initiating the father-son revelry. I'll join. Me. Members of House Amber rushed forward eagerly. Step aside. I shall go first. Young John Amber, with unparalleled strength, overwhelmed his uncles and cousins, seizing the opportunity. I am coming. I wish to be your father, and I will be my father's grandfather. Come, drink. After a considerable time, another small giant collapsed. Continue. Theon raised his cup again. Young one, do not be arrogant. Big John's capacity for drink is but mediocre in the Hall of Hearth. Allow me to demonstrate what true mastery of wine entails. The aged yet still robust Ygritte, his face flushed, approached to clink glasses and drink heartily. Soon, the floor was graced by yet another wine-spouting whale. What a true master of drink you are. The column of wine you expelled is thrice the height of Big John, Theon exclaimed, laughing heartily. He raised his cup once more. Who else wishes to partake? As dawn broke and the sun ascended, the once vibrant banquet hall of the last hearth lay in disarray. The occasional snort echoed from a corner. Theon sat at the long table's edge, his gaze still hazy, swaying slightly as he sipped from his cup. He occasionally swirled the wine, watching the crimson liquid create small waves, vibrant as blood, bitter as life itself. Is this body still human? After a night of drinking, aside from frequent trips to the lavatory, he felt no intoxication. It was all an act. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from outside, mingled with mirth. By the old gods. Old man Theon, are you still drinking? No wonder Big John calls you father. Bring forth the wine. Old man Theon, let us drink once more. Henceforth, Old man Theon became the exclusive moniker of House Amber for Theon Greyjoy. The blue hue represented the powerful nobility, while the deep blue signified that among numerous earls, Big John was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Throughout all timelines, he had actively provoked the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark. Even after losing 2 fingers to the direwolf Grey Wind, he merely laughed it off and thereafter fought loyally for House Stark. He was a simpleton, straightforward in thought and loyal in spirit, yet unruly and disdainful of weakness. Whether Theon hesitated to drink, was coerced into it, or relied on Eddard to mediate, it would earn him Big John's contempt. To gain his respect, one had to confront him directly and best him. What do you suggest? Big John immediately showed interest. 1 cup per person, continue drinking. Whoever falls first loses. If you lose, you shall call me father when we meet again. If I lose, I will address you as grandfather. Look, you stand to gain. The rules set forth by Theon were refreshingly straightforward, capturing the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. A father-son contest, indeed. Oh, great John, rise to the challenge. Are you prepared to have a 10-year-old child urinate upon your shoulders? Some in the crowd began to jeer. Imagine, this little rascal calling you grandfather means you would be the father of Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Ha ha. Eager participants quickly arranged a long table, flanking it with rows of large goblets. Young John, the son of Great John, had even retrieved 2 large barrels of wine from the cellar. Who wouldn't want to witness such merriment? The atmosphere in the hall surged with excitement, far surpassing that of a festive occasion. Eddard Stark shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene. Cheers. Great John was certainly not one to back down. He swiftly lifted his massive goblet filled with crimson wine and downed it in one go. Before setting it down, he immediately seized another goblet and poured the wine into his mouth. Theon grew quieter, slowly sipping from his own goblet, taking measured sips. By the time Great John finished his 4th goblet, Theon had only just set down his first. Ha ha ha, the 11th goblet. Boy, if you wish to outdrink me, you'll need a larger mouth. Great John boasted, his confidence soaring as he shared a crude jest. Theon maintained his steady pace, sipping his 4th goblet, a smile ever present on his face. At your age, your capacity for drink is quite impressive. Fear not, should you lose, I shall not humiliate you. In the north, if anyone dares to bully you, boldly declare that you are the grandson of Great John Umber. Ha ha. Having consumed 37 goblets, Great John's eyes were slightly glazed. Yet he remained exceedingly proud. Theon, having reached his 20th goblet, began to sway slightly, but continued his steady rhythm of sipping. Great John banged the 56th empty goblet against the wooden table with a thud. Not bad, lad. I like you. To drink to this extent means you shall undoubtedly become a great warrior in the future. I am quite fond of you, though. You could use a bit more flesh on your bones. He then staggered to the other side, perplexed, observing the person before him. How long have we been drinking? 10 years. How have you grown so much? Stronger, even sporting a beard? Father, I am your son, young John. Theon had stepped away to relieve himself. Fear not. I have someone watching him. If he secretly vomits in the restroom, he loses. Young John Umber grinned broadly, rarely witnessing his formidable father in such a drunken state. What father? Nonsense. You should call me grandfather. It is grandfather. We agreed. You lose, you call me grandfather. Lord Eddard Stark is your foster father. So that makes me the foster father of Lord Eddard. Call me grandfather. Call me grandfather. Count Great John succumbed to drunken exuberance. Drink up. That lad has already caught up to you. If you don't drink, you shall lose. In a state of inebriation, young John held down his father and poured liquor into his mouth. With a mighty crash, the giant toppled like a thick wall, the alcohol within him spewing forth like a whale's spout, reaching a height of a foot. Laughter erupted from the Amber family. When Theon returned, the hall was filled with intoxicated faces congratulating him on acquiring another son. One son was not enough. Who else wishes to drink with me? Who else desires to be an Amber? Come forth. Theon raised his goblet once more, initiating the father-son revelry. I will. Me. The members of the Amber family rushed forth, each vying for the honor. Step aside. I shall go first. Young John Amber, with unmatched strength, pushed aside his uncles and cousins, seizing the opportunity. I will be your father. I shall be the grandfather of my own father. Come, drink. After some time, another little giant collapsed. Continue. Theon raised his cup again. Do not be arrogant, lad. Big John's drinking prowess is but mediocre at the hearthstone. Allow me to show you what a true master of spirits is. The aged yet still robust Maester Moors, his face aglow, approached to clink cups with him, downing great gulps of liquor. Soon, another whale of alcohol joined the puddles upon the ground. Truly a master of drink. The column of liquor you spewed was thrice the height of Big John's. Theon exclaimed with laughter. Again, he raised his cup. Who else? As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended. In the final hearthstone, the banquet hall lay in disarray, a scene of chaos. In a corner, the occasional sound of snoring could be heard. Theon sat at the head of the long table, his gaze still bleary, his body swaying slightly as he sipped from his cup. Occasionally, he swirled the goblet, watching the crimson liquid create small waves within, vibrant as blood, bitter as life itself. Is this body still human? After a night of drinking, aside from frequent trips to the restroom, I feel no intoxication. It is all an act. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed from outside, imbued with mirth. By the old gods. Lord Theon, are you still drinking? No wonder Big John calls you father. Bring forth more wine. Lord Theon, let us drink another round. Henceforth, Lord Theon became the exclusive title of Theon Greyjoy within the Amber family. Chapter 26. The Art of Ice. Fishing days later. Bidding farewell to his exuberant eldest son, Theon and Eddard led a party back to King S Road. The procession would continue south along the main road towards the North's largest inland lake, the Long Lake. There, they would extract the first batch of ice, which would then be transported via the White Knife River to White Harbor. Ultimately, they would board a favorable merchant vessel bound for King's Landing, embarking on their grand endeavor. This time, in addition to the myriad of peculiar flora and fauna Theon had gathered along the way, the party included several donkeys, 2 sturdy horses, a few cages of poultry, and 7 children ranging from 5 to 10 years of age. These are all treasures that Sheehan has scavenged from the territory of his eldest son. The children possess remarkable talents, each distinguished by their green quality. Sheehan pointed to several of the youngsters in the group, extending 2 fingers as he straightforwardly explained to Ed that Harlow holds the potential to become an exceptional scholar. Megan would make a fine blacksmith, and Jelly is a natural-born cavalryman. In contrast to the complex advantages brought by noble status, land, and honor, the evaluation of commoners is far simpler and more objective, typically determined solely by individual ability and potential. If a person's identity is that of a commoner, their baseline is gray, inferior. Only a select few with a particular skill or considerable ability attain the white classification, ordinary. Among commoners, those with green quality are already remarkable talents, often comprising wealthy merchants or renowned wandering knights. Such individuals are not only scarce, but also possess strong opinions, making them unlikely to pledge allegiance easily. Sheehan has chosen a different path, opting to cultivate children aged 5 and above, ensuring they are battle-ready in 10 years. In the future, the noble children of the North can be actively taught in Winterfell. We must not overlook these exceptional seeds among the commoners. I plan to scavenge in various locations to gather these gems buried beneath the sands and bring them to Winterfell for you, Roderick, Maester Lewin, and myself to instruct together. These individuals will undoubtedly become a formidable support for Winterfell in the future. Sheehan laid out his plan comprehensively. Ed nodded in agreement, yet his brow furrowed slightly, as if pondering the limited number of talented individuals among the commoners. Is there truly so few? Indeed, I only found these few after circling the area around last hearth. The criteria for excellence defined by the eye of God is quite stringent. Sheehan glanced at the guards, including Roderick, Ellen, and Morris, even among the distinguished retainers of Winterfell. If one were to strip away their noble advantages and reduce their status to that of commoners, their abilities would likely only merit a green evaluation of excellence. Of course, the greatest challenge for commoners lies in their inability to receive a proper education. Even if blessed with high talent in childhood, it is akin to seeds falling into a deep pit, deprived of sunlight and rain. They will merely grow into stunted weeds, never reaching their potential. Sheehan lamented. For the younger children, evaluations are not based on personal ability, but rather on their potential for excellence. If such innate talent cannot be transformed into actual skill, their evaluations will diminish as they grow, ultimately rendering them indistinguishable from the masses. This is why most adult commoners only achieve a gray evaluation. Many do not lack talent. They simply spend their days struggling to survive, never afforded the opportunity to learn and grow. Indeed, an exceptional teacher can change a person's life, Ed mused, his gaze filled with nostalgia. Sheehan sensed that he might be reminiscing about his time in the Vale, under the tutelage of Jon Arryn, the current king. In those carefree days, Robb, Ed, Lyanna, and Benjen roamed valiantly across Westeros. Long Lake, situated to the east of the Lonely Mountain and south of the last river, was formed by the confluence of countless streams melting from the snow-capped glaciers of the surrounding mountains. It stretched long and narrow from north to south, hence its name. The surface of the lake near the foothills remained perpetually blanketed in snow, remaining frozen throughout the year due to a lack of sunlight. Having been delayed at the wall for a time, Harris had already constructed a rudimentary dock on the eastern side of Long Lake for the inhabitants of Winterfell. Aptly, it was named the Platinum Dock. However, as novices, Harris and his crew found the initial process of ice extraction to be quite arduous. The ice layer on Long Lake could reach over 2 meters in thickness, covering hundreds of square miles of the lake's surface. Such a massive ice cap was as hard as iron. Not only could pedestrians traverse it, but even horse-drawn carts could safely traverse its surface. The guards needed to alternate the use of long iron rods and hammers for half an hour to carve out a hole. Once they had penetrated the ice, they attempted to saw and chop it with axes, using wedges to break the thick layers apart. Ultimately, they employed ropes, iron hooks, and wooden poles to haul the massive ice blocks ashore. After a day's labor, the 10 of us could only gather enough ice to fill a small boat. I doubt we can sell it for much. Harris lamented, his spirits waning. Achieving this much for the first attempt is already commendable. Don't worry, I have a plan. Things will improve soon, Theon reassured him. The following day, a shipment of broad iron plates resembling shark teeth arrived urgently from Winterfell. Theon directed the crew to affix the iron shark teeth to the base of the makeshift sleds, adjusting their height so they just grazed the ice surface. He then commanded the horses to pull the sled teams along the predetermined path. To the bewilderment of the onlookers, the shark-toothed sleds repeatedly traversed back and forth. Suddenly, Ellen knelt down, clearing away the ice debris. "My Lord Ed," he exclaimed, "look." After just 2 passes, the sled had carved a groove that penetrated the ice by over a foot. This single sled had drawn forth a thick strip of ice extending several miles. It resembled a colossal saw, capable of slicing the vast ice sheet into a long, narrow path. Ellen rejoiced, exclaiming that with more shark-toothed sleds, countless long strips of ice could be carved in one go. Once the long strips were broken apart, they would yield sizable ice blocks. In the ensuing days, a continuous convoy of sleds traversed back and forth, akin to a magical tailor cutting a vast white canvas into golden ribbons. The guards then used saws to divide the strips into square ice blocks, finally hauling the neatly arranged ice onto the ice transport boats via pre-constructed wooden ramps using hooks. With wood shavings for insulation and thick sheepskin to maintain low temperatures, they transported the ice directly down the waterway from the White Knife River. This method proved to enhance efficiency by at least tenfold compared to the mere use of hammers. In a single day, it was sufficient to fill more than 10 fishing vessels, and there was potential for increased efficiency. While working, Eddard calculated and excitedly shared his thoughts with Ed, who was also engaged in loading ice blocks with hooks. Nearby, Harris looked on in astonishment. After laboring for half a month, using hammers and axes, he realized that his efforts yielded far less than the day's output. Reflecting on the past weeks, he felt like a fool, overwhelmed with disappointment. Unfortunately, the elated crowd was too preoccupied with their promising future to notice him, as they envisioned the ice being harvested layer by layer, akin to peeling an onion, and transported away. This was far from their limit. The more hands they had, the faster they could excavate. "My lord, let us enlist for service," Eddard eagerly suggested to Ed, yearning to see the vessels laden with ice set sail in exchange for bountiful rewards. Patience, there are still issues to address. If we cannot load the ships within a day, the ice blocks, which we have meticulously separated, will refreeze overnight, Ed cautioned. Thus, we must meticulously plan our daily work areas, workload, and most critically, our vessels. Relying solely on our current small fishing boats will not suffice to transport substantial quantities of ice. Resolving the shipping logistics must take precedence. Theon, meanwhile, did not partake in the labor. As before, he kept his eyes closed, listening and observing. He reveled in the exhilarating sensation of soaring like a crow in the sky, surveying the earth below in search of treasures. It was truly addictive. However, one must also be wary of accidents while harvesting ice. The risk of large-scale breakage is high, and should one fall into the icy waters, the frigid lake would swiftly rob them of their warmth. Ed expressed his concerns. There are numerous hazards involved in ice harvesting. Several times during the chiseling, guards have accidentally fallen into the water. Today alone, including Eddard, 3 guards emerged drenched from the frigid depths. Thankfully, there were others around who quickly rescued them. This is indeed a high-risk undertaking. If we hastily enlist farmers unfamiliar with this work, it could lead to serious injuries or fatalities. Mining in caves poses risks of rock collapses, and fishermen may capsize in turbulent waters. The potential rewards of ice are immense, but embracing certain risks is warranted. Upon hearing Ed's apprehensions, Eddard quickly reassured him, "You need not worry. Ned Stark never disregards life. He considers not only the profits, but also the safety of his workers. He is indeed one of the rare, benevolent lords of this era." However, such admirable qualities can be a double-edged sword in the pursuit of profit. Eddard feared that Ed might abandon the ice project due to its inherent dangers. Every new endeavor carries risks. What we must do is document the hazardous aspects, train the farmers thoroughly before commencing, and implement safety measures to mitigate dangers. For instance, during their assignments, they were provided with long ropes to secure around their waists or buoyant life vests, and arrangements were made for rescue boats to be on standby in nearby waters. In response, Theon suggested implementing additional safety measures. After considering everyone's opinions for a moment, Ed assured them, "Do not worry, I shall not falter." However, the extensive recruitment would require careful deliberation, as Theon had pointed out. The lack of vessels posed a significant challenge. It was proposed to first gather a contingent of farmers with fishing boats from the nearby villages to serve. As he spoke, he glanced towards the 20 or so small fishing boats along the shore, each brimming with sizable blocks of ice, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Now, warriors of Winterfell, rejoice. We have accomplished the first step." The crowd raised their tools high, cheering and laughing. This heralded a new beginning for the north. Above, crows returned, landing upon Theon's shoulder, the golden glimmer in their eyes fading away. Theon opened his eyes, handing the raven to Ed, and skillfully mounted his horse. "My lord Ed, keep your distance behind me. Do not draw too close. Await my signal." Ed accepted the raven, tenderly stroking its gleaming feathers. Upon hearing this, he nodded with curiosity. "What is it this time? Wildgrass? A raven?" "Theon, we had agreed that wild boars would be the limit. Creatures like shadow cats, bears, or wolves are far too perilous. You must not venture alone to capture them." Theon smiled in silence, curling his thumb and index finger, while the remaining 3 fingers grazed his cheek. "This time, we shan't capture any animals." Chapter 27. Commoners and Young Lords. A foolish young lord. He believed that wielding a short sword would suffice for hunting on the mountains. He was oblivious to the fact that the only purpose of that toy sword was to end his own life in moments of fear and agony. Amidst the thicket, a pair of keen eyes fixated on the distant battlefield. A boy, around 10 years of age, clad in a luxurious fur cloak, rode a dappled pony, a breed reserved for nobles, while managing the reins and brandishing a short sword, shouting boisterously. His adversary was a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. The boar's long tusks resembled 2 great swords, and with a roar, it charged, leaving a gash on the pony's left leg. The pony, startled and in pain, threw the noble boy off its back and galloped away without mercy, abandoning its master to the wrath of the furious boar. It appeared that the noble boy was on the verge of meeting a grim fate beneath the boar's tusks. "Damn!" came a low growl of frustration. An arrow shot swiftly from afar. The sharp iron tip pierced through the wild boar's right shoulder blade, penetrating its thick hide and reaching its heart. Precise and lethal, this arrow had effectively severed the boar's vitality. The blood loss alone would ensure its demise within mere breaths. Yet, the assailant remained cautious. Arrows flew in rapid succession. One struck the boar's front leg, while another found its way into the creature's eye, embedding deep within its brain. This strike decisively ended the wild boar's life. It fell onto its back, rigid and convulsing. Two figures emerged from the thicket. One wielded a purple-hued wooden bow, an arrow nocked, while the other, bearing a spear on his back, cautiously approached the lifeless wild boar and thrust the spear into it with force. He was tall, with a bearded visage, donned in a hat and cloak fashioned from green leaves, resembling a wild man. Following him was a boy, slightly shorter and around 15 or 16 years of age, whose physique, facial features, and eyes bore a striking resemblance to the spear-wielding man, father and son. Upon realizing the wild boar was no longer moving, the man with the spear called out to the fallen boy, "Hey, young one, are you all right? Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I am Theon Greyjoy from Winterfell. Might I know your name? I shall reward you handsomely," Theon exclaimed, rising to his feet, tears of gratitude flowing as he grasped the man's hand fervently. Taken aback by Theon's introduction, the man hesitated, his eyes flickering as he quickly declined. "No, it's unnecessary. You should leave at once. This is not a place for you, my lord. It is far too perilous. You never know when another beast might appear. Please, go quickly. Please tell me your name. Once my retinue arrives, I shall inform my guardian, Lord Ned Stark. Trust me, as a token of gratitude, he will bestow upon you a generous reward." Theon insisted earnestly. The boy, son of the man with the bow, appeared somewhat swayed, glancing at the spear-bearer. "The Duke of Winterfell? He is quite a notable figure. Surely the reward will be substantial." The man seemed oblivious to his son's gaze, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "How could I have such a foolish son? Thank you, my lord. I am Jane from the nearby village of Smallwood, a farmer. However, I believe your utmost priority is to return swiftly. This area is exceedingly dangerous. There are many wolves, bears, and at times, one might encounter ogres. The wild boar is merely the mildest of the beasts. Please, make haste." He remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings as he urged Theon to depart. "Very well, Jane of Smallwood. I shall seek you out in the future," Theon replied, gripping his short sword as he retreated under the watchful eyes of the spear-wielding man. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. "Who are you?" Around them, a silent throng of armored warriors emerged, swords drawn. The leader, Aaron, glared at the two strangers, bow and spear aimed at Theon, and shouted in fury. The man with the spear jolted, swiftly turning to stand back-to-back with his son. Armed with a long spear, he surveyed the encirclement, a chill settling within him. 8 individuals, each tall and robust, eyes glimmering, clad in standard leather armor, wielding swords, shields, bows, crossbows, spears, grappling hooks, and nets. This was a cadre of well-trained elite soldiers. The man understood well that though he possessed considerable skill, facing 2 against 8 left scant hope for survival for himself and his son. Ellen faced 2 strangers, drawing Theon behind her, and then her gaze fell upon the lifeless wild boar sprawled on the ground. "Oh no, did you 2 kill this beast? This is terrible. Danny, run." Suddenly, the man wielding a spear swept the weapon with a flourish, the gleaming tip driving back the 2 warriors behind him, thereby forcing his son out of the encirclement. "Father." The pushed Danny soon grasped the urgency of the situation, his eyes wide with fear as he sprinted away. As a poacher, he had long anticipated this day might come. Just as he took a couple of steps and rounded a large tree, a massive hand appeared out of nowhere and seized his arm tightly, tripping him so that he was forcefully pinned against the trunk. His youthful face pressed against the rough bark, the friction stung painfully, yet it paled in comparison to the terror swelling within him. "Father." Though he was tall for his age, Danny was only 12, and he could not contain his fear, shouting out desperately, "No, stop. It was all my doing. I killed the boar. My son is innocent. Please do not harm him." The spear-wielding man hastily discarded his weapon, followed by his bow and knife, casting them aside in a gesture of surrender. As he beheld the 2 newcomers, a chill gripped his heart. The leading man was clad in a black woolen sweater and leather armor emblazoned with the sigil of an ice wolf, draped with a fur-lined cloak made from a black bear pelt. At his waist hung an exquisite sword adorned with a wolf's head. This was a noble of considerable stature. If the boy's words held any truth, he was likely the Duke of Winterfell, the highest authority in the north, possessing the power of life and death. Behind the Duke stood a burly man with a white beard, gripping Danny as one would a mere chick. This man was formidable as well. 1 against 10. Hope was lost. The man shut his eyes in despair. What had transpired? Eddard leaned on his sword, surveying the scene, taking note of the dead boar and the tense standoff, before finally turning his attention to Theon. Theon stepped forward, awkwardly scratching his face with 3 fingers. "My lord, this is a misunderstanding. The boar attacked me, injuring my horse. This, Farmer here, in a moment of peril, killed the beast and saved my life. He recounted the events simply, then scratched the other side of his face with 2 fingers, pointing at the boy held by Ser Roderick, who, having encountered so many strangers for the first time, had likely fled in fright. Eddard appeared momentarily bewildered, then observed the attire of the 2 men, his expression shifting to one of skepticism. Armed with bows and spears in the deep woods? A farmer? It seemed too far-fetched. Then why do you carry weapons? And why did you flee upon seeing us? Ellen retorted sharply. Could it be that you are poachers? The man's face drained of color at once. Poachers? In Westeros, those who hunt without the Lord's permission are condemned. If proven guilty, the penalty could be death. They ventured into the mountains armed, which was inherently suspicious. Let us not forget the wild boar that lay lifeless on the ground. The witness, Theon, could attest to the events with unequivocal evidence. In his moment of despair, Theon's voice resonated like a celestial melody from the depths of hell, bestowing hope upon the man. My lord Ed, this wild boar attacked a noble, nearly claiming the life of your foster son. This farmer, in an act of bravery, used his defensive weapon to slay the beast. Surely, this cannot be deemed poaching. Hope surged anew within the man's heart, and he vowed, in gratitude, that should he survive, he would never again refer to that foolish young lord as Little Ghost. Ed surveyed the surroundings, fully aware of the implications. According to the laws of Westeros, all mountains, forests, rivers, and their resources within a noble's domain belong to the lord. Unauthorized extraction was strictly prohibited. However, as is often the case, the means to wealth are inscribed within the penal code. The very fact that poaching is legislated against indicates the lucrative nature of such endeavors. A prized pelt can sometimes equal a farmer's annual income, tax-free. Naturally, in times of poor harvests and scarce food supplies, some farmers resort to poaching to survive. Most benevolent lords turn a blind eye to such transgressions. Thus, poaching remains a relic of historical grievances across the continent. Fortunately, Ed was also a compassionate lord, and with Theon pleading on behalf of the farmer, he glanced at the hopeful man and his son, recognizing the desperation in their eyes. He nodded, affirming, certainly, this shall not be classified as poaching. This is an act of courage and virtue. Not every farmer possesses the bravery to confront a wild boar. As the ruler of the North, Ed's word held the weight of decree on this land. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they lowered their weapons. Ed gestured to Roderick, who subsequently released the boy, Dany. The man, having narrowly escaped death, embraced his son, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Winterfell. And of course, thank you, Theon. At any moment, having a noble advocate is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. One word from them can carry the weight of 100. Ed waved his hand, replying, It is I who should thank you for saving my child. Perhaps you do not comprehend Theon's significance to the north. You have accomplished a remarkable deed. Remarkable? A wild boar. A guard murmured to a companion from the back of the crowd. Lord Theon has personally slain at least 10 wild boars and captured 2, hasn't he? Hearing the remark, Aelin shot a harsh glare in their direction. Must you always chatter away? Oh, my apologies. I hope my soldiers have not caused you undue trouble. By the way, may I ask your name? Ed inquired, realizing that this man was not a noble, but rather a commoner. The man paused momentarily, about to speak. I beg your pardon, Sir Farmer, armed for the defense against ogres. I did not quite catch your name and residence. It seems I recall that you are not from a nearby village, am I correct? The emphasis on the words not from a nearby village weighed heavily on his tongue. The man glanced awkwardly at him. If only he could turn back time, he would surely slap his former self for such folly. This was no foolish young master. This was a dire wolf cloaked in rabbit fur. The man inhaled deeply and, with a hint of resignation, replied, Stannarin, I hail from Lakeside Town. Oh, what a pleasure it is to meet you. To express our gratitude, let us bring this wild boar to your home for a feast, suggested Chien. Stan's expression darkened. In the north, to show appreciation to someone, one invites them to a grand meal at their home. It is tradition. Stan, a commoner, could hardly refuse the invitation extended by Ed, a nobleman. Reluctantly, he sent his son home to prepare, while he led Ed and his companions slowly towards his abode. After traversing over a dozen hills, they finally spotted, as evening approached, a solitary wooden cottage encircled by farmland on the outskirts of Lakeside Town. A modestly dressed young woman, accompanied by 3 boys and a girl, anxiously awaited their arrival outside. This was Stan's wife, Tanyanor. Ed kissed Tanyanor's hand and warmly greeted Stan's children before entering the house with Chien, Roderick, and Ellen. Meanwhile, the guards outside methodically prepared the wild boar, gutting and butchering the meat, while others unloaded several bags of wine and provisions from their horses to supplement the evening's feast. Clearly, they understood that expecting a commoner to prepare a banquet for a duke was somewhat unreasonable, thus they brought along part of the food and drink. As night fully descended, Tanyonor managed to assemble a dinner that could be considered extravagant for commoners: thick loaves of bread, a platter of cheese, onions and turnips drenched in gravy, a hearty stew of minced meat and vegetables, meat pies, roasted chicken, and the paisi de assistance, the wild boar. Ed lavished praise upon Stan's wife, exclaiming, "You have married a beautiful and capable woman." Stan and his wife exchanged smiles, clearly appreciative of the compliment. After several cups of strong liquor, the conversation flowed freely, and they gradually learned more about Stan's past. He had left Westeros at the age of 9 to seek his fortune in Braavos. He had worked various jobs as a laborer, sailor, apprentice, merchant, and mercenary, facing numerous hardships before returning home with a modest fortune. He bought land, built a house, married his first love, and now had children, a true winner in life. "Did you fight in the defense of Pentos? What are your thoughts on the Dothraki?" Shaun had heard of Stan's involvement in a mercenary company, and even recalled a time when he had joined in a conversation while assisting Pentos in defending against the onslaught of the Dothraki. Stan, invigorated, could no longer regard Shaun as an ignorant youth. The Dothraki resembled a roving pack of wolves, demonic in nature, adept at identifying one's vulnerabilities, howling in as they viciously bite, causing blood to flow, lingering until one is nearly drained, before finally consuming them whole. What shall we do if they venture into Westeros? Shaun posed yet another hypothetical question. The Dothraki arriving in Westeros would undoubtedly spell disaster. Stan's words startled Eddard. "We possess formidable knightly orders and hundreds of thousands of soldiers, not to mention impregnable fortresses," Eddard countered, frowning. Suddenly, he recalled Shaun's vague mention of Jon Snow's aunt, the last princess of House Targaryen, who would wed the mightiest Khal of the Dothraki, who had pledged to send forces to assist in the Targaryen restoration. In a direct confrontation, the Dothraki would certainly be unable to breach the heavy armored formations, nor could they conquer a stronghold. Stan took a sip of wine and sighed heavily. "However, my lord, the horsemen are devoid of humanity. They would swarm like locusts, slaughtering every farmer and civilian, incinerating the fields and villages beyond the walls. These are unprotected by fortifications. Our forces would never catch the Dothraki, who outnumber us on horseback. Once the farmers are slain and the crops are burned, how can a starving army hope to fight? How long can a solitary castle protect the nobility?" Stan's words sent a chill down Eddard's spine. A champion of chivalry, skilled in honorable confrontations, Eddard could hardly fathom the savagery of an army from another continent. Throughout every timeline, Eddard had resolutely opposed King Robert's ruthless extermination of the last 2 young Targaryen princes and princesses. This not only contravened his moral compass, but also violated the unspoken rules of nobility. Even sworn enemies would not seek total annihilation of one another. In truth, he believed that the last vestiges of House Targaryen posed little threat. Suddenly, learning from an outsider that his mercy could present such a grave peril to the continent filled him with dread. If the Targaryens were to land with the savage Dothraki, would he not be committing a grave error? Is there truly no effective strategy to counter the Dothraki? The free cities have thrived for many years. Shaun interjected. Indeed, there are strategies. For instance, gathering everyone within the castle, incinerating the fields and meadows beforehand, and burying the water sources would compel the horsemen to retreat due to lack of supplies. Furthermore, some have lured the Dothraki into a frenzied charge against pike formations by torturing foals, provoking the unarmored Dothraki to be mowed down like wild grass. Stan recounted from his first-hand experience in city defenses, aware of the vulnerabilities of those unarmored horsemen. In a direct assault, the horsemen would struggle against even a group of eunuchs. He spoke of the renowned defense of Kohor, where 3,000 unsullied triumphed over more than 50,000 Dothraki, shattering the myth of Dothraki invincibility and causing the price of unsullied to soar into a speculative bubble. Across the entire continent of Essos, the acquisition of unsullied became synonymous with a guarantee of quality and safety. It was not until the Mother of Dragons, lured by their reputation, deceived them all and felt secure in her position, that she realized the continent's most expensive soldiers were utterly ineffectual against a mere band of mercenaries, prostitutes, butchers, and amateur assassins. They were not entirely useless, merely mediocre. However, since the Battle of Kohor, no Khal would be foolish enough to employ cavalry for siege warfare or charge recklessly into battle. Such an act would be sheer folly. Stan continued, asserting that they would raid the weak villages, caravans, and small settlements, but would never dare touch the grand cities behind their high walls. The great city-states, too, would not risk offending the Dothraki, fearing being trapped within their own walls and unable to conduct trade. Therefore, they would consistently offer vast sums of tribute and travel expenses, imploring the Dothraki to divert their attention towards raiding neighboring city-states. A bunch of short-sighted, avaricious scoundrels. There was a rumor, the veracity of which was uncertain, that I had heard from drunken mercenaries. A proposal had been made among the trading city-states to construct a massive wall stretching from south to north, completely severing ties with the vast plains. Stan proposed a wild fantasy, a colossal wall, just like the Wall of Westeros. Ed immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, much like the Wall of Westeros. Stan nodded in agreement. With such a wall, the Dothraki would be like lions stripped of their claws, only to batter themselves senseless against it. Unfortunately, no city-state was willing to shoulder the exorbitant costs of such an endeavor. A monumental wall. It would take the resurrection of the ancient Brandon to accomplish such a miraculous feat, Ed sighed, wishing he could also construct a few more walls for Westeros while he was at it. He then pondered the troublesome White Walkers. Westeros and Essos already had a wall in place. The narrow sea. Stan chuckled, his eyes alight with agreement. The Dothraki referred to the sea as poison waters. They lacked ships and could not cross the narrow sea. Therefore, as long as the narrow sea existed, they would never launch an indiscriminate attack on Westeros. Indeed, they would not come lightly, unless those savages sought to assist their queen in seizing the Iron Throne. This thought deepened Ed's concern. In truth, they could utilize the ships of the free trading city-states, provided they were willing to pay. There would be no shortage of vessels. Theon took a sip of his drink and laughed, asserting that if the payment was sufficiently generous, those merchants would even allow the Dothraki to ride upon their backs across the narrow sea. Stan laughed heartily in agreement, unable to resist clinking glasses with Theon. He had grown weary of the city merchants' willingness to sell anything for profit, which had driven him to abandon his pursuits in Essos. Those merchants possessed no faith, and their moral compass could be buried deep within the earth. Ed also chuckled. He admired Stan, who exhibited courage, strength, insight, and a moral foundation, all while his wealth resided in the north. No wonder Theon considered him a man of merit. Upon reaching this thought, Eddard suddenly spoke. Stannis, this year, Winterfell will expand its guard, and my son is already 6 years old and in need of attendance. Would you be willing to join us? Direct approach? It was no surprise that Stannis was momentarily taken aback. Theon set down his cup, rubbing his forehead as if feigning inebriation, unable to bear the awkwardness of the moment. Eddard was truly lacking in the art of persuasion. There were no preliminaries, no subtle enticements, no grand visions painted, no emotional appeals. Just having met for less than a day, and he was already making an offer? It was no wonder that in most timelines, whether attempting to recruit the champion of the lowly mercenaries or the high-ranking captain of the Gold Cloaks, Eddard's efforts had invariably met with failure. If not for his noble lineage, one might speculate that Eddard was destined for a solitary existence. Stannis, too, set down his cup, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Eddard remained silent, patiently awaiting Stannis's response. Ser Roderick, who had been quiet all along, also held his tongue. Only Theon bore a glint of amusement in his eyes. Stannis's blue soul flame surged tumultuously. This was not the first time he had encountered a blue rating. He had seen it in Roderick, in Old Bear Mormont, and Ser Davos. Yet these individuals all possessed a blue rating bolstered by their status and position, until he laid eyes on Stannis. This was his first encounter with a wild blue commoner, an extraordinary individual who had not shown in any timeline. Career recommendations: infantry, archers, generals, hunters, mercenaries, traders. The breadth of possible professions was second only to Mance Rayder, versatile and capable of standing alone. The true target of this hunt for Theon and the guards was not the wild boar, but the individual before them. This untamed talent, Theon was determined to acquire. However, Eddard had acted too hastily. A mature commoner with capabilities rivaling those of a powerful lord. Such a person, regardless of their inherent talents, would undoubtedly possess a strong sense of self and would not easily waver in their life's aspirations. Theon contemplated this, perhaps already anticipating the outcome. Indeed, after a brief silence, Stannis displayed a look of regret. I am truly sorry, my lord Eddard. My eldest son is only 12. My wife has just conceived again, and I wish to witness the birth of our 5th child and accompany them as they grow up. I must decline your offer. However, rest assured, should Winterfell call upon us, all Northmen will heed the call, no matter where they may be. As Theon had anticipated, Eddard was rejected. Stannis invoking his wife and children to elicit Eddard's empathy, while also delivering a subtle compliment. having traversed 2 continents for many years. Stannis had gained considerable insight into the realities of society. He held in disdain the nobles of Essos, viewing them as a self-serving cadre of merchants devoid of principles or boundaries. But how much better could the nobles of Westeros be? Here, the aristocracy and the common folk were entirely entrenched, having all but severed the possibility of upward mobility for the latter. The only path that can elevate commoners to nobility is through military merit. It is through the shedding of blood and the sacrifice of life in battle, achieving extraordinary feats, that one might ascend to the lowest tier of the aristocracy as a landholding knight. As Boron aptly stated, desire to become a noble? Kill the right people, and kill enough of them. Understanding this allows one to grasp the wisdom of Peter Baelish's famous adage, chaos is a ladder. Peter Baelish, the favored one, the Emperor of Labor, the Chancellor of Finance. Yet prior to the War of the Five Kings, regardless of his numerous accomplishments and the wealth he amassed for Robert, his title and lands remained stagnant. If such is the plight of the nobility, what chance do commoners have? No matter how many years Stan has served as a guard, he will not gain rank or lands. During wartime, he could enlist voluntarily without first becoming a guard. Should the risks be too great, as a prosperous farmer, he could pay to exempt himself from service. However, the sworn guardsmen find themselves without an escape route, lacking any bond or empty promises. Choices must be made based on self-interest. Naturally, such a decisive refusal stems from Stan's astute observation during their exchange. Lord Eddard is a good man. A good man can accept rejection. A good man does not harbor anger, resentment, or seek revenge. Imagine if it were Lord Tywin Lannister commanding him to report to Casterly Rock. Stan's response might have been quite different. Eddard, though somewhat disappointed, did not press the matter. After all, he is a good man. Stan took the opportunity to express that he would seek service in the future and hoped Lord Eddard would not disdain him then. Theon dismissed this as mere nonsense. Such words are to be taken lightly. In formal settings, the dialogues between astute individuals often imply that any mention of future opportunities equates to a lack of future prospects. Theon and his counterpart, Ellen, exchanged glances, both recognizing the simmering indignation between them. Theon drained his cup in one gulp, shutting his eyes in frustration. Must good men always suffer? When did being virtuous become such a burden? Suddenly, an unsettling cacophony echoed above, drawing the attention of those present. Stan and his wife turned pale, exchanging a knowing glance, their guilt evident as beads of sweat began to form. The structure was a traditional single-story wooden house of the north, constructed from large logs intricately interlaid, with tall pillars supporting the roof and crossbeams overhead. Wooden planks were placed between the beams, allowing for the storage of food and clothing, maximizing space while safeguarding against pests. Yet, in nature, some creatures are particularly troublesome, leading to great distress. The gathering clearly witnessed as something gnawed through the rope of a bundle on the roof, sending it crashing down with a clatter. Dropping at the feet of the crowd, a corner of gray fur was revealed. Closest to it, Ellen swiftly stepped forward to seize the bundle and shook it open. Behold, it was a finely cured gray wolf pelt, its sheen vibrant and its texture soft and warm. Sure to fetch a handsome price. What is this? Ellen inquired sternly, extending the wolf skin to Stan. Pale-faced, Stan glanced around at his equally ashen wife and eldest son, rendered speechless. Damn it, didn't I tell Dany to return early and hide these things? Foolish son, is this how you conceal them? You might as well have burned them. It would have been better. What a disaster. Chapter 29. Only the deepest schemes in the midst of this crisis, a celestial voice returned. Is this dog skin? I see it seems you have raised dogs in the yard. The angelic voice of Scene illuminated Stan once more. Ah, yes, I have raised quite a number of dogs. Their skins are quite valuable, Stan stammered, filled with gratitude for this seemingly foolish yet astute noble young man. He had saved Scene once. But how many times had this young noble aided him in return? Ed cast a glance at the gray wolf skin, remaining silent. As a man from the north, could he not distinguish between dog and wolf pelts? Yet, the situation was somewhat intricate. Stan had saved Scene once, which bound them by a sense of gratitude, as guests. They had enjoyed the warm hospitality of Stan's family, which also fostered a connection. However, as an impartial enforcer of the law, Ed had distinctly identified Stan's unlawful actions, and to overlook them would contravene his principles. Furthermore, he had previously sought Stan's assistance, only to be rebuffed. If he were to settle accounts now, would it not appear as though he were retaliating out of spite? Scene had already made his intentions clear, suggesting a leniency towards this family, offering them a favor. Ed's inner turmoil raged as another bundle fell from the rafters with a thud. Out rolled a pair of antlers, exquisitely beautiful like coral. Your sheep's horns are indeed remarkable, Scene exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement. Enough, Scene. You have been sulking in silence since we met. Lord Roderick bellowed, striking the table with force. Do your sheep's horns split? My lord, trust me. I will surely show you a split horn in the future. Scene replied, striving to mend the atmosphere. You cannot justify this. This man is a poacher, a habitual offender. You cannot trample upon the laws of the North simply because he has assisted you. Speaking of which, the hand of God that has personally slain 12 wild boars, you actually require a poacher to save you? I am curious. Does that wild boar share the same divine favor as the Icefield Wolf King? Roderick sneered. The upright old instructor had discerned Stan's true nature from the outset. Yet his beloved disciple Scene had continually shielded him. Ed had not probed further, choosing to remain silent. It was merely a matter of turning a blind eye. Do not expect him to wear a pleasant expression. Yet, when the evidence lay bare before them, Theon still dared to feign ignorance, even attempting to persuade everyone to conceal the truth. Such behavior was rather excessive. After all, we were guests, entitled to the rights of salt and bread. Sir Theon, with a forced smile, made one last effort. The banquet has concluded. Sir Roderick rose in anger, leading the way outside. After a long pause, amidst the despairing gazes of the Stark family, Eddard sighed and also stood, moving towards the exit. It is over. This dread filled the hearts of the family. Eddard understood. If the lords of House Stark emerged from the house now, it signified the end of the protection afforded by guest rights. Reckoning was imminent. Poachers faced amputation or, in graver cases, execution. He regretted his earlier refusal, which had been rather abrupt. Had he possessed the status of a sworn man, he might have sought refuge in Winterfell, but given the current circumstances, even if he wished to sell his allegiance to Winterfell, they would not have him. Why would an honorable noble accept a criminal? Once convicted, whether by beheading or donning the black cloak, all that he cherished would be lost. His son was merely 12, and his wife, a frail woman, could not uphold the family legacy. Perhaps a long night, a bandit raid, or an incursion by wildlings could utterly decimate his once happy family, leaving only desolate ruins. As these thoughts consumed him, sweat beaded on Eddard's brow, and his face twisted in anguish. Suddenly, gritting his teeth, Eddard cried out, Lord Stark, I am a poacher. I confess. I am willing to pay any fine. For the sake of the old gods, please accept this confession. In a sudden act of desperation, Eddard seized a cleaver, placing his left hand upon the table, and brought it down with great force. This unexpected scene stunned everyone present. In response, Theon found himself admiring Eddard even more. Only a fool would passively await their fate. A wise man, even in the most perilous moments, would take the initiative to choose the path of least loss. The reality was that Theon's small measure of goodwill would become irrelevant once Eddard stepped outside. Thus, Eddard seized the last opportunity to leverage that goodwill, self-imposing his sentence of amputation while Eddard was still within the house. This was the lightest punishment for a poacher, based on the evidence against him. He was clearly a habitual offender who deserved harsher penalties. Yet, Theon was convinced that after this act, out of respect for their shared history and Eddard's self-sacrifice, Eddard would not pursue the matter further. With one hand severed, Eddard could still protect his family. If he could endure these coming years and guide his eldest son to adulthood, stability would return to his household. To devise such a strategy in a moment of crisis showcased a level of quick wit and decisiveness that surpassed that of most present. Yet, what significance does a blue card, now rendered useless with a severed hand, hold for me? While most are still reeling from Stan's fierce onslaught, a brilliant flash of light comes unexpectedly. In an instant, a flash and two resounding echoes ensue. The iron axe is flung far away, and Stan, gripping a broken axe handle, gazes in sheer astonishment as the young boy before him slowly sheathes his short sword, an exquisite gift from Sir Roderick, bestowed in recognition of his burgeoning swordsmanship. Stan's throat constricts as he struggles to swallow. His mind vividly recalls the previous scene. At the very moment the axe was about to descend, Stan unsheathed his sword and lunged forward, executing a precise diagonal strike that severed the axe handle. With a deft reversal of force, he elegantly redirected the blade, creating a dazzling display that sent the falling half of the iron axe tumbling away. A single strike, two flashes, truly a masterful feat. Even Stan, who had navigated the battlefield for years, found himself questioning whether he could have survived had that strike been aimed at his throat. The Kesho-style swordsmanship of Sir Roderick, like a scorpion's pincers. While the pincers themselves may not be fatal, the true danger lies in the stinger that follows. Stan sheathed his long sword and playfully winked at Sir Roderick. Humph. Sir Roderick let out a snort, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. I always believed they were merely boasting. However, it seems you truly did not require my assistance. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Stan's eyes, but he stammered, unable to articulate his questions. There were too many. Why did you seem so perilously threatened by the wild boar? Why venture to my home when my help seemed inconsequential? And why do you appear so grateful to me? Why advocate on my behalf? Answer me. Scene smiled at Stan, asking, You had no prior knowledge of my ability to subdue that wild boar, did you? Stan, bewildered, nodded. You have been poaching in secret, fearful of discovery. For you understand the harrowing consequences that would ensue should your transgressions come to light. Scene continued, only to pause abruptly. So tell me, why did you choose to intervene when you saw an unrelated stranger's child in peril, pointing to himself, instead of quietly slipping away, risking exposure to save him? Have you pondered this? Had you remained passive, this scene would not have unfolded. Do you feel remorse? It feels somewhat disingenuous to claim I have no regrets. Stan glanced at his son, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. Throughout my life, I suppose I possess only two virtues, an inclination to meddle and an unwavering stubbornness. Oh, is that so? Scene chuckled softly, seemingly pleased with this revelation. Now, it is my turn to respond. Despite the fact that your assistance bears no significance to me, why have I persistently sought to repay you? Scene grasped Stan's right hand, yet his gaze turned towards Ed, expressing a willingness to embrace danger to save others. Should not such noble qualities be cherished? This sentence struck at the very heart of Eddard's moral compass. Eddard is a man of principles, who venerates order and the rule of law, yet he possesses a profound moral conscience and the chivalric spirit. This contradiction is the tragic essence of Eddard as a lord and a ruler, while also being the source of his charismatic persona. He was nearly compelled to declare the absolution of Ser Davos, yet such an unjust favoritism was an impulse unbefitting a man of justice. Theon fully understood Eddard's inner turmoil. Grasping Davos's hand, he spread his fingers wide and pressed both hands firmly against the table. My lord Eddard, for the sake of justice, for the sake of goodness, the punishment of severing a hand, allow me to bear half the burden. A flash of light ignited the room. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Theon swiftly drew his dagger, piercing his own left palm, thus nailing both his hand and Davos's right hand deeply to the table. Chapter 30, Fealty. The blade pierced through flesh. Yet neither man uttered a sound. What in the name of the gods are you doing? Roderick bellowed, rushing to the table's edge, cautiously gripping the sword's hilt, and gently withdrawing it. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Quick, boil some water. Sterilize the bandages. Aelin hastily produced clean bandages to staunch Theon's bleeding while instructing Davos's wife to prepare boiling water for additional sterilization. In a flurry, she complied. Blood flowed profusely from his palm, yet Davos appeared oblivious to the pain, his eyes reddened with fervor, trembling all over, and weeping. My lord, I do not deserve such self-inflicted harm on your part. Having believed himself well-versed in the ways of the world, even in the face of the Winterfell Duke's enticement, Davos had resolutely declined. Yet now, he felt the searing fire of fervor surging within his chest. A knight dies for his true friend. This sentiment transcends time and culture. At this moment, even if Theon asked Davos to slay a dragon, this steadfast man would unsheath his sword and charge forth without hesitation. Skills may be cultivated and enhanced, yet noble character cannot be forged. Theon, clutching his injured left hand, delivered another decisive blow. His gaze turned toward Eddard. The underlying meaning was starkly evident. My lord Eddard, take heed. It is your turn. Davos understood that the ultimate authority lay in Eddard's hands. Clutching his wound, he knelt on one knee before Eddard. My lord, I willingly accept the punishment I deserve, donning the black garb. Please spare my family. Allow my son to become your squire. Let him guard Winterfell in my stead. Davos made a choice entirely contrary to his previous stance. He believed that even in his absence, his son would receive proper care. However, sending him to become a night's watchman was not the ultimate goal. Your crimes have already been punished. Eddard took a deep breath and rendered his judgment. As for the fines and other matters, once you are prepared, send your son to Winterfell. You shall proceed to the White Harbor in the north, and personally extract 1,000 shiploads of ice. Thus, your past transgressions shall be utterly resolved. As you command, my lord. Stan remained kneeling on one knee, lowering his head to grasp a long sword, cradling it with both hands and lifting it above his head. In the name of the old gods, he swore that henceforth, your will would be the guiding direction and fate of Stenorland. The objective had been achieved. Politely declining the Stan family's invitation to stay, the people of Winterfell returned to their encampment by the lake. Eddard left behind a small pouch of silver stags as a token of gratitude for the hospitality received. One does not feast without reciprocation. During their visit to House Amber, Eddard had similarly left behind 3 horses and 3 sets of armor as a gesture of goodwill. Along the way, the group remained exhilarated. The ever-enthusiastic Shaun led Eddard, Roderick, and Ellen ahead. "We have not performed well enough," Shaun suddenly declared. After every significant endeavor, he would engage Eddard and Ellen in a review, reflecting on the entire sequence of events, identifying both the commendable and the lacking aspects, discussing what required improvement and what had been overlooked. This practice of reflective summation is the swiftest route to enhancing one's capabilities. Surprisingly, it was Sir Roderick who had shown the brightest. "You performed exceptionally well," Shaun lauded his swordsmanship mentor. "You embody the image of a just and compassionate master, particularly when you decisively left without a word, compelling Lord Eddard to follow suit and thrust Stan into the fiery fray." "Remarkable." Sir Roderick appeared bewildered. "Is that so? Am I truly that impressive? What are you even saying?" Ellen stifled a laugh. "You were merely being your authentic self. In contrast, Ellen, your performance seemed overly deliberate, and the sense of urgency was insufficient. For instance, when you remarked, 'You wouldn't happen to be a poacher, would you?' It lacked impact. You ought to amplify the pressure. 'You wretched poacher, your entire family deserves to be hanged.' You must articulate the dire consequences to intensify the pressure, compelling the adversary to err and falter. Of course, Ellen, regardless, you surpass Lord Eddard." Shaun began to critique Eddard, from his rhetoric to his presence, from his actions to his awareness. The Duke appeared utterly lacking. Lord Eddard was merely too impatient, failing to seize the proper moment. Moreover, as a noble, engaging in a tug-of-war with a commoner was unnecessary. A simple command would suffice. Would Stan dare refuse? Instead, posing the question of his willingness was rather inappropriate. "My lord, you granted Stan an opportunity to decline and relinquish control to him." Ellen endeavored to defend Eddard while subtly highlighting his shortcomings. At last, he resembled a true advisor. No, Ellen, you have erred," Shaun countered emphatically. "Forcing someone into servitude through power is entirely different from inspiring wholehearted loyalty. The disparity between these 2 scenarios is immense." Shaun posited a hypothesis. If Stan were to be conscripted against his will, he would become a mere drunken layabout, perhaps the first to flee danger. He has a family to support. Why would he fight to the death for you without cause? But what of the present situation? Recruiting talent is crucial, but winning their hearts is paramount. Employ every means possible to transform them into your hands, eyes, and trusted confidants, thereby unleashing their true potential. Otherwise, merely gathering them under your banner is utterly meaningless. To achieve this, if you lack sufficient charisma or social acumen, prepare to arm yourself with an array of strategies. Genuine emotions are difficult to retain. Only through cunning can one win the hearts of others. Ellen has come to this realization. The 2 exchanged a glance, revealing a shared, albeit sinister, smile as they basked in the sunlight. Lord Eddard Stark, the epitome of stoic masculinity, sighed, reflecting on how the once innocent Ellen had become increasingly inscrutable under the influence of Shaun. One could only wonder what the future held for Winterfell with such developments. Meanwhile, Sir Roderick, the aloof master of swordsmanship, remained silent, pondering, what could these 2 possibly be discussing? "It seems I comprehend nothing at all. Perhaps it is best to feign understanding and remain quiet." As they walked and conversed, Shaun unveiled his bandages to assess his wounds. His swordsmanship had progressed significantly, complemented by the divine ability to perceive flesh and blood. The wound he inflicted appeared severe and sanguinary, having pierced through both palms. Yet, the blade had deftly avoided any vital vessels, tendons, or bones, merely grazing the surface. It was a trivial injury, not affecting his internal structures. Undoubtedly, Stan would be astonished to witness the rapid recovery, further deepening his reverence for Shaun, perceiving it as miraculous. However, Eddard noted that Shaun lingered a bit too long in examining his wound. Days later, Stan arrived at the Platinum Dock to report for duty, accompanied by his eldest son, Dany, despite his injury still being unhealed. Eddard and Shaun welcomed them, assigning Dany to accompany Sir Roderick back to Winterfell for his education, while Stan remained at the dock to labor. To his surprise, he discovered that ice harvesting was an assembly line operation. Pushing ice onto the ships was considered his contribution. He initially believed it would take years, even a lifetime, to harvest 1,000 ships worth of ice, yet realized it could be accomplished in merely 2 months. Stan, not lacking in intelligence, recognized this as Eddard's kindness. Though he said nothing, he felt deeply moved. Consequently, he diligently sought to enhance various processes, proposing to emulate the workshops of Essos by organizing groups and assigning specific responsibilities, distinguishing between skilled and unskilled labor to facilitate the recruitment of farmers and improve efficiency. Eddard and Shaun expressed their admiration and agreement, subsequently appointing Stan to assist Morris in managing the affairs of the Platinum Dock, effectively placing him in a deputy position. However, Stan held no official title, as he remained a convicted criminal, making any hasty elevation inappropriate. After arranging subsequent matters, the ice transport fleet navigated downstream along the White Blade River, carrying the first batch of ice blocks to White Harbor. Throughout the journey, Ed noticed that Shurin continually inspected his wound, causing a slight furrow of concern to form on his brow. "Shurin, is there something amiss with your injury?" Shurin shook his head in silence. It was noteworthy that since his resurrection, Lord Shurin had been perpetually injured, burned by fire, pierced by obsidian, and even grazed by Lord Banyan, yet he appeared to heal swiftly. "How fortunate! No inflammation," Ellen remarked in astonishment. "Inflammation is merely a minor inconvenience. Once we return to Winterfell, we can concoct alcohol, allicin, or penicillin to significantly reduce the likelihood of wound inflammation," Shurin casually declared, uttering a revelation. It is essential to understand that in this era, even a minor cut could lead to fatal inflammation. Though unaware of what alcohol, allicin, or penicillin were, Ed and Ellen exchanged a knowing glance, mutually deciding not to delve further. This was clearly beyond the grasp of mortal comprehension, a product of the divine realm. Asking would yield no fruitful answers. The fleet continued its descent. In 4 days' time, they approached White Harbor, the largest port city in the north. As the fleet drew near, just a few miles away, the mermaid flag of White Harbor became visible. Suddenly, from the wooded banks, a booming voice echoed, "Great Warg Ed Stark. Ha ha ha. You have finally deemed it worthy to visit White Harbor and see your loyal old merfolk." A rotund man in his 50s, sporting a round face and a triple chin, approached with a group of followers. The jovial old man radiated warmth and friendliness, instantly endearing himself to those around him. He was the Earl of White Harbor, protector of the White Blade River, and the head of the Mandler family, Wyman Mandler, affectionately nicknamed Lord Eel. Chapter 31 confirmed the identity of the Earl of White Harbor. Wyman Mandler, a figure whose character varied greatly across different timelines. In some timelines, he was ineffectual, timid, and cowardly, facing military defeats while his son was murdered, remaining voiceless as his grandson languished in the castle. In contrast, in other timelines, Lord Eel was entirely different. He could smile ingratiatingly before his enemies, only to turn on them once his goals were achieved, ruthlessly reducing their kin to meat pies and sharing them with his adversaries. While feasting, he would boisterously inquire, "Isn't the flavor of my Mandler family's specialty meat pie exquisite?" Undoubtedly, a man capable of both submission and ruthlessness, with a heart as hard as iron. Nonetheless, regardless of the timeline, the Mandler family had consistently remained a loyal ally of Winterfell, never betraying their allegiance. In certain timelines, Count Wyman Mandler even played a pivotal role in leading House Stark's restoration in the north. Ed and Shurin's grand plans necessitated commercial support, which could not bypass White Harbor, the North's largest commercial city, nor the Mandler family. As early as the time of the Eastern Seas Gaze, Eddard had already established contact with the Raven and White Harbor, reaching out to inquire about this most commercially adept family in the north. The head of White Harbor, Count Wyman, exhibited immense interest and enthusiasm in response. They were exiles persecuted in the south, sheltered and granted lands by House Stark. Thus the Manderley family held an unwavering loyalty to Winterfell. Being the only foreign nobility in the north for millennia, the Manderleys found their relationships with most northern lords somewhat strained. While grateful to House Stark, the Manderleys understood their complete reliance on Winterfell for their very existence. White Harbor, as one of the 5 major port cities in Westeros, boasted an enviable geographical position, yet suffered from the North's meager resources, leading to a severe deficit in imports and exports, relegating it to the lowest rank among the 5 ports. This was an unfortunate reality. The North's primary exports consisted of wool, leather, and timber. Those knowledgeable in the trade understood that the added value of such agricultural products was limited, lacking sufficient competitiveness to sustain a commercial city's economic stature. Timber, being a strategic resource, typically faced export limitations. Raw furs, while profitable, had a markedly capped production. The Northerners themselves required these goods. How much could possibly be exported? As for imports, in such a poverty-stricken region, what could White Harbor hope to bring in? White Harbor desperately needed new products to attract a multitude of merchants, thereby increasing the city's traffic and, in turn, boosting tax revenues. Unfortunately, its liege lord, House Stark, had shown little inclination towards developing trade. After the ship burner Brandon Stark, the Wolf family even lacked its own fleet, leaving White Harbor greatly disappointed. Fortunately, The current Duke Eddard Stark had suddenly come to realization, dedicating himself to the development of the ice block market, establishing the Platinum Dock at Long Lake, and forming an inland fleet. The signals were becoming increasingly clear. The astute Lord Wyman immediately recognized the North was stirring. He summoned his kin multiple times, meticulously studying Eddard's letters word by word, deliberating on the potential benefits, risks, and possibilities therein. A keen business acumen was a divine gift bestowed upon the Manderley family. After several discussions, they reached a unanimous conclusion. The winds were strong. Would White Harbor rise with the winds or be toppled by them? It rested on the Manderley family's resolve and audacity. As natural allies of House Stark, the answer was evident. The Manderley family promptly mobilized, journeying 10 miles to welcome Eddard. Apart from the boatmen, the populace of Winterfell came ashore nearby to join with the Manderleys. Wyman led his family in a formal greeting to their liege lord, while Eddard returned the gesture with a warm embrace and kind words. The lord and his vassals were in harmonious accord. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wyman turned his keen gaze to the young boy, Theon, beside Eddard. With exaggerated tone, he marveled, surely, this must be the lad whom Lord Eddard rescued from the claws of the Ice Wolf King, the very hands left behind by the gods. In legend, the hand of the divine possesses the power to manipulate the fickleness of human hearts and to transcend the boundaries of life and death. Ed's smile appeared somewhat strained. With his delicate disposition, he struggled to bear the swift spread of titles such as Wolf Conqueror and Divine Hand, along with the various iterations of the tales surrounding them. The embellishments had become increasingly extravagant. Should this continue, Ed might soon find himself advocating for the old gods. The mere mention of such titles left him at a loss for how to face others, unsure of how to respond. Sane, on the other hand, was preoccupied with another thought. These titles were likely still circulating only in the vicinity of the wall. Yet Lord Wyman had learned the details with remarkable speed and even brought them up himself. It was evident that he was both well-informed and astute. Oh, the forsaken hands of the gods. Sane mused, raising his left hand, which was wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Are you referring to this hand? The one I stabbed myself with a few days ago for its disobedience? What nonsense. Now it was Wyman who found himself at a loss for words. This was not following the expected narrative. However, the clever old eel quickly shifted his concern to Ed, asking, what transpired on your journey? Bandits, perhaps? Oh, this is a grave dereliction of duty on the part of the White Harbor Guard. My lord, we should return to White Harbor immediately. I will arrange for the scholar to attend to you. There's no need, Ed interjected. Sane's medical expertise surpasses that of all the Silver Chain scholars in the world. He has already treated himself, and the wound is nearly healed. Ed then recounted the events that transpired in Lakeside Town, intending to steer the conversation away from the titles. However, when Wyman heard the tale of Sane's self-inflicted injury and the act of mercy towards a benevolent poacher, his interest piqued further. This behavior was most palatable to the Manderley family's adherence to the Seven Gods and their traditional chivalric spirit. To be frank, when I first heard those tales of grandeur, I was skeptical, Wyman exclaimed. The notion of controlling life and death seemed too far-fetched. Yet the facts reveal that, indeed, your hands have truly reversed the fate of that poacher. The title of Divine Hand is well-deserved, and Wolf Conqueror is no misnomer. Can it truly be interpreted in such a manner? Ed stammered, bewildered. Is that what I meant? Wyman then turned to Sane with admiration, exclaiming, I have heard that even the Ice Block project originated from your mind? How utterly humbling. We, who have resided in the North for so long, never considered that the ubiquitous ice and snow could yield such immense wealth. It appears your divine hands possess the Midas touch as well. A venerable earl in his 50s, earnestly flattering a mere 10-year-old child, and doing so with such sincere eloquence. What a sight to behold. Take note, Ellen. Sane squinted his eyes, smiling in gratitude, from nothing to becoming the wealthiest in the North. The resilience and grace of the merfolk remain unwavering. That is the true essence of wisdom and riches. During family discussions, Wyman had juxtaposed Ed's plans with his past conduct, leading him to a remarkable conclusion. The thick-headed Lord Ed had suddenly gained insight, likely with the guidance of a wise mentor behind the scenes. In light of the intelligence gathered, the most probable figure of remarkable prowess is the enigmatic, resurrected hand of God, Theon Greyjoy. A mere child of 10? This indeed strains credulity. Thus, this serves as a test. Upon hearing Euron's words, Lord Wyman rubbed his hands together in excitement, as if receiving Euron's praise were an immense honor. It has come to my attention that the transportation of ice still encounters some minor inconveniences. I intend to issue a new decree in White Harbor. Due to the expansion of the port, no vessel shall depart with any stone material. This performance, this strategy confirms the gaze. It is indeed an old coin. Deep blue, while its combat capability may be lacking, it undoubtedly marks one as a seasoned player in the Game of Thrones. Originally, Euron merely aimed to catch a favorable wind, substituting ice for ballast to secure lower shipping rates. The Manderley family's approach is far more direct. I simply decree that merchants are forbidden from transporting stone. What then for the merchants? The North's specialties are predominantly lightweight, and with no heavy exports like beverages. Some large flat-bottomed vessels must indeed seek to carry ice for stability against the waves. This is the aristocratic way. I do not engage in your tricks. I play by the rules. In an extreme move, Wyman might even mandate that vessels bound for King's Landing must carry a certain quantity of ice as a sign of respect. Failure to comply would be regarded as a slight against the king and the duke. The aristocracy's dominance over the merchant class is indeed brazen and shameless. Wyman recently mentioned plans to expand White Harbor. Humph, they possess no authority to unilaterally expand the city. Do they expect to reap benefits in the process? Ships have played an indispensable role throughout human history, from ancient rafts to modern vessels, serving as vital conduits of civilization and progress. Euron's remarks caused Wyman to nod repeatedly in agreement. Euron gradually tossed out a counterpoint. Yet regardless of how inexpensive shipping may be, it ultimately belongs to others. The North must possess its own fleet. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Wyman? At this, Wyman was taken aback, his hand-rubbing motion stiffening, his eyes suddenly alight. As an old coin, how could he not comprehend? The North's fleet. God knows how long the Manderleys have awaited such a proclamation. The Greyjoys are neither impoverished nor lacking in numbers. They simply lack a naval force. In Westeros, it is commonplace for noble families to construct 2 or 3 large ships for trade and coastal patrol, which is entirely reasonable. However, to suddenly build 20 or 30 warships. One must ask, what is your intention? What do you think King's Landing will presume your intention to be? Indeed, even the expansion of the port requires the consent of King's Landing. Otherwise, with so many coastal noble families along the continent, why does all of Westeros host only 5 port cities? Wyman seeks to support the ice trade to persuade Eddard to petition King's Landing for port expansion. Euron, however, has offered an even greater boon, the North's fleet. You provide others with anticipated benefits, and they will express gratitude, yet come to regard it as a matter of course. The wise comprehend the art of delivering unexpected surprises, for it is through such gestures that one earns heartfelt gratitude. Indeed, Lord Eddard, the vessels at White Harbor, some of which are nearing obsolescence yet remain unscathed, linger within the shipyard, still capable of service. Should Winterfell require them, they could be refurbished for inland transportation. After all, you are aware that the actual number of vessels owned by White Harbor is somewhat excessive. Old Eel swiftly regained his composure and earnestly presented his mistakes and recommendations to Eddard. Though his words were somewhat convoluted, Eddard, having been influenced by the teachings of Sarion for many days, grasped their meaning. Wyman was not suggesting that White Harbor possessed an abundance of ships, so many that they could spare a few for you. Rather, he implied that the number of vessels he typically possessed had exceeded the appropriate allotment for White Harbor. Thus, he intended to relinquish a portion of his fleet to Winterfell to avert any repercussions. Of course, the primary objective was to ensure that House Manderley could partake in the formation of the Northern Fleet. Eddard harbored no thoughts of punishment, a common flaw among the nobility. With the distant emperor ruling from afar, it is rare for local nobles not to exceed their quotas. As long as it is not overt or excessively so, the crown is generally disinterested in intervening. Yet, such actions resemble a husband concealing private funds from his wife, subtly diverting resources here and there. Regardless of how discreetly it is done, compared to House Lannister or the Redwine family, who can readily deploy 40 to 50 warships, this pales in comparison. Only through openly holding an official fleet can true strength be derived. By discarding some obsolete vessels, one can procure the formal allocation for a fleet. Lord Eel is indeed astute in this transaction. No matter, we can hoist the wolf banner. Winterfell has ample quotas. I shall speak with Robert. Eddard nodded in agreement. Listen closely. This is not a matter of applications, requests, or apologies. Such minor infractions of allocation can be resolved with a mere word to the king. Lord Eel's cleverness was duly acknowledged. Furthermore, concerning the scale and composition of the Northern Fleet, Eddard hoped that Lord Wyman would provide his expert advice, for he is indeed the most knowledgeable regarding maritime affairs in the North. Eddard smiled as he patted Lord Eel on the back. Instantly, Wyman became even more enthusiastic. As if rejuvenated by a decade, brimming with vigor. The winds have risen. House Manderley set sail. Wyman hosted the gathering with unparalleled warmth, introducing his family members one by one. his eldest son, Willis Manderly, his younger son, Wendell Manderly, his daughter-in-law, Lyanna Wolfe, and his two granddaughters, 9-year-old Wilfeed Manderly and 5-year-old Wyla Manderly. A small insight to discern whether someone truly regards you as a friend. Observe if they are willing to introduce you to their family and friends. This signifies their desire to integrate you into their personal life. In reciprocal fashion, Eddard also introduced Sarion to the Manderly family, including Ellen, who was soon to assume leadership of the King's Landing Trading Company, and Morris, the head of the ice dock, along with several familiar guards. This exchange of connections served as a mutual enhancement of networks. It appears that Sheehan's connections are rather unfortunate. When he inquired about Wendell Mandler, the second son of Waymon, he curiously asked whether he was married or had children. Upon learning that he did not, Sheehan lamented, "What a pity. If you had a child named Cly, it would make things considerably easier for me." The Mandler family was left in confusion, only able to respond, "Indeed, the hand of God is truly unfathomable." There must be profound meaning behind this statement. Chapter 32. The initial dispute. A formal negotiation typically necessitates an investigation into the broader context to gather sufficient information, followed by an exploration of the other party's deeper needs and psychological nuances. Ultimately, one must integrate their own circumstances to make judicious judgments and strategic decisions, often employing subtle tactics. Such processes can be prolonged and tedious. However, when the dialogue occurs between intelligent individuals who both possess a strong desire for collaboration, the exchange tends to be efficient and straightforward. "You know what I intend to do. I am also aware of your desires. We are both ancient beings. Why squander time? Wealth will only accumulate, while time diminishes. Whether in Winterfell or White Harbor, the presence of a fleet is of paramount importance. It would be more effective to seek a Nash equilibrium directly." Accompanied by Sheehan, Ed, Ellen, and the Mandler family engaged in a swift and uncomplicated negotiation. Within just 2 days, both parties signed the White Harbor Fleet Expansion and Construction Agreement. Representing Winterfell, Ned Stark, alongside Waymon Mandler of White Harbor, established a contract under the watchful eyes of the old and new deities. In light of their mutual interests and needs, and after amicable negotiations, the following agreement was reached regarding the expansion of White Harbor, fleet construction, and other related matters. 1. Winterfell's responsibilities for White Harbor's expansion and fleet composition. Duke Ned Stark of Winterfell is responsible for applying to the king for the necessary documentation for the expansion of White Harbor. Duke Ned Stark will also seek to secure a fleet composition of no less than 40 warships for the White Harbor fleet. Winterfell shall provide an initial sum of 50,000 golden dragons as startup capital, specifically designated for the construction of the new fleet at White Harbor, with subsequent expenses to be jointly supplemented by both parties. 2. Contributions and responsibilities of the Mandler family. The Mandler family will gratuitously provide 7 shallow draft vessels to the other party for inland transport. The Mandler family will be fully responsible for independently constructing transport ships and warships in an 11:1 ratio, as well as recruiting and training suitable sailors to form the mixed fleet of White Harbor. 3. Fleet ownership. The Mandler family guarantees that half of the fleet's ownership and profits will belong to Winterfell. The fleet commander will be appointed by the Mandler family, while the deputy will be appointed by House Stark. During times of war, the White Harbor fleet must unconditionally comply with the dispatches from Winterfell. From the date of the agreement's signing, Count Mandler shall obey orders, and the shipyard in White Harbor shall commence operations immediately. Do not waste my time. Ed had not considered that King Robert might disapprove. As for the formation of the White Harbor fleet, a simple word from me, Ned Stark, to the king would suffice. This is the unwavering confidence that the Mandler family can never possess. Lord Wyman could only bow deeply in admiration. Eddard and Theon lingered in White Harbor for an additional 2 days, awaiting the arrival of the second fleet of ice ships escorted by Ser Stan. Subsequently, with the promise of free transportation for ice blocks, 30 guards covered their own food, lodging, and passage costs, with 3 vessels, the Lazy Sun, the Sturgeon, and the Maiden of Youth, committing to transport goods to King's Landing. At the White Harbor dock, Eddard, Theon, Ser Stan, and the newly arrived captain of the guard, Jory Castle, along with prominent members of the Mandler family, participated in the farewell ceremony for this contingent that bore the hopes of the North. Flowers, fine wine, and the banners of mermaids and ice wolves were hoisted atop the merchant ships, symbolizing protection and splendid aspirations. Theon and the soon-to-depart guards, including Ellen, embraced one another in heartfelt farewells, inevitably tinged with sadness. In this era, every journey could very well signify a permanent farewell. Disease, pirates, storms, and hidden reefs, Anything could transpire along the way, particularly to King's Landing, that foul, treacherous abyss of power, which has likely consumed countless foreign corpses. On board, it was imperative to consume fruits and vegetables regularly. One could not subsist solely on staple foods. If any signs of gum bleeding arose, they would need to dock to replenish their green provisions. In the event of an incident, remember that survival must always come first. If confronted by pirates, surrender. We are not adept at naval combat, and there is no shame in acknowledging our limitations. I would pay any ransom required. It is inconsequential. I have myriad ways to resolve matters. Just remember to return alive. Theon, like a father sending his son off to war, prattled on, nearly bringing Ellen to tears. Sometimes, even when fully aware of the ruse, one cannot help but be moved. Suddenly, Theon grasped the arm of a man beside him who was about to step onto the gangplank. Lord Eddard, where do you think you are going? Eddard froze, his expression darkening. I'm merely seeing them off. The ship is about to depart. Now you wish to board? Theon squinted, eyes glinting dangerously. Do you take me for a fool? In an instant, all gazes converged. The expressions around varied. Theon took in every detail. Most of the Mandler family exhibited confusion, yet the old eel's eyes darted furtively. The folks from Winterfell, both the original guards and newcomers like Ser Stan, mirrored their perplexity. While Ellen and Jory exchanged glances of concern, Ellen even lowered his head, unable to meet Theon's gaze, a look of abject shame written across his features. My lord, you intend to accompany the ship to King's Landing? Theon enunciated each word carefully, turning to Ellen for confirmation. Ellen, still averting his eyes, did not respond. Do not pressure Ellen. It was my command, Eddard replied, his expression one of resignation. I am not at ease. The preparations for the trading venture, substantial loans, and fleet applications are matters of great importance to the North. Merely sending Ellen with authorization may not guarantee a smooth passage through the Royal Council. Theon suddenly felt as though events were slipping out of his control, a most disconcerting sensation. The king is your closest brother in life and death, while the hand of the king is your foster father and brother-in-law. In the Royal Council, 2 Baratheons and 3 tainted individuals who once swore fealty to the Targaryens sit. Who among them is not wearied by existence? Who dares to sow discord between your brotherly and paternal bond? The blood on Robert's hammer has yet to dry. With a cold retort, Theon replied, lowering his voice. Do you remember what I told you? Never place yourself in peril. Have you forgotten your fate? How could one forget? Father, you shall ultimately journey to King's Landing, where your head will be severed and displayed upon the city walls for the crows to feast upon your eyes. In a daze, Eddard seemed to hear the child's frenzied murmurs echoing in his ears. Shaking his head, he extricated himself from the specters of memory and forced himself to speak. That should be a matter for 10 years hence. For now, with Aelin and Robert in King's Landing, I am not in danger. Only my presence can ensure the successful commencement of our plans. Should Aelin fail to gain Robert's trust, the ensuing complications would be dire. It sounded somewhat reasonable, a knight with a duke's authorization seeking to borrow hundreds of thousands of gold dragons from the king and assemble a fleet? Who could guarantee he was not a fraud or a madman from Winterfell forging documents? Safe now, 10 years hence. Who dares to assert that fate is a predetermined event occurring at a specific time? Such superficiality and folly. Do you presume fate is a corpse? Theon suddenly erupted in anger, his outburst capturing everyone's attention. Even Aelin, who had closely followed him, had never witnessed Theon in such a state, even when surrounded by the Night's Watch. For a moment, no one dared to speak. The docks fell silent, save for the incessant sound of waves crashing. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Theon sidestepped the topic of fate. If the king doubts, he may send a raven for confirmation or dispatch someone else to verify. This does not alter the outcome. As long as you, Robert, and Aelin share bonds of friendship and political insight, they will not hinder their most loyal ally from growing stronger. What can the council say against what has been decided by the king and the prime minister? That would squander precious time. You have said that our time is invaluable. My personal presence will expedite matters, Eddard asserted. What is so critical that you must convey it yourself? Selling ice? Building a fleet? Borrowing money? Theon lost his composure once more. These matters are trivial for you, Eddard. What constitutes a significant issue? Perhaps only one pressing matter necessitates your personal intervention, my lord Eddard. Eddard's complexion paled. He had never dared to underestimate Theon after his resurrection. He now realized he had been somewhat naive, believing he could deceive him with such trifling schemes. Do you intend to warn Robert and Jon Aelin? To personally forewarn them of fate and the tidings of their demise? Eddard's gaze drifted, one hand covering his mouth while the other absently stroked his short beard, unwilling to meet Theon's eyes. Yet this display undoubtedly revealed the answer. Have you grasped the situation, my lord Eddard? You cannot even save yourself, yet you aspire to rescue others? By what means? Through your silence? With your clumsy tongue? Words are but fleeting whispers, feeble and ineffective. Why should they place their faith in you? In this world, there exists no other Say-in willing to sacrifice his life to awaken miracles. Say-in's words rendered Eddard utterly ashamed and left those around them in a state of perspiration. Although they did not fully comprehend, it seemed they had heard something truly remarkable. Eddard, in a moment of panic, waved his hand, signaling the guards and others to step back, then pulled Say-in towards a secluded corner at the edge of the deserted dock. The guards from Winterfell instinctively formed a barrier not far off, preventing anyone from approaching. Hey, gentlemen, if you do not set sail soon, you shall miss the opportune moment. Do you intend to wait until the sun sets? The captain of the Lazy Sun emerged from the cabin, observing the bustle on the dock with dissatisfaction, raising his voice in complaint. These nobles are truly troublesome. Stay there, or you might as well swim over and leave the ship behind. Lord Wyman, aptly retreating with his family, shouted back in anger upon hearing the captain's words. The captain of the Lazy Sun could only grumble as he retreated back into the cabin in defeat. Chapter 33. The anchor of fate. Ned Stark is not a puppet, nor is he devoid of self. Perhaps, during this period, for various reasons, Eddard has been almost entirely compliant to Say-in. This does not imply that he lacks his own thoughts, desires, and yearnings. Upon learning of his destiny, Eddard initially felt a profound sense of dread and confusion, for such matters transcend the comprehension of any mere mortal. When Say-in returned from his rebirth, Eddard seemed to have found a steadfast anchor. The reborn Say-in acted with a whimsical abandon, elusive yet seemingly grounded in reason and stability. Under Say-in's plans, everything appeared to glimmer with hope. However, as time progressed, Eddard began to realize an important truth. All of Say-in's schemes revolved around House Stark, centered on Winterfell, and focused on the north. Beyond that, Say-in exhibited indifference towards all else. He scarcely regarded the Iron Islands or the Greyjoy family. In this light, the resurrected Say-in appeared almost unfeeling, hardly resembling a human being at all. Yet, Eddard, apart from his devotion to House Stark, Winterfell, and the north, harbored affections for others. At the corner of the dock, the pristine white waves relentlessly crashed against the black rocks along the shore. From time immemorial, they have shattered upon impact, again and again, ceaselessly. The first time I encountered Robert was in the Eyrie, where we remained in silence for quite some time. Eddard finally broke the quiet, recounting how he had begun to indulge in mischief under the skirts of women from a young age, sneaking wine to drink himself into a stupor with the guards, and wielding a short sword to hunt on the mountains, even slaying wildlings. At that moment, I knew he was, in truth, a heartless individual. When it came to taking up a sword and ascending the mountain for a hunt, he cast a glance at Theon, only to be met with Theon's glare in return. Is this even a matter of concern? I am here to attend to serious business. Eddard continued. At a tender age, Robert witnessed the tragic demise of his parents in a shipwreck. The anguish of losing a beloved is insurmountable. This event nearly shattered him. Robert lost his faith in the divine, ceased to love others, and became indifferent to all that surrounded him. His two brothers, his ducal title, his fief of Storm's End, none of it mattered to him. He squandered his days in debauchery, treating women with the same casualness as one would change trousers. A vast emptiness resided within Robert's heart, rendering him incapable of love. Jon Arryn was a remarkable man. I have never encountered a better father. He instilled in us the values of honor, duty, and love. He would sternly reprimand Robert for his foolish behavior and would tirelessly search the mountains by torchlight, calling out for him when Robert strayed. Under Jon's guidance, we studied together, practiced swordsmanship, rode horses, hunted, and traveled. Robert learned much and matured significantly. I could sense that the void within him was gradually being filled. His heart began to embrace honor, duty, and love, enriched by the presence of a foster father, myself. And Lyanna. As Eddard spoke Lyanna's name, an expression of profound sorrow washed over his face, an uncontrollable grief spilling forth. A foster father, a sworn brother, a betrothed. These were Robert's sources of redemption. They bestowed upon him love and warmth, gradually healing the chasm in his heart, until that fateful spring when Lyanna was taken by Rhaegar. Or, more cruelly stated, when Lyanna betrayed Robert and eloped with Rhaegar. The subsequent events are well known. At the Battle of the Trident, Robert himself slew Prince Rhaegar. That same year, Lyanna succumbed to complications during childbirth in the Tower of Joy. Robert never beheld his beloved fiancée's face one last time before his untimely end. From that moment forth, a vast emptiness remained in Robert's heart. In any timeline, The Robert upon the Iron Throne would utter that famous line, "Even if I were to consume all the lands of the Seven Kingdoms, it would not fill the void within my heart." This absence could never be fulfilled. Even years later, Robert had completely forgotten Lyanna's visage. Even if he dreamt nightly of mashing Rhaegar into pulp, it mattered not. Robert had utterly lost his heart. Only in moments of excessive drinking, promiscuity, and battle could he feel a semblance of life within him. Blast this! Theon lamented, listening to Eddard's heartfelt reminiscences while painfully rapping his own head. It throbbed. It ached. It was time to engage one's mind. An emotional mind, indeed. Were Eddard to dare discuss the pros and cons of going to King's Landing, Theon could conjure 1,000 reasons to counter him. However, speaking of emotions, damn it, emotions defy rationality. Language cannot sway preconceived biases and stances. Similarly, language cannot persuade the emotional mind. I am aware of the inherent dangers. I also recognize that heeding your counsel may yield better outcomes. I even understand that your intentions are well-meaning. However, I must apologize, for I shall proceed as I deem fit. Alas, the wisdom of one not in love is a pitiful plight. Are you attempting to convey to me the king's lamentable state? There are countless souls throughout the Seven Kingdoms who are far more wretched than he. I am indifferent. I care not for the Seven Kingdoms, nor for Robert. My focus lies solely on that which truly matters, House Stark. Theon can only assert his stance with brutal and unfeeling retorts. Forgive me. Your emotions elude my comprehension. I am simply that kind of person. I have resigned myself to this reality. What more can be done? It is, in fact, House Stark that has wrought Robert's downfall. Eddard covered his face, sorrow streaming down his cheeks. I have contemplated countless times what might have unfolded had he never crossed paths with me and Lyanna. Had Lyanna not departed with Rhaegar, what alternate conclusion might have emerged? Robert would undoubtedly have joyfully wed, laughing heartily like the summer sun. He would have become the Duke of Storm's End, living blissfully with his wife, though perhaps not without its trials. I acknowledge that Robert is not an exemplary husband. He would stray, pursuing fleeting romances, yet Lyanna would not indulge him. He is the finest knight of the North and a formidable warrior. They may have quarreled, even fought, yet they would have borne children and led a life akin to that of ordinary folk, rather than the current disarray. All of this has been undone by us. By House Stark. Lyanna betrayed him, and I too betrayed him. Eddard, in secrecy, adopted Jon Snow, the son of Robert's most despised foe, Rhaegar, and deceitfully claimed him as his own illegitimate offspring. He has lied to Robert on multiple occasions, deliberately deceiving and betraying him. This burden of guilt weighs heavily upon Eddard's heart, nearly engulfing him. Fortunately, he has his wife, Lady Catelyn, and 2 beloved children. The warmth of family has provided healing for Eddard. But what of Robert? Alone upon a desolate throne, he sits like a mere shell of a man. Eddard has never been one to act selfishly or solely for his own gain. He is deeply emotional, even after becoming Hand of the King. It was not for the sake of power or renown. Under any circumstances, Eddard would initially decline a summons to King's Landing. In his eyes, that broken chair pales in significance to the companionship of his family. Yet, upon receiving a letter from his sister-in-law, Lisa Tully, informing him that his foster father had been poisoned and his brother-in-law Robert was in grave danger, he immediately relinquished all to journey to King's Landing and assumed the role of Hand of the King. He yearned to save Robert. He wished to protect him. Alas, this time, Eddard similarly seeks to rescue Robert and safeguard him. This is the emotional knot Eddard cannot untie. It is a responsibility from which he cannot escape. My lord, I reiterate, you must first safeguard yourself before you can aid others. Theon earnestly attempted to reason with Eddard. Then why do you seek to save Stannis? Ed suddenly countered, questioning whether, had Stan safeguarded himself without extending a hand to rescue you, you would still exert such effort to recruit him as a subordinate. Sean interjected with frustration, lamenting his own folly. Fully aware of his precarious situation, he still sought to save another. Such an individual is undoubtedly foolish. It is evident that the term saint has devolved into a pejorative. In severe cases, it necessitates an additional descriptor. Yet, it cannot be denied that such individuals often possess a benevolent and unique charisma. Thus, it is perhaps the madness within Sean that drives him to sacrifice everything for a mere glimmer of redemption. With this thought, Sean sighed helplessly, as if wishing to transform 1,000 unspoken words into the wind, dispersing the thoughts muddling the mind of the person opposite him. However, he knew this would be futile. After a prolonged silence, Sean shifted the subject. My Lord Ed, do you know? Destiny is not immutable. One must never allow the discourse to follow the train of another's thoughts. Destiny resembles a vast river, originating from its source and flowing into the sea. Along the way, myriad tributaries may emerge, possibly altering course, with countless possibilities branching forth. For instance, at lunch today, you could choose to eat bread or meat. These are merely inconsequential tributaries in the river, having no bearing on the ultimate outcome, which destiny remains indifferent to. The rapid shift in conversation left Ed somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he grasped the notion that lunch could be chosen at will without affecting the conclusion, and thus he nodded in acknowledgement. Sean continued, "But do you also comprehend that destiny possesses anchor points? Anchor points of destiny." Ed thought he had encountered this concept before. At the Night's Watch base in Eastwatch, he recalled, "You once stated, the Night's Watch is destined for extinction. This is their anchor point." Ed's memory served him well. It is a straightforward conclusion. The ranks of the Night's Watch continue to dwindle. Apart from a handful of ancient noble families, no one comes forth, nor do they wish to contribute. In Westeros, the Night's Watch is derisively referred to as the carrion crows and beggars in black. Suffering from a poor reputation among the common folk, from nobles to peasants, the entire society harbors disdain for the Night's Watch. How long can they possibly endure? In the absence of the Night King and the White Walkers, it is likely that within a few decades, the Night's Watch would naturally fade into obscurity, relegated to mere bedtime tales told by nannies. Yet, ironically, will the existence of the Night King and the White Walkers ensure the survival of the Night's Watch? No. That would be even worse. A mere few hundred members would quickly be ground to dust. They would prove utterly ineffective against the army of the White Walkers. A mere band of wildlings could obliterate the Night's Watch, leaving them without even a glimpse of the Night King. Thus, you see, regardless of the circumstances, their disappearance is inevitable. This is the anchor of destiny. Sean spoke of the fate of hundreds with a nonchalance that suggested it was simply a trivial matter. No matter how the tributaries diverge or the paths shift, destiny cannot circumvent its anchor points. It resembles a vortex of anchorage, regardless of the direction one progresses. One cannot escape, ultimately being drawn into the abyss. As he spoke, Catelyn gazed deeply at Eddard. "So, my lord Eddard, what is your anchor point of destiny?" The might of fate does not merely reside in characters suddenly engaging in inexplicable, neurotic behaviors that contradict their established personas, often referred to as breaking character or plot-driven deaths. It also lies within the vast web that has long been woven, a whirlpool of death that one knowingly rushes into, despite its fatal allure. Eddard's profound bond with Robert transcends mere blood ties, and his connection to Jon is stronger than the nurturing he received. This bond constitutes the whirlpool of fate that ensnares Eddard. Should anything befall Robert or Jon, Eddard would inevitably rush to King's Landing, and in that moment, all became clear to him. He understood what his anchor point of destiny was. With a bitter sigh, Eddard opened his mouth in a bid to save Robert. He journeyed to King's Landing, ultimately meeting his demise there. It was not a matter of 10 years later, nor a predetermined plot-driven death. At this very moment, Eddard was also heading to King's Landing to warn of impending danger for the sake of both Robert and Jon, fulfilling the conditions that trigger his anchor point of destiny. Chapter 34, Confronting Reality. Regardless of the timeline, when it comes to evaluating moments of brilliance, the top 10 classics, the 10 most unforgettable, the 10 greatest regrets, one scene forever holds its place: Eddard's beheading in King's Landing. A man of integrity, kindness, familial love, selflessness, and even one who sought to spare his enemies. His subordinates met with a tragic end. He himself was maimed and imprisoned. To safeguard his love-struck daughter, he was forced to relinquish his honor and dignity. Admitting to being a hypocritical usurper and traitor, reviled and scorned by those he sought to protect, ultimately executed by his own son-in-law with his cherished ancestral sword. In death, his body lay shattered, his head mounted on a spear, exposed to the elements and pecked at by crows. This is a moment of classic significance, a moment of divine recognition. It is a moment that could double the attention of the outer gods. A moment that could cause observers to bleed yet rush forth to share their admiration. A moment that even the most procrastinating of authors would rewrite 100 times, yet would always retain. This is the anchor point of destiny. What makes you think that a clandestine report to King's Landing could alter the course? Even though Eddard was awakened by Catelyn's sacrifice, he still could not grasp the deeper truths. Catelyn's helplessness lay in her inability to explain the more profound layers, which might lead Eddard down a path of madness. Thus, the dialogue transformed into, "Robert should not be deceived by Cersei. Joffrey and Myrcella are not his children." Eddard shouted, "You can deceive Robert into raising bastards? Yet you won't allow Cersei to deceive him into raising bastards? You two are the true love, aren't you? Cersei is the third party." Catelyn's biting mockery echoed, "Damn it, you scoundrel." Eddard clenched his teeth in fury. "You know what I mean. Robert's children are vital to the legacy of the Iron Throne. Yet Robert himself does not even care about the legacy of the Iron Throne. If he truly cared, he should have promptly relinquished Stannis' title of Prince of Dragonstone. The incessant prattling of Theon is utterly tiresome. I have no desire to hear your sentimental reasoning. The crux of the matter is that, even if Theon's claims are nonsensical, they possess a certain logic. Disputes regarding heirs are a cardinal sin in the lineage of any dynasty. No, Joffrey is not Robert's progeny. Stannis is the rightful heir. Eddard's perspective is archaic and simplistic, so simplistic it borders on the outrageous. By what authority do you assert that Joffrey is not Robert's son? Is it based on your sense of fairness and reputation, or upon the absurdity of the inheritance law? Do you have any evidence? Theon mocked. I do. There exists a tome in King's Landing that chronicles the hereditary traits of modern nobility. Joffrey's hair color is inconsistent. Robert had dark hair, while Cersei's children are all golden-haired. Eddard has found his evidence and argues with conviction. Yet, in Theon's eyes, his words are no different from the inept ramblings of a political novice. Regrettably, hair color is determined by multiple bloodline genes, not by a single dominant recessive gene, allowing for a myriad of possibilities. Thus, black hair combined with blonde does not unequivocally result in black hair. Theon, with a formidable scientific perspective, looked down upon Eddard, even regarding fate as a mere humanities student. Let us not digress. Lord Eddard, you have dark hair, your wife, Lady Catelyn, has red hair, and your current son Robb and daughter Sansa both possess red hair. Theon mockingly regarded him. By your logic, Robb and Sansa are not your offspring, then? Eddard's eyes widened, nearly choking on his disbelief. How did this turn upon me? How could Robb and Sansa possibly not be my own? Have you forgotten? Peter Baelish has been proclaiming all over that he has bedded Lady Catelyn. You see, there are readily available paramours. Theon continued to stab with his words. Eddard was truly taken aback. 2 of his children bore no resemblance to him, and his wife had an affair with her former lover? From the perspective of the onlooker, this could indeed be seen as a conclusive piece of evidence. At least Cersei's illicit affair with Jaime remains concealed. Therefore, when consulting that book, kindly tear out the records of House Stark to prevent anyone from employing that rationale to undermine Robb's legitimacy in Winterfell. By the way, the tome is titled The Genealogy and History of the Major Nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, authored by Melion, and it should currently reside with Pycelle. Theon offered a pointed suggestion. Another excruciating silence ensued. Eddard reverted to his brooding demeanor. Even succumbing to introspection, I knew that if I spoke to Theon about going to King's Landing, it would result in this very outcome. I should not have hesitated. I should have boarded the ship immediately, without granting Theon the opportunity to speak. I knew it. Theon, however, had not considered this deeply. Upon witnessing Eddard's silence, he added, You cannot even persuade me. How will you convince Cersei? How will you persuade the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms? Eddard opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet remained silent. Could I directly assert that, Theon, you are far more difficult to manage than Cersei? Cersei undoubtedly possesses no peculiar rationale to expound upon. In truth, on numerous occasions, she has directly acknowledged before Eddard that Joffrey is not Robert's son. However, this admission was made when she felt utterly secure in her position. Under such overwhelming dominance, whether she confessed openly, tore up Robert's will, or even executed Eddard, none would dare to challenge her. Yet, in the current circumstances, should Eddard travel to King's Landing to confront her, she would certainly deny any allegations. Has she lost her senses? Eddard lacks any substantial evidence, and this world offers no means of verification. Relying on a book? On hair color? To overturn the legitimacy of the daughter and grandson of the Warden of the West? Have you sought the opinion of the Lion King? He is a formidable force, capable of conquering 4 kingdoms. Tywin could easily tear you and your evidence apart before your eyes. At the very least, I must caution Robert to beware of the Lannisters. I cannot allow him to remain in ignorance. Eddard may be somewhat blunt, yet he is undeniably resolute. Such individuals are often obstinate. Theon sighed, my lord. It is already too late. He earnestly offered his counsel once more. My lord, if you wish for Robert to continue living, I suggest you keep this secret close to your chest and reveal it to no one. Furthermore, should anyone discover it, you must defend Cersei. Eddard widened his eyes in disbelief as he regarded Theon. What in the blazes is this reasoning? Not only must I remain silent, but I must also shield Cersei and deceive Robert? Theon counted on his fingers. Consider the situation in King's Landing. Robert's wife is a Lannister, his son a Lannister. The King's Guard are Lannisters, even his personal attendants are Lannisters. Among the guards and maidservants, Lannisters abound, and even the maester tending to him is a Lannister. How do you intend to save him? What makes you think that a mere reminder will suffice to rescue Robert? The Lannister family has held sway over King's Landing for many years, their influence pervasive and their gold abundant. Do you have any idea how many have been bought off? Those who cook for Robert, serve him wine, warm his bed, assist in drafting commands, run errands, convey orders, seize individuals, detain prisoners, oversee interrogations, and ultimately wield the axe. Every person within the Red Keep could potentially be an ally of Cersei. How do you defend against that? One careless word could lead to the downfall of the queen. From plotting, issuing orders, capturing, judging, to the final execution, should any single step go awry, Robert's demise could occur at any moment. In the grand scheme of fate, such misfortunes are almost guaranteed to transpire. Eddard's intention to inform is akin to hastening the timeline by a decade. In reality, Robert's survival until a decade later is solely due to Cersei's foolishness. If this were a tale of palace intrigue in the Grand Empire, ensuring the survival of one's offspring would be a basic tenet. What joy is there in being a queen compared to being a dowager empress? Seeking the Grand Maester to procure a colorless and odorless vial of tears of bliss for Robert, how arduous could that endeavor be? Upon investigation, one might conclude that it was the remnants of House Targaryen who bribed the faceless men to carry out such a deed. It is rumored that they liquidated all their possessions, even parting with the crown and the hidden dragon eggs, reducing themselves to mere beggars. Behold, a ready scapegoat. With the method of crime thoroughly established, and even the poison sourced from foreign lands. Prior to the revelation of her son's lineage, few would have cast suspicion upon Cersei. There was no motive. While Robert remained oblivious to the vast expanse of the grasslands above him, the foolish Cersei could permit him to continue his existence. Even revel in his arrogance. At most, she would merely endure a slap every few days. After all, Cersei possessed a faint propensity for masochism. Yet, once Robert discovered the truth and became a genuine threat, the Lannisters had no choice but to act. In any timeline, the sole catalyst for Robert's demise was the unmasking of Joffrey's lineage. Cersei, burdened by guilt, had no option but to take the risk and order the king's demise. Had this secret remained concealed, Robert might have lived in blissful ignorance for several more years. After listening to Theon's account of the situation in King's Landing, Eddard was left bewildered. A simple-hearted man from the north, he found himself ill-equipped to navigate such intricate political machinations. The complexities of this political landscape far exceeded his understanding. King's Landing resembled a dilapidated house teetering on the brink of collapse amidst a tempest. Lord Eddard, a wise man, should never position himself within a crumbling edifice. Your foremost duty should be to fortify your strength in the secure north, providing external support to this precarious structure. The stronger you become, the safer Robert shall be. However, the moment you step into King's Landing, you grant your enemies the opportunity to ensnare you completely. Theon exerted all his effort in persuasion, yet Eddard remained resolutely silent. After what felt like an eternity, Eddard exhaled deeply, his gaze flickering. I am not a clever man. I never have been. Theon, lips pursed, nodded woodenly. Understanding dawning upon him. Suddenly, Theon drew his short sword and lunged at Eddard's thigh, as decisively as he had once impaled his own palm. The stroke was swift and piercing. Damn it! I shall see how you escape. Theon, in a fit of rage, withdrew his blade, spewing forth a spray of crimson. As he raised his sword to strike at Eddard's other leg, Eddard, anticipating the assault, seized his hand. In their struggle, the two tumbled into the sea. The icy water surged into their clothes through the collar, hem, sleeves, and cuffs, clinging to their skin, siphoning away their body heat, transforming their heavy garments into leaden weights. Dragging both men toward the depths, they were pulled into that dark abyss. Surrounding guards, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, hastily shed their armor, leaping into the sea like a flock of ducks. Some even forgot to remove their armor and plunged into the water, sinking faster than the two of them. Fortunately, those on the shore retrieved long poles and ropes, pulling several of them back to safety. A sword pierced through his leg, and Ed, drenched and pale, leaned against the shore. The other guards, bewildered, struggled to restrain Theon on the opposite side. What in the blazes are you doing? Ed shouted at Theon, pressing against his wound with anger. You've inexplicably stabbed me. Knowing you lack wisdom, you still dare to make reckless decisions. I should have let you be a cripple from the start. Wake up. If you had the courage, you would go yourself. Theon roared back. Go where? To King's Landing? To hell with that. You must be out of your mind. I must go, Ed insisted, struggling to rise, limping toward him. No matter the cost. I must see for myself. The excruciating pain in his leg, the biting cold of the sea, did nothing to extinguish the fire within Ed's heart. He resembled a petulant child. I will go to King's Landing. To see Robert, to see Eddard. I must go? He refused to entertain further discussion on the matter. He was afraid that if he did not go this time, he might never see them again. Perhaps the next news would be of his father's death and his brother's decaying corpse. He feared Theon's piercing words, and even more, he feared being swayed, perhaps truly abandoning the chance to save his dear friend and father figure. Would Ed Stark still be Ed Stark under such circumstances? Chapter 35. A Game of Thrones. The snow-capped, towering mountains extended towards the horizon on either side of the port, their peaks glistening with unmelted ice and snow under the sun's rays. These black and white peaks stood like eternal guardians, overlooking the trading hub of the north. The city was composed of buildings made from rough, white stone, arranged along winding streets, as if they were toys carelessly discarded by colossal white giants. The heart of the city was bustling, with merchants calling out their wares, fishermen unloading nets brimming with fresh catch, and children frolicking on the cobblestone paths. In the busy harbor waters, one could smell the briny sea and the resinous scent of shipped timber, feeling the chill of the northern seas in the gentle breeze. Ships traversed the waters, bringing spices and silk from the distant east, and wines and olive oil from the south. Here, laden with the north's specialties, timber, wool, and ice, they embarked on new journeys towards the unknown. The waves crashed against the great white stones beneath, producing a cacophony of sound as they parted. Theon stood quietly on the shore, watching the departing ship adorned with the banner of the wolf. He had said all that could be said, done all that could be done. Ed Stark, nonetheless, was bound for King's Landing, howling in defiance, dragging his injured leg, determined to go despite the odds. This feeling of powerlessness in the face of fate was truly vexing. The last thing Theon could do was to privately tutor Ed, analyzing the situation in King's Landing. The backgrounds and stances of all the key players. It was akin to playing a game of werewolf, revealing all the hidden identities. Theon remarked, "It's obvious to anyone with sense that the Lannisters have an infiltrator among us. He could betray the very man who raised him, just as easily as he could betray Robert, who once showed him mercy. Varys, the cunning master of espionage who retains a modicum of benevolence. He conspires with the remnants of the Black Fire, igniting schemes while occasionally stepping into the role of an assassin, all without leaving a trace in the open. Stannis, the obstinate old man, born out of time, appointed heir by the disillusioned Robert. He fails to win the people's favor and is ultimately forgotten after the king begets a son. Yet, he continues to consider himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Much like Eddard, who, having grasped but a fragment of parchment, believes himself destined for greatness. Renly, a fortunate fool, basking in undeserved victories. He boasts of being the royal member most akin to his brother Robert. Look at this pristine chest hair. I garner far more admiration from men than Stannis. In truth, he has merely ruled the bronze tier, and upon attempting to ascend to the diamond tier, he met his untimely demise. Balon Swan, a sword that heeds only the commands of the king and the dictates of honor. Cersei, a villain favored by fate. She believes herself destined for greatness without needing a parchment to validate her claim. I am the protagonist. I am the true Tywin of House Lannister, the de facto ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. All must heed my word without dissent, or face dire consequences. Jaime, sister, you are entirely correct. Allow me to indulge in your whims. Such is the duplicitous nature of the current state of affairs. What assistance can Eddard possibly offer? Captain Sterling, the gold-cloaked commander, is barely a product of Robert's patronage, yet he possesses a profoundly flawed moral character, despised by both the morally fastidious Alan and Eddard. Alan has hesitated multiple times to eliminate him, failing each time. Eddard shares the same disdain, effectively pushing this apparent military might of King's Landing into the arms of the Lannisters. In the end, he even considers bribing him back. Have you contemplated the reliability of such a scheme? The very individuals you can purchase with money can just as easily be lured away with greater sums. How could a lord from Winterfell possibly compete financially with the mine owners of Casterly Rock? With such limited intellect, what audacity drives you to King's Landing? You are merely delivering provisions. Seething with indignation, Theon clutched a rigid parchment of appointment in his possession, the contents astonishing, witnessed by the likes of Ser Jorah Castle, the Lord of White Harbor, Wyman Manderley, and others. It bears Eddard's own signature and seal. In Eddard's absence, Theon Greyjoy is granted full authority to govern Winterfell, encompassing administrative affairs, fiscal matters, summoning vassals, training new troops, and executing justice. In simpler terms, Theon is bestowed with an additional title, Hand of the North. It is unimaginable to consider the expressions on the faces of those witnesses. A mere 10-year-old commanding the fate of the North? Eddard, you may have lost your mind. Strangely enough, they and Theon share a common perspective on this matter. Holding nominal power, Theon, with a mocking smile, retained most of the original guards intended for King's Landing, instead borrowing a cadre of loyal guards from House Manderley, amassing a total of 60 to protect Eddard on his journey to the capital. This maneuver transformed the gaze of Lord Waymon entirely. The remaining guards were not the newcomers brought by Jory, but rather the loyal companions who had accompanied Scene through the perils beyond the wall. These individuals witnessed Scene's resurrection and bore testimony to his miraculous feats. They observed as he single-handedly obliterated the ancient Night's Watch Legion. They beheld how, in a single night, he brought the proud head of House Amber to his knees. Calling him father, they held unwavering faith in Scene, revered him, and were willing to follow him into any venture, whether it be noble or ignoble. It is safe to say these individuals were Scene's most devoted adherents. With such followers, Scene finally possessed true subordinates, a foundational base from which to operate. His de facto authority over Winterfell could then be legitimately executed. Reputation and allies confer power. This simple truth eludes many in this world. Lord Waymon subtly broached the subject with Eddard, suggesting that it might be inappropriate to send mere guards from House Manderley to protect the Duke of Winterfell. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult Lady Catelyn of Winterfell and dispatch a more suitable contingent. He was reminding Eddard that Lady Tully was the true ruler of Winterfell in his absence. Scene, perceiving the implication, retorted sharply, "Who Eddard brings to King's Landing will not affect the outcome. However, my choice of company to Winterfell will indeed impact my governance there." As for Lady Catelyn, her current priority is to focus on her impending childbirth and ensure the safe arrival of Arya. "Thank you for the reminder. I shall write to Catelyn." Eddard's words, which emerged hesitantly, left Lord Waymon nearly slack-jawed with embarrassment. Jory also expressed his dissent, albeit for a straightforward reason. "Lord Eddard, he just attempted to assassinate you." Scene, unfazed, countered, "If he truly wished me dead, I would have perished long ago. Our recent encounter was merely a sparring match that resulted in an accidental injury. However, his swordsmanship is improving rapidly. I could hardly evade it." His unwavering trust in Scene was astonishing to both Jory and Waymon. "My lord, you truly place complete faith in Scene." Eddard then addressed Scene, saying, "I will not utter what should remain unsaid. I will return alive. During my absence, please watch over Winterfell." Receiving such profound trust, Scene replied with a touch of irony, "May fate grant you its favor, O King of Convenience. We are but mere mortals grappling with destiny, yet you wish for fate to shield you from your own entrapment. How laughable." Scene mused to himself. As he reached for something, his hand brushed against another object, the flute of Mance Rayder. Running his fingers over its rough craftsmanship, he ultimately raised the flute to his lips. In an instant, a profound, powerful, and stirring melody pierced the skies, echoing from the distant White Harbor dock. The music bypassed the prelude and launched directly into its most exhilarating segment. The enchanting notes of the flute surged like majestic waves, as if awakening the mountains and rivers of Westeros, the towering fortresses, and the vast icy plains, while simultaneously stirring the ambitions and fears hidden within the hearts of each character. With every leap of the notes, a plot twist unfolded. With each crest and trough of the climax, one felt the exhilarating thrill. It resembled a trumpet call before dawn, heralding the commencement of an epic tale of glory and betrayal, love and hatred, life and death. The departing dock was enveloped in silence, captivated by the profound resonance of a universal sound. "Grandfather, what is this song? I've never heard it before," inquired the curious 9-year-old veil-fied Mandrell, her bright, sparkling eyes wide with wonder as she addressed Lord Waymon. "I do not know," Waymon replied, squinting as he gazed at the boy playing the flute, as if witnessing an ancient miracle. Though he had never encountered this piece, an inexplicable familiarity surged from the depths of his soul, accompanied by a voice whispering to him, "You ought to know this melody. All of Westeros should know it." Within the passionate and resonant strains, there seemed to lie the weight of history, the gravitas of power, the intricacies of politics, and the capriciousness of human nature. The king upon the Iron Throne reveled in laughter, his royal hands busily mending pots. Spiders conspired in the shadows. The queen dallied with her brother in the high tower. A lion clad in deer hide mercilessly hunted wildcats, and the young mother of dragons trembled beneath the whip's sting. In that fleeting moment, the entire world appeared to come alive. As the music drew to a close, its final echoes lingered in the air, reminiscent of an ancient castle sighing softly in the twilight, akin to the ominous tolling of a bell announcing the long night, silently heralding an uncertain fate and an inevitable confrontation. "Pardon my intrusion, Lord Kian. May I inquire what this piece is?" I questioned everyone, yet they all claimed ignorance. Veilfied, mustering her courage, approached Kian and performed a lady's curtsy. Kian's gaze shimmered like a mist dense with starlight, concealing unutterable complexities and profound sentiments. The Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones? Is that the title? Veilfied responded with surprise. How could it be? The surrounding adults suddenly grasped the significance, the splendor of power, the vicissitudes of history, the ancient epic. No name could be more fitting. Power? Why does it seem so sorrowful? Veilfied, like a timid fawn, curiously touched the mist in the woods, whispering to herself in contemplation. Kian turned sharply, gazing deeply into the girl's glistening eyes. Countless souls were entranced by the sweeping epic and fervent rhythm of the Game of Power, yet few remembered that the melody, entwined like thorns upon the Iron Throne, recounted the burdens of power and the pain of the crown. Beneath power lies only sorrow. The game has commenced. Chapter 36. The Place of Beginnings. Winterfell, an ancient fortress of House Stark, stands as a mysterious and solemn military bastion in the northern reaches of Westeros. For millennia, it has loomed at the heart of the north, akin to a steadfast guardian surveying the vast expanse of land. As Theon rode into the city, he beheld the time-worn and robust stone edifices, weathered walls, imposing halls, and numerous towers, magnificent, resilient, and suffused with power. In that moment, it felt as though countless ethereal spirits whispered tales of House Stark's illustrious history and glory into his ears. In other timelines, Theon had resided here for many years, only to ultimately bring about its ruin. Winterfell, the place where it all began, was also the site of its final conclusion. Is this Winterfell? The mightiest castle of the north. My first visit here is truly awe-inspiring, marveled Wilfeed, her golden-brown braid cascading over her shoulder as she gazed up at the towering spires and ancient walls. The wealthy girl, raised in the largest city of the north, was surprisingly taken aback by the unexpanded countryside relic of several millennia. What was so astonishing? Was the dust of history too overwhelming? Theon unabashedly pierced through the girl's pretense. A flush of embarrassment crept onto Wilfeed's cheeks, her lips moving silently as she lowered her head like a chastised child. At merely 9 years old, her ability to utter flattering words insincerely marked her as quite perceptive. Yet, she still found herself the target of Theon's mockery. Theon chose not to continue his ridicule, fully aware of Lord Wyman's intention in sending his granddaughter to serve Lady Catelyn. Beyond expressing loyalty to House Stark, the old eel understood that speaking out of turn could provoke ire. It was well known that the hand of the king was not a magnanimous individual, particularly during the critical period of expanding White Harbor and assembling a fleet. Thus, when Theon departed White Harbor, Lord Wyman bestowed upon him a veritable trove of farewell gifts, including 10 casks of arbor gold, a stallion and a mare, 2 crates of spices, 2 crates of silk, and 9 common children selected by Theon himself. He accepted them all graciously and promptly sent the 10 casks of wine to Last Hearth, gifting them to his son, John, as compensation for depleting his cellar. The fundamental etiquette of social exchange was the act of gift-giving. As Theon dismounted, a colossal figure, towering over 7 feet, suddenly emerged and enveloped him in a vice-like embrace, its formidable strength nearly stealing his breath. "Ha! Father Theon, you've finally arrived. Come, I've roasted a wild boar. This little giant is Jon Snow's son, young Jon Amber, a newly minted adult who has already grown to be as formidable and robust as his father, and it is foreseeable that he will continue to rise in stature, evolving into a true titan among men." Upon receiving a gift, Big John, after indulging in a barrel of wine, drunkenly learned of Theon's lack of manpower. With a thump of his fist on the table, he decided to send his eldest son to Winterfell to serve as a bodyguard for his father. Of course, officially, he was to serve as a squire to Lord Eddard. But with Eddard absent, to whom would young Jon be subordinate? Power resides with those who possess talent. Once again, let us emphasize, the arrival of young Jon significantly bolstered Theon's forces. At the very least, another formidable warrior had joined their ranks. Recommended professions: heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, personal guard. Theon was quite pleased. With young Jon's physique, a bit of training in martial skills, donning heavy armor, he would become a devastating weapon on the battlefield. Even as part of a ceremonial guard, he would exude more authority than the average man. When not engaged in battle, he could venture into the mountains to hunt, capable of wrestling with fearsome beasts like grizzly bears and wild boars. Such prowess should not be squandered at a blood-soaked wedding, tragically falling to arrows for the whims of a lovesick fool. "Ha! Big guy, welcome to Winterfell. Make yourself at home. Let us share a drink tonight to honor your arrival." With a smile, Theon patted young Jon on the shoulder, gesturing to set him down. Suddenly, his expression shifted. "What in the world? Where did you procure that wild boar?" The wild boar on the spit looked eerily familiar. Its sinewy flesh and a broken tusk reminiscent of one captured from the cells. Ha ha, father, I must tell you, this boar is quite formidable, with a temper to match its strength. The butcher who entered the cell to capture it was tossed out, sustaining quite the injury, young John boasted proudly, thumping his chest. Of course it's formidable. That was an elite quality wild boar I managed to capture with a dozen men after traversing mountains and valleys. I intended to use it as a shapeshifter's battle companion. And you killed it for me? Theon exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. I summoned it. It's one of our own, little son. Taking several deep breaths, Theon exerted considerable effort to suppress his anger. Then, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an even more disheartening sight. The various high-quality plants he had painstakingly gathered, now carelessly strewn across an open area, most having yellowed, some even withered. The green quality animals lay dead or injured, and the last of the green wild boars was eviscerated and roasting over the fire, its eyes forever vacant. Meanwhile, those green quality common children he cherished wandered aimlessly in small groups by the wall, playing in the mud, their gazes filled with confusion and ignorance. The steward, Theon Pearl, was engaged in a discussion with Master Reuven regarding the departure of the children, his frustration palpable. What is the meaning of this? I brought them to Winterfell. Was it merely to hand them over to you? Scene erupted, his tone as biting as a winter gale. I painstakingly gathered them over 2 months. And now you wish to squander them. Theon, taken aback by Scene's impolite demeanor, furrowed his brow. As the steward of Winterfell for many years, he was responsible for the castle's daily operations and for relaying the Lord's commands. In the absence of the Lord, the steward could even assume the role of guardian of the castle. To illustrate his significance, one might consider the guardian of the bay, whose ancestor hailed from the esteemed position of the great steward of Highgarden. Whether due to status or regional bias, Theon held no affection for the mad little iron lad, particularly when addressed in such a questioning manner. Did this boy presume himself to be someone of importance? Did he think this was the Iron Islands? Merely a hostage. Maintaining his composure, Theon refrained from anger, casting a sidelong glance at Scene before calmly stating, Winterfell's finances are limited. We cannot afford to sustain these idlers and the toys of these children. Foolishness, Scene scoffed, producing Eddard's letter of appointment and slapping it against Theon's face. Theon, flustered by the audacity of the act, fumbled several times before finally grasping the parchment. As he suppressed his fury and unrolled the document, his expression shifted dramatically upon a mere glance. No, this cannot be. How could Lord Eddard entrust the governance of Winterfell to a mere child? Theon exclaimed in disbelief. This letter of appointment effectively rendered Scene Theon's superior. Master Reuven, standing nearby, took the document with a puzzled expression. After a cursory glance, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Blinking in astonishment, he examined it repeatedly, equally incredulous. Responsible for Winterfell's clerical affairs, he recognized the unmistakable handwriting of Eddard, complete with his seal, affirming its legitimacy. Yet the contents were indeed hard to fathom. What has happened to Lord Eddard? I know him. He would never draft such a ridiculous order. Do not think you can control Winterfell based solely on this. Theon firmly rejected the notion. He was convinced that Lord Eddard had encountered some misfortune, perhaps being taken hostage or coerced. Scene, disinterested in further argument, gestured for Captain Jory Castle to approach. He indicated the parchment in Theon and Reuven's hands, signaling for them to elucidate the matter. This is the significance of a person. What is paper without it? I swear. This command was written when Lord Eddard was of sound mind and not under duress. I have confirmed multiple times that the Duke's intent is indeed this, Jory stated, somewhat hesitantly stepping forward to bear witness. He found Ed's actions somewhat absurd, yet he had been unequivocally instructed by Ed to obey Theon and adhere to his orders. No, this is not in accordance with the rules. I refuse to comply. Lady Catelyn would not agree, and no one would. You, a mere Ironborn, shall not succeed in your endeavors. Theon exclaimed, tightly clutching the parchment, his voice charged with indignation. Do as you wish. Theon squinted, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to intervene should Theon attempt to tear the document. Fortunately, Theon, being a man of principle, held the parchment firmly yet refrained from actually shredding the commission. Theon swiftly reclaimed the document. I anticipated this outcome in Winterfell with Ed's absence. Hence, I have brought my own men this time. Harris, gather the guards within the castle. John, fetch some wine from the cellar. Thomard, check the kitchen and ensure they prepare ample provisions. Jory, summon your uncle to join us for an evening feast to celebrate my return. Theon methodically assigned tasks while casting a glance at the large wild boar on the spit, his heart stirring slightly. My elite warriors. However, since they have perished, they shall serve their final purpose. Observing the loyal guards springing into action without hesitation, Theon was taken aback. How could this insignificant Ironborn command such devoted guards? Why would the Lord of House Amber heed him? What audacity allowed him to act thus? So many questions flooded his mind, leaving him bewildered. Yet, one matter stood paramount. A feast? Would that not require expenditure? No, cease this. Who declared a feast? Winterfell's finances are strained. Extravagance is unwarranted. Theon sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on, exclaiming in alarm. Ha! Towering over the steward by a head and twice Theon's width, Jon laughed heartily, shoving Theon into a haystack before merrily charging towards the cellar. Thomard, known for his hearty appetite, also grinned as he headed to the kitchen. Harris shrugged and dutifully set off to relay the orders to the guards. Jory hesitated, glancing around, but ultimately sought out his uncle, Roderick, the training master of Winterfell. Sensing the peculiar nature of the situation. No, Master Lewin, hurry. We must inform Lady Catelyn. Theon, now covered in hay, scrambled from the pile and rushed towards the hall. At this hour, the Duchess Catelyn should be praying in the small sept. It was imperative to apprise her of this matter swiftly, lest Winterfell fall into dire hands. As he departed, he called upon the old Maester Lewin to serve as a witness. Theon paid no heed, his gaze fixed upon the figures of the steward and the scholar as they hurried away, lost in contemplation. A list began to silently form in his mind. Duchess Catelyn Tully, eldest son Robb Stark, eldest daughter Sansa Stark, Master-at-Arms Roderick Castle, Captain of the Guards Jory Castle, Scholar Lewin, Steward Vayen Poole, Bastard Jon Snow, Blacksmith Micken, Stable Master Hullen, Master of Hounds Farland, Head Cook Gate, Guard John Umber, and many others. Theon mentally marked a tick next to Roderick Castle's name, a half-tick next to Jory Castle's, and a tick next to John Umber's, as well as various ticks or half-ticks next to numerous guards. Blast it! I must first seize the power in Winterfell. By all means. I shall not afford these emotional fools another opportunity to resist. Chapter 37. Lady Catelyn? What is she? The small sept of Winterfell stands as a solitary edifice, constructed by Eddard Stark expressly for his wife, Catelyn Tully. This girl, who grew up in the warm, humid lands of the Riverlands, finds scant consolation in the harsh north. The sept is diminutive, scarcely larger than a modest bedroom. Its interior is even more confined, adorned with simplicity and modesty. Yet every beam and every stained glass window is meticulously arranged by Catelyn, revealing her devotion and reverence for the Seven. Here, time seems to languish, the air thick with serenity and contemplation. At this moment, Catelyn kneels with her eyes closed beneath the statue of the mother, praying for a safe delivery of her third child. May the mother grant me a strong offspring. The stained glass windows cast a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight, akin to the gaze of the divine, warm and tranquil. Lady Catelyn. A flurry of panicked exclamations shattered the serenity of the September. Catelyn furrowed her brow, slowly rising with the support of her hand on her swollen belly. Though she had borne 2 children and was with child again, her beauty remained undiminished. Upon seeing Steward Vayen Poole rush in a fluster, her heart tightened with dread. Surely, this must be bad news. Has something happened to Eddard? Or Robb? Or Sansa? Seven save us. Milady, it is dire. That madman Theon has returned. Vayen's first words unfurled the tension in Catelyn's brow. Theon Greyjoy? What is this? Why the alarm over a mere hostage? He returns, and you make such a fuss. He was always a madman, claiming to seek treatment beyond the wall. Could he be any more deranged? A hostage, as long as he remains alive, that is all that matters. He claims he intends to take Winterfell. Vayen gasped, finally managing to convey his message. What? Catelyn's expression turned bewildered. She felt as though her ears were deceiving her. A hostage from the Iron Islands, a madman, and a 10-year-old child. How could Theon possibly seize control of Winterfell? He possesses Lord Eddard's writ. In the absence of the Lord, Theon is to exercise the governance of Winterfell. Vayen succinctly stated the crux of the matter. Yet, is this truly the essence? Catelyn felt an unnameable fury surge within her. To entrust Winterfell to a 10-year-old mad child as a hostage. Has Eddard lost his senses? What could he be thinking? I believe this to be a forgery. It defies all protocol. In the Lord's absence, Winterfell should rightfully be governed by the lady, and there is also young Robb. How could it fall to Theon, a foster son? This is a conspiracy, Vayen asserted. The writ must indeed be authentic. Both Jory and Lord Wyman of White Harbor were present as witnesses. The guard has also brought a letter penned by Lord Eddard for the lady. The aged Maester Luwin arrived late, extracting a letter from his sleeve. At this time, letters were typically delivered through various means, distant ravens or passing caravans, while closer distances often required a dedicated rider. The journey from White Harbor to Winterfell was neither far nor particularly urgent. Thus, Eddard's letter was entrusted to Jory to bring back. Lady Catelyn accepted the letter, casting a glance at it. The wax seal, emblazoned with the sigil of a wolf, remained intact, indicating it had not been tampered with. She took the letter opener from Maester Luwin and broke the seal, unfolding the parchment. The familiar handwriting greeted her eyes. In the letter, Eddard first affirmed his wife's beauty, kindness, and capability, but then swiftly shifted his tone, stating that due to changing circumstances, and for the utmost benefit of House Stark, he required Catelyn to cooperate with Theon in managing all affairs of Winterfell, assuring her that House Stark would not forget her efforts. Driven to madness, they have all gone mad. Catelyn hastily scanned the contents, her chest heaving with indignation. What in the world does this mean? Eddard Stark, after a journey beyond the wall, has your mind been devoured by wildlings? To entrust Winterfell to a foreigner? Lady Catelyn stormed out of the September inside the Grand Hall of Winterfell. A flurry of activity ensued. The tables were arranged neatly, the benches positioned in order, and the utensils set. I do not care how indulgent you become during the revelry. However, at the outset, you must maintain decorum and a sense of ritual. Order arises from rules. Dany, get down and check if everything is aligned. Those that aren't, rectify them swiftly. A 10-year-old child commanded the multitude of guards and servants in the main hall of Winterfell, directing the arrangements with a loud voice. Authority and obedience stem from the minutiae of daily life. Direct orders, on-site supervision, admonishments, and assistance. These are all part of the gradual establishment of one's governing authority. Simultaneously, the banquet serves as an excellent venue for fostering intimacy. Therefore, Theon placed great significance on his inaugural assembly. He rallied all those who could be directly commanded: Harris, Tomard, and the die-hard loyal guards, young Jon, the noble offspring such as Wilfred, and the elite children of scavengers, including Stan's eldest son, Dany, and Jelly. He meticulously arranged the process, prepared speeches, the order of food, as well as the duty roster and sleeping arrangements for the conclusion, striving for perfection in the setup. Just as he was engrossed in his tasks, Sir Roderick, the instructor from Winterfell, arrived. The old master, whose injured left hand had fully healed, was eagerly resuming sword practice and writing. He had just returned from the training yard, bare-chested and clad only in woolen trousers, revealing a fair expanse of flesh and a notable belly. Oh heavens! Master Roderick, it's still quite cold. You will catch a chill. Seeing his swordsmanship instructor approach, Theon hastily draped a cloak over him. I took your advice, shedding my clothing to show them the changes in my muscles while wielding the sword. Indeed, those lads are learning much faster now. Huh, your ideas are numerous and most effective. Besides, isn't it still the long summer? If we fear the cold now, how shall we endure the harsh winter? Roderick tightened his cloak and laughed heartily. Even in the long summer, one must heed the need for warmth. We are not in the sweltering south. The temperature in the north fluctuates greatly between day and night. Before I can produce penicillin, a simple cold could send you to meet the old gods, Theon remarked. Then you must hasten to cultivate that penicillin. Do you have any idea how many die from pneumonia in the north each year? Roderick did not doubt the existence of the miraculous remedy Theon spoke of. He merely anticipated witnessing its effects firsthand. It is not so simple. I must first gather excellent strains, breed, filter, and purify them. It is an exquisitely intricate process. By the way, did I not instruct you to care for the flora and fauna samples I brought back? Why are they all dead? Theon angrily pointed to the great wild boar in the center of the hall. That. I had given strict instructions to Theon. He may not have executed them properly. Such a pity, indeed. Rest assured, I shall chastise him thoroughly. Roderick stammered in his explanation. He could have said, I became so engrossed in writing the Kaiser's sword manual that I forgot. Theon, his rebellious pupil, would likely retaliate by striking him with the sword sheath. By the way, what is the matter with Lord Eddard? Why has he suddenly departed for King's Landing? Roderick deftly changed the subject, a tactic he had learned from Theon. The key was not merely to shift the focus, but to pivot to a topic of sufficient intrigue that the other party had much to say about it. The subject of Eddard would undoubtedly elicit a torrent of grievances from Theon. As expected, upon hearing this, Theon rubbed his temples, his head throbbing anew. He leaned closer to Roderick and whispered, reliable sources indicate that the Queen is engaging in an affair. Turmoil may soon arise in the King's court. Upon receiving this news, Lord Eddard abandoned all and hastened to King's Landing. No amount of persuasion was effective, not even a dagger's thrust. Oh, is that truly the case? The Queen audaciously stole the topic intended for Sir Roderick, only to stumble upon such explosive news. What the hell? Sean exclaimed, covering his mouth. Have you lost your mind? Shouting it out in public? Oh, coconut. Roderick nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. This matter was indeed a significant trouble. No wonder Lord Eddard was hastening to King's Landing. Roderick sighed. What? Do you also think he should go? Sean looked at Roderick in disbelief. You just said this is a big mess, yet you want to dive right in? What kind of absurd logic is that? Alas, you do not comprehend the bond between Lord Eddard and King Robert, Roderick lamented, his expression steeped in nostalgia. They have been together since childhood. I know everything about them. Thank you. In the realm of the divine, I have witnessed their pasts. I possess far more knowledge than you. Sean curtly interrupted Roderick's reminiscence. Perturbed at being interrupted, Roderick grumbled. Then why do you advise him against going to King's Landing? Given such a friendship, it would be abnormal not to go. Never mind. As long as you are happy, Sean noted, recognizing that Winterfell was uniformly driven by a sense of loyalty. It seemed everyone was bound by emotion, leaving him to appear as the cold-hearted one. What about the war preparations for Winterfell in Lord Eddard's absence? Roderick suddenly recalled the pressing matter and inquired. Thank goodness you remembered that this is the real issue, Sean retorted, retrieving the letter of appointment and slapping it into Roderick's hands. Roderick opened it and was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a bit inappropriate for Lord Eddard? Even if he is favored by the gods, allowing an adopted son to command Winterfell. What about Lady Catelyn? You were just about to question his sanity too, weren't you? At least you possess some basic common sense, Sean observed, casting a scrutinizing glance at the knight. If I were to heed Eddard's wishes and foolishly return with this piece of paper, I might very well end up spending the night in a cell. A mere child thinks he can take over Winterfell with just a piece of paper? What was he thinking? However, as of now, humph, Sean scoffed derisively, causing Roderick to feel an unsettling premonition. Something was amiss. Lady Catelyn Stark, whose full name is Catelyn Tully, hails from the noble house of Rewritten, renowned for her prestigious lineage and education beneath the realm's royal families. She understands human nature, political intricacies, and the dirtiness of power. Yet, she harbors an inexplicable pride in her urban identity alongside an untested history of struggle. In simple terms, she is lofty in ambition yet lacking in practical skill, reigning in the realm of the Blacksmith's Guild while believing herself to be a true monarch. Throughout various timelines, Catelyn has been deceived by her sister, by Peter Baelish, by Tyrion, by mercenaries, by regicides, by the Freys, and even had her whereabouts sold while merely taking a boat ride. It seems that wherever one goes, one can easily deceive another. Though appearing astute and capable, each action reveals a profound naivete. A truly innocent lady, Catelyn Stark. Her soprano voice rang through the hall, sharp and filled with ire, calling out his full name with a tone of disdain. The hurried footsteps amplified the hostess's agitation. Prince Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands? Come forth. Let me see your decree to govern Winterfell. Lady Catelyn, accompanied by her steward Vayon and Maester Luwin, strode in with an air of superiority. Oh, the one who brings heads. Theon languidly turned, casting a sidelong glance. Suddenly, a flash of golden light dazzled his eyes. By the gods, do you possess no self-awareness? Theon Greyjoy, you are but a hostage from the Iron Islands. Your father Balon has been defeated, and you were sent to Winterfell as a ward. Of course, if it pleases you, you may refer to yourself as a foster son of House Stark. Yet, I urge you to remain ever mindful of your true identity. You ought not to aspire to what is beyond your reach. Lady Catelyn's voice was resolute as she admonished Theon. Her words caused a palpable shift in the room. Half of the change arose from the biting sharpness of her remarks, while the other half stemmed from the guards who had experienced Theon's methods firsthand. They sensed that the petty lord of the Dreadfort would not let this go unchallenged. The conflict between the Duke's appointed proxy and the Duchess left their vassals in a precarious position. Oh, old gods above, madam, you are being too severe. Theon merely acted upon Lord Eddard's orders, Sir Roderick interjected, eager to mediate. Can we not engage in civil discourse, my lady? Such harshness is uncharacteristic of your usual grace. Has Eddard lost his senses, or have you all gone mad? What is this about wargs? What is this God's hand? This is the most absurd tale I have ever heard. To place a 10-year-old in charge of Winterfell, such an outlandish notion. Do you truly endorse this, sir? Has your mind not been gnawed by a wolf? Catelyn's fury surged as her chest heaved with indignation. As she spoke, she forcefully kicked a nearby bench, which made a loud crash as it tilted to one side. Ouch! That hurt, she exclaimed, her toes curling in pain. Stumbling slightly, she maintained a fa-ade of anger intertwined with elegance. Sir Roderick found himself momentarily at a loss for words. My lady, there is no need for such outbursts. I act in your best interest. You cannot be unaware that this fellow beside me is hardly a commendable character. Indeed, your words carry weight. A voice suddenly concurred. It was evident that Lord Eddard's decision stemmed from a moment of folly, and subordinates ought to provide counsel. Instantly, the room fell silent. With even the sound of breathing becoming audible, all present were illuminated by disbelief, their eyes reflecting incredulity. The speaker, Roderick, gaped in astonishment at his most accomplished student. There, Theon crouched down, his expression filled with concern as he reached out to examine Lady Catelyn's injured toes. My lady, are you all right? Please, don't move. Allow me to remove your shoe and assess your injury. Rest assured, my medical skills surpass those of all the scholars in the Citadel. Oh no, don't come near. What do you intend to do? Stay away from me. Lady Catelyn exclaimed, fear evident in her voice. The peculiar boy advanced towards her. A strange smile plastered across his face. Unable to suppress her anxiety, Catelyn stepped back, seeking refuge on the bench from which she had just been kicked. No, Dany, don't move, Theon shouted, his eyes widening in horror. Before them, Dany, a 12-year-old commoner, obediently rearranged the chair that Lady Catelyn had kicked aside, diligently restoring order. As Catelyn sat down, the bench was empty, and she lost her balance, falling backward. In that critical moment, a figure nearby lunged forward, bracing himself to catch Lady Catelyn with his back, stabilizing her descent. Quick-witted Roderick reacted promptly, supporting Lady Catelyn's arm. Don't move. We need more people. Help her to the side. Be gentle. Take it slow. Theon barked, his voice strained. The crowd rushed forward, carefully assisting Catelyn to a seated position. My lady, how do you feel? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Is the baby moving vigorously? Do you sense any fluid leaking? Theon stood, his face flushed. Due to the intensity of his actions, his palms and knees collided painfully against the stone floor, the rough surface tearing his trousers, blood seeping slowly from the abrasions. Catelyn, pale and shaken, finally gathered her wits, casting a complex gaze upon the boy before her. I am fine, having borne 2 children. She understood the peril she had narrowly escaped. Had she fallen unawares onto the unforgiving stone, it could have resulted in a miscarriage or severe hemorrhaging, endangering both her and her child. He saved me and my child. I should be grateful to him, but he seeks to usurp Winterfell. I cannot. Although gratitude welled within her, the words that emerged were harsh. Don't think for a moment that I will express my gratitude. I don't know how you deceived Eddard with your sweet words. However, you despicable little imp, as long as I remain in Winterfell, I will never permit you to claim what is not rightfully yours. Upon hearing this, Sir Roderick and the surrounding guards, along with the somewhat unfamiliar Jory Castle, exchanged glances of bewilderment. In the recent predicament, it was evident that others would be unable to intervene in time. The nearest individual, seen, was merely 10 years old and lacked the strength to steady a pregnant woman who had suddenly fallen. A hasty attempt to pull her up could have resulted in a disastrous outcome, akin to the moment they both tumbled down the cliff while attempting to rescue Ellen. Fortunately, Scene reacted swiftly, throwing himself to the ground to cushion her fall with his own body. This was undoubtedly the only method available at that moment to save Lady Catelyn. Furthermore, it is worth noting that such an act of becoming a human cushion is undeniably humiliating for a man. Scene's willingness to throw himself into danger in such a fleeting moment was nothing short of heroic. Not to mention, he sustained considerable injuries in the process. Lady Catelyn's heart sank at this thought. Scene, however, was preoccupied with scanning Catelyn's internal condition with his divine eye, and only relaxed when he confirmed the fetus was unharmed. Indifferently shrugging, he remarked, I merely promised Lord Eddard that I would ensure Arya is delivered safely. Arya? Eddard had bestowed a name upon the child before departing? Why a girl's name? Catelyn furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. With only Robb as their male heir, their situation was far from secure in a realm like Westeros, where infant mortality rates were alarmingly high. In this era, at least half of all infants never survived to adulthood. She already had a daughter, Sansa, and had hoped for a son this time. Eddard, in his typical straightforward manner, had inadvertently caused her distress by naming the unborn child a girl. How outrageous. Indeed, Arya, a girl. It must be Arya. Scene, equally straightforward, confirmed with a knowing smile. His expression enigmatic. Arya Stark, the second daughter of Winterfell, affectionately known as Little Nymeria among the folk. An heir of the Stark bloodline, characterized by resilience, vivacity, wit, and bravery. In her early years, she was a carefree noblewoman, leading a life of chasing chickens and dogs. But in a single night, her world crumbled, her family slaughtered. With all that had once protected and supported her now vanished, Arya resolved to rise and seek vengeance. Through immense trials, she transformed into the most formidable faceless man assassin on the continent. After 3 years, she returned to reclaim her place. Within the enemy's stronghold, she poisoned the traitor's entire lineage. With relentless determination, she traversed great distances, vanquishing foes one by one. The young girl single-handedly eradicated her enemies throughout Westeros, methodically eliminating all those on her vendetta list. In certain timelines, Arya even plunged her dragonglass dagger into the Night King, emerging as the savior of the entire continent of Westeros. An undeniable heroine of grand revenge tales. Scene had long anticipated that Arya's reputation would be nothing short of illustrious. However, at worst, it would merely be an epic of purple hues. I, Sean, have indeed encountered the world, yet Lady Catelyn, I shall offer you my utmost support. Before Arya's birth, you may indulge in whatever mischief you desire. Please take care of yourself. Under the gaze of the goddess Eye, beneath the profound azure glow of Lady Catelyn's soul, the unmistakable brilliance of golden light flickered within her prominently rounded abdomen. The fabled gold, my very first gold card. The allure of color collection is irresistible. Chapter 39. Who holds authority in Winterfell? Why must it be a girl? Lady Catelyn suddenly grew agitated once more, questioning my deceitful intentions. Madam, rest assured. Should it be a boy, he may be named Elia. It matters not. What is essential is that you maintain a joyful disposition, free from anger and worry. To safely deliver a healthy child. I nonchalantly wiped the blood from my hands with a cloth, all the while smiling to comfort Lady Catelyn. My demeanor, a blend of bloodletting and cheerful countenance, stirred an undeniable unease within Catelyn. Wellfield, suddenly recalling something, I waved over a little girl who was playfully toying with her golden braids, introducing her to Lady Catelyn. This is Wellfield, the granddaughter of the Earl of Weymouth from White Harbor. Beautiful, intelligent, and capable. Lord Wyman hopes she will receive the tutelage and guidance of the North's most noble lady. And Lord Eddard believes that only you can cultivate her into a proper noblewoman. By the way, she is also a devotee of the Seven. Do you think I would accept an adopted daughter of unknown origin merely because of a few flattering words? Lady Catelyn instinctively considered a refusal. However, upon hearing the last statement, devotee of the Seven, she paused, contemplating that perhaps it would be wise to withhold her rejection. An outright refusal would be unbecoming. Little did she know, this was perceived by others as tacit acceptance. Wellfield, take good care of the lady. Should any misfortune befall her during this delicate time, I leaned closer to Wellfield, whispering with a smile, I shall cut your braids and shave your head. I was well aware of the threat I posed. Wellfield adored her long, lustrous hair that shimmered with hints of gold. Oh no, you devilish piper. Wellfield puffed up, glaring at me like an irate white frog. Let us set aside these matters for the moment. I must address the matter of the commission. Finally, Lady Catelyn recalled the important business at hand. A commission? What commission could there possibly be? Do not overthink it. Winterfell is, of course, under your dominion, I replied with a smile. You, Lady Catelyn, have never encountered such unabashed shamelessness, speaking falsehoods to my face. I imagine all of Winterfell is now aware that you, little rascal, have procured a commission to take over Winterfell. Madam, remain calm. Please, take deep breaths. Maintain a cheerful spirit. As Cheyenne observed Catelyn's emotions beginning to escalate once more, he swiftly sought to placate her while retrieving a letter of appointment from his breast pocket. With his thumbs and forefingers gently pinching the center of the parchment, he deftly tore it asunder before her very eyes. With a deliberate motion, he folded the two halves and, with another swift action, reduced them to mere shreds. Behold, he smiled, the letter is no more. Catelyn stood utterly dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? Lord Eddard penned a letter for you prior to his journey to King's Landing, Cheyenne continued. I believe, upon seeing it, your spirits would not be lifted. Lord Eddard often neglects to consider the consequences of his actions, and I must apologize on his behalf. This letter of his would likely only serve to deepen your discontent, which is not beneficial for you or for the child. Since it brings no good, let it vanish from sight. There is no need to dwell upon it further, as it would only provoke more ire. Are you feeling more at ease now? With a flourish, Cheyenne cast the scraps into the air, resembling autumn leaves cascading from trees. Catelyn found herself at a loss for words, staring in disbelief at his composure and poise, as if the power of Winterfell were but refused to be discarded at will. Rest assured, Winterfell shall forever belong to House Stark. It is yours, it is Robb's, and it shall never be mine. I assure you, there is no cause for concern. Bowing slightly, Cheyenne inquired, by the way, shall we proceed with the feast? Perhaps we ought to cancel it to save some coin, as Winterfell seems rather impoverished. Catelyn's thoughts were a muddled haze. She herself was uncertain of her purpose. What am I truly here for? How did I arrive at this juncture? Moreover, who are the Iron Islands to comment on Winterfell's finances? Yet, seeing the food and drink laid out upon the table, along with the weary expressions of the returning guards, she finally spoke. Since preparations have been made, let us continue the feast. You have endured months of hardship. Thank you, my lady. You are truly a kind and merciful soul, akin to a saint, Cheyenne replied with a gracious smile. Oh, thank you, my lady. The guards cheered exuberantly, their grateful gazes directed toward Cheyenne. He maintained his smile, pondering. In the end, nothing has truly changed. Catelyn, what is your purpose here? Have you achieved your objective? Are you satisfied simply witnessing the tearing of a piece of paper? Does this truly alter anything? Yet, before the feast commenced, Cheyenne's demeanor abruptly darkened, as if the sunny afternoon had shifted to a stormy overcast in an instant. Dan, come here. 12-year-old Dan stood with his head bowed, his eyes flickering as if he were evading the harshness of reality, hiding behind the crowd. When his name was suddenly called, he jolted, his face flushing crimson, biting his lip and clenching his fists in a slight tremor. Yet, he mustered his courage and approached under the gazes of the onlookers. Do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Sean demanded sternly. Why, yes, I was wrong, Dan stammered an apology. It was evident to all that he bore a hint of defiance. I was merely following your orders, working diligently. I had no idea the lady would suddenly retreat and sit down. Besides, nothing truly happened, right? Such innocent thoughts did not escape Sean's notice. Then let us hang him, Sean said with a faint smile, waving his hand. A few guards by his side paused momentarily, then swiftly moved forward to seize the terrified Dan. You merely shifted a chair and nearly caused the Duchess to fall and suffer a miscarriage? To the onlookers, this may not have seemed a grave matter, as it was merely an accident and no real harm had been done. However, according to the laws of this world, a guard's error grants the Lord the right to life and death. The absence of dissent from those surrounding them, whether Sean's men or the castle's original servants like Theon and Rewritten, illustrated that, in their eyes, this was deemed just. You nearly jeopardized the life of the Duchess and her offspring. Encountering a volatile lord could mean ruin for your entire family. And no, please spare me, my lord. I was wrong, Dan pleaded, panic evident in his eyes. Sean regarded him silently, waiting, observing the helpless and fearful gaze of the 12-year-old. The kind-hearted Lady Catelyn could no longer refrain from intervening. He did not act with intent. I myself am unharmed. It seems rather harsh to hang him. Catelyn was unaware that her tone wavered between inquiry and a subtle plea as she spoke to Sean. Sean's face lit up with a smile, reminiscent of sunlight breaking through after a rain. As you wish, my lady. It is indeed somewhat severe. This time, he commanded, take him down and give him 20 lashes. 20 lashes? But he is still a child. Catelyn protested, her heart aching. Dan was merely a young squire, recently separated from his family, unfamiliar with the rules. Mistakes were only human. Very well, 10 lashes. No less. Sean called to the captain of the guards, Jory, with a smile. Jory quickly stepped forward, nodded, and took his subordinate away for punishment. The banquet continued under Sean's direction, bustling and lively with laughter and drink. Lady Catelyn, disliking such a raucous atmosphere, soon excused herself. Sean's gaze subtly swept over the two small children trailing behind her, a boy of 6 and a girl of 3, Robb Stark and Deep Purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, knight, archer, all military roles. Powerful fighters. Sansa Stark, light blue. Recommended professions: noblewoman, socialite, decorative figure, utterly useless. Shurin scoffed softly, casting his gaze towards another child in the corner, one nearly the same age as Robb. Jon Snow, purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, lord, scout, shapeshifter. Oh, what a delight. 2 epic cards. With the added prestige of their identities, one a duke's eldest son and the other a royal orphan, they start at light blue. Yet the potential to elevate to purple speaks volumes about their capabilities. After all, purple is undeniably pleasing to the eye. Had it not been for that golden card, Shurin might have leapt for joy. Instead, he calmly took charge of the banquet, with Catelyn absent. The stage was his. He called out to the guests with the authority of a host. His inquiries often carried an undeniable tone, reminiscent of a superior addressing subordinates. His speech was laced with profanity and ribald humor, prompting spontaneous laughter and a sense of camaraderie. Though Shurin had personally torn up the appointment letter, the guards appeared to regard him with newfound respect. Even the servants and maids under the steward Vaon's command began to speak to Shurin with utmost caution. After all, He was a figure capable of enacting severe punishment at the slightest provocation. Even at the lady's intercession, that unfortunate child would still receive a beating. Now, he lay wounded and groaning in his small room. Power, in its most direct manifestation, is the ability to reward and punish. Rewards draw people closer, while punishments ensure absolute obedience. Catelyn Tully, Duchess of Winterfell, daughter of House Tully, a beauty with a kind heart, yet a fool, playing half-heartedly. The banquet concluded. After arranging the watch personnel, he ensured all guards were settled for the night. Shurin slowly strolled into a small room. Inside, Dany, having just endured punishment, lay bare-chested on the bed, his back marred with bloody lash marks, quietly sobbing. "Do you hate me?" The voice pierced the silence. Startled, Dany halted his weeping and looked up, only to meet the gaze of the person he loathed the most at that moment. "I dare not." Dany lowered his head, avoiding Shurin's eyes. "Dare not? Huh?" Shurin could distinctly feel the resentment and injustice boiling within Dany. "You clearly commanded me to organize everything, and I merely acted with diligence. What fault is that?" The lady had no complaints, and seeing that no one pursued the matter, "How could you actively seek to punish me? You would have me hanged?" The lady even pleaded for mercy, "Yet you still demanded 10 lashes? Oh, the injustice." A month prior, at the Night's Watch outpost at Eastwatch, Shurin had listened to numerous grievances from the brothers of the Night's Watch. He gently wiped the edges of Dany's wounds with a sanitized cloth. There is an impressive chef hailing from the riverbend, who found himself in dire straits, while serving at the household of Lord Peake. He was condemned to death by hanging for the theft of a piece of cured meat, in a desperate bid to save his own life. He donned black garments and was sentenced to a lifetime of imprisonment within the desolate and frigid confines of the wall. A mere piece of meat? Death by hanging? Dany found this hard to fathom. Having grown up sheltered under the protective wing of his capable father, he had never experienced want. The notion that one could be executed or condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment over a triviality such as meat was beyond his comprehension. He remained oblivious to the terrors of class disparity. No one expressed sympathy for the chef. The populace unanimously deemed him deserving of his fate. As Sean tended to Dany's wounds, he gently fanned the injury on Dany's back with a cloth, a gesture intended to expedite the healing process. The cool breeze that swept across his skin brought Dany a moment of comfort, prompting him to relax. However, Sean's next words chilled him to the core. "And you? How can you presume that you could escape unscathed from a grave crime such as nearly causing the demise of the Duchess of Winterfell and her offspring? Do you truly believe you are innocent? If someone else were to pass judgment, do you think you would receive merely 10 lashes?" Dany, a child of the countryside, was unaware of the authority wielded by the nobility, ignorant of the fearsome nature of power and devoid of reverence. Thus, he felt wronged, resentful, and filled with hatred. Yet, when the harsh truths were laid bare, the astute would come to understand. A tremor coursed through Dany as he suddenly realized how perilously close he had come to death. Why would your strong and valiant father willingly sever his own hand to accept punishment? Is he less wise than you? If this is an unreasonable circumstance, why did so many stand by, witnessing your punishment without a word of protest on your behalf? You do not even grasp the rules of the game. More tears fell as Dany buried his face in anguish. Your father, Stan, entrusted you to my care. He implored me to look after you. Am I then to be seen as one who has deliberately betrayed his trust, as a heartless and unreasonable person? Sean's tone remained steady and unvaried until this moment, resonating within the young boy's heart like the toll of a church bell. Dany lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with tears, repeatedly uttering apologies. "I am sorry, my lord. I am sorry, it was my fault." Only after enduring punishment could the matter be truly laid to rest. "I shall write to your father to inform him of this incident. After all, I promised Stan that I would care for you in Winterfell. Yet, you have suffered 10 lashes. This is something for which I must apologize to him." Sean continued to fan the boy, seeking to ease the pain, both physical and emotional, that Dany bore. This was often overlooked by those who wield power, failing to soothe grievances and instead leaving behind only kindness. Wait. Observing the helpless and fearful gaze of the 12-year-old boy, the compassionate Lady Catelyn could not restrain herself from intervening. He did not intend any harm. I too was unharmed. To hang him for this is indeed excessively harsh. Catelyn was unaware that she was speaking to Theon with an inquiring and somewhat pleading tone. Theon smiled broadly, reminiscent of sunlight blossoming anew after the rain. "As you wish, my lady," he replied, though his demeanor was somewhat stern. This time he commanded, "Bring him down and administer 20 lashes. 20 lashes? But he is merely a child." Catelyn felt a pang of compassion. Dan was just a young squire who had recently left his family and was unfamiliar with the rules. Mistakes were understandable. Very well. 10 lashes. No less. Jory, Theon called out, smiling as he summoned the captain of the guards. Jory quickly emerged, nodded, and led his subordinate away to face his punishment. The banquet continued under Theon's direction, vibrant and boisterous, with revelry and drink. Lady Catelyn, disliking the raucous atmosphere, soon took her leave. Theon's gaze subtly drifted to the two small children trailing behind her, a boy of 6 and a girl of 3, Robb Stark, clad in deep purple, and Sansa Stark, adorned in light blue. Robb Stark, a commander, warrior, knight, archer. Oh, a full military vocation. A formidable fighter. Sansa Stark, a lady, socialite, mere ornament. What a waste. Theon scoffed softly, his eyes wandering to another child in the corner, similar in age to Robb. Jon Snow, in purple, commander, warrior, lord, ranger, a shapeshifter? Oh, what a surprise. 2 epic cards indeed. With their noble lineage as a foundation, one being the eldest son of a duke and the other a royal orphan, their potential was evident. Regardless, the allure of the purple hue was undeniable. Had it not been for that golden card, Theon might have leaped for joy. Now, with Catelyn absent, Theon confidently assumed the role of host, relishing the opportunity. He called out to everyone, as if a master welcoming his guests. His inquiries often carried an unmistakable tone of authority, akin to a superior addressing subordinates. His speech was laced with profanity and bawdy jokes, eliciting laughter and fostering a sense of camaraderie. Despite Theon having torn up the appointment papers, the guards seemed to regard him with renewed respect. Even the servants and maids under the steward Vayan began to speak to Theon with caution. After all, he was a man who could easily order someone's hanging at a whim. Even under the ladies' intercession, that poor child was still destined to receive his punishment. Now, he lay bruised and moaning in his small room. Power manifests most directly through the authority of reward and punishment. Rewards draw people closer, while punishments ensure absolute obedience. Catelyn Tully, Duchess of Winterfell, daughter of Rewritten, a beautiful yet foolish soul, caught in a half-hearted endeavor. The banquet concluded, and Theon ensured the night watch was arranged. Overseeing the guards as they retired for the evening, Sheehan slowly strolled into a small chamber. Within, Dany lay prostrate on the bed, his bare back marred by gruesome welts from a recent flogging, soft sobs escaping his lips. "Do you hate me?" A voice pierced the silence. Startled, Dany ceased his weeping and looked up, only to behold the one he despised most in that moment. "I dare not," he murmured, casting his gaze downward, unwilling to meet Sheehan's eyes. "Dare not? Huh." Sheehan could acutely sense the turmoil of resentment and injustice boiling within Dany. "Was it not you who commanded me to arrange everything meticulously? I merely executed my duties with diligence. What fault lies in that? The lady herself had no grievances. And seeing that no one pursued the matter, how could you choose to punish me? To the point of execution? Even the lady interceded on my behalf. Yet you still sought to lash me 10 times. What an abundance of grievances. A month prior, I had listened to the lamentations of many Night's Watchmen at the East Sea Outlook. One tale resonated profoundly. A chef from the Riverbend, who, having pilfered a piece of bacon from his lord, was sentenced to the gallows. To save his life, he donned black garb, condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment in the desolate, frigid expanse of the wall. A piece of bacon? The gallows? Dany found it hard to fathom. Raised under the protective wing of a capable father, he had never known hunger or want. The idea that one could be hanged or imprisoned for such a triviality was beyond his comprehension. The terror of class disparity eluded him. No one expressed sympathy for that chef. The general consensus was that he reaped what he had sown. After tending to Dany's wounds, Sheehan gently fanned the fresh air over the injured skin, facilitating swifter healing. The coolness that swept across his back brought Dany a moment of solace, compelling him to relax. Yet, Sheehan's next words sent a chill deep within him. "And you? What gives you the audacity to think you could escape unscathed from nearly bringing ruin to the Duchess of Winterfell and her progeny? Such a grave transgression. And you believe you can evade consequences? Are you truly innocent? If a mere piece of bacon warranted execution, do you honestly think that, were another to judge, you would merely receive 10 lashes?" Dany, a child of the countryside, remained oblivious to the nobility's authority, unaware of the terrifying nature of power, lacking reverence. Thus, he felt wronged, resentful, and filled with hatred. Yet, once the facts were laid bare, the discerning mind would comprehend. Suddenly, Dany trembled, belatedly realizing how perilously close he had been to death. Why would your mighty father willingly sever his own hand to accept punishment? Is he less astute than you? If this is an unreasonable affair, why did so many bear witness to your torment, yet offer no words of solace? You do not even grasp the rules of the game. Tears streamed down his face as Dany buried himself in sorrowful weeping. Your father, Stan, entrusted you to me. He implored me to care for you. So, am I then to be deemed a heartless, ungrateful wretch, deliberately betraying his trust? Sayen's tone remained consistently flat, devoid of any fluctuations, until he uttered that particular sentence. It resonated within the young boy's heart like the tolling of a church bell. Dany lifted his head, tears in his eyes, softly and repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. I apologize, it was my fault. Only after enduring punishment could matters truly be laid to rest. I shall write to your father to inform him of this incident. After all, I promised Stan that I would take good care of you in Winterfell. Yet, you have endured 10 lashes. For this, I must apologize to him. Sayen continued to fan the air, offering some comfort to the wounded child. A gesture often overlooked by those who wield authority, soothing grievances while bestowing kindness. Wait. Observing the helpless fear in the eyes of a 12-year-old boy, the compassionate Lady Catelyn could not restrain herself from intervening. He did not mean to offend. I have not suffered any harm. To hang him would be excessively harsh. Unbeknownst to Catelyn, she spoke to Sayen with an inquisitive and slightly pleading tone. Sayen smiled, as radiant as sunlight breaking through after a rain. As you wish. My lady, it is indeed rather severe. He then commanded, lower him, and administer 20 lashes. 20 lashes? He is still but a child. Catelyn protested, feeling a pang of compassion. Dany was merely a young squire, newly separated from his family and unfamiliar with the rules. Making mistakes was, after all, forgivable. Very well. 10 lashes. No less. Jory, Sayen replied with a smile, casually calling for the captain of the guard. Jory promptly stepped forward, nodded, and took Dany's fellow squire away to face his punishment. The banquet continued under Sayen's auspices, lively and filled with revelry. Lady Catelyn, disliking the raucous atmosphere, soon excused herself. Sayen's peripheral vision leisurely scanned the 2 small children trailing behind her. The boy, 6 years old, and the girl, 3. Robb Stark, deep purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, knight, archer, all military roles. A formidable hand. Sansa Stark, light blue. Recommended professions: lady, socialite, ornament, merely a trifle. Sayen scoffed lightly, his gaze drifting towards another child in the corner, of similar stature to Robb. Jon Snow, purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, lord, ranger, shapeshifter. Oh, coconut. 2 epic cards. With the privilege of their identities, one being the eldest son of a duke and the other a royal orphan, they began at light blue, but their potential to ascend to purple was indicative of their remarkable talents. Ultimately, the allure of the purple category was undeniable. Had it not been for that gold card, Sayen might have leapt for joy. Now, with calm composure, Shaun took over the hosting duties of the banquet. With Catelyn absent, it was his stage to command. He greeted the guests with the authority of a host, his inquiries often laced with an air of undeniable dominance, reminiscent of a superior addressing subordinates. His speech, peppered with coarse language and risque anecdotes, elicited laughter and fostered an undeniable sense of camaraderie among the attendees. Although Shaun had personally torn up the appointment papers, the guards seemed to regard him with even greater respect. Even the servants and maids under the steward Vian began to converse with Shaun with newfound caution. After all, he was a figure whose displeasure could lead to dire consequences. Even a mere offense could result in a public execution. Despite the lady's pleas, the unfortunate child had still faced a beating, now left battered and groaning in his small chamber. Power, in its most direct manifestation, is the ability to reward and punish. Rewards draw people closer, while punishments ensure absolute obedience. Catelyn Tully, Duchess of Winterfell, daughter of the Riverlands, beautiful yet foolish and kind-hearted, a half-hearted plea. As the banquet concluded, Shaun arranged for the night watchman and ensured all guards were settled for the night. He slowly strolled into a small chamber. Inside, Dany lay on the bed, bare-chested, his back marred with bloody lash marks from the beating he had endured, softly sobbing. Do you hate me? A voice broke the silence. Startled, Dany halted his tears and looked up only to meet the gaze of the one he loathed most in that moment. I dare not, he murmured, lowering his eyes. Avoiding Shaun's stare. Dare not. Shaun chuckled, keenly sensing the resentment and indignation brewing within Dany. After all, it was you who ordered me to keep everything in order. I merely acted with diligence. What was my fault? The lady had no grievances, and seeing that no one pursued the matter, how could you take it upon yourself to punish me? Even with the lady's intercession, you still demanded 10 lashes? So much injustice. A month prior, I had listened to numerous nights watch grievances at Eastwatch. Gently, Shaun used a cloth, sterilized with boiling water, to wipe away the blood around Dany's wounds. One tale that lingered in his mind was that of a cook from the Riverlands, who, while working for House Baelish, was sentenced to hang for stealing a piece of bacon. In a desperate bid for survival, he donned black garb and was condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment in the bleak and bitter cold watch. A piece of bacon? Hanging? Dany found it hard to fathom. Raised under the protective wing of his capable father, he had never known want. He could not conceive of the notion that a mere morsel could lead to execution or a lifetime of confinement. He remained oblivious to the terrors of class disparity. No one expressed sympathy for that cook. The consensus was that he had received his just deserts. Once the wounds were tended to, Shaun gently fanned Dany's back with a cloth, promoting a swifter healing process. The coolness against his skin brought a wave of comfort, causing Dany to involuntarily relax. However, the following words from Shaun sent a chill to the depths of one's heart. And why do you believe that you can easily evade such a grave sin? One that nearly cost the Duchess of Winterfell and her progeny their lives? Are you truly innocent? Even a piece of bacon would meet a dire fate. Do you truly think that if another were to pass judgment, you would receive merely 10 lashes? Dany, a child of the countryside, was oblivious to the authority of the nobility, unaware of the terrors of power, and lacking in reverence. Thus he felt aggrieved, complained, and harbored hatred. Yet, when the matter was laid bare, the astute would comprehend. Suddenly, Dany trembled, realizing how perilously close he had been to death. Why would your formidable and valiant father willingly sever his own hand to accept punishment? Is he more foolish than you? If this were an unreasonable act, why did so many gaze upon your punishment without interceding on your behalf? You do not even grasp the rules of the game. More tears cascaded down as Dany buried his face in anguish. Your father, Stan, entrusted you to me with his own hands. He implored me to care for you. Am I to betray him deliberately, to be heartless and unreasonable? Shaun's tone remained steady and unvarying until that moment. As if the church's great bell were interrogating the boy's soul, Dany lifted his head, his tear-stained eyes downcast, continually apologizing. I am sorry, my lord. I am sorry. I was wrong. Only after enduring punishment could the matter truly be laid to rest. I shall write to your father to inform him of this incident. After all, I promised Stan to look after you in Winterfell. Yet, you have received 10 lashes. For this, I owe him an apology. Shaun continued to fan the air, attempting to ease the suffering of this wounded child. This was something many forget to do after exerting their authority, to soothe grievances while leaving goodwill intact. Dany Nolan, the squire, son of Stan, check. Wait. Upon witnessing the helpless and fearful gaze of a 12-year-old child, the kind-hearted Lady Catelyn could not restrain herself from intervening. He did not mean to. I also bear no ill will. To execute him is indeed too severe. Catelyn herself was unaware that she spoke to Shaun with a tone of inquiry and a hint of plea. Shaun smiled broadly, like the sun emerging anew after rain. As you wish, my lady. It is indeed somewhat harsh. This time, he commanded, take him down and administer 20 lashes. 20 lashes? He is still but a child. Catelyn felt a pang of compassion. Dany is merely a young squire, newly separated from his family, unfamiliar with the customs. Making a mistake is understandable. Very well. 10 lashes. No less. Jory, Shaun cheerfully echoed, casually calling for the captain of the guards. Jory promptly stepped forward, nodded, and took his subordinate away for punishment. The banquet continued under Shaun's auspices, lively and filled with mirth, as the revelry persisted. Lady Catelyn, disliking such a boisterous atmosphere, soon took her leave. As Theon cast a languid glance over the 2 small children trailing behind him, a 6-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl, he noted their names, Robb Stark, adorned in deep purple, with recommended professions as a commander, warrior, knight, and archer. Oh, all military vocations. A formidable enforcer. Then there was Sansa Stark in pale blue, whose suggested roles were that of a noblewoman, socialite, and mere decoration, utterly useless. Theon let out a derisive snort, shifting his gaze to another child in the corner, roughly the same age as Robb, Jon Snow, clad in purple, with recommendations as a commander, warrior, lord, and even a shapeshifter? Oh, the absurdity. 2 epic cards, with the weight of their noble lineage, one being the eldest son of a duke and the other a royal bastard. Their starting point was pale blue. Yet the potential to ascend to purple spoke volumes of their capabilities. After all, purple was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Had it not been for that golden card, Theon might have leapt for joy. Now, he calmly took over the hosting duties at the banquet. With Catelyn absent, it was his stage to command. He boisterously greeted the guests, akin to a host welcoming visitors. His inquiries often bore an undeniable tone of authority, reminiscent of a superior addressing subordinates. His speech was laced with coarse language and ribald jokes, evoking uncontrollable laughter and a sense of camaraderie. Despite having torn up the commission himself, the guards seemed to exhibit even greater deference towards him. Even the servants and maids under Lord Vaon's command began to speak to Theon with newfound caution. After all, he was a presence that could swiftly condemn one to the gallows over the slightest disagreement. Even at the lady's pleading, that unfortunate child would still face a lashing, now left to moan in pain within his small chamber. Power, the most direct manifestation of reward and punishment. Reward inspires allegiance, while punishment demands absolute obedience. The banquet concluded. After arranging the duty roster and ensuring all guards were settled for the night, Theon sauntered into a small room. Inside, the battered Dany lay prone on the bed, his bare back marred by bloodied lash marks, quietly sobbing. "Do you hate me?" a voice inquired. Startled, Dany ceased his weeping, lifting his gaze only to confront the very person he despised most at that moment. "I dare not." Dany lowered his head, avoiding Theon's eyes. "Dare not? Huh?" Theon could distinctly sense the resentment and grievance simmering within him. "It was you who commanded me to arrange everything meticulously. I merely executed my duties with diligence. What fault lies in that?" The lady had no objections, seeing that no one else pursued the matter. "How could you take it upon yourself to punish me, even to the point of wanting me hanged? The lady has interceded on my behalf. Yet you still wish to whip me 10 times. Oh, the injustice. A month ago, I listened to the pleas of many Night's Watchmen at the East Sea Watch post. Scene gently used a sterilized cloth to wipe the bloodstains from the edges of Dany's wounds. One particular cook from the Riverlands left a profound impression. He had been working at the Peak household when he was sentenced to hanging for stealing a piece of the Lord's bacon. In a desperate bid for survival, he donned black garb and was condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment in the cold and desolate wall. A piece of bacon? Hanging? Dany found it hard to fathom. Raised under the protective wing of his capable father, he had never known want. He could not imagine being hanged or imprisoned for life over a mere morsel of meat. He was yet to comprehend the terrifying nature of class disparity. No one expressed sympathy for the cook. Rather, people unanimously believed he deserved his fate. Once tending to the wound, Scene gently fanned Dany's back with a cloth, promoting swifter healing. The coolness that enveloped Dany brought him a measure of comfort, compelling him to relax. However, Scene's next words chilled him to the core. "And you? What makes you think you can easily escape such a grave crime? One that nearly cost the life of the Duchess of Winterfell and her offspring. Are you truly innocent? If a mere piece of bacon warrants hanging, do you believe that if another were to judge, you would merely receive 10 lashes?" Dany, a child of the countryside, was oblivious to the authority of the nobility, the terror of power, and the reverence it commanded, which led him to feel aggrieved, to complain, and to harbor hatred. Yet, when laid bare, the wise would come to understand. Suddenly, Dany trembled, realizing how perilously close he had been to death. Why would your strong and valiant father willingly sever his own hand to accept punishment? Is he less intelligent than you? If this were an unreasonable matter, why did so many watch him passively as you were punished, with no one advocating for you? You do not even grasp the rules of the game. Tears streamed down as Dany buried his face in sorrow. Your father, Stan, entrusted you to me with his own hands. He implored me to take good care of you. So I am the one who has deliberately betrayed him, am I? A heartless, ungrateful, unreasonable person. Is that what I am? Scene's tone remained steady and unvaried until that moment, as if the church bells were interrogating the boy's soul. Dany lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes lowered, continuously apologizing. "I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Only through the experience of punishment can the matter truly be set to rest. I will write to your father to inform him of this incident. After all, I promised Stan that I would take good care of you in Winterfell. Yet you ended up receiving 10 lashes. For that, I must apologize to him." Scene continued to fan the air, providing a modicum of relief to this wounded child. A gesture often forgotten by those who wield power, soothing grievances and leaving only kindness behind. Dany Nolan, a guard and Stan's son, check. Wait. As she gazed into the helpless and fearful eyes of the 12-year-old child, the kind-hearted Lady Catelyn could not help but interject. He did not mean it. I am unscathed. To hang him is rather excessive. Catelyn herself remained unaware that she spoke to Kian with a tone laced with inquiry and a hint of plea. Kian smiled broadly, like sunlight breaking through after a rain. As you wish, my lady. It is indeed a bit severe. He then commanded, pull him down, give him 20 lashes. 20 lashes? But he is still a child. Catelyn felt a twinge of compassion. Dan was merely a young squire, recently separated from his family, unfamiliar with the rules. Mistakes were understandable. Very well. 10 lashes. No less. Jory. Kian cheerfully called out to the captain of the guards. Jory quickly emerged, nodded, and led his subordinate away for punishment. The banquet continued under Kian's direction, vibrant and lively, with the clinking of glasses filling the air. Lady Catelyn, disliking the raucous atmosphere, soon took her leave. Kian's gaze casually swept over the two small children trailing behind her, a boy of 6 and a girl of 3. Robb Stark, deep purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, knight, archer. Oh, all military roles. A formidable hand. Sansa Stark, pale blue. Recommended professions: noblewoman, socialite, ornament. Worthless. Kian scoffed lightly, his eyes drifting to another child in the corner, roughly the same age as Robb. Jon Snow, purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, lord, scout. A shapeshifter? Oh, coconut. 2 epic cards. With the advantages of their status, one being a duke's firstborn and the other a royal orphan, their starting point was pale blue. Yet the possibility of ascending to purple attested to their potential. Regardless, purple was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Had it not been for that golden card, Kian might have leaped for joy. As it stood, he calmly resumed the role of master of ceremonies. With Catelyn absent, this was now his domain. He boisterously welcomed the guests, akin to a host entertaining visitors. His inquiries often carried an air of unquestionable authority, reminiscent of a superior addressing subordinates. His speech was peppered with coarse language and ribald jokes, provoking laughter and fostering camaraderie. Although Kian had personally torn up the letter of appointment, the guards seemed to regard him with even greater respect. Even the servants and maids under the steward Theon began to speak to Kian with newfound caution. After all, he was a figure capable of dispensing death at the slightest provocation. Even with the lady's intercession, that unfortunate child was destined to receive a thrashing, now languishing in his small chamber, moaning in pain. Power, in its most direct manifestation, lies in the ability to reward and punish. Reward fosters allegiance, while punishment ensures absolute compliance. Catelyn Tully, the Duchess of Winterfell and daughter of the Riverlands, a beautiful yet foolish soul, finds herself amidst the aftermath of a banquet. After arranging the night watch and ensuring the guards are at rest, Sean slowly strides into a small chamber. Within, Dany lies bare-chested upon the bed, his back marred by bloody whip marks, softly sobbing. "Do you hate me?" A voice emerges. Startled, Dany ceases his weeping and lifts his gaze, only to behold the one he despises most at this moment. "Dare you?" he mutters, averting his eyes from Sean. "Dare you?" Sean chuckles, sensing the turmoil and resentment brewing within Dany. "Was it not you who commanded me to organize everything meticulously? I merely executed my duties with diligence. What fault lies within that? The lady has interceded on my behalf. How can you insist upon punishing me so? To hang me? Even after she has pleaded for mercy, you still wish to lash me 10 times. Such a heavy burden of injustice." A month prior, while stationed at Eastwatch, Sean had listened to numerous lamentations from the Night's Watch. One tale of a chef from the Riverlands lingered in his mind. He had been condemned to the gallows for stealing a piece of bacon from his lord, ultimately donning black to serve a life sentence in the desolate and frigid expanse of the wall. A piece of bacon? Execution? Dany struggled to comprehend. Raised under the protective wing of a capable father, he had never known want. The idea of facing death or lifelong imprisonment for mere sustenance was beyond his grasp. He remained oblivious to the terrifying nature of class disparity. No sympathy was afforded to the chef. Many believed he deserved his fate. As Sean tended to Dany's wounds, gently wiping away the blood with a sanitized cloth, he spoke softly. "This breeze upon your back will hasten your healing." The cool air brought Dany a fleeting sense of comfort, causing him to relax momentarily. Yet, Sean's next words chilled him to the core. "And you? What makes you think you could escape unscathed from such a grave transgression, nearly endangering the Duchess of Winterfell and her progeny? Are you truly innocent? If a mere piece of bacon warrants execution, do you believe you would receive only 10 lashes if judged by another?" Dany, a simple country lad, remained unaware of the noble's authority, the terrifying nature of power, and the reverence it demanded. Thus, he felt wronged, aggrieved, and full of hatred. However, when the truth laid bare, the wise would comprehend. Suddenly trembling, Dany realized how close he had danced with death. Why did your noble father willingly sever his own hand to accept punishment? Is he more foolish than you? If this were an irrational act, why did so many stand by, witnessing your punishment without a word of protest? You do not even grasp the rules of the game. As more tears streamed down his face, Dany buried his head, overwhelmed by sorrow. Your father, Stan, entrusted you to me with his own hands, pleading with me to take good care of you. Am I, then, deliberately betraying him, rendering myself a heartless and unreasonable individual? Sean's tone remained flat and devoid of fluctuation until he uttered this particular sentence, which resonated within the depths of the boy's soul. like the tolling of a church bell. Dany lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Only through enduring punishment can one truly move past such matters. I shall write to your father to inform him of this incident. After all, I promised Stan that I would look after you in Winterfell, yet you have suffered 10 lashes. For this, I must apologize to him." Sean continued to fan the air, allowing this wounded child, both physically and emotionally, to feel a modicum of relief. This is often what many neglect to do after exerting their authority, to soothe grievances and leave behind only kindness. Dany Nolan, the guard, son of Stan, checked. Wait. Observing the helpless and fearful gaze of a 12-year-old child, the kind-hearted Lady Catelyn could not refrain from interjecting. "He did not intend to. I have not been harmed. To hang him would be excessively severe." Catelyn herself was unaware that she spoke to Sean with an inquiring and somewhat pleading tone. Sean smiled broadly, akin to the sun breaking through after a rainstorm. "As you wish, my lady. It is indeed somewhat harsh." This time, he commanded, "Lower him down. Inflict 20 lashes. 20 lashes? He is still but a child." Catelyn felt a pang of compassion. Dany was merely a young squire, newly separated from his family, unfamiliar with the rules. It is understandable to err. "Very well. 10 lashes. No less." "Jory." Sean smiled in agreement, casually calling for the captain of the guard. Jory promptly stepped forward, nodded, and took his subordinate away for punishment. The banquet continued under Sean's auspices, remaining lively and spirited, with revelry and drinking. Lady Catelyn, disliking the raucous atmosphere, soon withdrew. Sean's peripheral vision slowly swept over the 2 small children trailing behind her, a boy of 6 and a girl of 3. Robb Stark, deep purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, knight, archer. All military roles. A formidable contender. Sansa Stark, pale blue. Recommended professions: noblewoman, socialite, decorative figure. Worthless. Sean let out a soft scoff, his gaze shifting to another child of similar stature to Robb, Jon Snow. Purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, lord, ranger, shapeshifter. Oh, splendid. 2 epic cards. With the privilege of status, one the Duke's eldest son and the other a royal orphan, their beginnings are indeed pale blue. Yet the potential to ascend to purple speaks volumes of their capabilities. After all, purple is an aesthetically pleasing hue. Had it not been for that golden card, Sean might have leapt from joy. At this moment, Shurin calmly assumed the role of the banquet host in Catelyn's absence, transforming the space into his stage. He called out to the guests with the authority of a gracious host, his inquiries laced with an undeniable tone, reminiscent of a superior addressing subordinates. His speech was peppered with coarse language and ribald jokes, eliciting spontaneous laughter and a sense of camaraderie among the attendees. Despite having torn up the official decree, the guard seemed to regard him with heightened respect. Even the servants and maids under the steward Vian began to speak to Shurin with a newfound caution, for he was a presence capable of administering lethal consequences at a moment's notice. Even a plea from the lady could not save a poor child from a flogging. The boy now lay battered and moaning in his small room, embodying the stark reality of power, which is most vividly manifested in the capacity to reward and punish. Reward inspires loyalty, while punishment enforces absolute obedience. The banquet concluded, and Shurin ensured that the duty roster was arranged before watching over the guards as they retired for the night. He strolled slowly to a small room where Dany lay on the bed, his bare back marked with bloodied lashings from the recent punishment. He was softly sobbing when a voice interrupted. "Do you hate me?" Startled, Dany ceased his weeping and lifted his gaze to behold the very person he despised most at that moment. "I cannot," he muttered, lowering his head, unable to meet Shurin's eyes. "Cannot." Shurin chuckled, sensing the tumult of resentment and injustice within Dany's heart. "You commanded me to maintain order, and I merely executed my duties with diligence. What wrong have I committed?" The lady had no objections. Indeed, everyone seemed unconcerned. "How could you choose to punish me? And for what? Even after the lady interceded, you still insisted on administering 10 lashes? So much injustice." A month prior, while at the Night's Watch outpost at Eastwatch, Shurin had listened to numerous grievances from the men. One tale that lingered was that of a cook from the Reach, who, while working at House Peak, was sentenced to hang for stealing a piece of bacon. In a desperate bid for survival, he donned black garb and was condemned to a life of cold despair on the wall. A piece of bacon? Execution? Dany found it hard to fathom. Raised under the protective wing of his capable father, he had never known want. The notion that one could be hanged or imprisoned for merely a morsel of meat was beyond his comprehension. He had yet to grasp the terrifying nature of class disparity. No sympathy was extended to the cook. Rather, The consensus was that he had brought his fate upon himself, as Shurin tended to Dany's wounds. Gently wiping away the blood with a cloth sterilized in hot water, he paused to fan the boy's back with a piece of fabric, promoting swifter healing. The cool breeze soothed Dany, compelling him to relax despite the circumstances. However, the next words from Shaun sent a chill to the depths of one's heart. And you? What makes you think you can so easily evade the grave sin of nearly causing the death of the Duchess of Winterfell and her progeny? Are you truly innocent? Even a mere piece of bacon would face execution. Do you truly believe that if another were to judge, you would receive merely 10 lashes? Dany, a child of the countryside, remained oblivious to the authority of the nobility, unaware of the terrifying nature of power and lacking reverence. Thus, he felt aggrieved, complained, and harbored hatred. Yet, when all was laid bare, the astute would comprehend the truth. Dany suddenly trembled, belatedly realizing how perilously close he had been to death. Why would your strong and valiant father willingly sever his own hand to accept punishment? Is he more foolish than you? If this were an unreasonable act, why did so many gaze upon your punishment without intervening? You do not even grasp the rules of the game. More tears fell as Dany buried his face in sorrowful weeping. Your father, Stan, entrusted you to my care, Shaun continued. He beseeched me to look after you well. Am I then to be deemed ungrateful and heartless? Is that it? Shaun's tone remained steady and unvarying until that moment, as if the church bells were interrogating the boy's very soul. Dany raised his head, his tear-filled eyes softly apologizing. I am sorry, my lord. I am sorry. It was my mistake. Only through receiving punishment could matters truly be resolved. I shall write to your father to inform him of this affair. After all, I promised Stan that I would take good care of you in Winterfell. Yet, you have endured 10 lashes. For this, I must apologize to him. Shaun continued to fan the air, providing some relief to the wounded child. This is often what many forget to do after exerting authority, to soothe grievances and leave only goodwill. Dany Nolan, the squire, son of Stan, check. Wait. Observing the helpless and fearful gaze of a 12-year-old child, the kind-hearted Lady Catelyn could not refrain from intervening. He did not intend it. I too have made no mistakes. To execute him is indeed rather harsh. Catelyn herself did not realize that she was addressing Shaun with a tone of inquiry and mild supplication. Shaun smiled broadly. Like sunshine blooming anew after the rain, as you wish, my lady. It indeed seems rather severe. This time, he commanded, take him down and administer 20 lashes. 20 lashes? He is still but a child. Catelyn felt a pang of compassion. Dany is merely a young squire, recently separated from his family and unfamiliar with the customs. Erring is only human. Very well. 10 lashes. No less. Jory. Shaun smiled and called out to the captain of the guards. Jory quickly stepped forward, nodded, and took away his subordinate to face punishment. The banquet continued under Shaun's direction, remaining lively and filled with drinking. Lady Catelyn, disliking the raucous atmosphere, soon took her leave. As Theon cast a lingering glance at the 2 children trailing behind him, a boy of 6 and a girl of 3, he noted their names. Robb Stark. Adorned in deep purple. Recommended professions. Commander, warrior, knight, archer. A full military career. A formidable fighter. Sansa Stark, clad in pale blue. Recommended professions. Noblewoman, socialite, ornament. Utterly useless. Theon scoffed softly, his gaze shifting to another child in the corner, of a similar age to Robb. Jon Snow, draped in purple. Recommended professions. Commander, warrior, lord, scout, a shapeshifter. Oh, the audacity. 2 epic cards, with the advantages of their noble lineage. One being the eldest son of a duke and the other a royal orphan, they began at a pale blue status, yet ascending to purple signifies their potential and talent. After all, purple is undeniably pleasing to the eye. Had it not been for that golden card, Theon might have joyously leaped in delight. Now, however, he calmly assumed the role of host at the banquet, with Catelyn absent, leaving the stage entirely to him. He called out to the guests with a loud voice, reminiscent of a host welcoming his attendees. His inquiries often carried an undeniable tone, akin to that of a superior addressing subordinates. His speech, laced with vulgarities and lewd jokes, elicited uncontrollable laughter and a sense of camaraderie among the guests. Despite having torn the letter of appointment with his own hands, the guards appeared to show him even more respect. Even the servants and maids under the steward Vaon's command began to speak to Theon with caution. After all, he was an entity capable of executing individuals on a whim. Even under the lady's plea, that unfortunate child would still receive a whipping. Now, he lay wounded and moaning in his small chamber. Power, in its most direct manifestation, is reflected in the authority to reward and punish. Rewards draw people closer, while punishments ensure absolute obedience. Catelyn Tully, Duchess of Winterfell, daughter of House Tully, a beauty with a kind heart, yet a fool. Caught in a half-hearted appeal. As the banquet concluded, Theon arranged for the night watchman and observed as the guards settled down for the night. He sauntered slowly to a small room. Inside, after enduring punishment, Dany lay bare-chested on the bed, his back marred with bloodied lash marks, softly sobbing. "Do you hate me?" a voice inquired. Startled, Dany ceased his weeping and looked up, only to find himself staring at the person he currently despised the most. "I dare not." Dany lowered his gaze, avoiding Theon's eyes. "Dare not? Huh." Theon could distinctly sense the resentment and indignation boiling within him. "You ordered me to arrange everything perfectly. I merely executed my duties with diligence. What fault lies in that?" The lady had no complaints. "Seeing that no one pursued the matter, how could you impose punishment upon me? Even threatening to hang me?" The lady pleaded for mercy, "Yet you still wished to whip me 10 times. Ah, such injustice. A month ago, I listened to numerous grievances from the Night's Watch at the East Sea Watchtower. Sean gently used a cloth, sterilized with boiling water, to wipe away the bloodstains from the edges of Dany's wounds. One particular cook from the riverbend left a lasting impression. He had been working for the Baelish family, and after stealing a piece of the Lord's bacon, he was sentenced to hanging. In a desperate bid for survival, he donned black attire and was condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment within the desolate confines of the wall. A piece of bacon? Hanging? Dany found it hard to fathom. Having grown up under the protective wing of a capable father, he had never known want. The notion that someone could face death or perpetual imprisonment over a mere morsel of meat was beyond his comprehension. He had yet to grasp the dreadful nature of class disparity. No one expressed sympathy for that cook. Rather, people believed he had received his just deserts. After tending to the wounds, Sean gently fanned the injury on Dany's back with a piece of cloth, a gesture intended to hasten the healing process. The cool air brought Dany a moment of comfort, allowing him to relax momentarily. However, Sean's subsequent words sent a shiver through him. "And you? What makes you think you can so easily evade such a grave sin, one that nearly cost the life of the Duchess of Winterfell and her offspring? Are you truly innocent? If a mere piece of bacon warranted execution, do you believe that, should another judge preside, you would only receive 10 lashes?" Dany, a child of the countryside, was oblivious to the authority of the nobility, the terrifying nature of power, and the reverence it commanded. Thus, he felt wronged, resentful, and filled with hatred. Yet, when laid bare, the wise would come to understand. Suddenly, Dany trembled, realizing how perilously close he had been to death. Why would your strong, valiant father willingly sever his own hand to accept punishment? Is he more foolish than you? If this is indeed an unreasonable affair, why did so many merely watch as you were punished, offering no defense on your behalf? You do not even comprehend the rules of the game. Tears streamed down his face as Dany buried himself in sorrow. Your father, Stan, entrusted you to my care. He pleaded with me to look after you well. Am I, then, to be deemed ungrateful and unreasonable for failing him? Sean's tone remained even and calm until this moment. As if the church bells were interrogating the depths of the boy's soul, Dany lifted his head, eyes brimming with tears, repeatedly murmuring apologies. "I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Only through enduring punishment could the matter truly be laid to rest. I shall write to your father to inform him of the events. After all, I promised Stan that I would take good care of you in Winterfell. Yet, you received 10 lashes. For this, I owe him an apology." Sean continued to fan the air, providing some solace to this wounded child. A gesture often overlooked by those who wield power, to soothe grievances, leaving only kindness in their wake. Observing the helpless and fearful gaze of a 12-year-old child, the kind-hearted Lady Catelyn could not refrain from interjecting. "He did not intend it. I, too, have not encountered any misfortune. To hang him would indeed be rather severe." Unbeknownst to Catelyn, she spoke to Shaun with a tone imbued with inquiry and a hint of pleading. Shaun smiled broadly, akin to the sun re-emerging after a rain shower. "As you wish, my lady. It is, indeed, somewhat harsh. This time," he commanded, "pull him down, give him 20 lashes. 20 lashes? But he is still just a child." Catelyn felt a pang of compassion. Dan was merely a young squire, recently separated from his family and unfamiliar with the rules. Errors were, after all, somewhat forgivable. "Very well. 10 lashes. No less." "Jory," Shaun cheerfully echoed, casually calling out to the captain of the guards. Jory promptly emerged, nodded, and took his subordinate away to face the punishment. The banquet continued under Shaun's direction, remaining lively and filled with drink. Lady Catelyn, disliking the raucous atmosphere, soon excused herself. Shaun's peripheral gaze slowly swept over the 2 small children trailing behind her, a boy of 6 and a girl of 3. Robb Stark, Deep purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, knight, archer. Oh, all military roles. A formidable combatant. Sansa Stark, light blue. Recommended professions: lady, socialite, ornament. Worthless. Shaun scoffed softly, his gaze shifting to another child in the corner, of similar age to Robb. Jon Snow, purple. Recommended professions: commander, warrior, lord, ranger. A warg. Oh, coconut. Two epic cards, with the advantage of their identities, one being the Duke's eldest son and the other a royal orphan. Their starting point was light blue, yet the potential to ascend to purple spoke volumes of their capabilities. After all, purple was visually pleasing. Had it not been for that golden card, Shaun might have leapt for joy. Yet now, he calmly resumed his role as the host of the banquet. With Catelyn absent, the stage was solely his. He boisterously welcomed the guests, akin to a host entertaining patrons. His inquiries often carried an undeniable tone, resembling that of a superior addressing subordinates. His speech was laced with vulgarities and risque jokes, prompting involuntary laughter and a sense of camaraderie. Although Shaun had personally torn up the commission, the guards appeared to regard him with even greater respect. Even the servants and maids under the steward Vaon's command began to speak to Shaun with newfound caution. After all, this was an individual who could order a hanging at the slightest provocation. Even with the lady's plea, that unfortunate child was still destined to receive a beating, now lying bruised and moaning in his small room. Power, in its most direct manifestation, is embodied in the duality of reward and punishment. Reward draws people closer, while punishment compels absolute obedience. Catelyn Tully, Duchess of Winterfell, daughter of Storm's End, a beautiful yet kind-hearted fool, took a half-hearted bow. The banquet had concluded. After arranging the night watch, she observed the guards as they retired for the night. Slowly, Shaun strolled into a small chamber. Inside, Dany lay bare-chested on the bed, his back marred by bloodied lash marks, softly sobbing. "Do you hate me?" A voice broke the silence. Startled, Dany ceased his weeping and looked up, only to find himself confronted by the person he despised most at that moment. "Dare you?" Dany lowered his gaze, avoiding Shaun's eyes. "Dare you? Huh?" Shaun could distinctly sense the mix of grievance and fury within him. "You commanded me to arrange everything neatly. I merely executed my duties with diligence. What crime have I committed?" The lady remained unscathed, and no one else seemed to mind. "So why must you seek to punish me? You would hang me? Even the lady has interceded on my behalf, yet you still intend to whip me 10 times? Such injustice." A month prior, at the Night's Watch outpost, he had listened to numerous laments from the brothers of the Night's Watch. One tale, particularly striking, was that of a chef from the Riverlands who had worked for House Baelish. He was condemned to hang for stealing a piece of cured meat. To save his life, he donned the black garb and was imprisoned for life in the cold and desolate wall. A piece of meat? Hanging? Dany found it hard to fathom. Having grown under the protective wing of his capable father, he had never known want. The notion that one could be executed or condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment for such a trivial matter was beyond his comprehension. He remained oblivious to the terrifying reality of class disparity. No one showed sympathy for the chef. Many believed he deserved his fate. Having treated Dany's wounds, Shaun gently fanned the air across his back with a cloth, hastening the healing process. The coolness provided some comfort, prompting Dany to relax momentarily. However, Shaun's next words sent a chill through him. "And you? By what right do you believe you could escape unscathed from a grave offense that nearly cost the lives of the Duchess of Winterfell and her offspring? Are you truly innocent? If a mere piece of meat warrants execution, do you think you would receive only 10 lashes if judged by another?" Dany, a child of the countryside, was ignorant of the nobility's authority, unaware of the dread that power instilled, devoid of reverence. Thus, he felt wronged, complained, and harbored resentment. Yet, once the truth was laid bare, the discerning would comprehend. Suddenly, Dany trembled, realizing how perilously close he had come to death. Why did your strong and valiant father willingly sever his own hand to accept punishment? Is he more foolish than you? If this is indeed an unreasonable fate, why do so many watch you suffer without a word of protest? You do not even grasp the rules of the game. Tears streamed down his face as he buried himself in sorrowful cries. Your father, Stan, entrusted you to me with his own hands, pleading with me to take good care of you. Am I, then, to be deemed a heartless and unreasonable person for failing him? Shaun's tone remained flat and devoid of inflection until that very moment, like the resounding toll of a church bell probing the depths of the boy's soul. Dany lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes, as he softly apologized. "I'm so sorry, sir. I was wrong. Only through enduring punishment could the matter be truly laid to rest. I shall write to your father to inform him of this incident. After all, I had promised Stan that I would look after you in Winterfell. yet you have suffered 10 lashes. For this, I must extend my apologies to him." Sean continued to fan the air, striving to ease the burden of this wounded child. A courtesy often overlooked by those wielding authority, soothing grievances and leaving only gratitude in their wake. Chapter 40. The first representative assembly of Winterfell in the early morning. Sean took the initiative to visit Lady Catelyn, reminding her of the arrangements Lord Eddard had left behind, the reactivation of 2 Night's Watch towers, the rotation of sentinels, the logistics of supplies, rent, with the Night's Watch, the transfer of newly granted lands, rental agreements, and the dispatch of personnel to Essos for official duties. Lord Roderick and I will convene the relevant parties for a meeting, and I hope Lady Catelyn can exert herself to preside over it. The poor expectant mother, already prone to drowsiness, found herself overwhelmed with a plethora of matters that seemed as inscrutable as ancient texts, and she could not express her frustration. After all, this was of her own choosing. The noble duchess could only graciously indicate that she would attend after finishing her breakfast. Catelyn, having received the education befitting a lady of the great noble houses of the 7 kingdoms, possessed some understanding of basic political intricacies and social dynamics. Yet at her core, she loathed such tedious affairs, yearning instead for a life of leisurely vanity and charm akin to that of a southern noblewoman. This desire mirrored that of her daughter, Sansa, almost perfectly. The distinction lay in Sansa's blatant and unabashed display of foolishness, while Catelyn concealed her own beneath a facade of competence. I am not foolish by nature. I am only foolish when confronted with matters. In essence, there was little difference between the two. However, even the most foolish among us can endure if they can produce golden legends. Satisfied after observing the golden card, Sean smiled and took his leave. The council chamber of Winterfell served not only as the venue for the Stark family's governance of their fiefdom, but also as the primary locale for receiving esteemed guests and envoys. At one end of the chamber stood a raised platform, upon which rested the Stark family throne, intricately carved from a massive stone in the shape of a wolf's head, symbolizing the family's motto, "Winter is coming," as well as their sigil, the dire wolf. The throne had long remained unoccupied, representing the glory of the king in the north. Now, with House Stark having retreated to the role of wardens of the north under King Aegon, it was no longer fitting for this throne. In the center of the room stood a magnificent oak long table, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen after years of use. Upon the table lay an assortment of documents, scrolls, and inkpots, indicating the constant flurry of activity that took place here. At the head of the table sat the slightly weary Lady Catelyn, who had just finished her breakfast. In truth, she had felt an unsettling disquiet the previous night, an inexplicable discomfort that had kept her tossing and turning in bed. Having had a restless night and being summoned early for a meeting, her complexion appeared rather pallid. To her left sat the Bachelor of Ruin, typically responsible for clerical duties and administrative counsel, essentially a secretary without authority. To her right was Sir Roderick, the commander of the military in Winterfell, serving as the de facto second-in-command in Lord Eddard's absence. Following them were the captain of the guard, Jory, the overseer of the White Harbor, Harris, the steward, Vian, and the industrious Scene. Additionally, there were 2 newcomers in attendance, the commoner Harrow, a scholar of modest talent, and the attendant, Weirfield Mandel, who stood behind Lady Catelyn. Scene, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, meticulously smoothed out a sheet of parchment, quill in hand, writing incessantly. The letter was brief, consisting of only a few dozen words. After signing his name and blowing away the dust to dry the ink, he rolled the letter up without sealing it and handed it to the attending Harrow, instructing him to send it via Raven to White Harbor, addressed to Lord Wyman. In the letter, Scene informed Lord Eel that he had fulfilled his promise by safely escorting his granddaughter, Weirfield, to Winterfell. Under his introduction, Lady Catelyn appeared inclined to adopt her as her ward, urging the Lord to continue his diligent service to House Stark. The intent of the letter was quite transparent. Lord Wyman's original hope was for his granddaughter to serve as a companion to the lady or young miss, not merely as a maid, but as a fostered companion. As for Scene, he consistently met and often exceeded the expectations placed upon him by others. He had directly arranged for the adoption, placing Weirfield on par with Lady Catelyn and Lord Eddard. Given such circumstances, it was only fitting for Lord Eel to express his gratitude. Having dispatched one letter, Scene resumed his writing, this time addressing Stan at the White Harbor, explaining the incident regarding his son's injury. It was imperative for him to remain attuned to the emotions and mindset of those he had nurtured. He could not afford to be neglectful or indifferent, treating them as mere possessions. Human sentiments are fickle, and vigilance is always required. The quill glided across the parchment, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, Scene sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze to find everyone quietly staring at him. What are you all looking at? Has the meeting not yet commenced? He inquired, puzzled. Subsequently, she cast a concerned glance at Lady Catelyn, whose complexion appeared rather pallid. Had she not rested well? Let us hasten the commencement of the meeting and bring it to a swift conclusion so that the lady may retire early. It seems we are merely spectators to your busy schedule, rendering us rather idle and ineffectual. This sarcastic thought lingered on the tip of Catelyn's tongue. Yet she ultimately refrained from voicing it. Never mind. You appear quite occupied, Lady Catelyn remarked. Have you penned anything? Lord Wyman of White Harbor is said to be, a rather affable elder, is he not? Affable, kind-hearted. Sean's expression turned peculiar. That man-eating old eel? Madam, your judgment of character remains as astute as ever. I conveyed to him the delightful news. Madam, you have accepted her granddaughter, Wilfrid, as your ward. The bond between Winterfell and White Harbor will surely deepen. Sean responded earnestly, genuinely pleased for the other party. Catelyn felt as though she had been struck a heavy blow. When did I ever agree to that? I certainly did not express my consent yesterday. You dispatched the letter without my approval? Such a significant matter as adopting a noble ward should not be so casually promised. No, this cannot be. Is it too late to intervene now? Yet, Wilfrid is still behind me. If I outright reject this, it may hurt her feelings. However, once White Harbor receives the letter, it will indeed be set in stone. Yet, White Harbor is undeniably a loyal ally of Winterfell. Adopting her as a ward may not be so objectionable, after all. But what will the other nobles think? This political signal might be excessively misinterpreted. Sean, you little scoundrel from the Iron Islands, you have no comprehension of how intricate politics truly is. Countless thoughts whirled in Catelyn's mind, yet when she finally spoke, she turned toward the back, her face adorned with a smile. Oh, is that so? It is indeed necessary to inform her. I hold a fondness for Wilfrid. Good individuals are often easily swept along, unable to master the art of refusal. Wilfrid promptly stepped forward to express her gratitude, her smile perfectly poised. Such a little actress. Her performance lacking finesse. At such a moment, one ought to exhibit unrestrained joy, exclaiming their honor. Greetings, mother. You ought to learn from your grandfather. Ahem. Sean, will you not elucidate the matter regarding the wall? You are the most knowledgeable on this subject, Roderick interjected, steering the conversation back to the main topic. He hoped Sean would provide Lady Catelyn with an explanation regarding the lands beyond, the wall, the Night's Watch, the Eastwatch Agreement, and the matter of land grants. Ordinarily, had Roderick been presiding, these matters would require no introduction and could directly transition to specific arrangements. However, due to Lady Catelyn's oversight, they were obliged to recount everything from the very beginning. Roderick, acknowledging he was not a storyteller, wished to delegate this task to Sean. No need. You may commence. Sean did not even lift his eyelids, nodding toward the pile of letters beside him, indicating that he had a multitude of matters to attend to. Speaking would be futile. I have no desire to engage in a fruitless endeavor. Perhaps you should finish your letter first? Your handwriting is truly exquisite. It closely resembles Lord Eddard's style. Scholar Lewin said kindly. He was responsible for the paperwork, particularly sensitive to these matters. He was reminding Catelyn, yet her attention was evidently elsewhere. Jory, Catelyn, suppressing her frustration, glanced at the captain of the guard. She wished for the proceedings to commence swiftly and conclude just as quickly. I am not well acquainted with this, my lady. I did not attend, Jory replied somewhat awkwardly. When Eddard went beyond the wall, he remained in Winterfell. Catelyn rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat unwell, and turned her gaze toward Sir Roderick. Harris. Roderick, with a hint of resignation, called out. Harris paused momentarily. Why is it my turn? Do I seem particularly loquacious? However, having been summoned, he reluctantly stood up and stammered. According to that agreement, Winterfell has acquired the abandoned castles of Westbridge, Long Night Castle, Long Saddle. No. I meant the Ice Crystal Gate. Why didn't you mention that Black Castle also belongs to us? Scene, while penning a letter, could not help but scold him. How could you misstate that? Do you wish to provoke the Night's Watch as well? Well, I am not very familiar with these matters. I have been occupied at the White Harbor. Harris scratched his head, appearing even more embarrassed than Jory. He then began to grumble. Perhaps you could assign me to guard the wall. Whether it be Long Saddle or the Ice Crystal Gate, I shall ensure its safety. I am currently at the White Harbor, laboring endlessly, digging ice, transporting ice, digging, and digging. It is truly the dullest endeavor in the world. Perhaps you could assign it to Stan. He is quite adept. Listening to Harris's complaints, Catelyn felt an increasing pressure in her head. Indeed, sending Harris to ride and slay might be a better fit for him. It was somewhat unfair to burden him with this task. Alternatively, one could send Jory, but Winterfell could not afford to lose him. Perhaps Alan. Oh no. Alan has gone to King's Landing. Oh, heavens, there seems to be no better options for Winterfell. Truly, why must I endure such trials? Silence. Under Roderick's furious gaze, Harris's voice dwindled. He genuinely wished to avoid this duty. Even mucking out the stables seemed more entertaining than digging. Harris. Scene raised his head, his gaze steady upon him. I believe you should comprehend. The White Harbor is the most significant place for Winterfell in the coming years. Lord Eddard entrusts the most critical locations to his most loyal subordinates. I had thought you understood, but you have disappointed him. Harris's lips moved. Yet he ultimately bowed his head in shame. Remember, this is not merely a task, it is a responsibility. Now, return to the harbor and fulfill your duties. And take this letter to Stan. Scene handed the unfinished letter to Harris, who hurriedly bowed and made his way back to the White Harbor, crestfallen. Harris Mullen, supervisor of the White Harbor, future captain of the guard. Check. Continue. Scene picked up another sheet of paper and resumed writing the letter. The hall fell into a profound silence. What should we continue with? Perhaps you might take the lead? Ahem. Allow me to discuss the agreement concerning the Watchers of the East Sea and the current status of the Night's Watch. Finally, Maester Lewin rose to mediate. He had reviewed the agreement documents. In light of Lady Catelyn's increasingly weary demeanor, Lewin summarized the proceedings. Oh, so we merely need to station soldiers at the 3 castles beneath the wall. Catelyn seemed to grasp the essence. Internally, she began to lament. What on earth is Eddard thinking? It is clearly the Night's Watch's garrison. Why should Winterfell interfere? The poor noblewoman remained oblivious to the implications of the military presence. She simply thought, how troublesome. My lady. Roderick interjected with discomfort. The castles have fallen into disrepair. We need to renovate, construct walls, towers, bedrooms, and storage facilities. Oh heavens, that would cost hundreds of gold dragons, wouldn't it? The steward, Theon, felt a jolt of anxiety at the thought. It would indeed require a significant sum. Snickering softly, Theon, who had been quietly writing a letter, could not restrain his laughter, drawing the attention of the others. To rebuild the castle structures, cover garrison expenses, recruit logistical support, ensure daily provisions, and acquire patrolling steeds and other means of transport, as well as to reopen 3 underground tunnels and construct stairways and fortifications along the wall, I would suggest initiating a budget of 3,000 gold dragons, Theon proposed, his pen never halting. Perhaps I should teach the people of Winterfell the multiplication tables. What sort of mathematical genius do they think they are? 3 castles, and they expect to complete it with merely a few hundred gold dragons? Do they think it is merely a woodland outpost? Theon could not help but scoff. 3,000 gold dragons. Theon exclaimed, oh heavens, but why must we reopen the tunnels? Would it not be better to seal them? There is no need to worry about the wildlings coming through. Theon was quickly rebutted. He did not fully understand the scale of the undertaking. Yet he grasped a fragment of the argument. So, what was the necessity of reopening the previously buried tunnels? What a colossal project that would entail. Thus, why should Winterfell open its gates? If sealed entirely, no one could enter. Is that what you imply? Theon retorted. Do you truly believe that the garrison exists solely to assist others in defense? Ask the stationed troops of the beautiful country what their purpose is. As for finances, we need not fret just yet. First, we must determine the commanders for the 3 castles and the soldiers to be stationed there, as well as prepare to summon farmers for the renovation of the castles. Sir Roderick halted the dispute, signaling Theon to remain calm. Theon closed his mouth and continued his correspondence. Then, sir, you shall decide on the personnel, selecting from among the guards. Lady Catelyn felt an overwhelming fatigue and wished to expedite the conclusion of the meeting. Suddenly, Theon stood, striding towards the exit. I shall send this letter. You may carry on. From the side, Wilfrid clearly observed the unmistakable expression of impatience on Theon's face. It conveyed a sentiment akin to, I can hardly endure this. It is utterly foolish. Chapter 41 has yet to commence, yet the opponent has already dispatched this letter to Lady Dustin of the Haunted Hill. Along with it, I am sending a case of spices and a case of silk as gifts, which I brought back from White Harbor. The letter was handed to a familiar member of the guards, entrusted to deliver it to the Dustin family at Haunted Hill. This correspondence bears little significance. It merely extends greetings to the gatekeeper of the North, the uncoronated queen of Haunted Hill, Lady Baelish Dusting. She is a mature woman with a profound obsession and complicated feelings towards House Stark. One might say that Theon and Baelish share a certain rapport. Throughout various timelines, both have aspired to be Starks, yet both have betrayed the Starks, ultimately facing a similarly tragic fate. Of course, at present, the two have no intersection, so it would be prudent to familiarize themselves with one another. The only noteworthy detail is that Theon indicated in the letter that Lord Eddard Stark is currently on business in the south and may return through the Bay of Carlin after some time, requesting that the lady keep an eye on his return. After delivering the message, Theon returned to the council chamber. Now, only Ser Roderick and Captain Jory remained. Lady Catelyn had already excused herself to rest due to her ill health. Theon plopped himself down in the main seat, the warmth of Lady Catelyn still lingering in the wooden chair. The selection of occupants for the 3 castles must be finalized today. I do not wish for that scoundrel Harris to entertain any foolish notions of abandoning the White Harbor docks. What a thick-headed fool. It was clearly established beforehand. Yet he dares to bring it up in the meeting. Has he frozen his brain solid? Let him carve ice into art until he exhausts himself. Damn. Theon expressed his dissatisfaction with Harris. This group of muscle-bound men only knows how to brawl and engage in brotherly camaraderie. Managing internal affairs seems akin to a death sentence. Harris is of such temperament. He excels in horseback combat. However, dealing with ice, ships, and accounts every day is a different matter altogether. That he hasn't gone mad by now is nothing short of a miracle. Ser Roderick chuckled heartily, then shifted the conversation, mentioning that he had heard that Stannis is indeed doing quite well. You have an eye for people. Do not even think about it. I know what you mean. Do not lay any thoughts on Stannis. I have other plans for him. They are of utmost importance. Theon swiftly dismantled the knight's intentions and then turned his gaze towards Jory. Or perhaps, Jory, would you go? No, my lord. Please spare me. I would rather face the wildlings at the wall. Jory decisively declined. The guards of Winterfell truly are ill-equipped and disinclined to handle intricate political affairs. Damn. Birds of a feather flock together. As the superior is, so too are the subordinates. They all seem to follow a certain someone. Theon fumed inwardly. Perhaps we should first discuss the selection of the garrison commander. Jory quickly diverted the topic. Which among the guards is familiar with the wall and the Night's Watch? Who has ventured beyond the wall? Who has experience leading a team? In the household, Zean decisively inquired about the opinions of the 2 individuals. After gathering several names, he summoned them for discussions. Even before lunchtime, Zean had appointed 3 environmentally conscious individuals, Tomad, Donis, and Lewis, to lead teams stationed at the Ice Crystal Gate, West City Watch, and Long Night Fortress, respectively. Together, they would take approximately 20 guards from the city and recruit 5 times that number of farmers from nearby villages to serve as auxiliary troops and ensure logistical support. The number of farmers would be further increased for the renovation of the fortresses, thus completing this resolution. Lady Catelyn had presided over a morning meeting. Yet the decisions made therein paled in significance compared to the few words exchanged by Zean and his trio. She remained oblivious to the fact that Tomad, Donis, and Lewis were all veterans who had returned with Zean from beyond the wall. Each resolution was a struggle, an opportunity for winning hearts, and a chance for the distribution of power. Catelyn had taken nominal authority, yet she consistently left the most critical aspects to Zean. Without even commencing, she had already surrendered. The woman fundamentally misunderstood the essence of power, or perhaps her comprehension was simply too shallow, akin to her deceased husband's disposition. Typically, one should first rotate the farmers to repair the residences and walls, subsequently supplementing other facilities, and ultimately increasing the soldier count before excavating tunnels. However, there are particular areas you must pay special attention to. Donis, West City Watch is the most perilous fortress along the Great Wall. You must clear all trees near the castle to prioritize visibility. Construct tall towers for archery defense. We have surveyed that area. It is densely forested. Do not engage lightly. I do not wish to hear of you or your subordinates vanishing unexpectedly. Seek out the Beastmaster Farland and bring along several hunting dogs. When venturing out, always take the dogs with you. Let them scout the path. I care not for how many perish, but ensure your own safety. Now, Lewis. Long Night Fortress is the largest stronghold of the Night's Watch. It may serve as the command center for Winterfell during the impending crisis along the wall. Your priority is to restore the walls and the necessary facilities, so your subordinates will primarily consist of laboring farmers. Focus on fortification, food storage, and defense. Attend to other matters only if absolutely necessary. Tomad, Ice Crystal Gate is of utmost importance. You must expedite the excavation of tunnels to restore communication with the lands beyond the wall. Additionally, deliver this letter to Carter Pike at East Sea Watch. He will provide you with assistance within his means. While you're at it, procure a few barrels of wine from the cellar and seek out Mycon for 2 fine axes as gifts. Zean meticulously outlined each individual's tasks, his words imbued with care and reassurance. He profoundly expressed his trust and regard for them, discussed their enhanced remuneration, future prospects, and the promise of looking after their families. leaving his 3 loyal subordinates deeply moved and grateful. These 3 forsaken castles were not chosen at random. Theon had long since devised significant plans and future designations for them. Ultimately, he entrusted a letter in Mance Rayder's flute to Tomard, instructing him to deliver the letter to Commander Cotter Pike of the Night's Watch at Eastwatch. Under the enigmatic influence of religious tactics and the pressures of class, Cotter, a fellow inhabitant of the Iron Islands, had subtly indicated his inclination to align with Theon. Although not entirely beholden to Theon, he found it convenient to cooperate within certain limits. Cotter even discreetly hinted that he might have had a romantic liaison in Kingsport during his youth, potentially leaving behind an heir. He hoped that the esteemed Lord Greyjoy could assist in verifying this matter during his leisure, ideally by writing a letter to soothe the anguish of familial separation. Theon comprehended immediately. With the trial implementation of the temporary leave of absence policy for the Night's Watch, writing letters to family began to gain popularity among the more astute members. They started actively seeking their offspring and relatives, as this served as a significant justification for requesting temporary leave. In response to Cotter's delicate thoughts, Theon promptly assured him, "Indeed. I recall seeing a lad in Kingsport who bore a striking resemblance to you. I shall write to my family for confirmation and facilitate your reunion. Rest assured, he is undoubtedly alive and surely longs for you." In exchange, Theon requested Cotter to not only assist with the Ice Crystal Keep, but also to remain vigilant regarding the appearance of wildlings at Eastwatch. "Your letters surpass even the crows in the sky," Sir Roderick chuckled, shaking his head. "This year's winter market parchment is bound to increase in price." Even while conversing and organizing matters, Theon never ceased his writing with the quill. It is difficult for Roderick, who knows only the sword, to comprehend how fearsome letters and quills can be as weapons. Upon hearing this, Theon paused suddenly, responding earnestly. "All timelines, from Eddard to Catelyn, from Robb to Jon. The downfall of House Stark was not due to defeat on the battlefield, but rather to the power of the pen. What are you saying? Besides the sword, I can also wield a hammer and an axe with great proficiency. I am equally adept with the bow and crossbow. I can handle a scythe as well." Roderick laughed heartily. "Very well. Forgive me for playing a lute for a cow." Theon continued to spread out the letter paper, dipping his quill in ink. This time, he stared blankly at the white page, his pen suspended in midair. A droplet of ink fell, resembling a black pearl, rolling and leaving a trail of ink on the paper. Theon gazed vacantly, seemingly forgetting how to write. Roderick initially found it amusing to watch Theon busily writing as if ants were relocating their nest, but he was taken aback when Theon suddenly halted. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten how to write?" "I am pondering how to compose a letter to Roderick Harlaw." "Aerys Harlaw is likely in 10 Towers now," Theon replied, his expression slightly askew. "Who? Roderick Harlaw?" "Oh, Harlaw of Harlaw Island." Sir Roderick Harlaw was momentarily taken aback upon hearing a name identical to his own, but he swiftly regained his composure. After all, this was no obscure figure. He was the ruler of Harlaw Island, the wealthiest family in the Iron Islands, and the Count of 10 Towers, Roderick Harlaw. He was also the maternal uncle of Theon Greyjoy and the husband of Baron Greyjoy's sister, Alysanne Harlaw, who happened to be Roderick's own sister and Theon's biological mother. "Are you intending to write to the Iron Islands?" Roderick inquired cautiously. Theon's status was rather precarious at present. Although his role had been accepted by most of the guards in Winterfell, the label of hostage still lingered in the eyes of outsiders. The notion of a hostage suddenly wishing to correspond with his family was not entirely inconsequential. Indeed, there are numerous projects that require simultaneous execution. The scant funds from Winterfell will not sustain us for long. As for Eddard, let us not dwell on him. White Harbor is currently constructing a fleet, but the Manderleys cannot spare any resources. The Umbers are even poorer than Winterfell. The only recourse left is to borrow money in the name of Theon Greyjoy, and the only affluent family likely to lend me assistance is the Harlaws. Theon articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity. Yet, the quill felt as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to inscribe a single word. How should I compose this letter to secure their financial support? Theon murmured in a daze. Roderick and Commander Jory exchanged cautious glances, both adjusting their postures with unease, their expressions laden with complexity. Chapter 42. Secrets of the Iron Islands. During the Greyjoy Rebellion, 2 of Baron Greyjoy's sons perished, and I was dispatched to the north. Baroness' wife, Alysanne Harlaw, succumbed to despair and madness, leading to her return to 10 Towers. Roderick noted that Theon referred to both the Baron and Alysanne by their names rather than as father and mother, which was telling. Unluckily, Roderick Harlaw's only 2 sons also met their demise in this conflict. The 2 unfortunate siblings found themselves together, nursing their wounds and reminiscing. But then, Theon suddenly recalled something. They had an elder sister, Gwyneth Harlaw, who similarly lost her husband in the Battle of the Isle of Tears and returned to Harlaw Island, asserting that, as the eldest, she was the true mistress of 10 Towers. How ironic it was that a war instigated by the Baron resulted in the extinction of the Harlaw lineage. Theon's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, and his words began to unsettle both Sir Roderick and Jory. Is it truly appropriate to describe your mother and your uncle's family in such a manner? The Harlaw family has no direct heirs left. Legally, I still possess a formidable claim to 10 Towers. In the Harrow family, I am the only surviving nephew, and I should be regarded as the closest legitimate male heir. If I were to approach these elderly relatives for financial assistance under this pretense. Stop. Scene. Sir Roderick suddenly rose, forcefully slamming his palm onto the table before Scene. The old tutor's face was etched with an indescribable blend of anger and sorrow. Cease such thoughts. Scene, you must not think this way. Beyond mere money and self-interest, they are still your family. Your relationship should not be reduced to mere schemes, machinations, and calculations. Scene. This is not normal. Scene gazed at him, bewildered. Jory also stood up, attempting to mediate for his uncle. Yes, Scene. Winterfell has not yet reached that point. While we may not be wealthy, we are not at the stage where you need to borrow money. Jory felt a dryness in his throat. Previously, he had thought the respect shown by the guards towards Scene was excessive, but today he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he could only conclude, he is truly a good man, wholeheartedly devoted to Winterfell, placing House Stark above all else. What do you know? Scene erupted. The reconstruction of the wall is merely the beginning. We require a permanent garrison, patrolling, and mapping. We will need to supply materials and funds every month. The cultivation and development of the newly granted lands also demand financial resources. The expansion of White Harbor into a town is inevitable. The creation of the White Harbor Fleet is currently funded entirely by House Manderley, and they cannot continue to bear the costs indefinitely. My brick kiln greenhouse and biological laboratory, there are countless projects yet to commence. Those few thousand golden dragons in Winterfell are hardly significant. Even Jory, the young captain of the guards, who possessed little understanding of finances, recognized the enormity of these expenses. Winterfell's reserves were woefully inadequate. Lord Eddard and Ellen have gone to King's Landing to secure funding. Roderick advised, aware of the borrowing strategy. Are you certain Eddard is reliable? Scene's words silenced the night. Look at what he has done. At the very onset of our plans, when we needed him most, he fled to King's Landing because of his brother's infidelity. Damn it. The king engages in debauchery daily, with a dozen bastards born. The crown he has placed upon the queen's head could furnish an entire street of hats in King's Landing. Why must he involve himself in such nonsense? If he were here, we could easily gather our initial funds. We need only to rally the northern lords and merchants. Winterfell, Stark, and Eddard. He possesses the honor and credibility to do so. But he is not here. Who will borrow on my behalf? Me? Who in the realm would lend me a single golden dragon? Scene erupted with fury once more. If he were here, would I need to compile a list, addressing each individual, one by one, to win their favor? Strangely, although Scene was venting his frustrations at Eddard, Roderick and Jory found themselves lowering their heads, feeling a twinge of guilt. Roderick was ashamed that he had even thought Eddard should have gone to King's Landing. Jory, being aware of Eddard's impending journey to King's Landing, had even provided him with cover. Originally, the plan entailed that Alan would travel to King's Landing to secure funds, a venture that would necessitate at least a 6-month interval for the round trip. To expedite the process, Ned Stark was to leverage Winterfell's reputation to procure a portion of the necessary capital, thus navigating through this gap. However, Ned Stark absconded, leaving the initial funding in disarray. The only assets in the warehouse comprised a mere 5,000 golden dragons. The choices before Theon were stark. Either procure the required funds to advance the grand scheme or remain idle, awaiting news from King's Landing. The situation was further exacerbated by the fact that traveling with Alan was entirely different. Alan, armed with authorization and a project, would either return with a substantial amount of money or a scant sum, regardless of circumstance. Yet, with Eddard Stark's departure, Theon seethed, "My lord, have you considered the possibility that Eddard may not return? What shall we do then? Eddard may not return?" Roderick exclaimed in shock. "Theon, do you know something? What is their current situation?" "I know nothing at present," Theon replied irritably. "All I know is that they are still adrift at sea, with 15 days remaining until they reach King's Landing. Those fools are aboard, drinking, boasting, brawling, and idling, while only Alan diligently studies, striving for self-improvement. Our Eddard is now akin to a melancholic poet, tormented daily by moral quandaries, self-interest, emotions, and reality. He endures night after night of harrowing nightmares, muttering apologies in his sleep. By the time they reach King's Landing, he may very well have lost his sanity. Roderick discerned that Theon's true ire was not directed at Winterfell, but rather at another source. As the fleet drew nearer to the perilous whirlpool that was King's Landing, Theon's anxiety intensified. What if Eddard did not return? The worst-case scenario necessitated preparation in advance. Theon required an exorbitant sum of money. The trio in the small council chamber lapsed into silence. Theon, you are aware that I am but a feeble old swordsman, incapable of assisting you with many matters. Sir Roderick sighed. However, I would never wish for you to become a soulless individual, willing to resort to any means for profit. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Perhaps you need a moment to rest. Rest? Theon scoffed. How about you assist me in drafting this letter? Perhaps you could also procure me 10,000 golden dragons for my expenditures. A true man dismisses platitudes. Roderick sighed once more, resolutely falling silent. If I had known all this, I would not have remained merely a sword instructor. I would have sought to become the hand of the king long ago. He then turned, somewhat expectantly, toward his nephew Jory Castle. No, please do not look to me, Jory replied, alarmed. The letters Theon has written today likely surpass the total I have penned in my lifetime. I, too, am a fierce warrior, though my expertise lies elsewhere, uncle. The captain of the guards had a sudden inspiration. We could consult Scholar Reuven. Thus, the elderly scholar, who was quietly reading in his chamber, was urgently summoned by Jory. After briefly learning the situation, the aged Reuven regarded Scene with a peculiar gaze. Upon their first encounter, he found the youth rather strange, as if shrouded in a delicate veil, resembling a shadow lurking beneath water, elusive and inscrutable. Yet, could such an individual truly be troubled by a letter from home? There was a hint of childishness in that thought. Reuven mused aloud. Write to your family. Let me think. You might begin by expressing your longing for them. Longing? Since the foolish war instigated by Balan, resulting in the death of my 2 sons and my loss to the north, I have not thought of them. Not even in dreams do I find a trace of iron. Scene retorted disdainfully. Reuven was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to deem the boy loyal or heartless. Or perhaps you could recount your daily life in Winterfell, so they may comprehend your current circumstances. Life in Winterfell? It consists of nothing but insults and the roads leading to further insults. They would be moved to tears, knowing their son and nephew are the greatest bullies in Winterfell. Scene replied with a self-deprecating tone. The ever-patient Reuven exchanged a bewildered glance with his old friend, the instructor. This is impossible to teach. What a troublesome child. Scene. Just write a little something. Sir Roderick suggested helplessly. Write a little something? Do you not grasp the situation? I aim to borrow money through this letter. If I write a casual note to you, would you lend me 10,000 golden dragons? Scene exclaimed in exasperation. 10,000 dragons? No one would lend such a sum based on a mere letter. Are you mad? Reuven finally understood the source of the group's dilemma regarding the letter. No, I never perceived writing as a means to acquire money. Writing is writing, borrowing is borrowing. They are 2 distinct matters, are they not? Roderick himself seemed unsure of his own words, yet it was the most sensible thing he had said that day. What did you say? Scene suddenly paused, urging him to repeat his earlier statement. What did I say? Roderick was taken aback. I believe your implication is that writing serves as a means of emotional exchange, while borrowing is rooted in self-interest. One should not seek to borrow based on emotions. Is that correct, Roderick? The insightful Reuven attempted to clarify. Yes, precisely. That is my intent. Roderick eagerly concurred. As for whether that was indeed what he meant, perhaps only the old gods knew. I understand now, Scene exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Thank you both. Teacher Roderick, Master Reuven, I should not dwell on the emotional ties with House Harlaw. I must put those aside and seek to borrow based on interests. Is this not what I have always excelled at? I have realized my folly. It is this body that has bewildered me. Reuven and Roderick exchanged a glance, each reflecting a profound sense of confusion. What was he saying? What were we discussing? Did it carry the same meaning? At Reuven's suggestion, Theon composed a brief letter. Within it, he recounted his experiences since arriving in the north. He had ventured beyond the wall, gazed upon the grandeur of the Great Wall, visited House Amber, traveled to White Harbor, and returned to Winterfell. The north, with its starlit whispers beneath the night sky and the murmurs of the dense woods, painted a picture of young wolf cubs frolicking across the snow-covered plains, guided by the moonlight in pursuit of freedom and the glory of House Stark. Oh, Theon, your prose is exquisitely beautiful, evoking a sense of yearning. However, this hardly resembles the work of a 10-year-old child, Reuven remarked after reading the letter, his eyes now regarding Theon with a mixture of complexity and admiration. Undoubtedly, this child was among the most remarkable individuals he had ever encountered. If he were to genuinely support House Stark, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Winterfell in the future. Theon pondered, given his upbringing in the Iron Islands. Where recognizing a few letters was commendable, how could he possibly craft such eloquent prose? Thus, he took up his quill once more and appended a note at the end of the letter. This letter was composed under the guidance of Master Rewritten in Winterfell, a learned, kind, and admirable elder who taught me to read and write. I am profoundly grateful to him. Ahem, Theon. This is truly Rewritten found himself at a loss for words. The act of using him as a pretext to embellish the writing, while simultaneously flattering him, was both earnest and childishly amusing. It was a situation that elicited both laughter and affection, for being mentioned in a child's letter was undeniably a source of joy. Master Rewritten, should I mark half a hook? Unstable, perhaps it is best to erase it. In truth, none realized that Theon's true purpose in the letter was encapsulated in a singular phrase. During his travels, he had observed an abundance of lumber in various places, including Winterfell, the last hearth, and the warehouses of White Harbor. Stacks of seasoned timber loomed higher than any mountain on the Iron Islands. Theon articulated this in his letter. Chapter 43, The Forbidden Sea. The Iron Islands are characterized not by pirates, but by ships. Shipbuilding necessitates a substantial supply of timber. Theon ominously stated, "Are there no trees on the Iron Islands?" After bidding farewell to Master Rewritten, only Rodrik and Theon remained in the council chamber. Theon was elucidating the intent behind his letter to Rodrik. Of course there are trees. However, the Iron Islands are but a diminutive expanse. Even if every inch were covered in forest, how much timber could there truly be? How long could it withstand years of logging? Theon countered. The wood required for shipbuilding is particularly demanding. Common varieties such as oak, birch, and larch typically require 30 to 50 years to mature, while the massive timbers needed for keels often take over 80 years to become viable. The phrase 100 years to build a navy is not a mere platitude. The Iron Islands have long maintained the most formidable fleet in all of Westeros, yet their reliance on the meager timber available on the islands is utterly insufficient. Barely enough to construct even a framework. The fools of the Seven Kingdoms remain blissfully unaware of this reality. For the Iron Islands, the true fatal flaw lies in the scarcity of timber. A profound truth can often be conveyed in a single phrase. The astute Theon has revealed the Iron Islands' most vulnerable point. Without wood, there are no ships, and thus the Ironborn are confined to their shores. Moreover, in the absence of timber, there can be no charcoal, rendering the Ironborn incapable of forging steel. What, then, can they still claim to be Ironborn? No one seems to notice that each time they land to pillage, the Ironborn surreptitiously abscond with vast quantities of wood. They venture into the lofty mountains and dense forests to establish logging camps. Of course, the noble lords of the Westerlands and the Riverlands are preoccupied with safeguarding their coffers and granaries, indifferent to the loss of a few trees in the woods. Such trivial matters escape their notice. However, now we must unveil this secret, exposing it to the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and the Stormlands. I intend to render the Iron Islands devoid of timber. Ultimately, Lord Harlow will take heed of my letter, which declares, "The North is abundant with timber." A thunderous cacophony echoes in Lord Rodrik's mind, as if 1,000 wild steeds are galloping within. He clenches his fists, drawing a deep breath to calm himself, lest he succumb to the urge to roar at the boy before him. Just moments ago, the master had reveled in the warmth of his pupil's heartfelt correspondence. Now, the wayward student plots a treacherous strike at the very weakness of their homeland. The master's emotions are a tumultuous blend of complexity. After all, it is for Winterfell's sake that he schemes. Certainly, there remain some forests on the Iron Islands. Yet these limited woodlands are resolutely safeguarded by a select few wise individuals, such as my uncle, the learned Lord Rodrik Harlow. Theon continues, these sagacious guardians comprehend that once the trees of the island are felled, it will herald the true demise of the Iron Islands. That would signify their inability to construct ships, to venture forth, leaving them to await their inevitable demise upon the island. Much like in the realm of Blue Star, a once mighty civilization, armed only with their bare hands, erected colossal stone statues towering several meters high, ancient marvels that modern man finds unfathomable, only to regress into primitive tribes of foragers once the trees were depleted. Theon reveals a devilish grin, but can these wise souls truly halt the Ironborn, having just suffered the destruction of the majority of their vessels in the Battle of the Isle of the Fairies? They urgently require vast quantities of timber to construct new ships. The need is dire. Lord Harlow must be facing considerable challenges now. Then, I shall continue to write letters. I was mistaken to hope that one letter alone would suffice to procure funds. I need to compose several more. The smile upon Theon's face is akin to that of a gargoyle perched beneath a roof. Lady Catelyn Tully's chamber is the most humid and stifling room in all of Winterfell. A delicate tapestry adorns the wall, depicting the serene imagery of forests and rivers. In the center of the room stands an intricately carved bed, draped with a soft down comforter and adorned with exquisite lace pillows, reflecting her noble status and refined taste for a life of comfort. On a table to one side, her personal belongings are displayed: a finely crafted silver comb, an elegant jewelry box, and a bottle of fragrance, each item exuding an air of sophistication and warmth. She bears no resemblance to the Northerners. Why must I write to the city of Riverrun, urging the noble houses of the Riverlands to be wary of the Ironborn raiding the timber? Lady Catelyn reclines languidly against the bed. This is a fundamentally sound approach to addressing those pirates, my lady. I have conferred with Jory, Lewin, and Ser Roderick. The Ironborn's most formidable weapon is, in fact, their ships. Without vessels, they are akin to hyenas devoid of claws, entirely harmless. Ser Roderick paces excitedly, suggesting that Lord Eddard should send word from King's Landing, notifying the Westlands and the nobles of the Riverlands to remain vigilant. However, my lady could take the initiative by alerting the northern houses of Flint, the Streamlands, Bear Island, Deepwood Motte, and the coastal cities of the Riverlands. These are, in truth, the primary sources of timber for the Iron Islands. Once we secure the wood, the Ironborn will possess only iron axes, yet no wooden ships to traverse the seas. The entire coastline shall be tranquil. Catelyn did not fully grasp these matters, yet she placed her trust in Ser Roderick. It does sound reasonable, does it not? Very well. I shall compose the letter, she said, mustering the strength to sit upright. I hope you can issue a formal notice, my lady. Additionally, it would be prudent to inform the northern lords to stockpile timber. Winterfell also needs to assemble a dedicated logging crew. We will require an abundant supply of wood, immensely so. Ser Roderick emphasized. In truth, he was uncertain of the precise amount needed. Ser Jane had merely advised him that the more, the better. Environmental degradation, soil erosion, and the legacy of future generations were concerns to be temporarily set aside. Ser Roderick understood. The others were approaching, and there was no time for such considerations. If we cannot overcome this challenge, there will be no future. Catelyn nearly emitted a sorrowful sigh. Oh, heavens, we have just convened to form a rebuilding crew. Must we now gather to establish a logging team? How can there be so many tasks? Managing Winterfell has never felt so burdensome. In truth, she misjudged her own capabilities. Assigning Catelyn the management of a castle's mundane affairs should be a fundamental skill for a noble woman. She had been educated in such matters. What could be so complicated? It generally involved decisions about daily meals, beverages, ensuring cleanliness, supervising the servants, collecting dues, and perhaps a bit of inventory management. These typically fall under the category of routine maintenance. However, a person's true competence is revealed in her decision-making during crucial moments. Regrettably, Catelyn Stark was not quite up to the task. Comparatively, she paled in skill against the women of House Tyrell, let alone those of Cersei's ilk. A novice, indeed, with grand aspirations. Could you not consult with Maester Lewin to reach a decision regarding these matters? Ultimately, Catelyn, having merely sat up, promptly reclined once more, fatigue overwhelming her as she emitted a discontented yawn. My lady, these issues necessitate your consent, Roderick stated with evident difficulty. The Maester can only offer counsel. Yet he possesses no authority. The Master-at-Arms is responsible for military affairs. These domestic issues were originally intended for that fellow, Theon, to manage. Sir Roderick harbored no doubts about the lad's capability to perform the task exceedingly well, perhaps even beyond expectations. However, his commission has been torn asunder. After a period of reflection, Roderick's emotional intelligence had somewhat improved. He refrained from voicing his thoughts directly to Catelyn. Through recent observations, he had begun to grasp Catelyn's somewhat inept yet pretentious nature. Very well, Catelyn sighed, rubbing her forehead, and reluctantly rose once more to attend to her duties. After enduring an entire day filled with meetings and discussions, a series of new edicts were dispatched by knights, beginning to circulate far and wide, to the esteemed free folk and loyal subjects of Winterfell, in the name of both the old and new gods. We hereby proclaim, we have learned from the captured Iron Men, victims of the ocean's scourge, that these lawless individuals harbor discontent and plot treachery. They are secretly engaged in thievery and logging across various locales, seeking to reconstruct their nefarious fleet to continue their piratical endeavors, posing a significant threat to the peace and order of our lands. In light of this, to ensure the long-lasting tranquility of the North and maintain the safety of our coasts, we issue the following decree. First, effective immediately. All coastal villages and border outpost guards and patrols are ordered to enhance their vigilance and take stringent precautions to prevent Iron Men from crossing over with ease. Second, all forested peripheries must also heighten their alertness to deter illegal logging activities. Any clandestine timber trading must be suppressed. Any individual discovering such offenses should promptly report them to the Winterfell garrison or the local lord. Third, we shall dispatch knights and soldiers to assist in executing this mission. Anyone capturing Iron Men or their accomplices during patrols shall be brought to Winterfell for judgment. Fourth, those participating in the suppression of these illegal activities and safeguarding our realm shall receive appropriate rewards. Fifth, should anyone harbor or assist Iron Men and their deeds, upon verification, they shall be treated as traitors, subjected to severe punishment under the law, with not only the individual, but their entire family bearing the consequences. May the old gods and the new protect us, safeguarding the North and its people from all malevolent incursions. Let this decree be swiftly communicated to all villages, towns, and outposts. Several ravens took flight towards various corners of the north, some crossing the neck and heading southward, a vast net slowly unfurling, casting its shadow over the shared memories of childhood and future of Theon, filled with the humiliation and suffering of his homeland, the Iron Islands. After concluding her governmental duties, Lady Catelyn collapsed deeply onto her bed, utterly disinclined to move a finger, even having her dinner brought to her chamber. At dawn, a figure suddenly knocked upon the gates of Winterfell. Zean summoned Sir Roderick and Jory Castle, leading them into the chamber. Roderick understood the gravity of the situation. The White Walkers were approaching, and there was no time for hesitation. If they failed to overcome this challenge, there would be no future to speak of. Catelyn nearly let out a sorrowful groan. Oh, heavens, they had just convened to assemble a rebuilding team. And now they must gather yet another meeting to form a logging crew? Why were there so many pressing matters? Managing Winterfell had never seemed this burdensome. In truth, she had misjudged her own capabilities. Tasking Catelyn with overseeing the mundane affairs of a castle was merely a fundamental skill expected of a noble woman. She had been educated in such matters. What could possibly be at stake? It was merely about daily provisions, ensuring cleanliness, monitoring the servants' diligence, collecting payments, and perhaps inventory checks. These were typically trivial maintenance tasks. Yet, a person's true competence is revealed in their decision-making during pivotal moments. Regrettably, Catelyn Stark was not up to the task. Compared to the women of House Tyrell, who excelled in courtly intrigues, she paled in comparison to even the likes of Cersei. With her limited experience, one might wonder why she couldn't consult Maester Luwin to reach a decision. Ultimately, Catelyn, having just sat up, lay back down, yawning wearily and expressing her dissatisfaction. "My lady, these matters require your consent," Roderick said, visibly troubled. "The Maester can only offer suggestions. He possesses no authority. The commander is responsible for military affairs. Originally, Eddard intended for that fellow, Sia to handle these internal matters." Roderick had no doubt that the young man could perform admirably, perhaps even beyond expectations. However, his commission had been torn asunder. After some time spent in the company of others, Roderick had developed a modicum of emotional intelligence. He refrained from voicing these thoughts to Catelyn. Through recent comparisons, he had begun to grasp the essence of Catelyn's naivety. "Very well," Catelyn sighed, massaging her temples, and reluctantly rose to her feet to address her duties. After a day filled with meetings and discussions, a series of new edicts were carried forth by knights, disseminating throughout the realm, to the esteemed free folk and loyal servants of Winterfell, in the name of the old and new gods. "We hereby announce, we have learned from the captives of the Ironborn, who harbor grievances and ill intentions. They engage in covert thievery and logging, aiming to reconstruct their nefarious fleet and continue their piratical endeavors, posing a significant threat to the peace and order of our lands. Therefore, to ensure the long-term stability of the North and maintain the tranquility of our shores, we issue the following decree. 1. Effective immediately. All coastal villages and border outposts are commanded to enhance patrols and vigilance, preventing the Ironborn from crossing into our territory with ease. Secondly, all forest edge areas must remain vigilant to prevent illegal logging activities. Any clandestine timber trading must be rigorously suppressed. Anyone who discovers such crimes should promptly report them to the Night's Watch or the local lord. Thirdly, we shall dispatch knights and soldiers to assist in executing this task. Anyone who captures the Ironborn or their accomplices during patrols should bring them to Winterfell for trial. Fourthly, those participating in the fight against these illicit acts, thereby safeguarding our domain, shall receive appropriate rewards. Fifthly, if anyone harbors or aids the Ironborn in their actions, upon verification, They shall be treated as traitors and face severe punishment under the law, with not only the individual being penalized, but their entire family bearing shared responsibility. May the old gods and the new bless us, guarding the north and its people from all malevolent harm. This decree must be swiftly communicated to all villages, towns, and outposts. A few ravens flew across the north, some crossing the neck and heading southward. A vast net was slowly cast, enveloping the shared memories of young Theon and his future self, filled with the humiliation and anguish of their homeland, the Iron Islands. After concluding her administrative duties, Lady Catelyn collapsed deeply onto her bed, reluctant to move a finger, even having her dinner brought to her room. In the early morning, a figure suddenly knocked on the gates of Winterfell. Theon summoned Ser Rodrik and Jory Castle, bringing the visitor inside. Rodrik understood, the others were approaching, and there was no time for hesitation. If they could not withstand this wave, there would be no future. Catelyn nearly uttered a sorrowful groan. Oh heavens! They had just convened a meeting to form a rebuilding team. Must they now hold another meeting to establish a logging crew? How could there be so many matters to address? Typically, managing Winterfell had not seemed so burdensome. In truth, she had misjudged her own capabilities. Assigning Catelyn to oversee a castle's domestic affairs, devoid of significant issues, was a fundamental skill expected of a noble woman. She had studied, after all. What could possibly be the matter? It was merely a question of daily provisions, beverages, cleanliness, whether the servants were diligent, and if the treasury was properly accounted for. Perhaps an occasional inventory check. These were typically categorized as minor maintenance tasks. Yet, the true measure of a person's competence lies in their decision-making style when confronting critical issues. Regrettably, Catelyn Stark was not particularly suited for this. Compared to the adept women of House Tyrell, she paled in comparison, and even the likes of Cersei were far superior. Her aspirations were lofty, yet her capabilities were lacking. Could she not consult with Maester Luwin to arrive at a decision? Ultimately, Catelyn merely sat up before lying back down, wearily yawning and expressing her dissatisfaction. My lady, these matters require your approval, Rodrik said with difficulty. The Maester can only advise. He holds no authority. The Master-at-Arms is responsible for military matters. These domestic affairs were originally intended for that lad, Theon, to manage. Sir Rodrik harbored no doubts regarding the young man's capabilities. Indeed, he believed he could perform exceptionally well, perhaps even beyond expectations. However, the commission had been torn asunder. After a period of contemplation, Rodrik's emotional intelligence had improved somewhat. He refrained from voicing his thoughts to Catelyn at that moment. Through days of observation, he had begun to comprehend the essence of Catelyn's pretentiousness and incompetence. With a weary sigh, Catelyn massaged her forehead and reluctantly rose from her heavy burden to attend to state affairs. After enduring an entire day of meetings and discussions, a series of new edicts were disseminated by knights, echoing across the realm, to the esteemed free folk and loyal subjects of Winterfell. In the name of the old and new gods, we hereby announce, we have learned from the mouths of the iron-born captives, who are discontented and conspire against us, that these lawless individuals are secretly engaging in thievery and logging across various locales, intending to reconstruct their nefarious fleet and persist in their piratical endeavors, posing a significant threat to the peace and order of our lands. In light of this, to ensure the long-lasting tranquility of the North and to preserve the serenity of our coasts, we issue the following commands. 1. Henceforth, the guards and patrols of all coastal villages and border outposts are to intensify their vigilance, ensuring that the Ironborn do not easily breach our borders. 2. All forested areas at the fringes must also heighten their alertness to prevent illegal logging activities. Any clandestine timber trading must be curtailed. Those who witness such offenses are to report immediately to the Winterfell garrison or local lord. 3. We shall dispatch knights and soldiers to assist in this endeavor. Anyone who captures an Ironborn or their accomplices during patrols should bring them to Winterfell for trial. 4. Those who partake in the suppression of these illegal acts and safeguard our domain shall receive appropriate rewards. 5. Should anyone harbor or assist the Ironborn in their activities, once verified, they shall be treated as traitors, facing severe penalties under the law. Not only shall they be punished, but their entire family shall bear the consequences. May the old gods and the new protect us, safeguarding the North and its people from all malevolent harm. This decree must be conveyed to all villages, towns, and outposts. Several ravens took flight towards the north, some crossing the neck, heading south. A vast, ominous net slowly unfurled, ensnaring the shared memories of young Theon and the man he would become, laden with the humiliation and anguish of his homeland, the Iron Islands. After concluding her official duties, Lady Catelyn collapsed onto her bed, unwilling to lift a finger, even having her dinner brought to her chamber. In the early morning, a figure suddenly knocked upon the gates of Winterfell. Theon summoned Sir Roderick and Jory Castle, leading the visitor inside. Roderick understood the gravity of the situation. The others were approaching, and there was no time to waste. If they could not overcome this challenge, there would be no future. Catelyn nearly emitted a sorrowful groan. Oh, heavens, having just concluded a meeting to assemble a rebuilding crew, must they now convene again to form a logging team? How could there be so many tasks to undertake? Managing Winterfell is not typically so burdensome. In truth, she has misjudged her own capabilities. Entrusting Catelyn with the management of a relatively uneventful castle-s affairs is merely a fundamental skill expected of a noble woman. She has been educated in such matters. What could possibly arise? It consists of mundane decisions: what to eat and drink daily, ensuring cleanliness, monitoring the servants to prevent laziness, collecting dues, and perhaps taking stock of supplies and reconciling accounts. These are generally classified as trivial routine maintenance. However, the true measure of a person's competence lies in their decisiveness when faced with critical issues. Regrettably, Catelyn Stark is found wanting in this regard. Compared to the adept women of House Tyrell, she pales in comparison, and even the likes of Cersei far surpass her. Her ineptitude is rather pronounced. Could she not consult Maester Luwin for decisions on such matters? Ultimately, Catelyn, having just propped herself up, lay back down, yawning wearily and expressing her dissatisfaction. "My lady, these matters require your consent," Roderick stated, somewhat awkwardly. The Maester could only offer suggestions, lacking any real authority. The training commander was tasked with military affairs. Originally, Eddard had intended for that fellow, say Anne, to handle these domestic issues. Sir Roderick had no doubt that the lad could perform admirably, even exceeding expectations. Yet, his commission had been revoked. After some time, Roderick's emotional intelligence had improved somewhat. He refrained from voicing these thoughts directly to Catelyn. Through these days of observation, he had come to grasp the essence of Catelyn's ineptitude and pretentiousness. Very well, Catelyn sighed, massaging her temples, and reluctantly roused herself once more to attend to her duties. After a long day filled with meetings and discussions, new edicts were dispatched by knights, beginning their dissemination far and wide, to the esteemed free folk and loyal subjects of Winterfell, in the names of the old and new gods. We hereby announce: we have received word from the ironborn captives of the perils of the sea, revealing that these lawless individuals harbor discontent and harbor sinister plots. They are secretly engaging in thievery and logging, intent on reconstructing their malevolent fleet to perpetuate their piratical endeavors, posing a significant threat to the peace and order of our lands. In light of this, to ensure the long-standing tranquility of the North and safeguard the serenity of our shores, we issue the following decree. 1. Effective immediately. All coastal villages and frontier outposts are to bolster their patrols and vigilance, ensuring that the Ironborn do not easily breach our borders. 2. All forested peripheries must also heighten their alertness to prevent illegal logging activities. Any clandestine timber trading must be curtailed. Those who witness such crimes are to report them immediately to the Winterfell garrison or the local lord. 3. We shall dispatch knights and soldiers to assist in executing this task. Anyone who captures Ironborn or their accomplices during patrols is to bring them to Winterfell for judgment. 4. Those who partake in thwarting these illegal actions and safeguarding our realm shall be duly rewarded. If anyone harbors or assists the Ironborn in their actions, upon verification, they shall be treated as traitors and punished severely according to the law, with not only the individual facing retribution, but their entire family bearing collective responsibility as well. May the old gods and the new bless us, safeguarding the North and its people from all malevolent incursions. Swiftly relay this decree to all villages, towns, and outposts. Several crows soar towards the north, some crossing the neck and heading southward. A vast net is gradually cast, enveloping the shared memories of young Theon and his future self, filled with the humiliation and anguish of his homeland, the Iron Islands. After addressing state matters, Lady Catelyn collapsed deeply onto her bed, unwilling to lift a single finger, even having her dinner brought to her room. At dawn, a figure suddenly knocked on the gates of Winterfell. Theon summoned Sir Roderick and Jory Castle, bringing the individual inside. Roderick understood. The others were approaching, and there was no time for hesitation. If they failed to overcome this obstacle, there would be no future. Catelyn nearly let out a sorrowful groan. Oh, heavens, they had just convened to form a rebuilding team. Must they now gather again to assemble a logging crew? How could there be so many tasks? Typically, managing Winterfell had not been so troublesome. In truth, she had misjudged her capabilities. Entrusting Catelyn with the management of a castle's mundane affairs was a fundamental skill of a noble woman. She had learned it after all. What could be so difficult? It revolved around daily meals, beverages, cleanliness, ensuring the servants did not slack off, collecting revenues, and perhaps a brief inventory check. These were usually classified as trivial maintenance tasks. However, a person's true competence is measured by their decision-making style in critical matters. Regrettably, Catelyn Stark was not quite up to the task. Comparatively, she paled in comparison to the adept women of House Tyrell, let alone those of Cersei's ilk. She was still craving for more. Couldn't these matters be discussed with Maester Luwin for a decision? At last, as Catelyn attempted to rise, she surrendered to her weariness once more. Yawning heavily and expressing her discontent. "My lady, these matters require your consent," Roderick said, visibly troubled. "The Maester can only offer suggestions. He lacks authority. The training commander is responsible for military affairs. Originally, Eddard intended for that lad, Theon, to handle these domestic issues." Roderick had no doubt that the boy could manage well, perhaps even exceeding expectations. However, his commission had been torn up. After some time of exposure, Roderick's emotional intelligence had improved somewhat. He refrained from voicing these thoughts in front of Catelyn. Through recent comparisons, he had begun to grasp the essence of Catelyn's ineptitude and pretension. Very well. Catelyn rubbed her forehead and reluctantly mustered her heavy form to rise and attend to her duties. After a long day filled with meetings and discussions, a series of new decrees were dispatched by knights, spreading across the realms, to the esteemed free folk and loyal vassals of Winterfell. In the name of both the old and new gods, we hereby announce, we have learned from the mouths of the Ironborn captives about the existence of lawless individuals harboring discontent and plotting treachery. These miscreants are clandestinely engaging in theft and logging across various locales, intent on reconstructing their nefarious fleet to persist in their piratical ways, thereby posing a grave threat to the peace and order of our lands. In light of this, to ensure the enduring tranquility of the North and to safeguard our coastal serenity, we issue the following mandates. 1. Effective immediately. We command the guards and patrols of all coastal villages and border outposts to intensify their vigilance, ensuring that the Ironborn do not easily breach our borders. 2. All areas adjacent to forests must also heighten their alertness to prevent illegal logging activities. Any clandestine timber trade must be thwarted. Those who discover such crimes should promptly report them to the Winterfell garrison or local lords. 3. We shall dispatch knights and soldiers to assist in the execution of this mission. Anyone who captures an Ironborn or their accomplices during patrols should bring them to Winterfell for judgment. 4. Those who partake in combating these unlawful actions and safeguarding our realm shall be duly rewarded. 5. Should anyone harbor or assist the Ironborn in their deeds, upon verification, they will be treated as traitors, facing severe penalties under the law, with not only themselves but their entire family bearing the consequences. May the old gods and the new protect us, safeguarding the North and its people from all malevolent incursions. Swiftly convey this decree to all villages, towns, and outposts. Several ravens took flight towards various parts of the North, some crossing the neck to the south. A vast net was slowly cast, enveloping the shared memories of young Theon and the future Theon, filled with the humiliation and suffering of their homeland, the Iron Islands. Having concluded her state affairs, Lady Catelyn collapsed deeply onto her bed, unwilling to lift a finger, even having her dinner brought to her room. At dawn, a figure suddenly knocked upon the gates of Winterfell. Theon summoned Ser Roderick and Jory Castle, bringing the stranger inside.